Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. Sorry, I'm coughing. I hope everybody's doing well. It's great to see you on a Sunday. Well, it's great to see you any day, actually. Sunday or not, Sunday or not. Today is, as usual, a beautiful day, and it's a great day to talk about our future and plan our Black wealth and make ourselves successful. That's what we're trying to do here. That's what we're going to do. We are the chosen people. We're the chosen people. All right. So one thing that's interesting um, I saw something the other day where a woman was basically explaining why your kids should not want to be professional athletes. In fact, in fact, I would say specifically the NFL. She did this great video where she was kind of giving the backdrop of life, as the wife of an NFL athlete, and she was talking about the financial side of it all. And she did a masterful job of laying out this reality that people don't get. A lot of people just don't know these things because you see the big headlines or you see the stars. The stars do really well. They make a lot of money, but you don't see what happens to the the majority of professional athletes. The majority of professional athletes don't really get everything that you might think they get. It's not to say that they're all in this terrible place. I mean, most of them make more money than the average person, but there's a lot of strings attached that come attached with that. And if you are not financially conscious, if you're not able to look at money in a multidimensional sort of way, meaning that you can't factor in a multitude of variables in your economic journey, then it's easy for you to be pulled in as a sucker. You'll be an economic sucker because if you're playing checkers, not chess, and you're looking at everything from one dimension, like, well, how much am I going to get paid? And they say, well, you're getting paid lots of money. Don't worry about anything else. And you're like, okay, well, as long as I get my money, well, then that makes you very vulnerable because the money is a deceptor. Money can be, people say, as you know, they like to talk about whether or not money is evil or good. And I told you, money is not evil or good. Money's just powerful. So imagine putting a lot of power in the hands of an evil person. Like, I don't know, let's say like your oppressor who spent hundreds of years exploiting your community and financially screwing you and manipulating you and harming you in a multitude of ways, some of which were revealed, some of which were not. Um, well, then in that case, money could become evil. Money could become a pathway for not just control, but destruction. Just look at the hip hop music industry. Look at what hip hop did. It was the most beautiful art form I've ever seen, but it was bastardized and turned into this weapon of mass destruction. Mass destruction. In fact, give me a yes if you've noticed that how our people change, how our people have changed over the last 30 years. Give me a yes if you've noticed this. I mean, in a really bad way. Dr. George C. Frazier actually said something really profound at the All Black National Convention. He said that our people changed when our music changed. He said our people changed when our music changed. But our music was about love and being there for each other and unity and building and growing and education and all that. We were one type of people. But then when our music became about, twerking booty and killing each other and getting high as much as possible and throwing our money away and is being as ignorant as possible, well, then that's going to have an effect. And what's so really interesting to me, which speaks to where consciousness really has to be part of the conversation is I can tell you how many people who think it's all okay just because they're making money, or people who will make excuses for celebrities because they're making money. Anybody ever seen that? Anybody ever notice how if a celebrity is accused of something or something goes wrong or they do something crazy, there are people that will defend celebrities to the death. It's really fascinating. And I'm like, this person don't care nothing about you. They wouldn't spit on you if you was on the street on fire. Like, what makes you idolize this person so much that you literally will ignore any and everything that you see about this person because they made your favorite song? I find that really strange. I find that really strange. And I think that that does link back to when we were talking about when Constance Carter came in and we were talking about economic self-esteem and just self-esteem in general. If you feel like you're worthy and you are worth something, you're not going to let people just uh, either disrespect you or you're not going to put people on a crazy pedestal. And so we tend to worship those celebrities because they represent something that we don't believe that we ourselves could ever be. And if you notice, most black celebrities, I want you to do a little experiment. I do this experiment in my head every time I turn on the TV. Whenever they show black people that America admires, I do an experiment. I just say this. I say, I wonder what would happen if that person lost all support from white Americans. Like, what would happen if they didn't have a big white corporation with billions of dollars in the bank backing them? If we would still know who that person is or admire that person. Do that experiment. Like your favorite actor. Like, ask yourself, what if Hollywood disavowed that person? Maybe they were too black and said, we're not doing any movies with you. We're not going to finance any of your projects. See, this is all linked back to money. Or look at your favorite singer. What would happen if no record label was willing to put out their album and spend millions of dollars distributing and marketing that album? Would you know who they are? Think about your favorite athlete. You know, they got the Dallas Cowboys logo on their shirt. What would happen if Jerry Jones decided, I'm not going to invest millions of dollars in putting this guy on the field, and the NFL said, we don't want to draft you. We don't even want you here. We're not going to put you on the platform of the Buffalo Bills or the Dallas Cowboys or whatever. I want you to really think about that, because when you do that calculus and you take away the what you could call this call this the white man effect. If you take away the white man effect, a lot of your heroes are people that you never even meet. You'll never know who they are. And here's the other thing too. There are plenty of people in the community who didn't play the game, who decided, you know what, I don't want to be a part of that, that you'll never hear about because they did not get the financing to be able to do what they do. For example, if I was even to use myself as an example, I know a lot of you, I've been able to impact a lot of your lives because I specifically aimed for that. My goal was not just to talk and get in front of you. I don't care about being famous. My goal was to actually get a result. I'm a mathematician. When I taught math at Kentucky, one of the things that we learned a long time ago is that if you do a math problem, you got to have a solution. You can't just wave your arms and scream and holler and give a great speech and get everybody singing hallelujah and think that that's the answer. Hallelujah is not the answer to your problems. Right? I'm not saying hallelujah is not important in your life. Sure, go to church, accept the good Lord. Do what you're supposed to do. But this idea that somehow we think that having a feel good moment and a rah-rah speech is the same as actually solving a problem. That's just not the case. There is no that is not a solution. What that is that is the injection of dopamine into your brain to help you feel good, and it numbs you from your pain. See, what you got to understand is that there's a lot of drug dealers out here that don't sell drugs. There are a lot of drug dealers out here who don't sell drugs. For some of y'all, your biggest dope dealer is your pastor. Drug dealers who don't sell drugs, but instead of selling drugs, they sell you dope. Look it up. Dopamine. Dopamine is the feel-good chemical in your brain that you get when a comedian tells you a joke. Oh, they dealing dope. I'm laughing because it helps me get over my pain and my undiagnosed, untreated trauma. When I go to church and the pastor's like, when the good Lord tells you, you got to do it. When the good Lord says it, you got to mean it. When the good Lord steps up and he says to Jacob that you got to climb the mountain, you might not want to climb the mountain, but you got to climb it anyway. And then when you climb the mountain, you got to keep climbing because you're going to get tired. And when you get tired, you can't take a breath. You got to keep going, right? So when the pastor's doing all that and you're like, yes, Lord, hallelujah, hallelujah. And then you realize after 2 hours, he ain't really said nothing. He's repeated himself over and over and over again. But you loved it because he spoke at the same cadence and it got you all riled up and he tapped into your emotion, but not so much your intellect, right? You're feeling good. But the problem with inspiration and motivation is that that's very temporary. So you ran out of church doing cartwheels and jumping jacks and you sprinting and you right and you just you feeling it. No disrespect. Some of y'all going to church today. Go do that. Go do that. Go do that. But then I want you to just notice you can't stay hyped up like that forever. Your cortisol levels will be through the freaking roof, first of all. Like you can't live like that all the time. It helps. It's a spark. It's a spark. But that does not sustain you. That is not what's going to keep you going on the mornings when there is no spark. And you got to get up and you got to stick to that diet. You got to go to the gym. You got to work on that business. You got to go back to class. You got to teach your kids. You got to do all the things that you were hyped up to do. But now you're tired. So again, dope dealers. You got a lot of dope dealers who don't sit. You get a lot of, sorry, drug dealers who are actually dope dealers because they're not dealing you drugs, they're dealing you dopamine. That's what a comedian does. They make you laugh. That's what a pastor does. And they get you all pumped up and feeling good about your horrible life. And then you go home and you think that because you feel good that you've actually made your life better when really you actually haven't. But there is a value to feeling good. I mean, I'm not saying that pastors can't serve a valuable purpose, though. I think spirituality is a really important part of our ability to make it through the storm. I think that if you can tap into that when necessary, it will help you get through the dark times, 100%. But you also got to have a plan. Do you understand? You got the motivation to get through the dark tunnel, but you probably need a map. You probably need some type of consciousness to sit back and say, okay, what am I doing here? What's the next move? How do we get to where we want to get to? So anyway, let me get back into one of the topics I wanted to cover today. I'm gonna play this video, and it's from this wife of an NFL player who, where she's basically kind of given the reality of what it's like to be married to an NFL player. I don't know if her man was a star, but I know that he was drafted, I think in the fourth round, and he played for the Jets or something. And she's kind of like, yo, look, it ain't what you think it is. And I appreciated her video, so I just thought that I would bring it into class today. And also, I wanted to mention to everybody, by the way, make sure you're on the text list for this class. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you all a schedule of all the activities we have going on in the Black Business School this week. That way, if you want to participate, you can take a look. I am going to meet with the stock options group a little bit later. I did something yesterday, a little YouTube video yesterday was I was explaining all the little things you need to know about real estate. Um, that people don't know. A lot of people talk about real estate online, and they get, it sounds exciting and it's really cool. And I'm not saying don't do it, but a lot of people don't know a lot of the details of it that can make you absolutely hate it. So there was a really smart black woman who did a great video where she was talking about her real estate journey, and she literally said everything that I always said in class about cash flow and headaches and everything else. So if you want to see that video, I'll text it out to you guys a little bit later. I think I might have, if I text it twice by accident, please forgive me. It's just me making sure you guys see it, because I think it's something that you want to think about as you sort of decide what your next move is going to be. Because I know a lot of your family investment clubs are doing real estate projects, and I really think it's important that you know what you're getting into. All right, so let me jump in and share my screen. All right, so uh, here is actually, let me fix this. Hold on, so I don't do it all wrong. All right. All right, so this is a lady. I have no idea who this lady is. We'll call her random white lady. And she is, I know that's so petty, boy. Stop doing that. Okay, I won't do it no more. All right, and what I'm gonna do is share my sound and let me know if you can hear the video. And I'm gonna play this video. It's on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So here is the video. We're playing it right now. And it has no sound. See, that's where I'm messing up. There we go.
My husband is now retired from the NFL, but he was a free agent a lot of the time, but he was on 8 different NFL teams. That means 8 different contracts are being signed and broken. So of course, I don't even have to say this, when you're on a team, it is good money. No matter what, practice squad, active roster, it is all good money, of course. But since these contracts aren't guaranteed, like my husband, he signed a contract and then a couple months later, you get nothing, especially if you sign at the beginning of off season and then you're cut during off season. You're not seeing any of that money because you haven't played again in a game. You haven't gone to practice. You haven't really worked out with the team, even though you signed a contract with the team as a futures contract. And us personally, because we were on 8 different NFL teams, that means 8 different states. We're moving that many times. I moved personally with him to 6 different states. And at one point in time when he was released in 2018, 4 different times we moved to 4 different states, and we were actually at one time paying for 3 different rents. It was a little bit of ignorance on our part, but also we couldn't really prepare for that situation. So he had just signed, renewed his lease for his place in New Jersey, and then was released with New Jersey after being drafted the year before. This comment. So my husband is now retired from the NFL, but he was a free agent a lot of the time, but he.
Okay, so let's stop there. How about y'all give me a yes if you caught that part about paying 3 different rents. All right, let's just start there. I thought that was really interesting. Paying rent at 3 different places. Um, okay. That's tough. And so so that right there would be enough for me to be like, whoa, wait a minute, how did that happen? So ultimately, here's the deal with the NFL in particular. A lot of us, one time I spoke at a school with black boys, and they had all the, it was a school with all, where all the teachers were white and 80% of the kids were black or Latino. And I went into the class for the kids that were labeled as emotional or psychologically or ADHD, psychologically slow or mentally whatever. And of course, it was full of black boys. That's what they do. This is how the school system screws your sons. It destroys your wealth because your son's supposed to be an asset to the family, but it's hard for him to be an asset if he has no skill. And in many of these cases, they don't educate them. We know these things. So I'm in this class with all these boys that are supposed to be intellectually deficient, and they seem fine to me. They reminded me of my little cousins. And I was talking to the boys, and I said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And about 70% of them said they want to be an athlete. 70% of them said they want to be like a NFL or NBA player. I think most of them were not even on a sports team. They weren't even playing sports. And a bunch of them are short, and I'm sitting there thinking, wow, you're going to be in the NBA, but the most you're going to grow to is about 5'8". This kind of ridiculousness is obviously something that just sort of has to be confronted, right? We kind of have to really talk more about this, and because what all is also true is that even if you're in that that 1% of 1% of 1% that does get to make it to the league, uh, it's your life isn't what you think it's going to be. Most of the people I know who became professional athletes did not make very much money for very long. I knew one guy, he was All-American at Syracuse. He played defensive end. He was extremely good, and he was in the NFL for about 2 years. He was on the backup roster or something, right? Like the thing about the NFL is that you have to be an unbelievable talent just to be on the bench, just to be a backup to the backup, just to be third string. I had another friend I saw at my mother's funeral who's an incredible athlete who ran the 40-yard dash in 4.3 seconds, which is very fast, by the way. And he said, I said, yeah. So did you keep playing football? He said, yeah, I tried out for the Seahawks. And I said, what was that like? I said, how did it go? He said, oh man, you have no idea. It was unbelievable. Because the talent was just through the roof. So this guy that from Syracuse, he was 6'7", 270 pounds. So that right there is just, I mean, how many people do you know that are 6'7", 270 pounds? Anybody? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you know like three people that are 6'7", 270. Most of us don't, unless you played in the NFL, right? And anyway, he was in the NFL for about 2 years, and he tore his body up. Because the thing is when you're leaving the league and you're being pushed out, unfortunately, you're losing more than just a job. You're losing more than just a paycheck. You're losing part of your identity. Like your whole life. If you're 6'7", 280 pounds, I would be willing to bet you that most of your life, your consciousness was manipulated. You were groomed as a child, groomed like they're grooming you for the ultimate Diddy party of economics, where they're going to screw you for life. And he was groomed to see himself as pretty much an athlete. Right. So when you're groomed that way, almost like they're molesting your consciousness, right? They're pulling you away from your community. In his mind, all he saw himself as was an athlete. That's all he could see. That's all he didn't see. Okay, I could be a father. He didn't see, oh, I could be a great husband to somebody. He didn't see, oh, I could be a great entrepreneur. He didn't see, oh yeah, I could be a great intellect. He didn't see the things like people like Dr. Myron Rolle, who's another friend of mine who had a very successful NFL journey. He didn't see all the other things he could have done, and I always talk about Myron Rolle because I just admire the guy so much. Every now and then, like a famous person will reach out to me on social media, and I'll be like, wow, this is so cool. Like I have so much respect for you. Oh, you respect me too. That's nice. We just gonna sit here respecting each other. How about that? And he was one of those people. He had sent me a nice little note. He sent me a copy of his book, and I said, man, you have no idea. I've been talking about you for years because Dr. Roll is now a Harvard educated neurosurgeon, if I'm not mistaken. But he had a really hard time with the NFL because they assumed that because he was a black man that didn't just see himself as an athlete, that he was going to be a problem. They labeled him almost like he was a troublemaker. Boy, what's wrong with you? Like you should be happy that we're going to let you go out here and get your head busted and play football for a couple of years for us. We're all you got. We're your only option. We're your best solution. We clearly must be the best place you could be because there's nowhere else for a black man to go other than the football field or the basketball court or whatever. Like if we don't want you, nobody will. Like an abusive relationship, you know, how the abuser will be like, "Girl, if I don't want you, nobody will, because you're ugly and you're fat and you stink," right? But you know, so that's kind of what they do to us, right? So with Dr. Roll, he said, "No, I'm not worthless without you. I'm okay without you." You're not the prize. He said, I'm the prize. I'm the prize because not only am I one of the most talented players to ever play at Florida State, the second greatest defensive back at Florida State, other than the absolute GOAT, which was Deion Sanders. But on top of that, I'm actually smarter than you too. And so Dr. Roll literally left the NFL. He didn't take I think he didn't go right into the league. He finished college, almost won the Heisman or something. He was like way up there, like candidate for Defensive Player of the Year, that kind of stuff. And he's like, no, I want to just go be a Rhodes Scholar because I'm smart and I have options. And I think that was the most brilliant thing in the world. Whoever raised him right. Because I've told you all that the most valuable thing that a black man or black woman can have in America is options. If you want to bless your children infinitely, teach them how to have options. Options, options, options. If you have options, then you will have freedom because options and freedom are like cousins. They're connected. You can't have one without the other. It's hard to say I'm free when you ain't got no options. Am I right or am I right? Am I right? And what is an option? An option, a stock option, the definition of a stock option is the right but not the obligation to buy a certain asset at a certain price on or before a certain date. But that first part is where it all kind of captures the idea. The right but not the obligation. That means you can do whatever you want. You have rights. I know my rights. We're always talking about civil rights. I know my rights. So you have the right, but not the obligation. Ain't nobody gonna make you do nothing. But I have the right to do lots of things. So if you want to understand one of the keys to consciousness and the ability to see the whole playing field, so to speak, and to succeed in this place called America, learn what it means to have options. I have the right to do this, the right to do that, the right to do that, but I'm not obligated to do nothing. I'm the prize. I'm the prize. Y'all competing for my attention. I'm not competing for yours. So yeah, I'll go to the combine, and I'm sure Dr. Roll had to do all that, right? I'll sprint and show you how fast I am. I'll bench press and show you how strong I am. I'll catch some balls and show you how what kind of dexterity I have, and then I'm gonna let you sit back and try to convince me to come play with you because I got other things I could be doing other than being here. Options. Everything is about options. So you think about this, right? You ask a black man in America, like you say, "Hey man, it's 9:30 in the morning. What you gonna do today?" And he says, "I'm going to work." You say, "Well, why are you going to work? Why don't you go and why don't we go to the movies or something?" And he's like, "Well, man, I can't." Well, because you have to go to work. Why don't you have any? Well, because in that moment you don't have any options. And I'm not making fun of you. I'm saying this is the way this is the way society is designed. Welcome to capitalism. That's what capitalism, see, capitalism is this thing where it's a little bit of a Ponzi scheme in a way. You could define it like that. Or like Hunger Games, Squid Games type scenario where the people at the top want to have plenty of options, but they don't want you to have no options. That's why wealthy people worked so hard in the 1970s to dismantle labor unions because they want to have options. They want to be able to pick this employee or that employee or that employee. What they don't want is for the employees to either have options in terms of places they can go or some sort of structure where they're unified and the employer has no option other than to negotiate with them. They want to lock them in where they're like, we don't want you to have options. So that's the power game. That's how the power game kind of gets played. One of the problems that a lot of wealthy people had during the pandemic is that suddenly people had a lot of options. Why? Well, the government was writing checks, so people had stimulus money, and they were staying at home, and they started to think about their lives and all the things that they wanted to do. They started to gain consciousness, which really is the enemy of oppression. The oppressor does not want the oppressed to have consciousness. So they started to have consciousness, which is sometimes can just come from sitting around and thinking. You ever see a guy that goes to jail and he loses his freedom and he's just sitting there thinking for like 5 years and thinking about his life? And sometimes they come out super wise. You ever talk to like a smart guy that went to jail for 3 or 4 years and notice that when he comes out, in many cases, if he used his time wisely, he's smarter than most people? Right? Anybody ever know Malcolm X is one great example. Thank you, Calvin. See, Calvin always does that. You need to stop that. He's always coming up with the right words at the right time. I swear he's got a gift. But literally, so they come out and they have a consciousness that exceeds most people. They're like, oh, well, did you know that the Dalai Lama once said that the key to quantum mechanics is, well, like, and you're like, wait a minute, Wall Street Trapper, Big Trap, that's my buddy. I love Trap, right? So there's so many people that will use that time to gain their consciousness, and then they elevate, and then they're suddenly able to see the world a certain way. So a lot of times when you're conscious, and you're in a cage, a conscious, I think a person that's conscious and they live in a cage is it can become dangerous because then they start to understand the cage. They start to see the cage, and they start to see all the places they could be other than the cage. And then at that point, once they have freedom, and a free person that has consciousness is very, very hard to oppress. They're very, very hard to contain and control. Like if you think about, pimps, and the way pimps will control a prostitute, they don't want her to be conscious. They don't want her to have high self-esteem and education and knowledge of all the places she could be. They want her limited in her options, and then maybe they'll give her drugs because a person who's high, they're not very conscious at all, right? So unconscious people are manipulated. That's why Diddy kept the baby oil that was laced with the whatever it was, that drug that makes everybody go to sleep so they'll be unconscious so that then bad things happen, right? So anyway, with that being said, let me finish up this point on the NFL stuff with a few stats that might be interesting to you. Second thing I want to mention really quick, later on this week, I'm going to send you guys a list of of some good stocks that you might want to buy your kids if you want your kids to be introduced to wealth. So look out for that. If you're not on the text list, get on the text list. You can get on there by texting the word morning to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Or also you can go to drboyceelevate.com. I know some of you live in other countries. So if you live in another country, you can and you can't do the text, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. Also, later on this week, Jay Cameron, who runs a great travel company, the name of it's not in my head right now, but he'll tell you he's going to come in on Monday and he's going to talk about our trip to Ghana. And we're also going to have an informational session if you want to go to Ghana in the summer. We're doing a few different trips in February. We're going to do the Millionaire Training Camp. Probably, I think Miami is actually the place that the team chose. We were going to do LA, but no disrespect to LA, but my gosh. My heart goes out. I mean, LA is just, so bad things are happening there. And so the team decided to kind of move it out east. And then also we're going to do a trip to Tulsa. We're going to do a tour of Black Wall Street. That's going to happen, I believe, in May. I think May is the date that they picked for that. And I think that that's everything. And of course, there's the All Black National Convention, which is the weekend of August 24th. That is a big year. It's our 10th year anniversary. We have funded this ourselves for 10 straight years. No corporate sponsorship, no government money, no Democrat, Republican money, none of that. We've done this. It has cost millions of dollars to do this. So clap for yourselves, clap for each other, clap for this, because this is independent, black owned, and you saw that, and it was tested during the pandemic. You got penalized for even having conversations that did not agree with whatever Dr. Fauci was saying, right? And we allowed all conversations. At that convention in 2021, we were in Orlando, Florida, and we brought in Riza Islam, who was literally on the disinformation dozen list. If you remember Riza, who is a buddy of mine, who's been my friend for a long time, he was on this list of people that the government had pointed out, like as being like almost like terrorists, like because they're telling people that they don't have to actually get the shot. Now Riza's being proven correct. In case you don't know, a lot of as the information's pouring out, Riza's sitting there like, see, I told y'all, I told you, I told you. And I stood by that guy the entire time. Man, he came on my YouTube channel. I said, bro, you're gonna get my YouTube channel banned. But I guess this is where your character gets tested. I said, I'm not gonna leave your side. So let's do this. So Riza came in, but here's the thing though. We didn't pick a side. We didn't pick a side. My belief is that you can respect all points of view. So we had doctors there that did think that the shot was something that you're supposed to get, and they gave their point of view. And I was like, look, I don't care what people decide to do. I just want people to have options, right? And we were the only black conference, that major black conference that I can think of that did that. I don't think you're going to get that at the NAACP conference because we know who they're in bed with. We know who pays the bills there. No disrespect, but we know who pays those bills. Corporate America and the government, and particularly the Democrat or Republican Party. Usually it's the Democrat. Urban League. They can't have that conversation. We had it and we did it. We did panels on it and everybody walked away with information and that's what it was. So anyway, the convention's going to be August 24th. It's not only the 10th year anniversary, but we're partnering with the Black Business League run by Dr. Ken Harris. Again, one of the best leaders in America. Dr. Ken Harris, last year at his Black Business League conference, they had thousands of people there. They had entire delegations from African countries. I think he might have like 5 or 6 African leaders that are going to speak there. And what he's doing is he's connecting African Americans in Africa with Black businesses that want to do business in Africa and just doing it on an epic scale. So this year we're doing a joint conference basically. So when you come to the All Black National Convention, you will have access to our convention. And you'll also have access to the Black Business League's convention. This happens, so our 10th anniversary happens to be the same year as their 125th anniversary. They were started by Booker T. Washington. Sorry, I almost said W.B. Du Bois. Booker T. Washington. It's going to be in Atlanta at the Hilton, and it's going to be this massive conference with thousands of Black people that all have the right ideas. So it's absolutely 100% epic. And one other thing I'll say about Dr. Harris, he has a PhD in economics from Michigan State University. One of the things I admire about Dr. Harris is that he doesn't really get involved in the shenanigans. He doesn't get involved in this Democrat Republican stuff. He does what Booker T did, which was he talks to both parties. He'll talk to the president of the United States if they're a Democrat. He'll talk to the president of the United States if they're a Republican. And he says, "Look, I'm not picking a side. Don't use me for a photo op. I'm not here to be a mascot for you, right?" And he said, "I'm here for the Black people." And you don't get that from a lot of your Black leadership. A lot of your so-called Black leadership has been bought, paid for, sold out, picking a side, all the pre-committing, which is absolutely the worst negotiating strategy ever, where you commit your loyalty before you even begin the negotiation. That's a sucker's move. Only idiots do that. Any book on negotiation will tell you that you don't pre-commit. You don't show up and say, "Okay, I'm on your side, boss. What you need me to do, boss?" You don't do that. You say, "I could be on your side, but maybe I won't be. I don't know. It all depends." I don't know what you got for me, right? What you got for us? What do you have for us, right? And that's what negotiation is supposed to be. This whole idea of like I'm pledging my loyalty in advance before you even offer me anything, you can't negotiate properly if you're desperate. Like that's just weird. That's just sad. It's pathetic. And I'm gonna tell you, as a Black man, that offends me. That gets on my damn nerves. Like, don't be out here acting like that. You're supposed to be a man. You're supposed to be defending, protecting a community, but yet you're out here negotiating like a little punk. You don't do that. Stop trying to make friends and start trying to make progress. How about that? Stop making friends and start making progress, and then we'll be okay. So anyway, so to some extent, if you want to know my position on Black leadership, I think you are the Black leader of your household. Forget these people on TV. They're not going to help you. Anyway, let me go through some quick stats. And here's some quick stats to tell you why I don't think you want your kids to go to the NFL. Maybe if they're extremely talented and they're lucky enough to do it, then it might be a pathway or a springboard to something better. I think that that's absolutely appropriate, absolutely fine. I'm from Ohio State. We got some of the best football players on earth right now. We're about to win that championship. I don't know if you're a sports fan, but you saw my Buckeyes kick butt, and I was really proud of that. And there's been some great athletes at Ohio State. There's one guy named Robert Smith. And Robert Smith was this amazing running back. He was built like a freaking Adonis. He was a track star and he was a football star. And because a lot of people don't know, I think he won, I think they won the national championship in the 4x400 meter relay that year because a friend of mine was on that team. And, but Robert Smith played maybe about 7 years and he left the NFL early. And I think that he left because he was like, I don't want to keep on playing and get hit in the head like that because that's not good for you. And the CTE is 100% real. Just speaking on other NFL stories, there was a guy I met named what was his name? Antoine Randall L. And Antoine Randall L played at another alma mater of mine, Indiana University. I was at Indiana. That's where I met my wife. And Antoine, I knew about him because he was a great quarterback. He was All-American. He played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He won a Super Bowl. And I think he won the NFL Man of the Year award, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But he was a great athlete. And so he and I were about to go on a panel. And the panel was hosted by Etan Thomas, who played in the NBA, another really smart guy. A lot of athletes are very smart people. So I don't want to, when I when I critique what's going on, I don't want you to think that I think all athletes are dumb or all rappers are dumb. I have a lot of friends that are rappers and athletes, and a lot of them are good people. Some of them are just dummies, but a lot of them are just good people, smart people, making great moves. So anyway, I'm sitting there talking to Antoine, and we're standing outside of the in the hallway getting ready to go up on the panel. And my first thought is, because I used to be an athlete, right? So I'm looking at him, looking him up and down, and I'm like thinking, dude, we're the same height. You play in the NFL. I could have played in the NFL. Like you're no bigger than me. Like what? I'm pretty. I got some muscles, and I'm like, I could have done this. Oh my God. So, but I didn't say all that. And Antoine, if you're watching, just no offense. Like but I'm bigger than you. I thought in my mind, I was like, I could probably beat him up. But anyway, so so we're talking, right? And we had a friendly, great conversation, and we were talking. I said, hey man, so that CTE stuff, which happened to be discovered in Pittsburgh. The black doctor that discovered CTE, the brain damage thing that athletes get, he was in Pittsburgh, and Antoine played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And and I said, "Is that real? Like, are athletes really getting that?" And he said, "Yeah, man." He said, "A lot of my friends." I said, "Really? Like what?" And he said, like you might see your boy that you used to play with, and he'll be like, "Hey, man, what's going on? How you doing?" And he said, and then the same guy 2 or 3 minutes later will see you again and be like, "Hey, man, how you been? I ain't seen you for a long time." It like he literally forgot that he just talked to you 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago. Now, this isn't happening to everybody, right? But that was I think he was talking about a specific example of what he's seen, or like people, a guy going to pick up his daughter from school and then forgetting how to get back into his house, or, or just having trouble. He said, "Yeah, sometimes I have trouble walking down the steps. I'll just lose my balance." And what I did not know at the time, and maybe I've shared the story before, but it really impacted me, and I really was impressed with him. He's a really nice guy, very smart guy. And after we were done, I didn't want to fight. I wasn't comparing to him no more. I mean, come on, man, that's so petty, boys, to be trying to compare yourself to a great athlete like that. But anyway, I remember that after we got done, I did not know that he himself had been an extreme victim of the CTE thing. And a year after our conversation, I saw this headline in USA Today where it says Antoine Randall L. says, "I wish I had never played football." That was heavy. That was really heavy. And I thought back to our conversation, and I had no idea that he wasn't describing other people. He might have been describing himself. This poor guy was ground zero of what is one of the biggest cover-ups in sports history. It's one of these unspoken things. The NFL does not talk about it because there's too much money at stake. Professional football makes a ridiculous and insane amount of money. And it's going to grow because now private equity firms are being allowed to purchase percentages of NFL teams. That's going to inflate the valuations. Like right now, the Cowboys are worth 10 or 11 billion. I bet you in a decade, they're going to be worth 25 billion. Okay. Because when that money starts flowing in, those valuations start going up. It's standard inflation, basically asset inflation. That's the specific term for it. It's called asset inflation. Um, so they don't want to mess around with their money. But what's really happening beneath the surface that nobody's really talking about is a lot of these poor guys are they're basically disabled at the age of 34, 35 years old. And so you live that dream of playing professional sports, and maybe sometimes you find out that the dream isn't what you thought it was going to be. Now, I'm not here to tell everybody to quit sports. I'm not, I know a lot of you are in here are football coaches and stuff and or football fans. I'm a football fan. I told you that. I'd go Buckeyes, right? But I kind of think at the very least, you should know what you're getting into. I think that's really the requirement. It's like investing. When we talk about investing and someone will say, "Should I buy this stock or not buy it?" I say, "Well, I can't tell you if you should buy it or not buy it because either way, I'm going to be wrong. Because if I say don't buy it, you shouldn't buy it, well, there's millions of people that disagree with me because there's millions of people that already own that stock. Do you understand? If I say you should buy it, well, that's wrong because even more people disagree with me. They didn't buy the stock. It's really a matter of knowing what you're getting into. If you know what you're getting into and you've assessed the risk and you're okay with that, then I support you 100%. But if you're doing it either because A, you don't know, then I'm concerned for you, or B, You feel like you don't have any options. We talked about that word earlier. Like you don't feel like you have any options. Like I can't do nothing else but play football. Then I beg to differ because you're a big, strong, smart black man. You're 6'5", 240 pounds. You've already won the genetic lottery, and there's a good chance you may even have a brain that is just as powerful as your body. In fact, you probably do because if anybody's ever seen the complexities of the offensive and defensive schemes of professional football, you'll know it's like studying for a master's degree. It's crazy. Like the way the quarterbacks have to remember all these different patterns and setups. And okay, if the cornerback is over here, then that means the linebacker is going to move here, and then the team goes in motion. Then you got to do this with the running back and go into the flat. Like there's a lot of thinking required in these sports, right? So to me, I'm sitting there thinking, I don't know if you realize how special you are. Like I don't know if you realize that those same skills that you have, they come from sports. Hard work, determination, consistency, right? Courage, right? Discipline, intellect, planning, strategy, skill. I don't know if you understand that's exactly what we do in business and everything else. That's exactly what you have to. You have to have those skills to be a surgeon. You use those skills to be, to be an accountant, to be an entrepreneur, to be an investor. Like all these things come into play. In fact, the reason I was the number one student at the University of Kentucky, I had the highest grade point average of all the black students, and I had a triple major. And I got 2 bachelor's degrees in 4 years. It was all very easy. It was really easy for me, and people didn't understand why it was so easy for me. They thought I was just some genius, and maybe my IQ was kind of high. I'm not going to deny that, but a lot of it really actually came from sports. Like I just learned from playing sports that if you want to be a champion, you got to bust your ass. That's it. And you can't, and no excuses. You work hard every day. Think about this. This is no different from what you do in football practice. You do two-a-day workouts and you get hit in the head. You got to get up and don't let them see your weakness. And you get ready for the next play and you got to run every play with precision. And or the coach will penalize you and it's hard and you're tired, but you fight through the pain. Imagine if you just apply that to every single thing that we do. Like, imagine if that was just the cultural code. Imagine if that was what black people were known for. We just don't give up. We fight to the end. We do that in sports already. I think that if we did that in the game of life and understand that life is nothing but a sport, it's just your football team is playing against team white man, team white supremacy, and they're pretty good. They've got the best athletes and the most money and the biggest stadium and lots of fans cheering for them. So you're gonna have to come in with a battle plan. You're gonna come in ready to play. But if you come in there ready to play, you can actually win. I really think that we already have everything we need. I just think we have to understand that these skills can be applied in everything that we do. Everything we do. So academically, my child goes into class, they understand that they're in a competition. They're going to compete with the best students, not just from America, but from India and Finland and China and Nigeria and everywhere else on the planet because they're supposed to be the best because that's what African Americans do. I don't understand why that can't be just a simple core value. And if it's not a core value for a community, I think it could be a core value for your family. I think that we have those core values when it comes to like entertainment. Like if you are a singer, you got to be the best. If you're a singer and you're black, you go to the Apollo, they're going to boo you if you're not really talented. They booed major celebrities at the Apollo, right? If you're a basketball player, then you play in Wicker Park where they got that guy, that annoying guy with the big microphone. It's like, yeah, he's about to dunk on him. Look out, y'all. What? Right? And all that, but you still got to show up and really play and be excellent and extraordinary. And you're playing against guys who are going to be draft picks. And yet you still rise above all that. To me, that's like a type of excellence that we display when it comes to sports. That's why everyone admires us for the way we perform. They also admire us for the way we play a damn sport. So I'm simply saying that we have to have a battle plan, not for the black men in America who are not 6'8", 240 pounds. What are you going to do with the other 99.9%? I don't want the other 99.9% wasting their time trying to get just 5 or 6 spots in a professional sports team. That don't even make no sense. That's not even logical. That's crazy. The only way to think that way is if you have no options and you've been plagued and diseased. Your mind has been literally injected with the virus of significant misinformation, where somehow you think that because you're all city, that your little 5'8" butt is going to be playing next to LeBron. That's not going to happen. So to me, I'm like, well, let's just take what we do in sports and let's just spread it out. Let's just approach everything like we do a national championship game. Let's approach everything with the same excellence that Whitney Houston had when she was singing in the church. Right? I think that if we did that in business, we did that in education, and we did that in in family, in terms of like what type of family structure we want to have. If we did that in raising kids, if we did that with our mental and physical health, right? I want to have excellent health. I want to have excellent physical health, mental health. I want to have strong relationships. I want to know how to build wealth. I want to understand cash flow and financial security at the highest level. If we had that same level of excellence in everything, I don't think we could be stopped by anybody. Racism becomes a footnote in the story of black success. I don't think racism is something that can stop you. I've never met a white man who told me I could not read a book. I've never met a white man who told me I couldn't start a business. I've never met a white man who told me I could not take care of my kids. So this default bullshit about sort of looking at racism and thinking that racism is the reason that everything's going wrong in my life is absolutely something I reject completely. And it's something that doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, I really don't think white folks are really thinking about you like that. I really don't. I think that you're thinking about them. I think that we know that they don't admire us very much, except for when we're playing sports or entertaining them, right? But I don't think that they're really thinking about us. I think that we think about them. I think we admire them. We're like, oh, what that white man thinking about me? Oh, he looked at me funny. He must not like black people. Man, who cares? Who cares? I have a neighbor like that. I have a neighbor who is, he is like, he's a cop, and he's like a big card carrying big Trump supporter, big American flag, like what's it, Blue Lives Matter kind of dude, right? Now, I think that because I'm black, and also because maybe he's Googled me. I have neighbors that Google me and stuff, and I'm sure they whisper about me and stuff. I think that he thinks that I'm offended by him, right? He thinks that I look at him and I get mad, or I don't know. I'm not sure. I have no idea. But I know that when I've tried to like go up and say, "Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you," blah, 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 it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like at one point, I swear to God, I said to the guy, um, I said, okay, I'm sorry that my package got delivered to your house by accident. I said, but here, how about I give you my phone number and you can call me and let me know and I'll come over and get it. And you know what he said? Normally, most people were like, okay, sure, let me get your number. He goes, I know where you live. I was like, okay, peace out. I'm gone. I get it, right? Like just real, like, and he's kind of interesting, right? Like I'm kind of like, okay, are you like, do you have like little dead puppies in your basement or something? Am I gonna find out one day that you just got something going on that you don't want nobody to even ask questions? He's a real interesting neighbor, and and the interesting, crazy part is I don't know if he thinks that because he's a cop and the Black Lives Matter whole movement was like kind of anti-police. He doesn't know I that my father was a cop for 25 years, and I don't get offended by cops unless they're bad cops. I think good cops are needed. I think that the fact that we all call the police when something goes wrong means that we should show appreciation to the officers that put their lives on the line to protect perfect strangers. I'm not doing that. Most of y'all ain't doing that. So I admire cops and soldiers. I'm sorry. If you're good at what you do and you're not hurting nobody, you get all my respect. I think you should make $200,000 a year because ain't nobody else out here gonna put their life on the line. That's my practice. That's how I approach things. But this guy, I think that there's something there, right? But I don't care. I don't care what he thinks about me. It's like I got my family, you got yours. Good luck. I don't care. So I think that generally I don't understand. I think as I get older, I have a harder time understanding why we are so obsessed with what others think about us. I think we should be more obsessed with what we think about ourselves. I think that actually is the solution because my belief is that if you think highly enough about yourself, you don't really need external validation. You don't need other people to tell you you're pretty if you already know that you're gorgeous, right? You don't need other people to tell you you're smart if you know that you're smart. Like Magic Johnson, when Magic Johnson got rejected from the Olympic team, remember first when he first became HIV positive, he was like, I don't really need the Olympic Committee to tell me that I'm a great basketball player. I don't need that. I don't need that. Just like I don't need someone to tell me that I know finance. I have 30 years of experience in this field. That's enough. That tells me what I need to know. I appreciate you telling me good or bad, whatever you think. I appreciate your opinion, but that you 30 years late to the party, man. It starts internally. Think about that internal compass. Now, a couple more things. One, those of you that I invited a lot of you into the Fly Newbie Money Club, where Constance Carter did her whole 6 and 7 figure blueprint. There's a lot of other good stuff in there. So if you guys want to join the Fly Newbie Money Club, it's all the teachers are women. All the, so every 2 weeks they bring in an expert in some area and they do a club meeting around some topic that that expert can deliver. So Constance did her thing on Saturday. A lot of you were there. A few hundred of you were there. If you want to see the recording of that as well as all the other trainings that they've done, just go to flynubianmoneyclub.com and I'll send you guys the link. I'll text it out to you. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. Somebody said it was, oh, it was fire. Okay, good. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, yeah. Constance is great. Constance teaches with us in the Black Business School, and I have a lot of respect for her. So anyway, we'll text that out to you. So make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. And also the Queens go live every day at 1 o'clock. And I really just I keep reiterating, like I hope that you we support our women. We got to support our Black women that are doing amazing things. I feel like as a man, I feel like we can do better. And I feel like, and as women, a lot of you women support us, and I want to say thank you for that. And if you're not supporting us, I hope that you'll reconsider that. But anyway, they go live every day at 1 o'clock. So if you text the word Queens to the number 87948, they can actually let you know when they go live. So text Queens to 87948 on your phone. All right, so a couple stats I want to read to you about NFL athletes, just because I kept referencing this list and I wanted to make sure I share this. Number one, most athletes have a very short career span. The NFL does not stand for National Football League. It actually stands for not for long, because the average career span of an NFL player is about 2.3 years. And after retirement, most of them cannot replace the income that they had before. So not only is the income short term, but it's also very risky in the sense that sometimes your career is even shorter than you think. Like you're thinking, oh, I've only got 10 years to play. No, you might only have 2 years to play. Or you get out there, injuries are pretty frequent. So you get injured one time, you kind of fall off. I knew a lady who, and this is a funny thing too. I noticed this when I wrote my book, Financial Lovemaking, that there were a lot of women that married athletes when they were younger and they thought that they were getting this sort of dream fantasy life because they meet the guy in college and and all these other girls are competing for this guy and he picks you, so you feel like you won the lottery, when really in economics there's a term for that. In economics they call that the winner's curse. That's when you think you won but really you lost. Like you think you won this amazing life, this fairy tale princess life with all this money and status, but really you might have actually lost. Maybe because remember, unfortunately, with being an athlete and having lots of options when it comes to women and fame and power can spoil people. If a person is not grounded and they're not conscious, it can spoil people and cause them to make a lot of bad decisions. So, like when I used to work at University of Kentucky, I used to work in the basketball dorm when I was in college. And I would sit in this dorm and I sign people in and out. So the person who's sitting there silently, like running the front desk, knows everything. Like you're literally, remember the spook that sat by the door? That's kind of what I was. I don't call myself a spook though, but yeah, that's what I was. I was the voice that sat by the door, and I saw everything that was happening in this dorm, and I would see people signing in and signing out, and it was crazy. I would see a girl sign in to see some dude at 7 o'clock, and then she signs out at 8 o'clock, and then another girl signs in at 8:30 to see the same guy. She signs out at 9:30, and then another girl signs in at 10:30, and she signs out at 11:30. I'm like, wow. Now remember, I was a regular guy. I'm not even 6 feet tall. So ladies, y'all would have passed me up in college, I'm sure. And but I was trying to build, trying to be somebody, right? I was like studying and stuff. But back then, when you're 21, you look like a nerd. When you get older, you look like a millionaire. So that changes it. I grew about 7 inches when I got money. But anyway, so I was sitting so I was sitting there, I was like, God, like all these girls are so pretty. Some of them would just be white girls, and no disrespect if you're white. It's like dating an alien, or I did that. Just I would say like dating a dog, but I wouldn't want to compare anybody to a dog because that's a mean way. That's a mean analogy. So no, but like white girls never did anything for me. The black girls though would just be gorgeous, right? And there'd be like all these pretty girls, and I'd be thinking, God, I can't. I'm working hard to get one girlfriend, right? Like, and this dude has three girls coming into the same night, and I'm like, I wonder what they're expecting from this relationship. Like, I wonder if they know about each other. I wonder if they understand like this guy is not the best decision maker, and he's sleeping with all these women without a condom. That's another thing, right? There's STDs. That's a real thing. Um, And I'm like, I wonder like what I like I was trying to understand the dynamics. That's it, right? Like because I was like, if they're all thinking that they're gonna be with him and marry him, he can only pick one. So maybe they'd be better off picking like some guy, maybe like me. I don't know. Like I'll be with you and I'll be just with you. I'm not gonna have 10 girls like coming in like that. And so anyway, there would be one, and then he would pick that one girl. Maybe they get married or something. They go to, to the NFL, NBA, whatever. And then sometimes in some cases, you're dealing with a lot of extra stuff, like a lot of shenanigans, right? Like this constant competition from like thousands of other women who are trying to get your man's attention. You're dealing with drugs, right? A lot of NFL athletes have to take drugs and painkillers, especially in order to keep playing. Maybe you're just dealing with like kind of crazy culture, crazy spending, maybe some arrogance, right? Okay, why would I work hard on this relationship with you when I've got five other women that are telling me how much better they would be for me than you are, right? So a person who doesn't have consciousness or good values, like they're not firmly rooted in terms of knowing, like, okay, this too shall pass. Remember, consciousness is time and space, where they can see the bigger picture, right? They're thinking, okay, this is my wife. And I want my wife and I to have a good family. So I'm not going to get caught up in the temporary shenanigans because I want to focus on having a wife and a family. And sometimes you'll see that. If you watch some of the NFL series like Quarterback, it seems like they would show like Patrick Mahomes, who has a $500 million contract, and he could be running to the stripper club, throwing money in the air, living his best life. But he seems like a guy that's like, no, I got my wife and my daughter and my football, and that's it. And I'm not interested in all the extra stuff. But maybe that's just front. You don't know. And so anyway, yeah. So I knew a lady who married a guy who played for Penn State, who ended up getting drafted in his junior year, and he played for the Seahawks, and he thought he was going to have a long career. Because why wouldn't he? I mean, he was All American, and they ended up cutting him like halfway through the season because he got injured, and he was waiting to come back from the injury, and he was waiting to get a phone call from the team. The call never came. So, but because he's this athlete, he didn't think of himself as a person that had options. He was a person that thought of himself as only an athlete, and so he just waited. He didn't do anything in the meantime. He didn't try to build anything. Didn't start a business. Didn't go to school. Didn't do anything. So he'd be sitting at home, waiting for the team to call. Now, here's what happens, right? So the mental health starts to decline. The mental health starts to dip. Why? Well, because you're waiting for the call because it's impossible that your dream is going to die. You're only 22 years old. Why? It can't die this young and because you're too good. You're too talented. All you need is that one shot and you're going to come back, whatever. Well, the team never called. So then you're sad and depressed. So maybe you're taking those painkillers still because they feel good or you're drinking liquor, right? The idle mind becomes the devil's workshop. If you ever want to know the most dangerous type of man in the world, it's a man who has no purpose. A man who has no purpose unfortunately can be a person that that's when you dabble into the drugs, the alcohol, the porn, the whatever, right? Because you're the dope. You're getting into the dope, the dopamine. Everything's about the dopamine injection, right? The pleasure-seeking behavior. So you're dealing with five or six women because you ain't got nothing else to do. So you got a bunch of women, the weed over here, the liquor over here. A lot of y'all know men like this. Give me a yes if you've seen that. And it's sad. It's sad. It's like that Jamie Foxx movie Soul. Remember that Jamie Foxx movie Soul, where they sold people in the realm in the soul in the soul space. I guess that's what they would call it, or like the spiritual world where they would just be sitting there just drifting along, because they don't have anything that's giving them passion, nothing that's giving them purpose. You have to have a purpose. Right? I think that's really important. And that your purpose has to come from you. It can't come from the world. It can't come from other people. If you have your purpose, then you're truly alive. You're truly living. If you're living your purpose, you feel good. If you're not living your purpose, it's easy to become stuck in a rut where you become this sort of soulless, empty vessel that's just sort of navigating through life. And a lot of our people, unfortunately, get trapped in that space where there's a lot of people that have almost like walking depression, like a spiritual version of walking pneumonia, where they're able to go through the motions and do what they have to do, but deep down they're really, really depressed or really, really unhappy. A lady wrote a book like that. I forgot it. I think it's still called Black Pain. Terry Williams. I met Terry a long time ago. I haven't talked to her in a long time, but she wrote a great book called Black Pain, and she talked about millions of black women in particular that have depression And depression and anxiety, they tend to go together, but it's undiagnosed, untreated because, well, why would you treat it? Why would you even talk about it? You're a strong black woman, and so you should be able to just function and do everything for everybody all the time, everywhere. But yet deep down, maybe you're dying on the inside. Your mental and physical health is just kind of deteriorating because you're trying to be this rock for everyone. So I think it's important to kind of do that work. But anyway, like yeah, so when I wrote Financial Lovemaking, I saw a lot of couples like that. If you want to know how that story ended with the woman that married the Seahawks guy, she got to the point where she said, I was surprised. I thought that I would have an easier life as a professional, as a wife of an athlete. But she said, actually, it was harder because I had to get two jobs to pay all the bills because he refused to get a job because he only saw himself as an athlete. Right. So he would sit at home and she would be out working all day. And then after eventually he became abusive, right? You know, the drugs and the alcohol and all that that does mess with your head. You know, an unhappy man who gets liquored up or whatever, you know, then you have a risk of violence in many cases. And he started beating her up, and then eventually that's when she got the divorce. So everything that she thought would be a dream turned into a nightmare, and that is an example of the winner's curse. So when I wrote Financial Lovemaking, which by the way, you can have a copy of the book for free, an e-copy, just go to boyceandalicia.com, boyceandalicia.com. Anyway, there were several women who had that winner's curse. Several women I saw, because again, lack of financial consciousness means you're looking at what someone is right now, you're looking at where things are right now, and you can't see what's this going to look like 10 years from now. Where's this person going to be 15 years from now? Consciousness is like Wayne Gretzky, the hockey player, used to say, I don't look at where the puck is located, I look at where the puck is going. So in your life and in the lives of others, I think that one good way to be able to see good investment opportunities when you're talking about investing in people, the biggest investments you make are in people. They're not in stocks and bonds and real estate. It's people. When you marry someone, you're investing in them. Do you understand? Do you agree with this? Do you get what I'm saying? You're investing something that's more valuable than money. Money's like this. Your life is like this. So you're investing like years of your life. You'll never be a cute 22-year-old ever again. You might be a cute 32-year-old, but you won't be a cute 22-year-old. Those that comes with different types of benefits, right? So when you choose that man or you choose that woman, you are making an investment. So a big part of investing in financial theory, I could show you 1,000 research papers that break this down, is knowing where the puck is going. You don't look at what a company is right now. Do you understand this? This is how the whole stock market is valued, by the way. The whole stock market, it's not valued based on what companies are actually worth. The stock market is not valued based on what companies actually have or how much money companies are actually making. You do understand this. Companies are valued based on where the puck is going, what they think they're going to be worth, how much money they're expected to make. You understand? So the stock market is what they call a forward-looking vessel. And I think it's quite logical, but sometimes you can be wrong, right? If you're not conscious and not intelligent about it, then you'll buy that stock that's shooting up in value because everybody loves it right now, but you're not thinking about where the puck is going. So generally speaking, in your life, I encourage you to always remember that everything you see, most things you see that are in motion, whether you're talking about people or opportunities or investments, what they are and where they are is not nearly as important as where they're going to be. If I'm in a car and I'm going 60 miles an hour down the road, don't judge me from where I am. Think about where I'm going to be in 5 hours. If I tell you I'm in Connecticut and you think that I'm going to be in Connecticut for the rest of my life, but I'm going 60 miles an hour and I'm headed west, then you're wrong. I'm going to be in Connecticut for a little while, but eventually I'm going to be somewhere else, maybe New Jersey or something. So that really, to me, I think is a great principle to apply when you're talking about what moves you're going to make. I also think, just circling back, I think that black families should be fully aware of the limitations of professional sports, so you stop sending your sons off to go become slave masters or become slaves for slave masters like Jerry Jones and stuff like that. I think that that's fine. It's okay if your son can play for the Cowboys, great, but he should always know he has options, and you should also understand those risks. They are destroying the brains of these poor young guys. These guys are getting out of the NFL, and they're never going to tell you because they're very strong, hard, type guys. But a lot of them are living in a quiet hell, and I just don't want that to happen to anybody. In fact, I have another NFL story I could tell you, but I'm not going to tell it because I've been telling too many stories. But it involved Dave Durrison. I knew a lady who dated Dave Durrison, who played for the Chicago Bears. He was NFL Man of the Year, just like Antoine Randall L. And he played on that '86 Bears team that was really good. They won the Super Bowl, and it was probably arguably the greatest team in NFL history. A lot of people think that they are. And Dave, was a smart guy. He went to Notre Dame. He was All-American, a straight A student, that kind of thing. And a great businessman, got an MBA, just a really great all-around citizen for the most part. But he had brain damage. And Dave eventually, I remember my friend who was dating him at the time. I think that I don't think he was dating only her though. I think it was he kind of was a Rolling Stone a little bit. And I remember her calling me because she would call me and complain about Dave all the time and stuff he was doing and other women and whatever. But then one day she didn't call me and tell me this. I did talk to her 2 days earlier though, and I saw on TV, I was in Chicago, and on the news they said Dave Durison killed himself, and he shot himself in the chest because he wanted to preserve his brain, and he asked them to investigate his brain to figure out what's going on with his mind. And when they did, from what I understand, I think they found the CTE. I'm not sure. I got to double check the story, but I believe he was actually featured in that Will Smith movie all about the CTE. So this is real. I encourage you to think about this. If you have athletic sons, black boys are the best athletes on the freaking planet. African American boys in particular, when it comes to football, basketball, track and field, we just are head and shoulders above everybody else. I honestly think it might have to do with slave breeding. I really do. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I think that they did something to us genetically that made us just on another planet. Like there is no white version of a Shaquille O'Neal. There is no white version of a Michael Jordan. There is no white version of an Usain Bolt, right? So again, we could talk about that later, but I think ultimately we have this asset called our athleticism that everybody wants, right? The colonizers, they want to come in and get a piece of that. And I kind of think that we should understand either, first of all, we should be the ones who benefit first before anybody else does. That requires development of systems that allow you to keep that wealth as opposed to giving it away. Number two, we got to think about what the consequences are, right? You're literally running our boys through this factory, this cultural factory that spits out all this toxic waste, where when he's high flying and he's making lots of money and he's on top of the world, then you want him, you want every piece of him, you want to represent him, you want to marry him, you want to keep him with you. But then when he's like this sort of like shadow of himself and he's no longer good for your purposes anymore, you dump him off back in the hood. And we got some guy that's an alcoholic and a drug addict who's sitting around talking about what kind of player he used to be and all this other stuff. And that's kind of the way things work, and that's actually something that offends me. I'm not happy about that. And so the other things too about being a professional athlete that should be considered is that they've spent a lot of money on agents and management fees. A lot of that money gets eaten up. Also, there's a lifestyle expectation. A lot of NBA players went broke trying to gamble with Michael Jordan. Like Antoine Walker talks about how he would gamble with Michael Jordan all night, and Michael had a gambling addiction. And so he would just gamble like 24 straight hours, and they would be betting like $100,000, $50,000 a hand, stuff like that. Most guys could not afford that, but there is a lifestyle pressure that comes with making more money. A lot of you felt that actually when you maybe finished college. Maybe you got your MBA from Harvard, and everybody thought that because you got the MBA from Harvard and you got this fancy job making $250,000 a year, that you're just made of money. So when you have that expectation placed on you, and because you've let everyone know how much money you have, or somehow they can maybe guess because they came to your house and saw your car, well, then now sometimes there's pressure to fulfill that expectation. Let me know if you've gone through that. Anybody go through that where you go to dinner with relatives and they don't even look at the bill, they don't even look at the tab when they eat with you because they know that you're going to cover it because you're the one who has money. I'm ground zero for that. Whenever I go eat anywhere, people pass me the bill. And truth be told, usually I can take the bill and it's not a big deal. But before I go in, I have a consciousness of what restaurant we're eating at and how comfortable I am with paying the bill for this many people. So if it's like 12 or 13 people, I'll say in advance, I'm not paying for everybody. And not in this restaurant, but we can get a pizza. Right? Well, how about this? Because I want to be generous, I'll buy 4 Domino's pizzas and everybody can eat. But no, we ain't all going to Ruth Chris with 14 people. Hell no. I'm not paying a $1,400 bill. To hell with that. I can afford to pay, but I'm not doing that. There's nothing that makes me want to do this right now, right? So maybe consciousness in terms of setting expectations in advance goes a long way. Because when you have more wealth, you're going to have more responsibility. You're going to have to protect that wealth and be a steward of that. But at the same time, I don't believe you should have to be a miser either. I think that part of the joy of financial success is the ability to bless other people and to be there for other people and to support other people and help other people. And so I don't think it's healthy to go to the other extreme either, where you're so obsessed with money that you become just really greedy and mean and evil, and you're watching every nickel. Why are you watching a nickel, man? You got $10 million in the bank, dude. It's a nickel, right? So I kind of think that there has to be a balance there, but how you structure that balance depends on you and what's going to actually help you feel good navigating the world, and that's what I encourage you to consider. But so I can't even answer that for you. That's something you have to answer for yourself. Okay. All right, so let's get out of here. Let's see a couple more things. Pretty soon I'm going to reach out to you guys to do stock options class. If you guys want to meet for that, text the word options to 87948 if you want to get notified when we do stuff related to stock options. And it's really good stuff. So we're going to do some stuff this week. So text options to 87948. And also, we have a social media platform. You guys are welcome to join. It's B1 Nation, and you can actually find people that live in your area. There are groups on there, stuff like that. So feel free to go to b1nation.us, b the number one nation.us. And Amani, by the way, I saw Amani, who's on our customer success team in the Black Business School. She's in the chat. So I want to say thank you, Amani, for hanging out this morning. I didn't expect to see her today, but I'm glad she's here. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Be good. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. So good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and it's so great to see everybody today. And sometimes I come in a couple minutes late, but I apologize for that. It's sort of like last minute shenanigans, kind of getting everything ready, everything ready for the big show, the big class, the big gathering, the big everything. Because literally every single day I wake up excited. Today is January 14th, 2025. And we will never have another January 14th, 2025 ever again. Do you ever think about stuff like that? I think about that a lot. I think about things like that all the time. And then you can only imagine, like with my mama passing on Christmas Eve, I've been really deeply thinking about everything. And what it kind of does is it reminds me of the importance of never wasting the moment. I really believe in seizing the moment, you're pursuing your passion and your purpose. I can tell you, I think that you're more alive when you're really doing something that's purposeful and that you're passionate about. That's literally where you have more life inside your body. And I would encourage you, if you're disconnected from your purpose, then spend some time meditating, spend some time learning what your purpose is supposed to be. And I guarantee you, it'll just enhance everything. I promise you. All right. So anyway, all right, so one thing I want to mention is that there is tonight, if you are interested in going on the trip to Ghana this summer, you can meet with Jay Cameron tonight in a Zoom, and he will give you all the details and all the information. Also, we have other trips that we're partnering with Jay Cameron on. So if you want to just see all the trips that are available, you can go to b1voyages.com. That's b1voyages.com, be the number one voyages.com. Or you can also text the word travel to the number 87948. If you text travel to 87948, we'll keep you notified whenever we do anything that's travel related. We are going to go to Black Wall Street. We're going to go to Miami. We're going to go to Ghana, and then maybe we'll go other places. I really want to kind of do a little bit of everything. I'm super excited about that. I'm actually going to go to Denmark tomorrow. So I'll be sort of talking to you guys from Europe. So that's going to be very interesting. All right. So here, what I want to do is explain to you, basically give you three reasons why China is going to dominate the world. Okay. China is, not a perfect country. They make some mistakes. There are policy errors that I think are very costly for them. But Lord Jesus, man, when I tell you, I hope that did that sound that ain't sacrilegious for me to say Lord Jesus, is it? I don't think so. I wasn't saying it like in a bad way or nothing. But anyway, when I tell you that this country, I wrote notes down. I can never find my notes. When I tell you that this country is doing everything right, like they're just literally just being real gangster with the rest of the world. I'm not kidding. They are right now, China has a trade surplus. A trade surplus is the value of everything you export minus everything you import. So they have a trade surplus with the world. And if you want to understand how a trade surplus works, it's kind of like the opposite of what the black community does with white people. Like, if you want to know how a trade surplus works, a trade surplus basically says that I'm selling you more stuff than you're selling me. That's it. That's all it says. It says, I'm selling you, you're buying my stuff, but I ain't buying your stuff. I don't get high on my own supply, but I'm serving these fiends all day, right? To go street with it. Does that make sense? Give me a yes if you understand that, right? So that's kind of what China does. China is uh they are the original gangster with the rest of the world when it comes to economics because they understand powernomics probably as well as Dr. Claude Anderson himself. And Dr. Claude Anderson, he's the goatiest of all goats. We know these things. And you know how much I love this man. But I'm gonna just tell you, when you talk about the implementation of a powernomics philosophy, the Chinese have it down. The Chinese are like, I'm the producer, you're the consumer, and that's how it's gonna be. When I get my money, when you get your money, you trick it off. You're supposed to spend it because you're a dumb American. When I get my money, no, we're going to say we're not buying your stuff. And if we buy some stuff in China, we're not going to buy the American stuff. We're going to buy the Chinese stuff. So the same way that we talk about being B1, the Chinese are kind of C1. They're like, no, China first. You want to sell us a car? No, we buy Chinese car. You want to sell us an iPhone? No, we make Chinese iPhone. We call it Chai phone. That's what the Chinese do. The Chinese, they're like, no, no, I don't, I know support your family. I support me family. I support my family. That's kind of what they do. And so I mean, I'm not mad at them for it at all. I think it's amazing and it's very powerful. So let me kind of give you some stats to kind of help you understand the severity of the massive economic imbalance that the Chinese are creating. They're what they're doing in a way is they're kind of doing the same things that America used to do. America used to manufacture stuff. Did y'all know that? We used to make things. And we used to make more things than anybody else in the world. That's how we won wars. That's how we won World War II and probably even World War One. Is we just knew how to like we could make like whatever for every one bullet you made, we'd make 100. For every one ship you could make, we'd make 10. For every one airplane you made, we'd make 50. And that was how America won. America was very productive because we knew how to manufacture things, and we lost that. We threw that away. You know, trade agreements, globalism, all that. So now America doesn't make stuff. That's what you go to cities like Gary, Indiana, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Detroit, Michigan. You see depleted manufacturing bases that don't exist as much as they used to because we just decided, oh, we don't need to make stuff. We're going to let other people make stuff and then we'll just let them serve it back to us. And so the Chinese said, okay, we're going to take over manufacturing. We're just going to be the greatest manufacturer on the planet. So here are three reasons why. Here's what's going on with China. So let me give you some stats here. I pulled some stats. And by the way, I want to mention, I forgot to tell you that if you want to come to the Ghana informational session, I didn't follow through on my thoughts. Sorry about that. ADHD kicking in again. Is if you get on the text list, I will text you a link to join us for the Ghana informational session tonight with Jay Cameron. You can get on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. Text the word morning to 87948. Also, for those of you that do stock options with us in the Prime program, I sent you all a video where I was showing you strategy to adjust to what's going on in the market to generate cash flow. And one of the great students, Errol, another Errol, there's two Errols, both of them are super smart. There's an Errol who has his son. He and his son are learning stock options together. I hope he didn't mind me mentioning that because I think that this is a template for every family. And so Errol asked me to do an example selling puts, and I did. And because that's something I'd actually been doing. So I actually sent you all the video link where you can actually apply that strategy. And I did it in my portfolio and generated quite a bit of money that allowed me to deal with the market decline yesterday. So if you want to know more about stock options, and it's a great way to generate income, it's better. To me, it's far better than real estate stuff. Like we've talked about this. Feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, or you can also text the word options to the number 87948. Text options to 87948. All right, so let me give you some stats on China. So here's the deal with China. Here are five powerful stats for China's economic dominance. Number one, China accounts for 28% of global manufacturing output, making it the world's largest manufacturer by far. The country's manufacturing sector produces a vast array of goods from electronics to textiles. Anything you need, they got it. You know, we got what you need. We serving these fiends. Number two, China is the largest exporter of goods in the world, with its exports valued at $3.5 trillion per year. 3.5 trillion. That's massive. This accounts for 14% of global exports, cementing its position as a key player in global supply chains. If China stopped manufacturing things, everything would shut down. And that's a national security risk for America. And we'll talk about that in a minute. China manufactures over 50%, 50% of the world's electronics, including smartphones, computers, and televisions, which is crazy. Let's see. China has the largest labor force in terms of people that are involved in manufacturing. There are over 100 million people that they have working in the sector. This allows China to maintain its edge in low-cost manufacturing because the cost of labor is not that high, which is a huge advantage. And also, China's industrial output is valued at more than $4 trillion, which is more than any other country, dwarfing other global manufacturing hubs. This includes everything from steel to machinery, placing China at the center of global production networks. Now, let me continue to tell you why I believe the Chinese are going to dominate the world. I saw the head of the FBI, the former FBI director, on his exit interview as he's leaving office. He said that basically the Chinese have an investing strategy that is something Americans really can't match. And the reason I say it's an investing strategy is because we talked about what investing is. Investing is not, it's not about the money. Stop thinking about the money. Some people think I'm always talking about the money. It ain't about no damn money. The money's not the most interesting part. What it is about the Chinese investing strategy is mindset. As Terrence says, they play the long game. They're very patient. They're very patient. And patient people who are committed to delayed gratification will kick you in your ass every time. Like you never want to really get into a war with a really patient person. Like I had a friend the one time that was like kind of a gangster, like she was a drug dealer, and she had a past that we didn't talk much about. And I said, I ain't gonna ask you nothing about nothing that happened in the 90s. But we were talking about her experiences a little bit. She was speaking like hypotheticals, right? So she would be like, well, if I wanted to go and get revenge on somebody, I would not do anything right away because the police are paying attention or whatever. She says, so I would just I would let you think that it was over. I would let you wait 4, 5, 6 years and let your guard down and get into your comfort zone. And then I would go and handle my business. So that's what she did. She said, I would just wait. I would just wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. And eventually they just think, oh, it's over. It's all in the past. And then one day, next thing your dog is boiling on the stove or something or whatever, right? So, so basically, so patience is not just powerful in life, but it's powerful in investing, actually, incredibly powerful. Warren Buffett actually says that wealth is nothing but a transfer of money from impatient people to patient people. Impatient people to patient people. And so capitalism thrives in America largely because we create a society full of highly impatient people. Tell me if I'm lying. Instant gratification, gotta have it now. Dopamine spike, dopamine hit, dopamine hit, right? And again, like the dope dealers, they're serving them fiends. Like you want some Instagram? Yeah, yeah. Scroll, right? You want sports betting? Yeah, yeah. Cowboys. I'm betting on the Cowboys. Don't do that because you'll lose your money. But like whatever. Like we have this society that's built on all this instant gratification. And you see it kind of pile up in a lot of areas, like relationships. Oh, if it's the third date and I ain't getting none, then I'm out. I'm out, right? If you can't spend $300 on a first date, I'm gone, right? And so what happens is that there's the short-term benefit, but there's a long-term cost. There's a long-term cost. And what I see in terms of the long-term price people are paying is number one, people are lonelier than ever. A lot of marriages don't last. A lot of people are disconnected from each other. Most young guys in their 20s haven't even slept with a woman in over a year, like 75% or something crazy like that, which is just unbelievable. And then people get older, and then they sort of realize like, wait, I didn't invest in people. I thought kids were a burden. I thought a spouse would just hold me back. So now I'm 65 years old, and I don't have what I wish I'd had if I'd made different choices when I was younger. There's a retirement crisis. Millions of people are not ready for retirement. A lot of people, because again, instant gratification over delayed gratification. So when I come along and I say, well, if you had just put $1,800 in Apple stock in 1997, you'd have $4 million right now. Well, then next thing you know, people are like, so first off, there's the regret, right? It's like, man, I had $1,800 several times in 1997. I could have done it. I could have bought some stock with that. And then then you get these impossible questions like I retire in 2 years. How do I turn $1,800 into $1 million in 2 years? And I'm like, I don't know how to do that. That's like asking me to make delicious Kool-Aid when you don't give me no sugar and no water. You can't make Kool-Aid without sugar and water. If anybody's ever tried that, you know it does not work. What am I supposed to do? Spit in the bucket? Like it ain't gonna work. You need water to make your damn Kool-Aid. So you need time a lot of times to build your wealth. If you throw away time, then you've kind of thrown away your opportunity. So millions of Americans are in the middle of a retirement crisis. Millions of Americans are lonelier than ever because they didn't invest in relationships. Millions of Americans are in a physical health crisis. I saw a stat the other day that said 48% of all women over 55 are going to get dementia at some point. Also, nearly half of all Americans are going to die from cancer. There are easy, simple studies out there that talk about the link between sugar and cancer, and processed food and cancer, and obesity and cancer, right? But then but then there's a price to be paid if you're getting up and going to the gym, if you're avoiding the sugar and the salt and all these other in the processed food, right? So it's hard to do. It's very hard to do, especially when they're putting it in your face, right? They're putting it in your face because capitalism is it's almost like the original kind of artificial intelligence. Capitalism, when it is at its worst, it's like this really smart demon that literally has pierced your soul. It can read your mind. It knows what you want. It knows how to tempt you. It knows where your greed lies in your darkest spots, and it knows how to say, "Oh, you want more of this, don't you? You want some more? You want here? Take some more ice cream, right? And right here, have some sex. You want some sex, don't you? Right? And that's what happens, right? That's why spirituality and consciousness, I think, is really important because that helps you rise up above all that, right? Because we are, to some extent, we are kind of like slaves to the flesh in a way, like the cravings and desires and all. That's what things like the therapy really matter. Because if you get the therapy, then you get the self-awareness. You can kind of look at yourself and say, this isn't who I want to be. This isn't where I want to be. So now I'm going to take a different process of life optimization. I'm going to invest differently. I'm going to make sure I still enjoy my life, but I'm going to enjoy it in a way where I can enjoy it over a long period of time and not just have a lot of fun right now and pay a big price later on. The Chinese, I think, are dominant economically largely because they incorporate this into their society for children at a very early age. Like their children at an early age. You might have seen those videos on Instagram of like Chinese kindergartners in school and the crazy stuff they're doing. Like they'll be cooking and making like building buildings and like making like sewing sweaters and or they'll play even when they play basketball. They're so much better than like they'll have like 20 kids and they'll all be dribbling a basketball in sync. And like one, you ever see that where they're what like there'll be like a circle of kids. Try to imagine this, right? They'd have a big circle of kids and like maybe 30, and they would have a basketball on each side of each kid. And then they would dribble and then they would move and then take over the dribble for the next ball and then move again and take the dribble for the next ball. And the amount of coordination is very powerful. And when I taught finance in China back, I think it was about 2006, I noticed that they are in sync unlike anything I've ever seen. You want to talk about unity? We can't come we can't even dream of having that level of unity. I've never seen that level of unity. Like it's almost like they are a cyborg. They are literally they operate like the same person. It is scary and it is amazing. And what I think that they do because they're at war with the United States is they use our impatience, our lack of discipline, and our lack of unity against us. They do. They're like, oh, these people, they believe in stuff like democracy and freedom, which is, I think, actually, I like democracy and freedom. I do. That's a downside of China. They don't let you have that, right? They put the group over the individual. And every strategy has its pros and its cons. So their belief is like, hey, look, the individual is not as important as the collective. And some of you agree with that, but at the same time, when you do want to express individual liberties, there's a limitation on that, right? So every system isn't perfect. It's hard to be all things all the time to everyone, but I can tell you that their unity is something that is, I think, going to make them very dominant. And it's what's allowed them to amass a tremendous amount of power. China's I think they had a 100-year plan for world domination that they started in about the 1970s or 1980s, and they're about year 50 of that plan. So in, 40, 50 years with your grandkids, I would say they should learn Chinese, but they actually don't have to now. You can get AI glasses that'll translate everything for you. But they should probably just get used to the idea of another country being the global economic superpower. So let me continue this. Let me lay out some more ways that China's economic dominance helps them to win. Just a reminder also, don't forget that today at noon, we are meeting for Stock Market Tuesdays. So if you want to come in and ask me questions about the stock market, we'll break down the stocks that I like in terms of good investments right now. We'll also kind of do some lessons on how the market works and just whatever you guys need today. So we're going to do that at noon. So if you want to join us and do a free trial, go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. All right. So here are basically three reasons why China's trade surplus gives it a lot of power. First off, a trade surplus allows China to accumulate a lot of foreign reserves. They can pull in currency from other countries like the U.S. dollar. So this enables China to maintain a strong currency and support domestic policies like infrastructure development, social programs, things like that. So those reserves also give them financial leverage, so they can invest globally and really have a lot of influence in other economies. So if they've got yen and euros and dollars and everything else, they can go to these places and make things happen. They also have a lot of economic influence. So if you run a trade surplus, they can basically shape global trade and investment patterns. So basically, with China's surplus, they become a major player in global markets. They drive demand for their own goods and services, and they gain the ability to set favorable terms. So he who has the gold makes the rules. China has a lot of the gold. Also, debt financing. So basically, what China does is they lend capital to other countries, especially countries like African countries right now. Anybody ever notice how their influence in Africa has just spiraled out of control? Jamaica. When I was in Jamaica, there was this big highway that went from Kingston all the way up to the north. I don't remember the cities up in the north, but there's this highway, and it was this beautiful, smooth highway. But I noticed there were no cars on the highway, and that was because the Chinese had built this beautiful highway to avoid having to go through the mountains and everything. Going through the mountains and stuff, I think took like 2 or 3 hours, and it was a really scary drive. It was really crazy. So Chinese had built this beautiful highway, but there were no cars on it because the toll was so high. But they had gotten these crazy 99-year leases on all the land going all the way up to the north. And it just really was like, I don't think this was a good deal for Jamaica, but it's a great deal for China. So they use debt financing to gain leverage over other countries, right? So that's no different from you having people in your family where if you have all the money and cousin Pookie comes and says, I want to borrow money, but you want cousin Pookie to start taking care of his kids and stop smoking dope so much, well, you could start making rules. You can say, look, if you want my money, you're going to have to change certain things. You're going to have to go to rehab. You're going to have to stop, you have to stop doing X, Y, Z. You're going to have to show up and rake the leaves every day, right? Money talks. Money talks, period. That's the world we live in. Money talks. So people that are trained on money early, children that are raised in an environment that is economically intelligent and leads to various forms of economic self-sufficiency and the ability to invest for the future and thrive in the future, those individuals tend to have a lot more power than other people. You don't believe me? Just ask the white man. Because a lot of y'all, many of us growing up, pretty much had to do what Massa told us to do every day. If he said get to work by 9 o'clock and be on time, we'd get there at 8:55. If he said work until 5, we'd work until 5:01. If he says don't call your friends while you at work or you're going to get fired, we don't call our friends. Many of us are more loyal to our boss than we are to our own damn spouse, right? And we know what that is. A lot of us have seen this. And where does that come from? Well, it comes from money. If you want to look at the source of black spiritual and political incarceration, it's money. It always comes back to money. And to break out of this horrible rut, it doesn't require you to become a millionaire. You don't have to have $1 million in the bank to be financially free. All you got to do is be able to pay your own bills. That's it. If you can pay your own bills, then it's much harder for people to tell you what to do or where to be or how to do it or anything like that. So to me, if you're raising kids and you're raising black kids and you want them to be free, I mean, you could tell them to go to Al Sharpton marches and pray to white Jesus and everything else, but I'd rather just teach them how to pay their own bills. That's it. If the person who can pay their bills has freedom. Remember when you were little and you say something to your parents, well, so and so said blah blah blah, and they'd be like, well, they don't pay no bills in this house. So you known this her whole life. My mother used to say, my mother was like, they don't pay no bills up in this house. So my thought, honestly, is if we can get to the point where we just say, I want to be in a space where nobody who oppresses me, no one who hates me is going to be paying bills in my house, that will go a long way toward freedom. That, in fact, that would pretty much give you free. I can just tell you, when you have enough money to pay your own bills, you don't have to listen to shit. Like you really don't. I don't have to. I didn't have to ask anybody's permission to come and talk to you today because I paid the cost to be the boss. I would make money and I invested money to do all the things that I do now. And I did all that because I don't want nobody telling me what to do. I don't want to be getting kicked around. I don't want to be disrespected. When I was 18 years old, and my girlfriend was pregnant, and I was on that college campus trying to figure out what my next move was going to be. Had no money in the bank, didn't know how I was going to make it. I knew a couple of things. One, I did not want to go back to work at Taco Bell because I got disrespected a lot. And number two, I didn't want to be punked. I didn't want anybody kicking me around. I didn't, I wanted to be a grown man. I didn't want to be in a space where I was treated like a little boy or just put through misery that I had no say in. So I kind of saw education as a way to invest early in my life at a significant level so that long term I would have some freedom. So freedom is typically not free. Freedom is something that has a price to be paid. And one of the things that I think you have to confront is when you see it is those who claim they want freedom but aren't willing to sacrifice for it. There's no individual, no country, nobody, anybody, no one on earth in the history of this world that's ever had freedom and could not fight to obtain it and could not fight to defend it. If you cannot fight to obtain your freedom and defend your freedom, then you will have no freedom. You will have no freedom. Somebody will come along, beat you up, and take all your stuff. That's what happens in a capitalist society, but that's really what happens in the jungle of humanity. We are animals at the end of the day. I'm not saying that we're 100% animals. Yeah, we're separate. We have the prefrontal cortex. We're a little bit different from the animals, but at the end of the day, go watch some bears or some lions or some cats or some chickens fight over territory and see how the weak chicken does. The little punk ass chicken that's crying and whining every time a chicken beats him up. You think they're gonna feel sorry for him and give him something? No, they're gonna beat him up and take his stuff. They're gonna say, okay, you've identified yourself. You are the weakest link. Mother Nature says you shouldn't even survive. Survival of the fittest. Darwinism says you shouldn't even exist. You certainly should be allowed to reproduce because you got these weak, punk, inferior genes. So we're just gonna beat you up, take all your stuff, make your life miserable, and kill you. Or you look in a prison. You ever see in a prison? Like it's kind of sad, what they do to the weak, to the weakest in the prisons, right? So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, I vehemently reject the way black people have been trained to perceive ourselves and perceive each other. I think that we are trained to just feel sorry for ourselves and to be sad and to just politely ask white people to please change your behavior and all this other stuff. And then you see shenanigans. You see a lack of disciplined behavior. Like Dr. Claude Anderson writes about this in Powernomics. He talks about what he calls inappropriate behavior. You out here buffooning, cooning, and twerking and acting a fool, don't want to open a book, but and all these other things, but then you somehow expect the world to respect you. It does not work that way. It does not work that way. To get respect, you got to show up and command respect. If you command no respect, then you will not get it. So anyway, let me keep going because I don't want to offend nobody, but this is the reality. And so I think that the way we're even taught to think about race is completely wrong. It's completely wrong. I think that our children should be taught to compete. That's it. Yeah, they may not like you because you're black, but who cares? Why do you even need somebody else to like you like that? What's wrong with you? Your mother should like you. You should like yourself. The need to be liked is a weak to some extent. That's a weakness, actually. That's something people can exploit. Oh, you need us to like you. Okay, well, do what we say, or we're going to say that we don't like you. We're going to call you ugly. We're going to call you stupid. We're going to take away your Oscar, your Grammy, your Nobel Prize, whatever little stupid awards we've invented to give you your self-esteem. We're going to take those things away. We're going to take away your little fancy job. You won't have the corner office no more. You won't be the chosen Negro anymore because you're not behaving appropriately. So what we do is we learn over time that if you behave, then they're gonna hook you up. So we have a lot of well-behaved Negroes that are in corporate America and other places because we know that if we get out of line, there's going to be an economic consequence. And I don't know, maybe I mean I know my whole life I've kind of been the rebellious kid a little bit. When I was in elementary school, I used to stay in detention, and I don't even know what it was. I would try. I'd be like, I'm trying to fit in. I'm trying to. I would just every damn day, and it was like, damn, I'm suspended again. I gotta stay after school again. I would stay in detention. Like I would just sign myself up for detention at the start of the day because I knew at some point something was gonna pop off. And I guess it must have just been like I don't know, like if something didn't make no sense, I'd be like, well, I'm not doing that, or that doesn't, or if I wanted to just do something, I would just do it. I have no idea. My mother used to say, "Yo, boy, your mouth will either make you great or get you killed. I'm curious to see which one." And when I met Cornell West for the first time, he's such a wonderful human being. And I let me tell you about the time I met Cornell. It was really, really cool. We did something in Brooklyn in 2013 where I had put out this book. It's out there somewhere. You can go find it. It's probably free. It was called Wealth, Education, Family, and Community: A New Paradigm for Black America. And I was kind of doing like a little tour on that book, and Cornell joined me in Brooklyn. And but we met in Manhattan. So I walked in this restaurant in the middle of Manhattan, and it was a fancy restaurant I never heard of, full of white people. And in this restaurant, he let me tell you what he did. This is the kind of guy he is. He gets up in the middle of the restaurant and he walks over and he gets on one knee and he grabs my hand and like bows to me on one knee. And all these white people are like, what's happening right now? Who are these Negroes bowing to? Like, what's going on? And I was like, wow, like he's such a great, humble person. I'm like, stand up, man. Like, this is kind of if I feel like I'm Eddie Murphy and Coming to America. But anyway, when I told him what my and then when we sat down and talked, he told me that he literally knew my parents. He said Robin Watkins, blah blah blah, Larry Watkins, blah blah blah. He had read my Wikipedia page, and he knew my father was a police officer. He knew my mother was a social worker. He knew that my parents are a little more on the conservative side. That's their choice. That's who they are. Because cops, my dad's a soldier and a cop. He's black, 100% black, but he's not into the shenanigans. He's not into feeling sorry for yourself. That's kind of how he was built. And it was just really interesting. Like, so just that, if you want to know my bias about Cornel West, that's where it comes from. It's like I said, wow, this guy, and I spent years with him, and I watched people very closely. Like I spent hours and hours with Al Sharpton, and I told you, I felt like, okay, there's a game being played here, almost like a mafia type of game. It's about power. And but he also is a genius. He's extremely smart. The man is you cannot tell me that he's stupid. Cornell came off as a genuine soul. I observed him closely as he interacted with every person on the street because people recognize him more than me, and white people don't really know who I am, and I don't, and I like it that way. Whereas with him, everybody, lots of people were stopping him, and I just liked the way he treated everybody. It was something that just told me like, wow, I wish we had more people like this running the country because we'd have a better world. I really believe that. But anyway, I remember I told him, I said, yeah, my mother used to say, boy, your mouth will either make you great or get you killed. I'm curious to see which one. And he said, I think it might be both. He said, I think it's gonna be both, brother. And I said, yeah, you might be right about that, but that's okay. I'm all right. I'm willing to die for what I believe in. So let me finish up with this China thing. Okay, so in terms of China's economic dominance and the fact that they have this massive trade surplus, this is something I think the black community should pay attention to because what happens when you have a trade surplus is that the people that are buying all your stuff, where you're not buying any of their stuff, they're at a natural economic disadvantage. You're at a disadvantage. So for the black community, when you see how little we are actually producing for the world, how little others support black-owned businesses, how black-owned businesses get boycotted by two groups. They get boycotted by black people and they get boycotted by white people. But we'll go support their businesses in a second. Like we attach purchasing things from them to our self-esteem. Like I feel like I'm a better man because I got this label on my body, this Coach, Gucci, Louis, Prada, whatever. I'm picking up a bottle of the Henny when I go to the club, right? Whatever it is, right? We tend to like it really enjoy these labels because they're attached to our self-esteem. Go watch the video How to Sell to the Negro. So what's happened is that basically they do to us what China does to the world. That's why China is going to dominate. In fact, let me read this here. China has strategic influence or all around the world because of sorry, I lost my screen. Because of the trade surplus, right? So effectively, when they go in and your money talks and the BS walks, China is pretty much able to declare war on you without actually firing a single bullet. Like they don't have to fight you to destroy you. And they don't have to tell you that they're going to destroy you. The Chinese are very polite. I remember when I was in China, I noticed that one thing that someone told me culturally, and I don't want to stereotype, but they were literally saying like Chinese people typically don't say no to anything, right? They won't say no to you. So if you say, "Hey, I need to use $1 million. Can you give me $1 million in 3 hours?" A lot of people they won't say no. Like here, we'll be like, "Hell no, what are you talking about?" They'll be like, uh, I need to think about that. So that's what they kind of do. So they're very polite, extremely polite. And so what they'll kind of do with other countries, I've noticed, is they'll go and you'll do something they don't like, and they'll be very polite. They'll be like, "Oh, it's okay, it's okay." And then next thing you know, your goods are not getting through the port in China, or you, or they've been done some sort of embargo on you economically that's decimated you financially. So they're very subtle about that. They declare economic warfare, not so much direct warfare. They don't want to go to direct war with the United States. But the FBI director mentioned something really interesting about how the Chinese investment strategy works. Because they don't just invest in things that generate money, they invest in power. And one thing that he said the Chinese have done is he said they have planted a bunch of bugs in a malware viruses, computer viruses, in a lot of essential American infrastructure. They basically said that they're just sitting there. They're waiting. They're just waiting. Like, okay, go ahead and do something. Go ahead and say something. And what they said they can do is they can then at that point activate these Trojan horses to poison our water systems, to mess up our electrical grid, shut down all the cell phones in the United States, whatever, right? And this is what he said he was deeply concerned about. So just keep that in mind. Like if we go to war with China, they know how to fight just in sneaky little ways. Like I think they fight through social media. With all that conversation about Russia and China, getting all these ads on social media to basically kind of pit people against each other. And they're very aware of, for example, the racial divide in America. So there will be, these Chinese bots that pretend to be, strong black women on the internet who have all these opinions, or angry black men or whatever that will just pour fuel on the fire to create civil war. Thank you, Sharon. That's the right word, right? So they know this. They use America's divisions against us. So here is, if you want a couple of lessons that I think we can apply as a black community to learn from China. First off, there's economic independence and wealth building. So as you know, the same way China accumulates the reserves as a source of power, I think that we should build wealth and achieve economic independence as the number one objective for our whole entire community. That has to be near the top of our priority list. So that means owning businesses. We cannot keep producing employees. Stop producing employees. Stop producing people that are consumers and employees and renters and all these other things. You cannot do that. You cannot thrive and grow when you're on the white man's economic nipple. You cannot live like that. I'm not saying you can't work with other people. I'm not saying that you're a sucker for getting a job. I'm not saying that you should get mad because a white man walked in the room. None of that. I'm talking about stop taking pride in being horrifically overly dependent on another community. That is a vulnerability. That's a national security issue. Malcolm X, great black nationalist that he was, would understand this. He shared this. He mentioned this. He fought for this. So what happens is that it's really weird. I remember when Damon Dash went on to The Breakfast Club and did that epic interview where he was really talking about having your own business and all, and he was doing it in a Dame Dash kind of way, right? It wasn't perfect. Dame, I told you he's not perfect. I spent a lot of time with the guy and I like him, but he's different. But I remember. I remember when I got a call from Charlemagne, and he's like, yeah, man, he said, I need you to come and calm down people because I got brothers calling me, they gonna quit, telling me they gonna quit their jobs tomorrow, they gonna quit their job tomorrow, and I said, yeah, I said, well, I can fix it, I can patch it up a little bit, but he's kind of right. These men, some of these men, he was talking a lot to the men, but I'm sure the women got it too, and I think women can relate as well. I said, some of these guys got to grow their balls back, man. They got to get their testicles reattached to their bodies. Like you can't just, he said, well, white people can go and get jobs and also. I said, yeah, but you got to understand, man, you're not white. You're not white. I'm not saying that we can't get jobs and that we don't deserve jobs. I'm not saying that at all. Right? You go to, you get your master's degree from Brown University or something. You should get that job at the investment bank that you apply for. But what if you don't? What if you don't? What if it doesn't work out? What if they treat you like the rest of us? What if you go through what I went through, where I had the highest grade point average of every black student on the entire University of Kentucky campus? I got 2 bachelor's degrees in 4 years, could have had three if I'd taken one more class, just didn't care. And I applied to 200 Wall Street firms, 250 to be exact. I got rejected by every single one of them. Every one of them, because I didn't have the network. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to get these. I just thought you fill out the application, send in your resume, you have good grades, good things are going to happen. It didn't happen like that. I got 250 rejection letters to my house. What now what? Now what we gonna do? What's the plan B, damn it? Am I supposed to sit around, man? These white people, man. I could have been somebody if they wasn't tripping and stuff. They don't be liking black people. They just don't like you because you black. They like I'm not like, what problem is that going to solve? How is that ever going to fix anything? I have to have a plan B. Maybe God is trying. Remember the color purple? God is trying to tell you something, right? So God is trying to tell me something. God was like, number one, these folks don't like you. Number two, their conversations about diversity is bull crap. I'm not gonna say bullshit because I don't want to cuss, but you know what I want to say. And then number three, it means you got to find another way. This system ain't built for you. You're not white, Boyce. Stop thinking that you're white. You're not, your name's not Royce, you're Boyce. And you have to figure out a way you're gonna make this thing work. Get in where you fit in, figure it out. So to me, owning businesses and investing is essential for any black person, especially any black person with a strong black identity. Any black person with a strong black identity who wants to reach their fullest potential. Ownership is a must. Any black person with a strong black identity who wants to reach their fullest potential, who also wants to maximize their economic possibilities. Ownership is the key. Any black person who wants to reach their fullest potential with a strong black identity, who wants to maximize their income, who wants to have a little bit of power in this world, ownership is essential. Any black person who wants to reach their fullest potential, who has a strong black identity, who wants to maximize their income, who wants to have power, who wants to have a solid say in the structure of their families and their community, ownership is essential. Ownership is essential. Ownership is essential. You cannot go through life without owning something in this country, or you will be fried and cooked, stomped out, and busted and disgusted. If you don't believe me, just look around. I don't have to talk you into this because you see it everywhere. Nothing but despair and sadness, and then the conversation will turn into a primitive slavery, like old plantation conversation. We need to get jobs for the Negroes. Black folks needs more jobs. I'm not saying jobs are bad. I'm not saying jobs are bad, but y'all know what JOB stands for. What does it stand for? Just over broke. Just over broke. That job ain't gonna make you wealthy. That job is not gonna give you no real power. That job's gonna give you just enough money so that you don't die of starvation or something, and you have a place to live, and then you can keep showing up to work every day. They give you just enough, like almost like a basketball player where they're like, we're not gonna pay you, but we're gonna buy you some gym shoes and a uniform, just enough for you to show up and play for us every day. We're not really trying to help you thrive. We're not trying to get you into the owner's box. You're not going to be Jerry Jones. You're going to be like an unpaid member of the Dallas Cowboys. That's pretty much all you're going to be. So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, jobs have to be a stepping stone. That's my point. Jobs should be from the time children are babies. We should teach them, yeah, get a job until you can own something. Or if you have a job, make sure you own something. Or if you like your job, keep your job, but make sure you always have options. Options, options, options. Options are freedom. That's what they are. So make sure you have options, make sure you own something, and then if you don't like the job, you should be able to walk away, get a better job, or go and start something on your own. So this is why you build your networks. This is why relationships matter, because if you're an asshole, nobody's going to want to start a business with you. But if you're a good man, then a great woman will want to marry you and be by your side. If you're a good woman, then guess what? You're going to have lots of friends that are going to want to work with you. They're going to share networks with you, and you're going to succeed together. You're going to thrive together. Want an example? Yesterday, Jay Cameron came in, and Jay is a good guy, And by God, my goal when I met him was I said, I'm going to be a good guy too, so we can be two good guys helping each other out. Neither one of us showed up as the alpha asshole who disrespects people because somehow he thinks he's the most important person in the room. I never do that. It's like, oh, you're a great man. You're a great man too. You're a good guy. You're a good guy too. Hey man, how can I help you? I don't know. Let me tell me what I can do for you. That's how we talk to each other. And you know why we do it? Not just because it's the right thing to do, but because we're helping each other succeed and survive. The world does not want a black man to be successful. This country does not want a black man to have power. This country does not want black women or black men to be together. They do not want black people unified. They do not want black people secure and safe and happy and wealthy and having stable families and all that. That's why they promote all this garbage to you in the media. That's why Sexy Red will get more radio play than India Ari, right? India Ari, no, nobody wants to hear that. They want to hear about some lady rapping about her baby daddy and how many STDs she caught last week. That's what they really want. They don't want to hear I'm not your average girl in the video, right? No. What are you talking about? Self-respect. You haven't earned the right to have that. So what I'm saying to you is, at the end of the day, I love what China's doing. Let's circle back to China before I get railroaded in too many other directions. I love what they're doing because they're protecting their economics. China is a powerful country because they are practicing Dr. Claude Anderson principles of powernomics, basic ideas. We sell stuff to y'all, you buy stuff from us. We are the drug pusher, you are the drug addict. The pusher, the dealer always has more power than the addict. We support our businesses and you support our businesses. But we don't we don't support your businesses. We in China, we don't buy American products. We buy Chinese products. If you go to China, I dare you to go to China and I want you to look up Facebook on your phone and see if you can find Facebook on your phone or Instagram, or Google or Uber. I want you to try to catch an Uber in China. You'll be sitting on the corner for the rest of your life because there is no Uber in China. They said, "Oh no, we no need Uber. We make our own Uber." So and that's where they pour their resources. So these are simple ideas. This is going to lead to China and Chinese youth being the most dominant on earth. One other fact about China that's really interesting is they produce more engineers in China every year than India, Japan, and the United States combined, and their engineers are more qualified. They can go on the job, and because they don't spend all their time in college, like, going to frat parties and step shows and whatever, they actually learn stuff. So they can actually go on the job on day one, start getting patents, and start actually being productive on day one. American engineers need 2 years of training after college before they can even become an asset to the company. This is just a fact. Look this up. So ultimately, when you talk about power and influence and things like that, when you own assets, you tend to have more power over your life. And then eventually, when you have an agenda or an objective, you're better able to pursue that objective because you're not hamstrung by economic limitations and economic challenges. So this is the mandate for the 21st century and beyond. This is what intelligent black people are doing. This is the plan for our community. This is where we're going to be. And it's going to take time to build all that. But you put a good 20 or 30 years into this, you become incredibly dominant and you have a lot of leverage in the world. The Jewish community did that with Hollywood, by the way. If you ever go watch that book, I've told you all about how the Jews invented an empire of their own, how the Jews invented Hollywood. Fascinating book. It's a great blueprint. I have nothing against that community. I admire their power. I don't like what's going on in the Middle East. So let's be clear about that. I think they're abusing their power. But still, it's their power to abuse. And I don't want you to abuse your power, but I want you to just have some. Black power is something that is earned through economics. And the book Tanya is called An Empire of Their Own, How the Jews Invented Hollywood. Very fascinating book. All right, so anyway, let me finish up really quick. Number one, tonight, Jay Cameron is doing the informational for the trip to Ghana. If you want to know about the trips that we're going to take, text the word travel to the phone number 87948. And you can also go to b1voyages.com. So text travel to 87948 or go to b1, the number one voyages.com. And there's other trips on there that you can feel free to go on with us. Also, number two, if you're in Prime, that video I texted out to you guys. If you have an interest in stock options, text the word options to the number 87948, and I sent you a video on how to sell some puts. And I think selling puts, it seems like it's already worked out. Like the stock market's going up today, so if you sold puts, then you actually were able to generate some money from that. Number three, later on today at noon, we're doing our stock market investors club. So if you want to give that a try, you can go to drboycestockmarket.com and do a free trial. Somebody put that in the chat, please. drboycestockmarket.com. And also you can share your membership with your entire family. And Dorothea says, I did not get the video. Can you resend? Yes, I will resend it. If you ever miss something and don't see it, don't forget we have a great support team. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and Amani is right there, and Chanel, and they'll take good care of you. So email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Okay, Charlene says, I missed what you said. I'm at work. Okay, well, I'll give you, there's a link actually. Today, this class is recorded on drboycetv.com. So I'll put this link in the chat for anybody that wants to watch the recording or maybe share it with anybody in your family if you think this message was beneficial for you. So here we go. There's the link. All right. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. And I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Make sure you're on the text list for this class. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Or if you live in another country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Take care. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you're having a great day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So good to see everybody. Welcome to Money in the Morning, aka our Millionaire Training Camp. This is where we get together and we practice the art of economic elevation, aka financial consciousness. Financial consciousness, being alert, really understanding economics at a deep level, knowing what's going on in the world, knowing how to see the world, knowing what's in front of you, where the opportunities are, and where the limitations might be that you might have to go around in order to be successful. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I want to say hello to everybody who comes in. This is great. You know what? I have to tell you that I'm a little bit disappointed in myself. I think since my wife got a little bit sick, I have not been in the 5 a.m. club for like almost a week now, which is just terrible. I did get on the exercise bike, but that ain't enough. That ain't the same as going in and pumping iron. So I gotta get right and get straight. And I'm sharing that with you because I want you to know that even when you're doing the right thing, sometimes you may not always be doing the right thing, or even when you claim to, you feel like you are the best, that doesn't mean you're always at your best. So, not to say that I'm the best, but I can't say I've been my best self. But that health is wealth. We know these things, and I encourage you, if your mood's feeling a little bit down, get up and do some exercise. That'll really, really be a mood enhancer. Every single study shows that a little exercise, lifting weights, stuff like that, really plays a big part in your mood and your confidence and feeling comfortable about your life. And so that's my public service announcement for today. All right, so there was this very angry woman on CNN, who was sort of talking about DEI in a way that I thought was really interesting and intriguing enough that I wanted to kind of talk about that today. Um, you know, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. I do know what to say about it actually, but I kind of had to pause and sort of process it for a minute. And I'm gonna share the clip with you. And she's in a debate with a guy who looks like he's a white guy from New York, and they're really debating that whole conversation about DEI. Now, y'all know what the real definition of DEI is, what the definition of DEI is in our space. Put it in the chat. If you don't know what DEI stands for, it does not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. It does not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. It stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. That is, in my opinion, the real DEI, or at least the DEI that's going to get results. When you put your energy and your time into developing the things that you want to see in the world, when you are establishing an entrepreneurial culture where you develop institutions and invest in things that are going to help you to own businesses and build businesses, and just when you pour into the people and the people and the projects that are going to build what you want to see. I think that goes a long way, right? So I always ask people, I say the number one question any black person can ask themselves in America is, what are you investing in? What are you investing in? And if you really look at what we're investing in, if you look at where do we put our time? Most of our time is spent investing in building white businesses. That's what it's done, because we call that going to work every day, but you're investing. You're an investor. You just don't get a return on investment because America is not a country that rewards workers for their labor. They give you, kind of like a stipend. They give you just enough money to survive, just enough money to get by, but not enough money to actually thrive or create a surplus. Because a surplus would be very dangerous. A surplus for for American workers would be very dangerous, because when people have a surplus, extra, an abundance of resources, well, they don't want to go to work anymore, right? So ultimately, they don't want you to have a surplus. They just want you to have just enough so you can show up to work tomorrow. And that's pretty much the game plan, right? Like, you're a basketball player and their goal is to make sure you have good sneakers, or you're like a horse in the Kentucky Derby and they're going to make sure the horse just has enough hay to be strong enough to run on race day, right? So ultimately, what I would say to you is I would encourage you to consider the fact that as you evolve and as you sort of think about what your next move is going to be, to ask yourself, what am I investing in? Start with your time. And then start with your dollars. If you're spending money, it's really interesting that when we consume, when we buy products, right, we sometimes forget that the place where you spend your money is also where you're invested in. And I want you to look at what businesses you're putting your money behind, right? Look at your attention. Your attention is a commodity. Mark Zuckerberg has made a quarter of a trillion dollars just on attention. And so with that attention, he's been able to turn that into this massive empire called Meta. And so if you think about where attention goes, attention is a really powerful commodity. Sometimes I say, gosh, I wish I could get the attention that I would get if I was a rapper or a stripper or something like that, because I really think that this financial thing is really important. And it really makes me very, very sad when our people are not able to really understand just how important it is to pay attention to the things that are going to help you grow, right? And not that they should pay attention to me. Maybe I'm hard to look at or something, but pay attention to something that's going to benefit you, right? So anyway, I want to welcome everybody who's coming in late. Welcome to Money in the Morning. It's good to see you. And one thing I want to remind you of is that the financial slumber party is going to be Friday night at 11 p.m. Eastern. And that's where we're going to meet at 11 p.m. in our pajamas on a private Zoom with our popcorn. And I'm going to teach you all about ETFs, exchange traded funds. You'd be amazed at how deep that is and how many opportunities there are. And as we talk about ETFs, we will then talk about ways that ETFs can turn you into a millionaire. ETFs are really awesome. They're a great way to invest. I refer to them almost like an economic soup or a multivitamin, right? If you take vitamins, then you're going to grow. If you'd like to get an invitation to the financial slumber party, then just make sure you're on the text list. You can get on the text list by texting the word morning to the number 87948. So just text morning to 87948. So let me see if I can find this video of this lady. She was interesting. I'll let you judge how you feel about what you see on the screen. I'm not gonna say anything one way or the other about that because I just don't know what to say. I just know it was interesting. So let me see. I put the video on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. And it was shared by a lady named Shamika Michael, who is a sister that follows me, or I follow her or something. I'm not sure which one it is. But she seems like a nice lady. I've never met her, though. And I just happened to see this and I said, okay, this is worth talking about in class. So let me see if I can make the audio work. So let me know when I play this, let me know if you can hear this okay. Give me a quick yes in the chat as I play this to let me know it's coming through all right. So hold on. Here we go.
Not have the same opportunity as you. I know I don't.
And you know
and
that
I know
too.
what's going.
And you know that.
Let me just tell you about me.
I'm gonna let you finish, but I want to answer this.
I'm not talking about how you feel. I'm talking about how I feel. Me, a black woman in this country.
But not in this city.
And I will run. And if you want,
I'm a New Yorker, not in this city. You cannot say that. You can't say that in this city. I'm
not talking about New York. I'm talking about actually right here. I got a law degree, a master's, and 2 bachelors. Probably more education than all of y'all added up together on this table, right? And I have always been the least paid person on payroll at every institution I have worked in. And it's not because...
Even in the White House?
Even in the White House.
Well, whose fault is that? I don't think he worked for George W. or Trump.
Well, guess wasn't what happened when I was there. DEI.
Scott.
Look.
I do not have the same opportunity.
Okay, so y'all were able to hear that, right? Let me know if you were able to hear it okay. I want to make sure it came through all right. Do you have, if you were to say, give one sentence to describe what you saw, what would you say? Like, give me your thoughts. I really want to sort of canvas and get a sense of what everyone saw, and then I'll kind of give you my assessment because I'm still processing it. Okay. Patricia says disrespect, emotional, Claudia, Karen says the truth, Albert says BS, Angelique says disrespect, facts says Terrell, pushback and bravery, an emotional black woman, frustrated black woman, one angry black woman, railroad, dismissive and disrespectful, dismissive panel, telling the truth. Okay. Yeah, I felt all those emotions. I really did. I sat there and I was listening, and first thing I'm going to say is she has what I might refer to as RTBA, and that's the right to be angry, right? The right to be angry. I give me a yes if you agree that racism makes you angry. Give me a yes if you agree that having to work twice as hard to get half as much makes you angry. Give me a yes if you agree that the stress on the job, microaggressions, makes you angry. Give me a yes. Put that in the chat so we can acknowledge our feelings. Our feelings matter. And I think that we should sort of address that, right? Okay, so we got that off the table. I've been an angry black man for a long time. I have my angry black man card somewhere in my wallet, and I'll show it to y'all one day. It's like I'm a licensed angry black man, and I've been mad. I've been mad since the 90s. You go back and read stuff I wrote in 1996, and you will see angry black man. Um, so I get that part. Now here's what anger does for us, right? My wife is a therapist, right? So, when you're a therapist, I told you it's kind of, I thought it would be cool because I'd have a free therapy, but then you get diagnosed every day. Like she literally uses diagnoses to win arguments. Like she'll be like, "You're suffering from the blah 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 syndrome," and that's what and I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." You just mad because I called you on your BS. It's like stop it. Like people don't understand. I saw somebody that made a statement where they said that most therapists have mental illnesses that they aren't addressing because they're so focused on everybody else. And not to say my wife fits the description, but I'm like, look, lady, you grew up in Gary, Indiana. You a black woman from Gary, Indiana. You can't tell me you ain't got no issues too. But here's the thing. So one thing that my therapist wife might say is that anger can sometimes bring things out of us, right? That maybe almost becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? And what does that mean? Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem I have. This is why I can't work for white folks. If you're white, don't try to hire me. It won't work. I just, you know, I can't work for white folks, honestly, because the trauma has been so bad. Like the trust. I can't. If you're really nice to me for a long time, I'm kind of like, okay. So at what point are you going to start acting white? Because it's got the other shoe got to drop at some point. At some point, you're gonna take the mask off, and you about to remind me that I'm black and you're not, and then we gonna all be mad, right? And this comes from growing up in Kentucky, and just sort of not understanding why I was treated so unfairly, even though I tried to be a good person, worked hard, did my best, and you just didn't get what you deserved. And it didn't stop in the South. Everyone thinks racism only lives in the South. I think that's the most ridiculous pile of crap I've ever heard. When I was at Syracuse University, I was very confused regarding, I said, look, I'm doing this work for my community, and it's good. People love it. I'm getting calls from Farrakhan and civil rights leaders and people all over the country telling me how my work is impactful. And you're not even acknowledging it. Like you're acting like it's bad, like I've done something wrong. And I'm getting triggered. I'm starting to feel like I felt when I would go to that public school with the little white lady from the suburbs who would keep putting me in detention, and I didn't know why, because she saw me as a threat. Or if I was passionate, she would feel like I was a danger or something. And I'm like, I'm not gonna hit you. I'm just mad because you changed the date of the math test, right? So the point of the matter is to say that I think that these experiences, racism sucks because racism, it kills you, it affects your mental health, your physical health. And what it can honestly do is it can make you so angry that you get to the point where, like, it becomes that self-fulfilling prophecy where you're like, I'm mad because black people are the last hired and first fired. So I show up to work with my boxing gloves on, right? Because I'm suspicious. I'm not trying to connect with you, unless it's with a punch, right? Or I'm trying to defend myself, which only alienates us further, which then leads to me getting fired or laid off. And it may not even have to do with me being black. It may just be the fact that they just think I'm a jerk or that I'm distant and they don't, and they're like, Boyce doesn't talk to anybody at the job. Well, yeah, because Boyce don't trust y'all's asses, right? So that become, and I had to confront that when I thought about my time at Syracuse. I have to be honest, I didn't hang out with those folks because I was like, wait, y'all didn't even hire a single black person. Y'all had 100 faculty here. You and all these qualified black people out here, you didn't hire one. And I can be your friend. I don't even understand like your culture that well. I don't, so I didn't know. I didn't go to people's birthday parties for their kids or what. I no, your bar mitzvah, your son's bar mitzvah. I don't care about that. I'm doing research. I'm doing my job. That's what I'm gonna do, right? And unfortunately, that does not work when you talk about institutions, when you talk about joining an economic gang. We've talked about how economics is gang affiliated. Institutions are nothing more than economic gangs. The gang analogy works perfectly because you're talking about a group of people that are working toward the same objective, that have a code of conduct. Maybe they wear the same logo or whatever, right? They have some symbolism that connects them as an economic gang. So, like Apple's an economic gang that just made $120 billion in one quarter. Syracuse University was an economic gang. Every gang has its gang culture. And if you don't fit with the culture, then you're not going to fit with the institution. That's it, period. If I decided to become a Crip, but I don't want to do what Crips do, I don't want to Crip walk, I don't want to do that, then I'm not going to be a very good Crip. They're going to put me out of the organization, right? And so ultimately, when I saw this video, I related to the lady talking because I was like, yeah, I kind of get it, right? This racism thing sucks. And we do get left out of institutions that are primarily run by whites. The Trump administration is a great example of that. It's mostly white guys kind of doing everything. They have one black guy, a football player or something, right? There's other black men. I don't know if they know that black men don't just play football, but whatever. But then, also at the same time, the issue with DEI had become where DEI became so watered down with so many other groups that black people were kind of pushed out of that as well, right? So, because liberals can be racist just like conservatives can be. So, with that being said, um, one of the things that crossed my mind when I saw the lady talking was, I have to be honest with you, I felt like she was like her trauma was causing her to kind of respond like a person that you wouldn't want to work with. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I love black women, I really do. But I was like, man, I don't know if I'd want to work with somebody who's yelling over me, telling me to shut up. It's about me. Let me tell you about me. Let me tell you about me. Me, 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 me. Like she's singing and me, right? Everything's me. I'm telling you about me and I and me and I and me and I. And it's like, well, what about we? What about us? Like, what about all of us here? Like, you're kind of being inconsiderate right now because you're so angry that you're literally, I got more education than all of y'all. It's like, come on, like really? Like really, is that how you're gonna start a relationship with another person or open a door for communication is by me telling you, like me coming in, look, I got more education than everybody up in here and da 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 da. Like I don't really that energy was kind of like, okay, so I don't know if that's gonna get you the opportunities that you feel like you deserve. Uh, People don't want to work with somebody who isn't trying to fit into the group that they're trying to be a part of. And this is where the rubber meets the road. This is where economic reality starts setting in. This is where the conversation goes in a direction that it needs to go, but it never goes because everybody wants to think everything is just about the basics, just about race. They don't want me because I'm black. I had to confront, well, maybe they didn't want me because they thought I was a jerk. And I'm also a black jerk, which probably doesn't help, but maybe they didn't want me because they thought I was distant. Maybe they didn't want me because I didn't follow protocol. Maybe they didn't want me because of something else. And it doesn't mean that being black doesn't play a part in that, right? I think that we don't understand each other. I think whites and blacks don't really get each other all the time. I really don't. And I agree with you, Tiffany. The man didn't give her a chance to speak, but she didn't give him a chance to speak. She was talking over everyone at the panel. For that moment, she was dominating the discussion by telling everybody that she was better than them. That does not work. It just doesn't work. And so what that does is that leads you to make two choices. One or two choices. You got one or two choices if you want to figure out this economic thing. One, you have to adjust to the culture of the institution that you're trying to be a part of. That's hard to do. It's really, really hard to do. Um, that means that forming relationships requires you to trust people. It requires you to be humble. It requires you to sometimes put other people's needs ahead of your own, put the collective ahead of yourself. And this is just a fact, right? Or you got the other option. The other option is you have to build your own institutions. You have to build your own businesses. I think those are the only two options for black people. I really do. I'm not saying that she's wrong. Yeah, I don't think there's any such thing as a right or wrong. Like, I don't have a right to tell her or you or anybody how you should go about navigating your economic reality. I don't have a right to do that at all. But I can tell you what I think the options are. The options are either you fit in or you build your own. You either fit in or you build your own shit. If you don't do one or the other, then you're gonna just be sitting on the outside of the institution, screaming and hollering, "Y'all don't want me because I'm black and I'm smarter than y'all." And blah, blah, blah. I I don't know. I can tell you as a person who hires people, if you're yelling at me, if I'm running my company and I'm making decisions for my organization, and your only way of convincing me that I should hire you is you cussing me out, yelling at me, and telling me how you're better than everybody else, I'm gonna just shut the door and say, "Have a nice day." That's it. That's it. I'm not saying that she was wrong. This is not a right or wrong thing. See, this is the problem I think with the racial conversation is that we get into like the way things should be. Well, it ain't right. She should, be listened to. I agree with all that. I can't see the way things should be. Sometimes you gotta look at the way things are. What are your choices here? This was my reality, right? I could sit there as the angry black man, hoping that one day white people will stop being white, hoping that one day they're going to break the 400-year-old tradition of blocking black men out of significant opportunities, hoping that they would look beyond my anger and my dismissiveness, which came out pretty strongly, and say, "Gosh, we really still want this black guy around, even though he feels unpleasant. He's scaring the shit out of us. We're gonna go ahead and really take good care of this guy." Or I can go and create a space for myself because maybe our relationship has gotten so toxic anyway that we shouldn't even be together, right? It's almost like it's really, really to some extent. I mean, I've always compared the relationship between blacks and whites as an abusive marriage. I really do. We love them. We love us some white folks. We love white people more than they love themselves. We give them more credit for their greatness than even they give themselves. We look for their validation. We need them to tell us that we're important. We need them to give us a degree, give us an award, give us some acknowledgement, and then we start to feel better about ourselves once we're recognized by them. So we really do love white people. I really believe that. And in this abusive relationship, if you get to the point where someone says, "Well, I don't want to be with you anymore. Like I'm sorry, I'm not of interest to you," and you think that you can make them stay with you by smacking them upside the head and cussing them out, I think that that's probably not a good way to kind of look at things, right? If I just say, "Well, I'm going to yell at you and scream at you and tell you how crappy you are, and then I still want you to love me," I don't know if that's a healthy approach to anything, right? So I've got a choice. Either I can be nice to you, which is hard, right? Maybe because I feel like you've mistreated me or whatever, and you deserve to learn about yourself, or I can go find a better relationship. Do you understand? I can walk away from this table. I don't have to be here. That's the ultimate Trump move, not Donald Trump. I'm talking about Trump. I'm talking about spades, like big joker. If you play spades, you know how important the big joker. That's a big joker move. The big joker move is if I'm not being treated the way I deserve to be treated, I'm going to walk away because I have never forgotten that I'm the prize. And I'm not the prize because I just call myself the prize. I'm the prize because I've, number one, put in the work to be the prize. Number two, I understand that complementarity matters, meaning that I have enough awareness of how my value fits into an organization such that I can find the situation where I become the prize. See, every, evaluation, when we talk about like there are all these really stupid conversations online about high value men and low value women and high value. people don't understand. See, you don't understand. One of the areas of specialty that I had when I was working on my doctorate is something called asset pricing. All asset pricing kind of does is it says, how do you figure out the value of something? They call that price discovery for the stock market. How do you discover what the value of an asset is? So when people say, I'm a high value man, you don't understand. 1,000 calculations go through my head because there's a million ways to measure value. I'm like, well, what criteria are you using to determine that you're a high value man, or what's by what measure, right? Because valuation is really in the eye of the beholder. Valuation's about positioning. Let me give you a simple example. I could go to a gas station and buy a bottle of water for 50 cents. I could go to a CVS, buy that same bottle of water, same water for $3. I could get on an airplane and buy that same bottle of water for $5. I could go to a the Four Seasons restaurant in New York, or Four Seasons Hotel, and buy that same bottle of water for $12. It's the same water. But how does the value keep changing? 1 minute is 50 cents, the next minute is $3, next minute is 12. How much is the water worth? Is it high value water or is it low value water? Well, it depends on where you're buying your damn water from. It depends on the positioning of the water. So if I'm water and I'm like, I'm high value water, everyone should love me because I'm delicious and tasty. I'm high value. How dare you offer me 50 cents for me because I'm high value? Well, you better get your ass into a place where where your value will be recognized. You're probably not positioned properly. You sitting in a damn gas station or a 7-Eleven expecting people to pay $12 for a bottle of water, and people are like, you're crazy. Ain't no water worth $12. But if you go to the Four Seasons restaurant, people will pay $12 and think nothing of it. So when people say I'm a high value man, or I'm a high value woman, and I don't get respected and treated properly, I'm like, well, you don't, because you're probably not positioning yourself in the right place. Like those, when you have those ladies that say, "Oh, I only look for men in certain places because I want a rich man, so I go to places where rich men are." I think that's a smart strategy. Or men who say, "Yeah, I know I'm a high value man, so rather than me convincing you that I'm a high value man, I'm going to go to a place where men like me are valued, and then I will get the opportunity to live my life as a high value man." Right? Like for example, I have never been 6 feet tall. I keep waiting. I'm hoping that I'm going to have a growth spurt. I'm never giving up hope, but I'm still not 6 feet tall. And I can tell you, when I was dating, when I was single, I did online dating one time like 25 years ago. I couldn't do, after I became kind of known, I couldn't do it because people be Googling each other and stuff, and it would get weird. So I never did it after. And plus, I didn't have to. You go places, you meet people. But before, I did try it when I was like 30, and there would be a lot of women who would send me like a nice, polite little message saying, "I'm sorry, but I don't date men under 6 feet tall." That's when I became aware of. I didn't even know that it was a liability. I was like, most people aren't 6 feet tall. If you go to the basketball court, the 6 feet tall guy is the center. He's the tallest one on the court. What do you mean you don't date men under 6 feet tall? Most guys are not 6 feet tall. You want to yell. You want to scream. Don't you see? I'm high value. One day I'm going to be Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I'm going to make a lot of money, and I'm high value. What's wrong with you? You undeserving, ungrateful, blah, blah, blah. I could do all that if I want to, or I could just say, okay, no problem, and just go somewhere where maybe smart men are valued. And then suddenly I become high value because there are these women. I learned about this too. I learned a lot about women between the ages like 30 and 33. I read a book called What Women Want Men to Know, and that's where I learned about women that are sapiosexuals, who are just enormous, just outrageously attracted to men who are smart. And I'm like, I got a PhD, so I'm pretty smart. So I'm a high value man now. Look at me, right? So valuation. This is my point. I'm gonna stop being stupid. Valuation is based on positioning. Okay? So let's circle back to Black people in your horrible, abusive relationship with white people. You love them, you want to work for them, you don't feel comfortable unless you're sitting underneath their nipple. And so you raise your children to grow up and fill out resumes and get degrees so that hopefully a white person will love them enough to want to embrace them and bring them into their company. And as a result, you have millions and millions of high value black people who are screaming and hollering and pissed off because they know their worth. They know, like this poor lady in this video that I showed you earlier, they know their worth. They're like, I'm high value. Like, why don't you see that? Why aren't you acknowledging that? Why don't you see my worth? And what it does when you don't create options for yourself and you don't have enough financial consciousness to understand positioning, to know that you can reposition yourself to where your value will be seen and acknowledged, then you end up sounding like Jennifer Hudson in Dreamgirls when she sang that horribly scary song to Jamie Foxx. Remember where she said, "No, no, no, no way. I'm living without you. I'm staying. I'm staying. I don't want to be free." Right? She's literally like, you gotta love me. If I gotta kill you, you gotta love me. And you ain't loving nobody else. Ain't nobody gonna want to date you, you stalker. That's crazy. That's crazy. So what I really believe, I'm gonna just tell you the truth. I'm just be keep it real with y'all. I think we gotta stop stalking white people. I really do. You gotta love me. Like, don't nobody want to date. You can't do that. That's not how ladies, you can't go to a man and say, you're gonna love me if I have to stab you to make you like that's not gonna work. He's not gonna feel safe. Right? You know, like fellas, don't do that. Like like you need to get the therapy and see your worth, and then you say, I want to be loved. I deserve to be loved, but I'm gonna find somebody who can see my worth. Right. So rather than me yelling at those women who don't date men under 6 feet tall, I would say, okay, no problem. And I would find women who are okay with a short, smart, rich guy. Right. That became my type. Right. You know, I can never be 6 feet tall. I can't give you that, but I can put some money in the bank account. How about that? That adds my value, I guess. Whatever. Right. So my point is to say that as people, we have value. We all have worth. Financial consciousness is a powerful asset because it helps you understand your environment. It's an awareness, right? It's like, oh, wait, okay. So I got these tomatoes and I'm selling the tomatoes here and I can't get more than $1. So maybe I need to sell my tomatoes on the other side of town where people have more money and they really want tomatoes and there's a shortage. Right. So I think the same thing is true economically speaking. If you raise kids to understand the real DEI, which is development, entrepreneurship, and investment, then that kid is never, ever, ever gonna find himself hollering and screaming and begging white folks to accept him. He's going to see the value for what it is. He's going to see the value without having the value have to come through the lens of a white man. See, sometimes we can't see our value until someone else sees the value, right? We'll go to school, work really hard and get all the credentials and be super good at what we do. And it sort of almost takes this external validator for you to say, oh, wow, now I'm high value. Right? Well, why is that? Well, because they've discovered your value. They found you. They made you famous. They gave you the great job. They're paying you the high salary. So now you're like, I'm high value because they've now valued me at a high level. That makes you sound like Kunta Kinte. That makes you sound like a slave, where they put a price tag on your forehead, and now you're going around telling the world that you're high value. I'm a highfalutin, high value Negro because I look at how much money I make. Look at how nice my office is. Look at how important I am. They put me on TV. Now I'm high value. Well, the problem with that, though, is that two things. One, they could take that away from you in a second. And this is what they do. This is what economic warfare looks like. It's like, oh, you're getting out of line. Oh, you think you're controlling all this? How about we strip all that away from you and then you go back to just being an IGA? Okay, how about you just go back to being one of them? Okay. And then the second thing too is here's what I need you to understand. If they discover your value and acknowledge your value, they didn't create the value. The value was there before they discovered it. Do you understand? Like it's almost like those people who think that they don't actually have a disease until the doctor tells them they have a disease. No, the disease was always there. You just didn't go to the damn doctor, right? And then you go to the doctor, you're like, the doctor gave me cancer. Imagine people talking, the doctor gave me cancer because he ran the damn test. If he had never run the test, I would never have cancer. How logical is that? That makes no sense. So the same thing is true with value and worth. your worth is always there. Like just like oil being buried under the ground. And the oil doesn't come into existence just because somebody drilled for it and pulled it out. And what I want you to know how to do is how to drill for your own oil in case the oil companies never come around and decide to drill in your backyard, right? That means that if I am a high value black man because I've worked my butt off and I've got skill and I'm intelligent and I'm a great colleague and all these other things, and I lose my job, that has nothing to do with me losing my value. That just means that I lost a relationship that was making it easier for me to extract my value, but the value is already there. Do you understand? And this was my thought process when I was leaving Syracuse. I was like, damn, it kind of sucks that I don't have this six-figure job, but I'm still one of the few black finance PhDs in the entire country, which means I can still go out here and kick some ass. I don't really need you to see what I'm capable of or who I am. I see what I'm capable of and who I am. And once I see the value, then I then realize, okay, so my goal at this point is to figure out various ways to extract the value. I know the oil is buried under the ground. I know that there's gold in the mine. All I got to do is learn how to drill for it, which comes back to the real DEI, which is development, entrepreneurship, and investment. You develop institutional infrastructure that allows you to extract your value, to extract your worth. Entrepreneurial mindsets are people that can create economic possibilities and economic realities, even when there are no jobs available. Investment means that you keep investing in drilling and extracting and pulling out that value, going back to what I talked about earlier with the pricing of an asset, which comes down to something that I mentioned to you before called price discovery. You're discovering, what is this thing worth? What is its value? And there are a lot of conditions on that. So a lot of people don't see their value because nobody ever taught them how to find it. No one ever gave them the lens or the consciousness to be able to see the value in a vacuum. So many people, in my opinion, are just built to be sheep. They're built to be sheep because a sheep only sees their value if the world tells them that they're valuable. And I encourage you to kind of move away from that. Right? Learn how to see your value. You know if you're a hardworking person. You know if you've got skill. You know if you're good at what you do. You just might have to get some help in terms of figuring out how to extract that value out for yourself. And then the other thing too is when you extract the value, like drilling the oil out of the ground, you got to understand how the economic game is played. What has been happening for hundreds of years is that other people have seen our value even more than we see it ourselves. So they come along and say that they're going to help us pull out that value, and they end up keeping most of the profits. Do you understand? Like when you work for a boss, your boss typically makes a lot more money than you from the labor that you're putting in. When you go spend money at, buying Gucci and Louis and putting it on your body or whatever, that they're making more money than you are, right? So ultimately, I believe, have always struggled and suffered because we have not been able to invest in developing the skills and institutions that allow us to extract and retain our own economic value. And that's why we work the hardest, but we end up at the bottom of the wealth pool. Because you can't say black folks don't work hard. We work harder than ain't no immigrant group, ain't no white group, ain't nobody's ever worked harder than black people because we worked for 250 years for nothing. So stop trying to say black folks are lazy. We know that that's not true. We know that that's not true. So anyway, that's it. That's all I have to say. I don't have anything else to say today. I hope that this conversation was beneficial to you. And again, it's no disrespect to the lady on the CNN video. And she's fine. I just thought that was an interesting case in point. I want to remind you, don't forget the financial slumber party's Friday. So if you want to get an invitation, get on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Also, the ladies at Fly Nubian Money, they go live every day at 1 o'clock with smart black women, Dr. Lene Javette, Constance Carter, Tiara KJ Williams, my wife, Dr. Alicia. If you want to hang out with them, I think we should listen to smart black women. I think our women are just the baddest on the planet, and y'all crazy like us. We all need our therapy because racism hurts everybody. But I think we should work on ways to be good partners to each other and good collaborators with one another. So Fly Nubian Money does that. So if you want to be notified when they're doing their thing, just text the word Queens to the number 87948. So you can text Queens to 87948, and we'll send you a notification. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I'll check in with you guys a little bit later. Take care. Talk to you soon. Bye bye. Hey everybody, how you doing? So good to see you. Hope everybody's doing well. Come on in. Sorry it took me a second to get everything set up. I had some weird Wi-Fi issues going on. So, how's everybody doing today? I hope you're feeling good. I am feeling great. Today is a great day to be black. It's a great day to be alive. Every day is a great day to be alive because you could be dead, you could be struggling, we could all be 6 feet under. Let's see here. Okay, so one thing I want to mention really quickly is the stock market, in case you haven't noticed, has still been doing pretty well lately. So if you're not invested, I just want to remind you guys to invest. The stock market is the number one wealth generator in America, and I think that's an important thing to talk about as we begin our Powernomics conversation. And I'm going to talk about what Dr. Anderson writes about tonight in his book, The Black History Reader. In his book, he actually writes about DEI programs. And a question that Dr. Anderson answers for us, and I'm going to answer it with some statistics, is, how did DEI become anti-black? And that's kind of what a lot of people feel, that DEI kind of lost its swag, that for some reason DEI started off as one thing and then it became something else. A lot of people are confused. A lot of people are like, well, wait a minute, what happened here? I thought DEI was for black people, and unfortunately, that was just not the case. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. I want to say hello to a lot of you that are in here. I see a few hundred of you have already arrived. Good morning. Hey, Kendall Green, how are you? Good to see you. I saw your son online. He's doing a great job. Tell him I said hello, and I'm very proud of him. Let's see who else we got in here. I see Renard Hollins and Elizabeth. Oh, St. Louis. Nice. I love St. Louis. Latanya Love. St. Louis has this whole group of these really interesting and amazing black people, from Mike Roberts across the board. The dentist, Dr. Oh gosh, can somebody put his name in the chat? He's a dentist. He's a great guy. He's come to the convention many times, and I have a lot of respect for him. I'm just so bad with names. Forgive me. But he's one of the best black dentists in the entire country. He's a great guy, and he's out of St. Louis. So St. Louis just has these really awesome black people there, and I keep meaning to make a trip out there because I want to hang out and get a chance to meet everybody. And also, if you want to know where we're going to also be in the near future, we are going to do a millionaire training camp in Miami, March 7th, the weekend of March 7th. So if you'd like to join us in Miami, the weekend of March 7th, feel free to join us. I'll let you guys know when the tickets are available. The passes will be available next week. And also, of course, the All Black National Convention is going to happen August 24th that weekend. It's going to be the biggest convention ever. There's going to be thousands of people there. We've got 6 African presidents that are coming. Like, it's the craziest thing. The Dr. Ken Harris and the Black Business League, they just do such a great job of connecting and networking and bringing people together. And that's the kind of leadership the community needs. So Dr. Harris is the kind of guy I would go and I would go down the battlefield next to that guy any day of the week, because I have so much appreciation and respect for him. And Dr. Harris is the guy we're partnering with. So this year's convention is going to be our 10th anniversary. It's also the 125th year anniversary of the Black Business League, started by Booker T. Washington, and it's going to have thousands of people this year. It's going to be the biggest event ever, and it's going to be right next to InvestFest at the same time. So you're going to have access to a lot of black wealth, probably the greatest gathering of black wealth and intelligent black people that I've ever seen in the history of this country, especially independent, economically independent people that know how to make money. Because one of the things that we have to confront, one of the things that we don't talk about is why don't HBCUs produce more black wealth builders? So, why do HBCUs, how can an HBCU be around for 100 years and still be struggling financially? And I say this with all due respect. I gave a State of the Union address at the Wealth Summit at Bowie State, hosted by Pastor Akeisha Jefferson. And I just thought about that, and I said, how come our HBCUs struggle so much financially? And one of the reasons I believe they struggle is because for a university to prosper, you need a wealthy donor base. And that donor base can't be filled with employees. That donor base can't be filled with people that are trying to give you like whatever money they have left over from their job. You have to have some millionaires in there, maybe some billionaires. You got to have some big ballers up in there. You got to have some people in there that can write that $20 million check so you can get that new science lab, or that $10 million check so you can get started on that new football stadium and compete with all the big schools that are making billions of dollars off black athletes. You need that. You need people that can write those massive checks that'll help you to get out of a financial financial slump that'll help you get that multi-billion-dollar endowment. So I really believe that HBCUs, anybody associated with HBCUs, should probably push for stronger commitments to entrepreneurship and just skills in general, trade skills, things like that, in addition to entrepreneurship. That's where the wealth is built. The wealth in America is not built through jobs. Jobs don't build wealth in America. We've talked about this. I've shown you the stats. Everybody in here knows this. Wealth is built through owning businesses, owning stock, where you own a piece of a business, right? It comes from real estate. It comes from owning assets. So never forget that. In fact, I'm laying out a wealth model where you can kind of picture wealth as, like, think of your wealth as like a lake, right? You dig yourself a lake where you've got plenty of water. So imagine you live in California. You need to have plenty of water for people to drink and for people to use. Also, you need water available to put out fires. So you got water coming down from the mountains, and then you got this big lake, and the river that comes from the mountains empties out into the lake. Can y'all visualize that, right? So visualize a river coming down and emptying out into the lake. The lake is your wealth. The lake is your wealth. So when you first dig it out, it's going to be empty. But if you keep letting the water from the river pour into the lake, then you're gonna have some wealth. You're gonna have some water sort of build up, a reservoir, whatever you're gonna call it. And then also imagine little streams coming out of the lake and out of the river. These little streams are going to the different neighborhoods. This is the liquidity that they call money liquidity. So imagine having these little canals built from the river going out into different parts of the city, different parts of the state. You know, Altadena's over here and Beverly Hills over there and whatever's over there, right? And you got plenty of water going to the different neighborhoods. Well, that's kind of like your spending and living expenses, right? So imagine that this is how wealth is built. This is, to me, a perfect vision of wealth, actually. So think of it like this. So imagine, so you got your wealth, right? Y'all follow me? You got your big lake that's got all your wealth in it, right? And then you've got your river, which is your income. That's your income coming from your business. It may be income coming from your job. Never ever think that I've ever said to you that wealth has to be from the wealth can only come from people who own businesses and run businesses. I've never said you have to be an entrepreneur to make money. I've never said that. A lot of you have jobs, and I think it's fine as long as that income stream is being used to build wealth and it's not just being spent, right? So you've got so So you got your income stream, right? That's coming in, and that's supposedly creating your wealth. And then the little streams are kind of being cut off. You're cutting little canals out of the stream, and then a canal out of the lake that's actually getting water to the places it needs to go, right? The water is being used for consumption. You drink the water, you take baths in the water. Maybe if you have a fire, you can put out the fire easily. Why? Well, because you got the canal built where you are the income stream is getting water to the different parts of the city. Make sense? And then I want you to add another piece to this imagery, okay? I want you to imagine how another way that lake can be filled. Give me in the chat, what's another way that lake can be filled? Give me another way that lake can be filled up besides the stream, the income stream coming from the mountains. Give me another way. Put it in the chat. Yes, from the rainwater. Right? From rain, like literally, water liquidity coming out of the sky, right? Just literally from water and liquidity coming out of the sky, right? So that would be compound interest. That's compound interest, right? So the more you build up your wealth, the more compound interest that you can have access to, and you're catching this compound interest, which is literally money coming out of the sky. That's where rich people come from. That's where wealthy people come from. Wealthy people are people that are able to benefit from compound interest because they make investments consistently, and those investments literally give them an advantage that puts them ahead of most Americans because most Americans don't have money coming out of the sky. So if you ever want to picture, like try to figure out, okay, am I doing well financially? Am I not? Do I have a good financial system in place or not? I want you to ask yourself, do I have a lake? Do I have a lake with a big reservoir just filled with liquidity that I can use in case anything happens, in case I need that money? Number two, do you have a stream going into the lake that's going to fill up the lake? Do you have some income stream out there that's allowing you to generate income? And then after that, you can cut canals from both the stream and cut canals from the lake that will get water to the various areas of your life where you need liquidity, right? You got money over here for the kids, money that you need to pay bills, money over here that you need to pay your mortgage, right? Things like that. Now, then here's the other thing I want you to visualize. So you got the money, the rain coming down from the sky, which is adding to the lake. It's filling up your lake. That's the goal. The goal is to fill up the lake. That's why the river's coming down and all this other stuff. But then imagine if the lake gets cut off. right? So think about this. You've got this lake with water coming down, and I want you to imagine if somebody just gets mad at you and they say, we don't want you to have any water, right? This is what white folks do to us financially, in case you want to know. This is how they declare economic warfare on us, right? They cut off the lake. They say, we're going to dam you up and we're going to block your flow of income. And here's where we're in trouble, right? We haven't dug out a lake. We're not capturing that water and saving it for a rainy day. We are literally pulling and sucking the lake dry and pulling money out. We're consuming all of the liquidity. Do you follow this? Are y'all getting this analogy? I use this to explain this to my son, how wealth works and what he wants to aim for financially. And I said, God, I gotta share this with everybody because I never used this analogy before. I was like, oh, this is a perfect analogy, right? So white folks will dam up your river. They'll cut your river off because you're living off the river when really you're supposed to be living off the lake. You're supposed to have a backup plan. Your lake is your wealth. And some of y'all, you run into a situation like the LA fires where the whole damn hood is burning down and you ain't got no water because you forgot to fill up the reservoir. You forgot to fill up the lake or whatever the hell they're called, those big things that are filled with water, whatever you want to call it, right? You fill it up in case of emergency. You fill it up in case the income stream gets cut off, in case they decide to take your black job. No black person in America is safe if they are living paycheck to paycheck on one stream of income. No black person is safe. No human is safe, especially if you're black. And the other thing is that whenever they want to declare war on you, that's what they do. They cut off the river. In fact, I don't know if y'all know this, but there's been entire wars. I saw something. I don't know. I'm gonna get it wrong, but I think it's like has to do with Ethiopia and another country where they got the Nile River kind of running down and it goes through one of the countries and they were like, screw you, we're gonna hurt you, so we're gonna dam up this river so you can't get the water, so the water won't get to you. And they were literally about to fight over that. There was actually a war that was gonna start over this. This is like a major geopolitical tension. So this economic warfare is something that is declared on a regular basis. Black people are the most vulnerable to economic warfare, number one, because we are the least likely to ever be taught how economics works, because we send our children to white people to educate them, which is the hugest mistake a human being could ever make in their life. And then number two, we don't go out of our way to learn what we need to learn. Everybody know how to twerk and everybody knows how to play basketball, but don't nobody know how to manage wealth. That's insanity. That's absolute complete insanity. And then number three, the habits get very, very bad. The habits are not the kinds of conservative preparatory habits that you should have when you are a community that is constantly under attack. The habits are not there. So then a Donald Trump comes along or something, and then suddenly everybody's in tears and scared to death because you weren't prepared. I mean, the people that are prepared are going to be okay. The people that are prepared are going to be fine. The ones who are not prepared are vulnerable. They're going to get their butts kicked. It's going to be hard. Okay, so if you want to visualize what it means to be financially secure, I want you to kind of ask yourself those basic questions. Do I have the river flowing the income into and do I dug out the lake? Am I filling up the lake? And then and then do I have the lake position where I can collect money out of the sky? And am I prepared? And if they cut off my river, am I going to still be okay? Okay, half of damn LA burned down because they weren't prepared. So are you prepared? Because at some point they're going to come burn down your Black Wall Street. They're gonna come burn it down. They're going to come get you. They always do. I have no doubt. I don't say when I say or if I say when. Okay. All right. Now let's move on. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button if you haven't done it yet. Also, just a quick reminder: if you want to join us for Money in the Morning, we do financial consciousness training every single morning, 7 days a week. If you haven't done so, text the word morning to the number 87948. You can text morning to 87948. And we're going to Ghana this summer if you want to go with us to Ghana. So if you want to learn about our travel plans, just text the word travel to that same number, 87948. Text travel to 87948. Also, my wife sends her regards. I know some of you all work with her directly, and she is sick with food poisoning. So if you're wondering where Dr. Alicia's at, we went to DC and something happened. I went there for the Bowie steak thing, and she ate some fish. And then the rest is like Black History. So so pray for my wife. I got to keep checking on her because she's having a rough day today. All right. So anyway, let me keep going here. Let me before I read what Dr. Anderson says about DEI and how DEI died and what happened here and how it really, in my opinion, I feel like it kind of became almost anti-Black. And I know that's a kind of a tough way to describe it, but that to me is the only way to describe it. I went and I was sort of researching like what are all the DEI did start off as affirmative action. DEI actually began in the civil rights movement, with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and it was designed primarily for African Americans to get opportunities in a society where Jim Crow had kind of dominated things for a very long time. Well, then in the 1970s, the women's rights movement came along, and white women started saying, "Well, we want what black people have." And then the American Disabilities Act, or the Americans with Disabilities Act in 1990 came along, and then there were LGBTQ rights sort of thrown in there in the mix as well. And if you were to kind of make a list of all the people who expect to benefit from DEI, when they talk about DEI, they're not just talking about black people anymore. Now, 30 years ago, if they said affirmative action, they were talking about us. When companies came to universities looking to hire for affirmative action, African Americans were the primary target. I remember this because when I came out of college, I had the highest grade point average of all the black students on the entire campus. So I had a lot of opportunities. For any company that was looking for a black person, I pretty much knew I was going to get the job. I knew I was going to get the scholarship because affirmative action was a big deal. But we live in a different world now. The world changed. So if you were to list all the groups that expect to benefit from DEI, it's no longer just African Americans. You have to throw in Latinos and Hispanics, Native Americans and indigenous peoples, Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, Middle Easterners, and North African folks, gender-based groups like women, non-binary and gender non-conforming individuals, lesbian, gay, bisexual individuals, transgender individuals, queer and non-binary individuals, people with disabilities, physical disabilities. If you have wheelchair users, blind and deaf people, neurodivergent individuals. That means autism, ADHD, or dyslexia. They were counted as well. Mental health conditions. If you have depression or PTSD, you qualified as a DEI hire. So isn't this crazy, right? This is nuts. Older workers over 50 facing age discrimination. So ageism is counted under DEI. Younger professionals who need mentorship and career support. So young people, old people, fat people, sick people, first generation college students were under DEI. Individuals from low income backgrounds, people with a history of incarceration. I gotta respect that because I have some friends that deserve a second chance. People I grew up with, Muslims, Jews, Sikhs, Hindus, and other religious minorities, cultural minorities, including refugees and immigrants, veterans and military families. Thank you for your service, by the way. If you're a veteran, I love and respect all my veterans. Former service members transitioning to civilian careers, spouses and dependents of military personnel. So not just the veterans, but their spouses and their kids. Those who are intersectional. Let's see, black women in corporate leadership, which would be what they call intersectional. That means you're a woman and you're black, and so this created a little bit of an advantage for black women over black men. So a lot of black women benefited a lot more from DEI than black men, but really the bigger beneficiaries were these other groups: LGBTQ, disabled people, etc. So effectively, as time went on, DEI just kind of disappeared. It was no longer a black thing anymore. And I know that we sort of jump out and we say, why are you racist because you don't support DEI? I don't know if that's really true anymore. I don't know if the evidence is really there. I still remember seeing that Black Enterprise article that said only 4% of the DEI hires were black. So again, not to say that you shouldn't be outraged. I know some of you are outraged by Trump. Some of you love Trump. It's up to you to decide how you feel. Some of you are in the middle. But I really don't when I hear DEI, I don't hear black. There's a congresswoman I respect named Nina Turner out of Ohio. I heard Nina say, when they say DEI, they really mean black. And I was like, and I told her, I said, no, with all due respect, Nina, and I love you, they're not talking about black people really. They're talking about liberal stuff. Now we're included in that. Don't get me wrong. I don't think these people love black people. So let's be clear about that. But I don't think they're just talking about the race thing. I think that we are used as the poster child, right? We are the poster child. And this has been true for a long time. I still remember being in grad school. And I remember at University of Kentucky, which is a very racist institution that doesn't really hire a lot of black professors and probably got rid of their DEI programs as soon as they could. They put me on the cover of the magazine for their graduate student programs. And I remember way back in the 1990s, I was like, why am I on the cover of the magazine? I'm the only black student that you have in the entire math department. And then I was like, oh, well, that's why I'm on the cover of the magazine, right? Because what happens is that they market the diversity more than they actually pursue it. You follow me? Like they'll market you as opposed to actually working to support you and help you. I personally believe that if more African American males had been beneficiaries of DEI, I think they would have stood up for it more. But a lot of black men don't know other black men who are getting advantages that come from DEI, right? And this is just a real thing. So ultimately, I would say to you that DEI to some extent became anti-black after a while, that the liberal racism replaced the conservative racism, and now you got racism on your left, racism on your right. The only pathway to true power for a black person in America is economics. The only pathway to true power for a black person in America is to own some assets. The only pathway to true power is to take sovereignty in the things that you own, the things that matter to you. The biggest thing that you have to do is, if you are interested in doing this, is buy your freedom. You have to be able to find a way to make sure you and your kids don't have to go to work for some racist capitalist in order to pay the bills, but you have to prepare for this. We've talked about this, right? We've talked about what that means to be prepared. We've talked about the value of time. We talked about what happens when you invest consistently over time and you build enough of a nest egg. You filled up that lake enough with the river water that you're okay if they cut the river off, right? You're still going to be fine, but we don't necessarily instill this as a core value in the children. We have to instill to them and let them know, like, look, don't fall asleep. Don't be out here asleep now. This is a tough world. This is a world that does not care about you, right? And so when we run around and we hear people say Black Lives Matter and or we care whether or not people like black people, whether or not somebody claims to like you, it's easy for somebody to claim to like you. It's very easy for them to claim to like you. What's much harder is for people to actually engage in actions that show that they really care about your well-being. And I have not seen a lot of action. I hear a lot of talk. I hear a lot of rhetoric because talk is cheap. It's easy to say that I value something. It's another thing for me to show it. Okay. Like I could tell my wife all day, baby, I love you. But if I say, baby, I love you, and I'm out here making babies with other women, leaving her at home by herself, not helping pay no bills, well, then, I mean, she would have a right to question that and to say, hey, I think love is actually a verb. Love is an action. Love is not just a word that comes out of your mouth. I need you to do a little bit more than just tell me you love me. I need you to show me. Okay. And that's my 2 cents. Okay. All right. So let's read what Dr. Anderson says here. And Dr. Anderson talks about this topic on page 269 of his book, The Black History Reader. I'm about to read from this book. We're almost done with it. We've been reading it for a couple years now. So let me go. It's question 98 on page 269 of The Black History Reader. His website is powernomics.com. I encourage you, if you want to educate your own children, you don't have to take them out of school. You don't have to do that. Just supplement their education with what they need to know. Today, I just talked to the great niece of Marcus Garvey, and I swear it was so wonderful to talk to her because she is she has Garvey all in her blood. She has Garvey in her veins in terms of economic independence. She is doing well financially because she's always been a saver, always been an investor. And I just had so much respect for her. I don't know if she's even in this room or not. So if you're listening, you're hearing me just gush about how proud I was of you. But this is what you can do. This is a choice. This is a decision, and we had a candid conversation. Marcus Garvey had Jamaican roots, and we did talk about culturally some things that African Americans can learn from our Caribbean counterparts about what is required to be strong and to be prepared. What is required when you live in a world where there ain't no safety nets. When you ain't got no friends. When Captain America is not coming to save you. When white folks ain't really got your back like that. Even most black people ain't really got your back like that. So when you know these things and you accept this as a reality, then why wouldn't you do the work necessary to be prepared? So anyway, let me read here. So on page 269 of the Black History Reader in Dr. Claude Anderson's book, he has a section called The Birth of New Classes. This is where they replaced black people in the DEI conversation. As political concepts, are gender issues elevated above and in competition with black issues? There are some Americans, both black and white, who understand how women's issues and the sisterhood have been systematically used to divide and impede black progress in America. One such person was Eric Foner, a white writer who recited how leading white feminists and champions of voting suffrage for women in the 1860s felt about black people. He quoted several telling statements that were made by leading suffragette, Elizabeth Stanton in the mid-1860s. According to Foner, Miss Stanton questioned blacks having voting rights equal to a white woman, saying, quote, "Just think of Sambo, who does not know the difference between a monarchy and a republic, who never read the Declaration of Independence, making laws for white women, Lydia Marie Child, Lucretia Mott, or Fanny Kimball." She further stated, "The black woman would be better off as the slave of an educated white man than a degraded, ignorant black one. Hmm. Bet you didn't hear that one in your public school. When they were miseducating you for 12 years. I bet y'all never heard this one. The black woman would be better. This is a leading feminist. She said this. She said the black woman would be better off as the slave of an educated white man than a degraded, ignorant black one. I don't know if she means better a black slave, male slave. I don't know what she's saying with that, but it's pretty bad, right? When white and black women stand together on women's issues like voting and socioeconomic opportunities, it promotes an illusion of gender equality between the races. Women's issues are class issues, which are different from race issues. The feminist movement of the mid 1800s was primarily over voting rights. Contrary to popular myths, white women did not have voting rights if they were white women did have voting rights if they were property owners. The passage of the 19th Amendment in 1919 gave white women full voting and civil rights, which white women used to strengthen the electorate power of the white male. The 19th Amendment did not help black women, who had to wait until the 1960s for the enactment of civil rights voting rights laws. It is important that black women who support women's issues do not become confused and divided from their black male counterpart over gender-related issues. Once divided, they are conquered. White women and white men play as a team. Apparently, Sojourner Truth, a black feminist as well as a black freedom fighter, knew the difference between being a woman and being a black person. After listening to a white man talk about how white women were in a protected class, she rose to her feet and asked, "Ain't I a woman? I have borne 13 children and have seen them sold off to slavery, and when I cried out with my mother's grief, none but Jesus heard me." She knew no white women who were suffering such pain simply because they were women. Today, when black and white women join together, both groups should understand the difference between being a woman and being black in our society. Conservatives and liberals alike have successfully blurred the distinctions between white women and black Americans. In form, degree, and intent, racism against blacks is vastly different from the class discrimination that women have received from the white male. Unlike blacks, who are an obsolete labor class, white women are essential to the propagation of the white race. She not only lives with and bears the children of the white male, but most importantly, she has co-owned, co-controlled, co-influenced, and inherited nearly 100% of everything the white male owns since the founding of the country. Blacks have held no power over white women, nor has the black race benefited from any gender or class discrimination against women. Equating gender discrimination and racism is like comparing a headache to cancer. It might be a headache being a woman, but throughout history, it was cancerous to be black. Interesting. That's an interesting perspective. Um, I think that everybody should have their own perception on this. I'm not here to tell anybody what to think about this, but I do think that there's something about that sisterhood that just seems a little bit weird. Um, it seems like when it's almost, it reminds me of like when you have that friend who where you're maybe you're 12 years old and you're ride or die for that friend, and whenever they need you, you're always there for them. But when you need them, they're never there for you. Like there's an alpha and there's a beta. Like they're like, "Hey, follow me," and you follow them and do whatever they say. But then when you say follow me, they ignore you, right? Like I really wonder what the world would look like if white women listened to black women on black issues the way some black women listen to white women on liberal issues, let's say liberal issues. It tends to be more liberal, right? Sometimes it could be conservative. But I really think about that, right? Like I just kind of think about that in terms of we know that the black family matters to most black women. Not all. I mean, people are different. But for most black women I know, the black family matters. They care about their sons. They care about their husbands. They care about their brother. They care about the children and the structure of the family. I'm really not sure. I'm really trying to figure out what scenarios we can imagine where white women collectively have really come forward to stand up on behalf of what's been going on in the black family. Like it's almost as if sometimes I feel as a man, I've always felt like they've maybe felt that the best thing they could do for you as a black woman is to get you away from the black man, right? Like the black man is toxic. The black man is ignorant. The black man ain't got no money. The black man, he's probably gonna end up in jail anyway. So get you a white man and your life will be better. It's almost like when they had us growing up thinking that the best thing you could do as a black person was move out of the hood, move away from your community, move away from your people, right? We're trying to help this kid by getting him out of the hood. Almost like, so being black to some extent was a little bit of a cancer. It was a cancerous sort of brand to have, like, right? Like you're labeled with something that is very toxic, that your blackness is something that where you can succeed in spite of the fact that you're black, as opposed to being successful because of the fact that you're black. And I think that is, and I even also think about, I've told you all this story about how my wife, the university she teaches at is a university that doesn't hire African Americans at all. There's not one African American male professor on the entire campus at that university that I know of. And when she took a stand on an issue that related to one of her African colleagues, who's a black man, he's a good friend of mine, and I like the guy, immediately she started getting treated much differently. They started treating her badly. Because I think that there's something very scary and very threatening about African Americans who are sticking together. I think, goes back to slavery. If you know, Dr. Anderson has shared with us many examples where black men and black women sticking together, or black people coming together in a group, was seen as a threat. It was seen as a bad thing. And so ultimately, I think that it's interesting when Dr. Anderson says that the white female pretty much stands by the white male, which is what she's supposed to do. If that's her husband, that's her son. Why wouldn't she do that? Right? And you think about even in the election, where there were so many people that were mad at black men and saying, you didn't vote for the Democrats like we told you to do. But it was very interesting to me because black men supported the Democrats more than white women did. White women didn't show up for black women. Like, for the black women that really wanted to see, say, Kamala Harris get elected or whatever, it wasn't the black male that came up short. We gave overwhelming support. It was the white female that didn't show up. It was the white male that didn't show up, right? But the black male is the one that's kind of like gets the finger wagged at him, like, because you didn't do what you were told. You're not doing what we tell you to do. So I kind of think that this conversation has to kind of be had, and I think that black first to me definitely means the black family has to be first and foremost, but I also think that men have to really think carefully about what it means to really support and respect women as well. Like I think I know I just personally know a lot of black women who were disappointed by the men in their lives, and I think that that's highly inappropriate. I really do. I think that men should push themselves to show up for the women that matter to them. That's the conversation I have with our son all the time. I just tell him, I say, look, you're a guy, man. Come on, you can't the girls are not supposed to be doing all the work. They're supposed to be able to depend on you. That's really important. And I know men who haven't filled that role. So I think there's accountability to go all the way around. I think loyalty is hard, commitment is hard, discipline is hard. And that's why a lot of people don't really know a damn thing about loyalty. They don't know a damn thing about commitment. They don't know a damn thing about discipline, because they walk away whenever it gets difficult. And if you do that, then you're going to fail. You're never going to be successful at anything. You'll never have respect from anyone anywhere on earth. No other communities won't respect you, etc. But if you can get those things, if you understand what it means to be loyal, to standing on what you said, following through on what you believe, standing by the people that you say you stand by, then I believe you can't be stopped. I believe you can't be stopped. You can't be touched. I do not wake up on any day. I've never woke up in fear of white people, black people, or anybody. Why would I be afraid of you? I'm never going to change. You're not going to talk me out of who I am. So why would I even spend a minute even wondering if I'm concerned about what you're doing or what you're thinking? And that's a choice. That's absolutely a choice. Okay, so anyway, let me move on. I'm going to move on really quick. And just a reminder too, I did a training that's very popular. A million people have seen it. It's really good. It's called How to Make Money Without Working. If you want to check it out, text the word money to the number 87948 on your phone. Text money to 87948. I think you'll like stock options. I think that you'll enjoy. A lot of you already do stock options, and those of you that do, I already sent you some stuff out today. I encourage you to take a look at that. It'll take like 40 minutes, but I guarantee it's going to change your life. There's no question. So text the word money to the number 87948. And also, if you want to begin your wealth building journey with the Black Business School, you can go to blackmoney101.com. That's blackmoney101.com. All right. So I'm going to go to question 100. And Dr. Anderson talks about this. This is on page 272 of the Black History Reader. His books are at powernomics.com. I hope you will support this amazing, wonderful man. It really means a lot to the family that you all are supporting. And for those that have extra money, I hope you'll go buy multiple books. Just buy a bunch, have them in your living room, give them away to people in the community. We have to be our own distribution network for the ideas that matter to us. We have to be our own public school system. I was reciting stats the other day that basically said that less than 15% of black males in high school are even reading or doing math at grade level, which is absolutely devastating for our families. It's going to destroy our ability to survive. These kids are going to struggle when they're in their 20s and 30s because they don't have the basic skills. So we have to do that. We have to do that. We have to do that. We can't get mad at the people that didn't do that. We have to do that. So Dr. Anderson, I think introducing the kids to Claude Anderson is the best gift you can give them. So I encourage you to feel free to do that. Like, support this man. He deserves our support 100%. So his website is powernomics.com. All right. So question 100, what was the scenario that led to the death of the Black Civil Rights Movement? Okay, for everyone but the caretakers of old black civil rights organizations, the civil rights movement for blacks is dead. Civil rights for blacks had a brief life twice within a 100-year period. It reached a point of diminishing returns and then died a premature death during the late 1960s. Today, all of the rights gained by the black civil rights movement have been bequeathed to groups that are more acceptable to the larger society. Women, LGBT, Hispanics, Asians, handicapped, and poor whites. We talked about that earlier. All the groups that benefit from DEI other than you. It sucks, but it's true. The first black civil rights efforts formally started shortly after the Civil War, as slaves realized they had received paper freedom and rights they couldn't exercise. For nearly a century, they pursued their phantom freedom and rights nationally by the way of public forums, courthouses, schoolhouses, union halls, and journalism. In the 1954 Brown versus Board of Education desegregation decision, blacks won a battle, but the decision had incalculable destructive effects on the black community. During the subsequent civil rights protest period, blacks stimulated a rush of new social movements by a melange of social groups, which co-opted the language. You know, remember when being woke used to be like a black thing? Anybody remember that, where woke was like a black thing, and then suddenly it became like anything liberal? Like, how did that happen? I remember when people say woke and it was like kind of a hip black thing to say. Then we stopped saying it 20 years ago and white people took it over. All right, so let's see here. Okay, they co-opted the language and historical evidence that blacks used to justify their own quest for equal rights and freedom. The barrage of liberal social causes offended the larger society in general and motivated conservatives to orchestrate a backlash. So this is the thing. They'll throw you out front. They'll use you as a human shield to catch bullets when the conservatives are shooting their guns back at the liberals, but really they're going after liberals. They're not just, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they love all black people. They don't. I believe I believe Republicans hate black liberals and they love black Republicans. The liberals love black liberals and they hate black conservatives. That's what it is. It's a liberal conservative issue. It's not black and white. So when people try to co-opt it and say, well, you're a racist because you're not a Democrat, I think that's the craziest thing in the world. I don't believe anybody has a right to claim racism for themselves, for their own personal benefit. So let's keep reading here. So Dr. Anderson says that the barrage of liberal social causes offended the larger society in general and motivated conservatives to orchestrate a backlash. Since blacks were the largest, most visible, and least acceptable group seeking social change, they became the primary target of conservative angst. Human shield, that's what you became. That's what you became. You became their bulletproof vest. Hey, we're going to hold up a black person. I heard an NPR interview the other day where there was this guy who was talking, and I'm going to tell you the truth. He sounded a little sassy. He came off a little Roland Martin-ish, and he was basically talking about, DEI and how mad he was about DEI. And every single example, I was listening with my wife. I said, watch, every example he gives about DEI, he's going to say something about black. He's going to say, well, it's just like discriminating based on the color of your skin. It's just like saying you can't come in if you're black. Every example he used was black. And I said, how come he doesn't use gay people as I mean, the man, I'm not saying I'm being petty when I say, but he was, he could have been a hairdresser or something, right? I'm gonna be honest with you. And so I was like, why isn't he talking about his own cause? He don't sound black. So why does he keep talking about black people? Like this, like you're really doing this for us. Well, it's just like discriminating based on race. Like, no, stop that. But this is what Dr. Anderson's talking about. They love to use us as the human shield. Like, oh, we're doing this for black people. Oh, this is just like being racist. No, it's not. Fight your own battle. That's what I say. Fight your own damn battle. Because if we're not the beneficiaries of the war, we shouldn't be in it. Ain't no Viet Cong never called me nigga. And I'm gonna tell you the truth. I ain't never had a Proud Boy call me nigga either. I'm no disrespect. I'm not saying that they're great. I'm not saying I love them. I'm not saying they're good people. I'm just saying that, when I saw stuff like January 6th, I saw some black people in the crowd too. I know just as many angry black conservatives as I know angry black liberals. So when you try to delineate it all based on race, I just kind of have to question that. I have to challenge you a little bit. Not to say you don't have a right to have your beliefs, but I think you need something called proof, and I don't see a lot of proof of that. I just don't. If there were proof everywhere, then Jussie Smollett wouldn't have had to make up that crazy story about going out for a Subway sandwich at 2 in the morning in negative 20-degree weather, running to Trump supporters who said, "Aren't you that nigger from Empire? Aren't you that nigger from Empire?" That whole story sounded like it was made up by a junkie. Like nobody in Chicago believed that, man, because that weekend there was an Arctic blast. What do they call those Arctic whatever they? When the wind comes down from the North Pole, because we are destroying the climate, by the way. Climate change is real. That's where I become real liberal. Like, y'all ain't paying attention to the climate. Yeah, it's happening, right? So the Arctic blast came down, and it was super cold in Chicago that week. That's my city. Or polar vortex. Thank you. I should be using the right words. I sound so ignorant right now. But this polar vortex came down. It was super cold, and everybody in Chicago was like, "Dude, you're lying." Nobody was out at 2 o'clock in the morning on that night because it was freezing. So to me, again, if you're telling me like, "Oh my God, they're so dangerous, they're gonna come and hurt black people," but it's like you can't find a real life example. Now, I mean, I just don't get it. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, right? I'm just like, okay, show me where they went up in the south side of Chicago to the blackest neighborhood they can find and executed 300 black people. Then at that point, then we're up in arms. Then we're going to be ready to fight. And hopefully that will never happen. I don't want that to really happen. But my point is that sometimes I think that people love to fearmonger. They love on both sides, Republicans and Democrats. They love to get us scared. And when you're scared, you're operating at that low vibrational frequency. And people who operate on the low vibrational frequency do as they're told. Fear is used to gain power. It's how powerful people get other people to do what they tell them to do. And I don't think you should operate in fear. I don't think that's going to benefit you. We've been operating in fear for a long time. And look where it's gotten us. It hasn't gotten us anywhere. So let's keep going. Let me keep reading here where I make more people mad, because I make people mad when I talk like this. All right. So it says here, and I hope that, by the way, I hope that we can disagree and still love each other. Can you give me a yes in the chat? Because I tell you, I get so much flack about the political stuff. Give me a yes if we can disagree, and you can say, "Oh, I don't agree with you on that, boy. So I didn't like what you." Like, can we love each other? Can we do that? Give me a quick yes so we can just. I need to confirm this so we don't divide ourselves over politics, because that's the goal. The goal is like, if we divide the black community, if we keep them from listening to financial scholars, and they're going to remain financially ignorant. So if you say, "Well, I'm not listening to Boyce because even though he has a PhD in finance and can teach me all these things about economics, I'm not listening to him because he's not a Democrat like me or not a Republican like me," then basically they're accomplishing their goal. Their goal is to keep you blind, deaf, dumb, stupid, and a day late and a dollar short and always behind. I cannot imagine. I do not understand why we are not outraged over the fact that the majority of our kids in the public schools cannot read. Why are we not outraged about this? Why are we not pissed off, kicking down walls, busting down doors, flipping over tables, defunding we should be pissed over this. They are coming in your neighborhood and stealing trillions of dollars from you because they're taking an asset that's more valuable than money. You can't see it because these children don't look like dollar bills. They look like dollar bills to their oppressors, though. That little black boy you just had, oh, he looks like a dollar bill to the prison industrial complex. That little black girl you have, oh, she looks like a dollar bill to corporate America. Oh, that other son that you had, oh, yeah, he looks like a dollar bill to the NCAA and NBA corporate complexes, right? So they see our kids and they see a cha-ching. When you send your child to college, they're making billions of dollars because student loan debt is the number one barrier to black wealth in existence. That's why most educated black people can't build wealth, because they're back paying some big white university for a 4-year degree that they got them that $50,000 a year job. So they see the dollar bills. I don't think you see it. I don't think you see it. I don't think you understand the danger of what happens to a community when you're letting your kids go to schools that don't educate black children. And every single statistic I can imagine shows you black kids can't even read, and nobody's like stopping and saying, "Hey, wait, why would we support anybody giving money to a school where 90% of the children can't read?" What kind of insanity is that? I get, oh, I know what it is. You go with the status quo, you go with the norm because they built a society of sheep. They've trained us to be cowardly sheep. They've trained us not to speak up. They've trained us to just repeatedly do what we've been told. Because if you try to change the protocol, then you get defined as the radical angry black man, which I've been defined as for the last 30 years. I'm used to it. I'm okay with that. I want to be the black sheep. Because I know that I'm right. I have complete confidence that I'm correct, but this is not a hard math problem. I've solved difficult math problems before. This is not easy. This is not, or this is an easy one. This is not advanced calculus. This is like pre-algebra. If you're sending children in the millions to schools that are not giving them any tangible skills and are not teaching them how to read, write, and do math, the vast majority of those children will fail. The vast majority of those children cannot provide for a family. The vast majority of those children are marginalized by society. The vast majority of those children cannot go on 12 years later, just 12 years later, and really properly raise a child and take care of a spouse. They can't. They can't. They're in the struggle. And I'm not sure why we just lead them to slaughter in that way. I don't understand why we're not angry about this. So that's that's where I stand on this. Let me keep reading here. This is page 273 of the Black History Reader, Dr. Claude Anderson's book. You can get a copy at powernomics.com. He says, the movement was drowned out by the new groups and outflanked by the conservatives. In the heat of various civil rights battles for control over jobs, schools, housing, community services, businesses, and tax dollars, black leadership ran out of insight, social tools, and strategies for effectively dealing with the more subtle and less direct forms of racism that cropped up. As the competing social groups began to appropriate the civil rights agenda, conservative political forces started using their government and media power to diminish the black component of the civil rights movement. They successfully destroyed the legitimate base of the black movement by diluting it beyond recognition. They identified every group that they could possibly perceive as aggrieved and made it equal to blacks. Thus, the public perception of blacks was severely damaged and distorted. The unique problems they faced were made to appear no more important than the problems faced by other so-called victims of discrimination. The black civil rights movement, though successful in many respects, did not change the power relationship between blacks and whites. The movement had at least 4 flaws that left unaddressed critical imperatives for black America as described below. 1. The movement's black leadership placed the entire weight of its resources on achieving social integration and gaining access to white society by making themselves acceptable in all respects. They believed, perhaps naively, that by removing the symbols of Jim Crowism and requiring access to various segments of white society, black people would gain equality. Wrong. White people didn't stop being white. No, they don't love you. They didn't. You're not a white man. 2. Black leaders did not recognize that effective empowerment strategies for Black America had to address the historical maldistribution of the nation's wealth, power, resources, rights, and privileges reserved exclusively for white society. Without acknowledging the economic disparities and seeking correction, it was not possible to neutralize the forces behind Jim Crow. Equality was structurally not possible. And you got that wrong because you didn't talk about the economics. You had people talking about the economics, but those voices were muted. When Dr. King started talking about the economics, they shot that man on that balcony. When you had black folks like Dr. Claude Anderson talking about the economics, nobody wanted to talk to him because they said, you're talking about money, now you're talking about power. So I'm telling you, if you want to have power, you better go get some money. If you want your kids to have power, you better teach them about money. You better prepare them financially. You better prepare them to own assets, because the most powerful I've ever felt as a black man was when I knew I had enough money in the bank to tell any white man who disrespected me that he could kiss my whole entire black ass. That's when I knew I had power. That's when I knew I was powerful. Can nobody come in my house and tell me how to run my household? Ain't nobody in this house the man in my house except for me. You have to earn these things. Same thing is true with women. Economics is the only way to have power in America. I don't know when we're going to get that through our thick heads and start making a plan. Not a big black plan, not a national plan, not a plan with 40 million Negroes attached. I'm talking about your family plan. Your plan, man. You need a plan. And I can promise you that if you make a plan and you execute the plan and you follow through with the plan consistently, your children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren are all going to benefit. They're all going to benefit from that. You got to think different. You got to let go of the nonsense. Integration was a fairy tale. Equality was a joke. Civil rights was cute, but it was retractable. They throw it out there and then they pull it back like a fishing rod, and we're chasing it like little puppies. Number 3, and here's the thing. They're not going to teach this to you. They're not going to explain this to you. Why would anybody who benefits from controlling you ever teach you how to be independent? What in the hell? Who in the world made you think that was ever going to happen? A pimp ain't never gonna teach you how to be a pimp ain't never gonna teach you how to not get pimped. A pimp will only teach you how to be a better hoe. A pimp will only teach you how to make more money on the corner. A pimp will never give you true power. Capitalism is full of pimps. That's what that system is. That's what it does. So keep getting pimped if you want to, and you'll see what the results are. Number 3. Black leadership did not develop a long-term national plan with goals and strategies, spelling out where blacks ought to be going and how to best get there. That's the part that drives me crazy, because you know what? I would hear all the time. I heard this all the time back when we had this really smart guy named Barack Obama in the White House. I admire him. I think he's so smart. I do. I think Al Sharpton's really smart. I told you. The man's a genius. I might call Al Sharpton. I might make fun of his perm. I might make fun of how chubby he used to be. I might make fun of him stuttering and messing up words on his show, but I will never call him stupid. I will never call Al Sharpton stupid, because I sat next to this man for hours at a time. He's an absolute genius, 100%, without a doubt. I remember when Obama was in office, and I remember people kept on saying, the black community doesn't have a plan. We don't know what black people want because they don't have a plan. That was the most infuriating thing you could ever say to me, because there were people that had a plan. But what happened was that they deliberately didn't listen to the people that had a plan. I had been a professor at Syracuse for 12 years, and we had a plan. I sat down with Louis Farrakhan and a group of economists in 2015, I believe, for 9 hours in a room, and we made a plan. Dr. Claude Anderson wrote books 30 years ago. There was a plan. But when they would say, well, what's the plan for African Americans, and they're deciding who to talk to, they didn't want to talk to somebody like me. They talked to me for a minute, but they didn't. When they realized I wasn't going to carry water for them, they didn't want to talk to me anymore. They didn't want to talk to Dr. Claude Anderson. They ignore him every time he would go to Capitol Hill. They certainly don't talk to Farrakhan. Lord, I mean, that would be scary for them. Dr. Julianne Malveaux, who was a president of an HBCU, has a PhD in economics from MIT. If they could, do you think? Give me a yes in the chat. Give me a guess. Do you think that Dr. Malveaux, if they said, Dr. Malveaux, we need a plan for the African American community, do you think that Julianne Malveaux, who has a PhD in economics from MIT, could have come up with a plan? Do you think so? What do y'all think? You think she could have wrote something up real quick? You think she could, or you think she would have said, black people don't got no plan. We don't know where we, You think that that's what she would have said, or do you think she would have said, no problem? I would be more than happy to present a full PowerPoint presentation for you and the entire economic subcommittee on the plan for Black America. Do you think that she could have pulled this off? Because she's not just smart, she's got smart friends. So when they would say black people don't have a plan, or they say black leadership didn't have a national plan, that's because that was not the real black leadership. The reason they couldn't drive the car was because none of these Negroes had a damn driver's license. And they were crashing the car off the side of a bridge. And they were saying, the black leaders keep driving the car off the side of the bridge. That's because you're picking the blindest, worst drivers you could possibly find to drive the car, because you want that car to go off a bridge. You're doing this on purpose. This was intentional. They want to give the impression that the black community is a bunch of goofball, incompetent rappers, basketball players, and comedians who don't have a plan. The whole economic plan for black people was Diddy, vote or die, vote or die, vote or die, vote or die. Right? That was the plan. But there were people out there that had a plan. These are the individuals that were the real leaders in the community. It was not these Negroes they put on TV. So this has always been, that's why I tell you that I just really believe you shouldn't even pay any attention to black leadership. Don't listen. Be your own leader. I don't teach any students. I told you this, I don't have any students. I teach teachers. I teach teachers because every one of you has a sphere of influence. Every one of you has a group of people that will listen to you. Every one of you has somebody that's next to you. You got a spouse, maybe you got a baby daddy, maybe you got kids, you got parents, you got people around you that know less about economics than you do. I know they know less about economics than you do because I know a lot about economics and I talk a lot. So if you talk to me a lot and you listen to me a lot, you probably know more about economics than 95% of the people around you. So I'm telling you, I'm empowering you, I'm endowing you, I'm deputizing you. Lead, goddammit, lead. Excuse my French, I won't cuss anymore, but I need you to lead now. You are the leadership. You are because your heart is pure. You're not in it, you're not corrupted. You're not in it for the money. You're not in it for the fame. You're not trying to get on TV so you can get more women, right? You're in it because you care about your kids. You're here because you love your family. You're here because you want to win. You're here because you want something different. You're here because you're breaking generational curses. So you are the ones that are supposed to lead. You lead yourself. I just really believe we should disavow this whole idea of black leadership. If somebody's got a good idea and it sounds good, then you take that down, but you're the leader. You're the boss. Because if you keep on listening to these people on TV, they're going to lead you astray. They're in the back room making business deals. They're in the back room jockeying for position. They're in the back room negotiating, saying, give me 100,000 and I'll get all my black followers to go and do this and do that. Man, to hell with all that. Lead yourself. That's what you do. Let's keep going. Number 4, the civil rights movement, like any successful social movement, needed 3 components to substantially change the circumstances of blacks. 1, strong grassroots organization. 2, research-based entities to provide policy structure and guidance. That means think tanks. Dr. Claude Anderson does have a think tank called the Harvest Institute, by the way. When you buy books at powernomics.com, you're supporting the Harvest Institute. 3, a wealthy class to financially subsidize the movement. That means you rich Negroes out there, you can't just sit on your money and be rich. You should try to find some way to support and subsidize the ideas that you believe in. It doesn't mean you give all your money away, but it also means, in my opinion, that when we have those talented people that are capable of generating economically, we don't just train them to be high-paid employees. You want to learn how to develop institutional frameworks so you can create jobs and opportunities for other people. Black success means nothing if that success does not multiply. Let me say it again in another way. Black success means nothing if it doesn't multiply and become contagious to other black people. Your success must be contagious. That requires a certain way of thinking. That means that whatever I got, I'm going to make sure other people get what I got. It starts with teaching. It starts with talking. I became a college professor. I was sitting in a room at Syracuse University with 30 students at a time. I said, no, I want to go to the internet so that I can be contagious. And I can take whatever's inside my brain and find anybody that will listen and share all this crap I've been studying like crazy for the last 15, 20 years. I want to share it far and wide as far as it'll go because I want to be contagious. The same thing is true with yourself. Also, when you're talking about economics, economic power is built through the ability to establish institutional infrastructure. That's why we talk about building sturdy children, systems, technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation for the youth. Kids who think in terms of systems and technology and entrepreneurship are far wealthier than young people who think in terms of job applications and getting that nice fancy corporate job. HBCUs aren't doing it yet. I love HBCUs, don't get me wrong, but they're not doing it yet because they were established specifically so that they could go work for white people. That's what they were established for. I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm saying that's what they were established for. They might have to break away from this. I believe that they can, but that's what they were established for. Why is that? Well, because when white folks wanted to develop industry, they funded institutions to give them workers that could come and work in that industry. Why do you think corporations give money to universities? I went to Indiana University where I met my wife, and I was walking around and I saw this sign saying this building was donated by Dow Chemical. Why in the hell would Dow Chemical go buy a building for Indiana University? Well, because they wanted those graduates. They were like, "What you got for me? You got some graduates for me? You got some people that can come and work for me?" So this is how these models work. So the same way others build institutions that produce people that are going to support the objectives of their other institutions or economic entities, we have to do the same. We need to rechannel the river. There's a flow of young, talented black people where they're being guided right into the arms of corporate America. We need to redirect that river and pull some of those resources toward us. I mean, there's a million examples I can think of. I mean, just considering the idea that if you take any HBCU in America and they play against a big white university like, I don't know, Alabama, Alabama will have black athletes that will kick the entire ass of the HBCU athletes. And I just think that's the most hilarious thing in the world. That's a really clear visual example of how our best and brightest get redirected to institutions that aren't run and controlled by us. Because the building of institutions requires a certain type of thinking. And this is what I believe is going to get us where we need to get to. We have to have children, millions of children, who are taught to think in terms of institutional frameworks and systems. That kid that wants to build the business, that kid that wants to be the investor, that kid that knows how to create a job, that kid that knows how to network, that kid that knows how to build healthy relationships so that he can delegate to others and find team members that he can partner with that will help him build some sort of framework that will employ lots of people. You done had loud ass talking rappers run around with hip hop for the last 50 years. Hip hop's been around for 50 years, and not one single meaningful institution has come out of that. Not one. Not one. Even hip hop's going to be on. Even Harvard and Yale are now creating hip hop classes where they're taking control of it anyway. The industry took control of it. Not one instance, not one hospital, not one automobile manufacturing plant, not one chip manufacturer, not nothing, not even a chain of restaurants. You ain't got a chain of like 3,000 restaurants, not one school system, not one system was built out of that. I think that's insane. That's absolutely insane because rappers can't be famous without systems. There are systems that are designed with infrastructure that give distribution to the music. That's how everybody knows who Glorilla is, or everybody knows about Kanye West, or they know all about Jay-Z, is because there's infrastructure. The recording industry, Sony and all these other they have infrastructure. They have systems. They have institutions. So where are our institutions, and why is it that we don't talk about that more? I think that we should. I think that we should. Because right now we're playing a mixture between the Hunger Games and the Squid Games. We're living off the one-off, one successful Negro protocol. We're living off of symbolism. You have one successful Negro who gets a really good job, and they parade him around to everyone else, and everyone gets excited, and they say, hey, if I sell out just like him, I can get a good job too. That's not going to do it. That's just not going to do it. Let me keep going. And there are exceptions. Somebody mentioned Robert Smith. I like Robert Smith, and I like Byron Allen. One thing about Robert Smith that I would love to see is I remember he paid off the student loans of the Morehouse students, which I thought was amazing because you get rid of that debt so they have an opportunity to do other things. I'd be curious to know what else he's doing in terms of putting together, say, a $500 million endowment fund to support businesses that are started by those individuals, right? Again, it's easier said than done, but that's also what I'd like to see is not just the removal of debt, but the acceleration of economic potential through access to capital. That's the missing component. That's the part that I'm looking for. And Byron Allen is a great guy. He's doing amazing things, but I haven't seen much more from him other than his white wife. I don't really know what that means. I don't know how to interpret that. I'm not making fun of that. I'm not saying that if you marry a white person, you're a sellout, but I can say that from where I come from, it would be very hard for me to talk to you the way I talk to you if I sat here and said all this black stuff, but then said, hey, but by the way, when I made the most important decision in my life of who I want to share my wealth with, I picked Becky. I could have picked Shaniqua. There's a lot of Shaniquas that might have married me, but I wanted Becky. I'm going to be honest with you. That's where I probably sound like Umar Johnson or something. But I'm not here to judge anybody's decision. I'm just here to say that I think that who you marry does say something about you. I really believe that. Okay. But no disrespect to Kamala and Dougie and all this other stuff. But I'm not really sure how you can talk about Black power without talking about the Black family and what that's supposed to look like. And I even have people in my own family who made a different decision from me, and I respect that. But I think that that conversation still has to be had. I don't think we can act like it doesn't matter because there's few decisions in my life that were more important than who I chose as my spouse. There are a few decisions. I can't imagine too many decisions that were more important than that. So anyway, let me keep going. Let me keep reading. Just a quick reminder, if you want to join us and study stock market stuff, we're doing a financial slumber party on Friday night at 11 p.m. That's where we get together on a private Zoom and we put on our pajamas and we eat popcorn and we learn finance together. We play music. It's like a little party, but it's kind of fun, kind of a weird nerdy thing. If you want to join us, make sure you get on the text list. I'll send you guys the link and you can participate in that. It'll be Friday night at 11. So make sure you're on the text list if you're not. You can do that by pulling out your phone, text the word morning to the number 87948 on your phone, and I will send you a link and you can join us. So text morning to 87948. If you live in another country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. So drboyceelevate.com or text morning to 87948. I'll send you an invitation to our financial slumber party. We're doing stuff in the Black Business School every single day of the week. All right. So unfortunately, the movement only had the first component. Sorry, let me see here. Okay, so he's talking about the three things that a good social justice movement needs. One, a strong grassroots movement. Two, a research-based entity like a think tank. Three, a wealthy class of people to financially subsidize the movement. That's why you can't be anti-capitalist or anti-money. And I don't believe in everybody being a capitalist. We've talked about that. But I think that when you get to the point where you vilify all rich people, I think that that's bad because you need that money in order for you to sustain yourself. I've seen a lot of movements that die because all the people that are out protesting on the weekend, they got to go to work on Monday and they got to go to work for the very same capitalists that they claim to hate so much. But you hate them so much that you work for them. Well, why? Well, because you need to eat. You need money for your family. So money has to be a part of any movement. The Black Panther movement, I believe, would have been a better movement if it had not been influenced heavily by the Marxists. I believe that. I'm just going to tell you the truth. Black Lives Matter, the Black Panther movement, even the Civil Rights movement, I think had a heavy Marxist socialist undertone. Where unfortunately I believe that they were kind of being used for other people's purposes, which I think were disconnected from what we want as Black people. I don't see us as a community where we hated our business owners. I don't see us as a community where we thought that it was evil because you actually had some land, had some property, had some assets. I think that our movement should be diverse, where we've got those people who can run the businesses and own the assets, who can fund the softball team, who can build the park for the community, who can create a job for their brother, right? Like that. So that economic foundation is critical for any movement. So I don't. So when everybody's like talking about like capitalism is just like racism and all capitalism have to die and all this, I don't get all that. I get it. I understand your critique of capitalism. Karl Marx has a great critique of capitalism. He's right on every front. I told you your jobs kind of steal your soul. They steal your time. They take you away from your family. They take you away from your purpose. They take you away from all the things that matter to you. So I do agree with that. But at the same time, I don't want us walking around here in this capitalist society with no money. I just really think that money is your weapon and your shield that allows you to get things done. So that's the balance I encourage you to have as you pursue your wealth. Money can't be everything, but money can't be nothing. Right? Extremism is going to get you in trouble either way. If money becomes your god, then you're going to be worshiping a false god. But if you ignore money and you start to vilify money, money becomes your devil, then your life will become a living hell. Let me say it again. If money becomes your God, you will worship a false God. If money becomes your devil, then you're going to be living in hell. So don't make money your God. Don't make it your devil. Just make it a tool. Make it something that you acquire so you can have the financial peace necessary to allow you to elevate and have a higher degree of consciousness so you can go on about your life and do the things that matter. The things that matter to you. Take care of your kids. Take care of yourself. Go on a vacation when you want to. Get away from those crazy white folks at your job. Whatever it is that you want to do, money allows you to do those things. Okay? So let me keep going. So he says, unfortunately, the movement had the first component, which was grassroots, the passionate support of the Black masses. The cumulative effect of these flaws left the civil rights movement with no place to go, no way to get there, and no leadership to take them. Black people were no longer at the top of any agenda. A few visible black organizations managed to survive by becoming politically correct and expanding their focus to so-called minorities, immigrants, poor people, LGBT, women, and abused children. They could not survive in the powerful conservative climate by continuing to target the problems of blacks alone. Although black conditions continue to need attention, most black organizations could not raise enough money, there's that word money to survive by focusing solely upon their own people. So they could not raise enough money. Why can they raise enough money? They couldn't raise enough money because they didn't understand economic models. The Black Panther Party needed an economist. Maybe they had one. Maybe, I don't want to assume they didn't. But man, I was like, Lord, if I could have taught you how to make some money, then you could have pursued the mission. Shotguns for everybody, right? Like we could have done so much more if we had enough money. Think about how many times you have a plan, you have a process and a plan that you're supposed to pursue. You have God's plan and you're supposed to pursue God's plan, which is coming from your passion, coming from your purpose, but you can't do it because you got to go to work. Or you can't do it because you ain't got enough money. So instead of doing God's plan, you got to go with Massa's plan. And Massa's plan is sit your black ass down, you shut your mouth, boy, and you show up to work and you do what you're told. That's Massa's plan. So money, to me, money is just, you talk, I don't give a damn about equality. I want to win. And money, to me, is the great equalizer in the sense that it can allow you to just put it to the side and elevate. I told my daughter this yesterday. I said, okay, you're 14. Next year, you got to come and work for me. And she said, and I said, why do you think you have to come work for me? She said, because you know that I need money. I said, yeah. I said, why is that? She said, well, because I want to be a professional dancer and dancers don't make money. I said, yeah. I said, because I want you to have enough money so you don't have to think about money. We're going to get money out of the way so you can really live your life, so you can really pursue your passion. That's what money's going to be the key that unlocks the jail cell that incarcerates so many people. Financial freedom, that's what it is. So I'm going to tell you the best blessing that God gave me was when he somehow told my little dumbass 19-year-old self to get a doctorate in finance. That's what happened. I met a guy. He's a great guy. His name's Dr. Tommy Whitler, and he's a professor at DePaul. And I didn't have any money, and I was like, man, I gotta figure out how to make some money one day. And he drove this Porsche, and I said, professors don't make any money. How are you driving a Porsche? And he said, oh, finance professors make the most money out of all the professors on campus. So I was like, oh, well, I'm good at school. And I need some money, so let me go study this money thing. I figure if I study money, learned about money, somebody might pay me money to talk about money. And I did that because I didn't have any money. And I didn't, and to me, and now that I think back on it, it's like, well, wait, that's common sense. That's common sense. Pay attention now. If you are constrained by something, if you know that there's something that holds the key to your liberation, like if you have been able to deduce like that one thing, that one barrier, that one thing that if you acquire this one thing, it's going to make all the difference in the world. That is a gift. That's a blessing. Because then at that point you say, okay, now that I know the one thing that's blocking me from getting where I want to get to, then I'm going to spend all my time learning as much about that thing as I possibly can. I'm going to meditate on it. I'm going to pray about it. I'm going to talk to my friends about it. I'm going to explore it. I'm going to investigate it. I'm going to look into it and get good at it. Because you figured it out. You figured out the puzzle. We solved racism. Teach your kids to be economically free, and I guarantee you that racism will kind of diminish. Racism has a hard time imposing itself on a financially independent black person. Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get this? Let me keep going. Let me keep reading. I'm almost done. I'm starting to sweat, so I need to stop doing all that. I'm 53. I shouldn't be up here sweating. I ain't no Southern Baptist minister. All right, so let's keep going here. All right, so so Dr. Anderson says black people are no longer at the top of any agenda. A few visible black organizations managed to survive by becoming politically correct and expanding their focus to all the other groups, immigrants, minorities, poor people, LGBT, etc. He also says, let's see here. Although black conditions continue to need attention, most black organizations could not raise enough money to survive by focusing solely upon their own people. The surviving black organizations remain visible by continuing to pursue the integration dream. It would not have been necessary for black organizations to abandon their own community if the black civil rights movement had established a sense of community cohesiveness founded on group economics and group politics. The National Urban League and the NAACP are still active, but have lost much of their influence and membership. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and the Black Panther Party are defunct. The Congress of Racial Equality joined the conservative ranks of a national political party, and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference barely survives. This nation's political apparatus disabled many of the civil rights groups by destroying or neutralizing black leadership. Adam Clayton Powell and Stokely Carmichael were discredited. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, and Medgar Evers were assassinated. Rap Brown, Eldridge Cleaver, Angela Davis, and prominent members of the Black Panthers were criminalized. Many of the others were enticed into mainstream society. Consequently, the large block of black leadership was eradicated, changed, or disappeared after just one generation following the Great Movement. Having failed to address the structural conditions of black America, the 1960s left little structure upon which blacks could build. Instead, that colorful era only left faded memories and soul-stirring songs. The void created by the death of the black civil rights movement presented the opportunity for a cadre of black neoconservatives to join the popular white conservative movement and proclaim themselves and their new organizations the new black leadership. They were publicly blessed by the highest levels of government in corporate America, and they offered black America political and economic ideologies that were taken right from the conservative right-wing political Bible. Their politically correct ideologies advocated for less government and taxes, free market economies, privatization of government services, and race-neutral government policies. Black traditional leadership, like the black masses, is ignored by government and the media except during times of racial disturbances or movement anniversaries, aka symbolism. Thank you, Dr. Claude Anderson. Greatest black man in the history of this country, in my opinion. Love that man. That's all I can say. There's nothing else to say. All right, so it's time to go. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. It was real. We will be back tomorrow morning. We do this every single day, as we've done for years. 10 a.m. If you want to join us, make sure you text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Text morning to the number 87948. Also, if you want to, my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, she's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. She helped us to make Black history in the Black Business School by heading the Black Financial Therapy Department. What we concluded is that our people are crazy and that racism makes us insane. It's PTSD, it's all kinds of trauma, and the trauma has to be healed for us to heal our families and to heal our economics. So she got together with all her expert black therapist friends, and they've all gotten together and done something pretty amazing called the Black Love Weekend. This is going to happen during the weekend, Valentine's Day weekend. This is for anybody who is in a relationship, wants to be in a relationship, wants to have good relationships with other people, not just your partners, but your kids, your parents, your friends, your business associates, or whatever. And there is science that explains how to do this. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to drop science the whole weekend. They've got a men's group, a women's group. They're doing sex therapy, all kinds of stuff. The trauma, of course, that's always on the menu. And so if you want to join, you can go to theblackloveweekend.com, THE, that's theblackloveweekend.com. And you can take a look, see what they have going on. I encourage you to participate, bring your whole family. Also, if you want to get other notifications from Dr. Alicia, you can text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948, and I will send you information about that event. It's going to be on Valentine's Day weekend, because if we don't rebuild our families and start to learn to get along with each other in a healthy way, then we're doomed and done. Wealth becomes much harder when you're doing it all by yourself. Wealth is a team sport. Family is critical for wealth. So if you ever want to build your wealth, get along with the people around you. That requires some therapy. It requires some growth. All right. So have a good night, everybody. God bless you. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate you. And I will see you guys later. So take care, everybody. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's having a good day. It's so great to see you. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and today is a beautiful day to be black and intelligent. And if you're not black, that's okay. My condolences to you and your family, because you weren't blessed with the melanin. That's okay, though, because you should be happy to be who you are, and just know that you are welcome here, too. Everybody should be learning from intelligent black people. Everybody should be learning from us, because we are the canaries in the mine. We are the ones who are the smartest, best, and brightest, and most capable. We're the ones who are going to guide the future. We talk about advanced stuff in here, man. I mean, we are really on top of it, and I'm very proud of that. And so anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you're feeling good today. I am sending out a text now to let you guys know that class is starting now. And so if you want to get that text notification, make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. I want to just kind of let you know, though, you may hear from me a couple times, 2 or 3 times a day. I'll be like that friend that texts you and sends you memes and just says, hey, what's up? How you doing? I hope you're having a good day, or hope you're blessed today. But typically, I'll try to send you things that are valuable, right? I'm not going to send you a bunch of BS, but I do reach out to you guys more than once in a given day. If we have something going on, like right now, for example, I'm running an interview that Jeff Lightsey Jr. did with brother Nuri Muhammad. And I just feel like Nuri Muhammad is just one of those people that everybody should listen to. I mean, he's one of the greatest black leaders in this country, and I love Minister Louis Farrakhan, of course. I mean, there's no one other than there's only one Farrakhan, but there's also only one Nuri Muhammad, and there's room for a lot of great leaders in our community, and I really think that we want to really celebrate the greatness of everyone that we see. All right, so anyway, let's get started here. What I want to talk about with you today is something that came up as I was just kind of doing research on the research. There's a lot of academic research out there. Oh, and by the way, guys, I wanted to mention this before I forget. I sent you all the link to if you wanted to get one of those t-shirts. Y'all asked me to put DEI on a t-shirt, and you know what DEI stands for, right? Development, entrepreneurship, and investment. And so the real DEI, I sent you all a link to get one of those shirts on our site, or where we have a lot of different types of apparel. It's wokeblacktees.com, WOKE, wokeblacktees.com. I remember when it used to be good to be woke, and then suddenly, for whatever reason, people hijacked the term woke, and then woke suddenly meant a whole bunch of other stuff that it never meant when we used to talk about being woke. Well, I'm still woke. I ain't never went to sleep. Right, I'm still woke because what is wokeness? Wokeness is consciousness, right? What wokeness is when you're alert. Wokeness is when you know what the hell's going on. Wokeness is I'd rather be woke than sleep. And we got a whole lot of sleeping Negroes out here. A lot of folks that are going to sleep their way through the storm. They're sleeping their way through artificial intelligence, and they're going to wake up and realize they don't have a job. They're sleeping their way through the changes that are happening in the world. They're sleeping their way through opportunities, and then they wake up and they're poor, and they're not sure why, right? So if you sleep your way through life, you're going to miss a lot of stuff, right? So you want to be woke. There's nothing wrong with being woke. And so anyway, wokeblacktees.com is where you can go get the DEI shirt. And as you all know, DEI, I want you to memorize this. DEI in this space, the real DEI is development, entrepreneurship, and investing. That means we develop businesses that are going to thrive. We develop families that will be strong. We develop institutions in our communities. We push the entrepreneurial mentality so that even if people choose not to be entrepreneurs, they at least have that skill set as a backup. The white man cannot be your plan A, B, C, and D. I know y'all love white folks. I know we got a lot of white supremacists up in here. We're trained to be that way. We can't help it. And I'm gonna tell you that's a flawed strategy, because you know what it is. I mean, racism's real. They will fire you on your day off and not even tell you why. They will pass you over for every promotion that you deserve. And and even though the white lady has half the credentials that you have, you will go to work and get so many microaggressions that it feels like your brain has 10,000 paper cuts in it, that you literally have to go see a therapist now, or turn to the liquor bottle in order to just cope and maintain. And I don't want you to just maintain, right? That's the thing. I talk to a lot of my friends. How you doing, man? Oh man, I'm just maintaining. I'm surviving. I don't want to survive. I don't want to just maintain. I want to thrive, man. I want to win. I want to feel good about life. I want to wake up happy every day. And I don't know if that is necessarily something that we get the privilege of doing on autopilot, right? I don't think that the average African American that goes through the average and standardized process that we're trained to go through. The standard formula for being black in America is not a formula that leads to peace, happiness, prosperity, and security. Give me a yes if you agree. Let me know if you agree with what I'm saying. I don't think that the average black person in America, if they do exactly as they're told, if you go to the public school, if you go to the university and go $200,000 in debt, if you go get that standard job, I don't believe that leads you to a place where you wake up every day and say, oh, I'm feeling good about life. I'm living the American dream. I don't think the American dream was designed for us. I think the American dream was built on our back. I think the American dream is something that we have provided for other people. I mean, a lot of people live the American dream because they sell products to black people, and y'all make people rich. Then yeah, they're living the American dream. Your landlords live in the American dream because you bought them a house. You paid your rent on time every month for the last 20, 30 years. And I can tell you that if that money's being put in the S&P 500, you literally bought him a house. You gave him over $1 million. Your bosses live in the American dream because why wouldn't he? You're giving him 100,000 hours of cheap labor. So others live the American dream, but unfortunately, capitalism, and I've mentioned this many times, capitalism is a horse and jockey system. So the jockey lives the American dream on the back of the horse. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? The jockey lives the American dream because he's riding the back of the horse. So I want to ask you all this. This is a question you got to ask yourself. Are you the jockey or are you going to be the damn horse? Now, I'm not telling you to be a jockey. I'm not telling you to go hop on somebody's back. I'm not telling you to go out and exploit anybody. But there's some people who show up and they volunteer to be the horse because they can't see themselves as a jockey. They don't want to see themselves as a jockey. You talk to your friend like, hey, man, you could be the jockey. You ain't got to be the horse. No, I want to, I want to be the horse. That's what we do. Train our kids. No, you want to be the horse, right? And we train our kids to go. We're like, well, if you goes to school and you're real nice to Mr. Charlie, he'll get you a good job, right? And I'm not making fun. And I know I am making fun. It's sorry, forgive me. I probably made some people mad, but really, I'm not training my kids to go out and be somebody's horse. If you're gonna be a horse, at least be a horse for your damn self. I want them to either be a horse for themselves or to be the jockey. I don't want my kids to be the horse for somebody else, and that's what capitalism does. See what you get, and we've talked about this, and I just want for those who are new, I want you to understand this. Capitalism is a horse and jockey system. The landlord is the jockey, the renter is the horse. The renter pays the mortgage for the landlord. Give me a yes if you follow that, if you understand what I just described to you. Tell me if you get this. If you get this, you paying rent. You get nothing for that rent. You own nothing. All you get is short-term survival. You are in the hustle mentality, so you are surviving. The landlord is thriving because he's taking that rent money as soon as you turn it in. Those of y'all who own real estate know what I'm talking about. You need the tenant to pay the rent so you can go pay the mortgage. The mortgage company is not into equity. The mortgage company is not going to say, or in an equality sense, the mortgage company is not going to say, well, since your tenant paid the majority of this rent, we're going to give your tenant a percentage of ownership in the property. They don't do that. They give ownership in the property to the person who paid the mortgage, period. So horse and jockey. Tenant is hustling, getting up, going to work every day so he can get that money, hand it to the landlord. Landlord says, thank you very much. I'm living the American dream. And they go down to the bank, pay down the mortgage. Next thing you know, the landlord and his children own $1 million property and your kids own nothing. Horse and jockey. Horse and jockey. When you talk about employment, the horse is the worker. Workers in America work harder than anybody else. They pay the most in taxes than anybody else. The tax law is written for wealthy people and for investors. That's what it is written for, to benefit them. The regular people pay all the taxes, but then also they do all the work. So they work really hard and you get just enough money to survive. A job is just over broke. They busted up all the labor unions to make sure you couldn't get pay raises and stuff like that. That was a strategy, by the way. That was their version. See, remember, to be financially conscious doesn't mean you have to be ethical, right? There are some unethical people who are incredibly financially conscious. Like the people at BlackRock are really financially conscious. They're very much aware of what's happening in the economic world. They're watching the chess pieces move around the board. So don't think that financial consciousness is only for the good. Financial consciousness is a superpower that I hope to endow you with that will allow you to pursue whatever your agenda happens to be in the world. And I'm hoping that it's a good agenda. You've never once heard me come in here and tell you that I think capitalism is a wonderful thing. I've never said that. I've never said, oh, I want everyone in here to be a capitalist. Black capitalism, that's going to save the world. And people who don't understand economics very well, who see me for the first time, they'll say, he's a black capitalist. He's not being telling black people to be capitalists. I'm like, I don't tell nobody to be nothing. That's like me. That's like when people tell me that I'm telling all the black people to go vote for the Republicans or vote for the Democrats and all. I'm like, I don't tell black people what to do. I tell you that I want you to be powerful, and I encourage you to use that superpower for good and not evil. So financial consciousness is a superpower. I'm convinced of it. I feel every day I feel like Superman because I can walk into a room because I understand economics at a pretty high level and I've been studying it intensely. In my doctoral program, I used to study 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, including Christmas. That's how gangster we were with it. You had to be. It was really hard. It was like being a Navy SEAL and an Army Ranger at the same Special Forces times five. So really we were really in tune with this stuff. So I could walk in a room and see all the economics flowing very quickly. So it's really like being Neo in the Matrix. You like, people shoot the bullets, you slow motion, like they die, I'm dodging them, right? Like that's how you feel. So this is something I kind of want you to have. This is what I want you to encourage your children to have. I want them to be Neo in the Matrix. I don't want them to be like, remember the Matrix where you had those people who didn't know they were even in the Matrix, but they were fat and happy in the Matrix, even though they were like literally were sitting in some machine and people were sucking the blood out of their bodies or something crazy like that, using them for battery acid. Right? I don't want you to be that. And I don't want you to be the people that are victimized by the Matrix, where you realize there's a Matrix but you realize you can't fight the agents because it's too hard and it's scary and bad things are going to happen because they're so much more powerful than you. I want you to be Neo. I want your kids to be Neo. And there are some people who operate in the world, and this is the American dream. This is part of it anyway. There are people that operate in the world who feel like Neo in the Matrix. There are people who walk around and really feel like there is opportunity everywhere, there's money everywhere, there's possibility everywhere. And that comes with a certain degree of financial consciousness. It's hard to take advantage of an opportunity if you're not aware that an opportunity exists. If you're not aware, if you don't have consciousness, if you don't know that there's food around the corner in high abundance, then you might starve to death because nobody ever told you where the food was at. And I agree. A lot of times people aren't gonna tell you where the food is. But then there's some people who don't listen. They don't want to know where the food is because they came in preconditioned and prepared to starve to death. They believe that because they're black, they're supposed to starve. They believe that because they're black, it's supposed to be hard. They believe that because they're black, they're supposed to be in a scarcity mindset. And the scarcity mindset creates something I wanted to talk to you guys about, which refers to what I would call the flaws of the hustle mentality, right? The hustle mentality. I like the hustle mentality to an extent. I think a hustler, in terms of hard work and motivation and everything else, I think that's great. But the hustle mentality also brings an element of a complete desperation that can be in contrast to the mindset required for long-term growth and long-term stability, long-term wealth building. The hustle mentality is more like oh my God, I gotta find a way to pay the bills, so I'm gonna do whatever I gotta do in order to make it happen. And that unfortunately can breed a lot of low vibrational thinking, short-sighted thinking. And I understand it. I get it. I'm not making fun of it. But I think that in order for you to really have what I believe the real DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, you have to ask yourself that long-term question that I ask with the I. The I stands for investment. And I say, well, what are you investing in? What are you investing in? Everybody has to be able to answer that question. What are you investing in? What are you doing every day that's compiling into some sort of long-term accumulation that's going to give you access to the American dream? What are you investing in? And because I can tell you this, if you're answering that question in the affirmative, if you can give me 2 or 3 things you're investing in and you're doing it consistently every day, then I'm not worried about you because I know that in 5 or 10 years, you're going to be good. I know that in 5 or 10 years, you will have an accumulation process that will lead to you having abundance in your life. All wealth is an accumulation. That's all it is. Wealth does not come overnight. Wealth does not come with one big record deal. Wealth does not come with winning a lottery ticket. Wealth comes through an accumulation process that leads to abundance. That's how you know the difference between rich people and poor people. They have a lot of stuff. And if you talk to most rich people, and you say, well, how did you get all that stuff? You got houses, you got cars, you got money in the bank, you have stocks and real estate. How did you get all that? They're not going to be like, well, hey, dog, you know what? I went down and got me a scratch off. And I put my whole paycheck into the scratch offs, and next thing you know, I was rich. I'm not gonna say that. That's not, yeah. Oh yeah, I went to work at the factory every day, and the factory gave me enough money to buy all this. They no, they didn't. The factories don't do that. they're going to talk about an accumulation process. They're going to say, well, in the last 20 years, I put 12% of my income into my 401k. And after 12 years of compound interest, it grew into $1 million. That's what they're going to say. Or they're going to say, back when I was 25, I started taking real estate classes. And then I made my first business deal. And I bought me a cheap property and I fixed it up. And then I flipped it. And then I got 2 properties. Then I got 3. Then I got 5. Then I got 10. And now I got, a bunch of stuff going on. Right? That's what they're going to talk about, an accumulation process. Well, I started my business, and the first month we weren't making no money. First 6 months we were losing money, but eventually we got our sale and we learned our customer, and now we got units, we got operations all over the globe. That's what they're going to tell you. They're going to talk about an accumulation process, which is nothing more than a set of consistent actions that led to the final outcome. You're seeing the final picture. They're seeing the time series. You're seeing what they call, in statistics, they call that a cross section. You're seeing the cross section where everyone is right now, like a snapshot. You're seeing, okay, there's the poor person, the rich person, the poor person, the rich person. What's deeper though in consciousness leads you to see is the time series. The time series is where you see when they started poor and they worked their way up. Like, for example, when people come to me and they say, Dr. Boy, you out of touch, man. You don't know what you're talking about. Cause you don't know what it's like to struggle. You rich. Of course you gonna say that. And I'm like, but you haven't seen the time series. You didn't see 28-year-old Boyce who had to move out of his apartment in the middle of the night because he could not pay the rent. You didn't see Boyce when he was 23 years old and he was working at Arby's because he needed money to pay the bills. You didn't see that. You didn't see Boyce when he didn't have enough money at 19 to even buy food. And, you didn't see that Boyce. You're seeing the cross section. You're not seeing the time series. So I'm going to challenge you and say, I want to help elevate your consciousness because I need you to see more than what you're seeing right now. I don't need you to just see what was in front of you. I need to see how it was built. Do you understand? Because if you can see how it was built, then you'll say, oh, I get it now. I get it. Boyce was born in the projects. They lived when our first place, our rent was $100 a month because it was public assistance or housing, whatever the hell you call it. And so through a series of continuous actions in a specific direction, guided by my mother, guided by my father, you have the final outcome. Okay. And so my thing is like, I'm like, look, you wasn't there when I was shooting jumpers in the gym. Now, were you? So you need to stop that. Like, I'm not going to let you put that silver spoon label on me. Now, maybe with the kids, kids, they get all spoiled, little badass kids. They get the silver spoon label because I definitely want to leave them a silver spoon, a couple of golden spoons and a platinum spoon to go with it. So that's 100% true. So if you're gonna make fun of anybody, make fun of the kids. Don't make fun of me because I had to fight to get here. With that said, consciousness, that's what consciousness is, right? And really, actually, just to continue down the pathway of statistics and understanding statistics, there is what they call the cross section, which is like a snapshot of what you see right in front of you. Then there's the time series. How did you get to where you are right now? And then there's what they call the panel. The panel is a cross section and a time series. So that means you've got all these different people, right? The rich guy, the poor guy, the woman that's doing well, the woman that's struggling. And then you see each person's time series. And then you're able to look at the compare and contrast. You can say, okay, this poor person, they're poor because if I go back in time, I will see that they weren't investing in anything. They weren't applying the real DEI. They weren't developing anything. There was no entrepreneurial energy, which will open up economic possibilities, and they weren't investing in anything. And therefore, you have a person right now that's really struggling, that's having a hard time. And in order to do that, they are similar to a basketball team that's had a really bad game and they're losing by 15 points. So at that point, they got to hustle. Yeah, you have to hustle now because you're 15 points behind and there's 3 minutes left on the clock. So you're shooting a lot of 3-pointers. So ultimately, yes, you have to go into the hustle mentality because you've unfortunately ended up in a situation that has led to extreme economic desperation. And I understand that. I get it. But then the question becomes, how do you avoid that? And you go back to what I've talked about before, that preparation is the key to success. So when I applied the real DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, then you're talking about that person that's doing well. the person who's not in a hustle mindset, who's not in a desperate scarcity mindset. Why? Well, because there's so much abundance. They're like the basketball team that's winning by 30 points. They're like my Ohio State Buckeyes who took a 31-0 lead in the national championship, or 31-7 or something. So they didn't have to be in a hustle mentality. They weren't hustling. They were just trying to maintain the lead that they had accumulated. If you're a college football fan, you had to watch my Buckeyes this year because they were kicking everybody's ass all the whole playoffs. They just devoted everybody. Just shut up, sit down, give me that ball, boy. It was great. I'm telling you, if you're a football fan, you had to love it. Anyway, so here's the thing. In most of those games, they accumulated a lead. They didn't have to hustle and throw Hail Mary passes in order to win games because they'd taken such a lead. And don't you dare bring up the Michigan Wolverine. I saw that comment. I saw that. Though I saw you. I'm gonna put you out of here. Talk about bringing up Michigan. That in case if you don't follow football, it was an embarrassment. It was we had a down moment. Something was, I don't know. I think they poisoned the food or something. That's probably what it, because Michigan, that's what they be doing. They be cheating. Anyway, so here's what here's my point. Get focused. All right. So here's the thing. So if you talk about the real DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, what you're talking about are individuals that have developed things over time that have led to prosperity. In many cases, it's the entrepreneurial mindset that becomes that creates what I refer to in my book to be financial fertility. My book is The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And in that book, I talk about financial fertility. You'll never see this in any other textbook that I've ever seen anyway, because I don't think anybody else has ever used this particular concept, but it's perfectly appropriate. Financial fertility means that you've kind of opened up possibilities, right? The entrepreneurial mind can see all the different ways to make money and not just one. The mind that isn't entrepreneurial, that's never been exposed to the idea of entrepreneurship and business creation and development, can only see the paycheck. That's it. And that scarcity mindset, that limited vision, that lack of financial consciousness becomes a literal torture chamber. It becomes a choke point. It becomes a way of controlling you, because they say the only way for a black person to succeed is if a white person decides they want to give you a damn job. And I'm sorry if you're white. I know I'm gonna hurt your feelings, but I'll be damned if you gonna be the one blocking me from my dream. I'll be damned if you're gonna be the one blocking me from my prosperity. You ain't blocking me from winning my national championship. That ain't happening. I could go through you, or I could go around you. I could go under you, over you. I'm going to figure it out, because you're not going to tell me that I've only got one pathway to success. Because what does that do? Well, you've heard me use a word that I love to use, and the word is options. You're limiting my options. And when you limit my options, you're limiting my creativity. You're limiting my possibilities. You're putting me in an impossibly desperate situation. And then I go into that panic mode. I go into that scarcity mentality, because you've only presented a few ways for me to be successful. So I'm going to naturally feel very desperate. We're going to naturally, as a community, have a crabs in a barrel mentality, because we think there's only room for one Negro in the organization. So therefore, that creates a lot of other sociological issues. Like I hate that black person over there because I think they're going to take my job. And I personally think that we should not have a world where we're all competing for a small number of opportunities. We should not have a world where we got 10 million black boys trying to compete for 80 jobs in the NBA. We should not have a world where the black female manager is mistreating the black female subordinate because she's scared that she's going to take her position in the organization. So if you want to know why I've always been annoyed with a lot of this DEI talk, the old DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, is because it creates a bottleneck and a scarcity. Scarcity breeds competition. Scarcity breeds crabs in a barrel. Scarcity breeds the hustle hater mentality. Well, that Negro got my job. I hate that. I'm gonna kill that Negro. Who put you in a world where you felt like there was only one or two opportunities? Who did that to you? Who did that to you? Then you've never been through a real DEI program, because DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, means that there's an abundance of opportunity out here there's enough for everybody to eat. We can all eat good. I don't have to kill you in order for me to get a couple of nickels. We're not fighting over crumbs. We're not fighting for one seat at a table. Oh, we all have built tables. You come sit at my table, I'm gonna come sit at yours. Then we guess what? We got extra seats at the table because we own the damn table. Why? Well, because we did the real DEI. We've developed an entrepreneurial mindset that led to the investment, which creates the infrastructure that allows for us to all have a table. And we're not fighting to get through the door because we all built a door. I know how to build doors. Why am I going to fight to get through his door? There ain't nothing special about the white man's door. It comes with a little more money attached. Sure. It's funny. I go from sounding like this super radical black man to almost sounding like a complete sellout sometimes to people because I'm like, I actually give white folks credit for what they built. I do. I have not. I'm not a hater like that. No, I look at the NFL and I say, my God, this is extraordinary. This is a league where you could have bought the New York Giants for $500. Now they're worth 5 or 6 billion. You could have bought the Green Bay Packers for like 10,000 bucks. Now they're worth billions of dollars. That's amazing. Well, that was their DEI development. They developed this league. They could have all went and chased jobs. They could have went and worked for somebody, but they said, no, we're going to build this thing. We're going to put our energy into this. And because they put their energy into it, and because they were entrepreneurially minded, because they invested in it consistently, now you have a league that's worth about $190 billion collectively that just literally prints its own money. I'm not mad at that. I'm not. And I don't think you should be mad at that. I think you should learn from that. If you look at the Jewish community and what they did in terms of building Hollywood, and I mean that book, An Empire of Their Own, How the Jews Invented Hollywood, extraordinary book. I was blown away when they showed me that when you looked at some of the biggest studios in Hollywood, most of the top 5 or 6 studios were all built by Eastern European Jews who all lived like in the same area. It was like MGM, Universal, Warner Brothers, like all these big. I was like, this is awesome. We got to learn from this. I don't sit around and those Jewish people. Look at what they doing. They just mean. They just be. No, I don't. There's no benefit to that. Player haterologists do not get ahead in this world. PhD does not stand for player hater degree. I want to learn from it. I look at it and say, how did y'all do that? That's amazing. What was the mindset behind this? And how can we simulate this in the black community? Because I will tell you this, I believe in the specialness of black people. They talk about American exceptionalism. I don't believe in that. I don't think America's exception. I think America's getting its ass kicked. The Chinese kids are getting a far better education than we are. But I do believe in black American exceptionalism. I do. This is where I'm probably going to be called a black supremacist. But when I look at history, I say, I can look at anybody on Earth and say, did your ancestors survive the slave dungeons? Because mine did. Slave dungeons, a lot of people died in the slave dungeon. If you ever go to Ghana and we're going to Ghana this summer, by the way, so keep posted if you want to go with us. You're welcome. If you've ever been in a slave dungeon where they turn the lights out or they shut the door, it's the craziest, scariest experience ever in the sense of like, oh my God, I can't believe people lived like this for months. But my ancestors survived their slave dungeon. And then you can say, well, did your ancestors also survive the Middle Passage? Because the ones that survived the slave dungeon, those ancestors also survived the Middle Passage. Half the people died, but mine didn't. And then you can say, well, did your ancestors survive 250 years of the most brutal slavery known to man, where they were breeding slaves and they were just tearing families apart, just putting us through absolute hell? Well, my ancestors survived that. Did your ancestors survive 100 years of Jim Crow? Well, mine did. Mine survived that. Did your ancestors make it through the crack era with their brain, with their right mind, where they were dumping crack cocaine in black communities? No, but mine did. Did your ancestors survive? Did your people, because they're not ancestors now, did they survive the Holocaust? They also called it the war on drugs, the Biden crime bill. That's what they call it, where every other black man was going to prison for about 20 or 30 years. Well, guess what? I came out of that and I'm shining. I'm dusting my shoulders off. I made it through that storm. I had to play chess to get through that. I had friends that went down, but for whatever reason, God gave me and my ancestors gave me the ability to navigate this horribly incredible, unbelievable space. I wrote a whole book about that actually in terms of that experience. It was called What If George Bush Were a Black Man? If he were a black man, if he had to go through what I've gone through, what a lot of you've gone through, he wouldn't have made it. He wouldn't have made it. So in my view, I believe that we are so exceptional, and I think that I don't know if we see it. I believe other people see it. I do believe that they see it. I think that's why they see us as a threat. People don't see you as a threat if they think that you're inferior. And so because we have just so much uh, abundance in terms of ability, if we just simply target the missile in the right direction, we will just literally destroy everything in our path. All we got to do is take those little black boys who are exceptionally good at sports and just turn that missile toward everything else. Turn it toward entrepreneurship. Turn that missile toward science. Turn that missile toward legal training. Turn that missile toward education. Educate our own kids. If we educate our own kids, then their minds won't be corrupted at an early age. If we teach those economics early, it's not hard for me to teach economics to black people. I don't care if you're from the hood. I don't care if you're from the South, the North, old, young, whatever. When I start talking about the money, oh, it's easy. I get people's attention immediately. They're like, yeah, we need money. I want money. How do I understand? And then they get it. They're like, oh, okay, wow, this is amazing. I never heard like this before. A lot of you went through this. A lot of your relatives have gone through this. So here's the thing. All we got to do is take who we are and just kind of turn the missile in a certain direction. If we make that pivot, we won't be stopped. We will dominate. We will be the envy of the world. Intelligent black people, B1 people, black first people will be the envy of the globe in about 20 or 30 years because I believe we are producing children that are nothing short of economic superheroes. The key idea is that you have to stop them from being distracted by the mediocrity that is thrust on our community on a regular basis. There are people who I believe have an intentional, deliberate effort to keep us stuck on stupid, to keep our self-esteem low, to keep us afraid of our own shadow, to keep us confused and lost. And a lot of people, unfortunately, are still being hit by that. But I'm telling you, I don't think there's anything like a focused black person. I don't think there's anything like a black woman who done been through some things, who's absolutely determined to be successful. That person is going to succeed in any environment. And I don't care who's president. I don't care about all that stuff. The door is wide open. All we got to do is walk through it. Okay. All right. Now, with that said, I don't have much else to say. I told you my goal every day is about 30 minutes. We've done about 35. And because I want us to be able to do this every morning and not feel like it's going to take all day. Of course, you can hang out longer and stuff like that. We have other stuff going on. If you're not on the text list for this class, text the word morning to the number 87948. Just text morning to 87948. Also, let's see what's happening right now. If you want to go to Ghana, by the way, just text the word travel to 87948 and you can get on the travel list. So text travel to 87948. And if you want to get started on your wealth building journey, feel free to go check out blackmoney101.com. That's blackmoney101.com. And next time I'll do some Q&A. Today I want to go ahead and let you get started with your day, and I'll get started with mine. And you will hear from me via text and stuff like that. If I see stuff that I think you can benefit from, I'll send it to you. Feel free to ignore it, but if you want to come on in, we are always here. We are always moving all day long because we are 100% serious about what we do in the Black Business School. And I hope that we've communicated that to you. So God bless you. Have a great day, everybody. And thank you so much for listening. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Take care. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our millionaire training camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I hope everybody's having a good day. I'm about to send you all the link to your text. If you're not on the text list, then make sure you get on there. Text the word morning to the number 87948. And I'm going to send you all a text right now, letting you all know that Money in the Morning is starting now. All right. Okay. So I hope everybody's doing well. I'm proud to say that I wasn't just in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was actually in the 4:45 a.m. club, which meant that I was pretty dead tired and I had to take a nap, but I just woke up from my nap and I'm ready to start my day. And there's something great about starting the day just early in the morning when you're getting a big jump on everything, and it's like 9 o'clock, and you've already like done 10 million things. Hey, Errol, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Yeah, so Errol, hit me up at some point, Errol, because Errol is actually he works with us in our Prime program. He's one of our consultants that we have, and we're actually bringing consultants that can support you in whatever you're doing. If you're looking for one-on-one support, things like that. Errol was actually one of the first people that we talked to about this, and Aisha Verzi and some others that are in here. I'll let you guys know about that, but Errol's super smart, and Errol, I'd love for you. We're gonna do our millionaire training camp, our live millionaire training camp in Miami. That's gonna be February 21st, and so Errol, I'd love to have you down there to if you're available, and Aisha and anybody that wants to come down, as well as everyone in here, you're all invited. You guys are the first ones to know about it, and that's something that we're gonna do. And also, we are going to probably in the next 6 weeks, we created something called COIN, which stands for Certified Options Income Network. So many of you have a strong interest in stock options, and I do too. A lot of you noticed, for example, today a lot of those stocks went berserk this morning because of the inflation numbers. That's why your stocks went up today. And so, if you want to learn about stock options from A to Z, it's going to be an intensive 3-month program, once a week, a full training with a certification at the end. And so, COIN, you guys will be the first ones that are invited, and you can take a look. And if it's something that you're interested in, then we can certainly help you. I think stock options should be understood by every black kid in America. I really do. I just really think that it's so powerful, and that economic superpower can protect them from a lot of the stressors that you might run into when you're talking about the struggle. The struggle is very real. A lot of people are having a hard time financially, and it's okay. It's not to be embarrassed about that, but there are ways to fix that. And so I think stock markets and stock options, given that the stock market is the number one wealth creator in America, without a doubt, undisputed heavyweight champion when it comes to finances, then it's important to really understand at least the basics so you can be involved in that thing. And I got you. I wrote my whole dissertation on the stock market. I didn't know I was being blessed at the time. I didn't know. I just picked the field because finance professors made the most money, and I didn't want to be broke anymore. But after I learned everything and understood it really well, I said, "Wow, I think I love the fact that that I picked a career that's sort of right in the middle of the thing that matters most for our people." And so, anyway, all right. So I want to talk about. I was watching this documentary, um, and it's really great. It's on PBS, and it involved a great man out of my hometown of Louisville, Kentucky, called. Guess who it is? Y'all tell me who it is. Y'all know who I'm gonna say. Y'all know who it is, right? One of my greatest heroes of all time, Mr. Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali. Every time I can watch a documentary about Muhammad Ali 50 times in a row and never get tired because I feel like I'm watching my dad. I feel like I'm watching a relative. And I am related to him by marriage. My aunt married his cousin, so that's our claim to fame. But in the same streets that he was running up and down in Louisville, I know those streets. My grandma went to high school with him. My grandma would tell these old Muhammad Ali stories about his daddy and his mama and his family and everything. And to sort of see this guy come out of my little city and just become so phenomenal and so powerful in the world really inspired me. And so also, I felt excited about sort of roaming the same spaces he was in. Like he spent a lot of time in Chicago with the Nation of Islam, and you know what happened with that and everything. And I lived 2 blocks from Farrakhan, and I would go to Farrakhan's house about once a year. It's not like you could just walk up to his house and just be hanging out, But I did meet the minister several times, and I just love him. I have a lot of respect for him. And going to New York, meeting some of the same people in New York, and it just really inspired me. And I saw something in his documentary where they went out of their way to talk about his relationship with the one and only and the extraordinary Malcolm X. And we know that there was an unfortunate divide between the Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam. And I got a lot of friends in the nation, and I just have to be honest and say I love them both, and that ain't gonna change, But I'll tell you what, it was really fascinating because it sort of went into why Ali why he embraced the teachings of the Nation of Islam and why he embraced Malcolm as his friend. And I related to that. I said, okay, I get that. You're a black boy from the South. I was a black boy from the South, and you want to be a black man from the South, and they don't really want you to be a man. Really, in America, I don't think they want the black man to be a full-grown man. They want the black man to be a little girl, a little boy, an ignorant fool, or a punk. That's what they want. If you show up as a little boy, a little girl, an ignorant buffoon, or a punk, then America will embrace you. That's why America loves black comedians. They love black athletes. They love black men who are rappers and stuff like that, entertainers. Right? They like all that, but they don't really want you. They don't want you showing up like Malcolm X, and they definitely didn't want Malcolm X hanging out with Muhammad Ali. I mean, there's a lot of political and economic gymnastics that took place when Malcolm and Ali became friends, and Ali embraced the Nation of Islam. And they, right before his first heavyweight fight against Sonny Liston, they told him, "You got to disavow the Nation of Islam, or the fight's going to be called off." He said, "I'm not doing that. I'm just not doing that." So they went and they asked Malcolm to leave the city. They said, "Can you please at least leave the city, until after the fight's over, or until the fight." That's what it was. So Malcolm said, "Okay, I'll leave the city to, out of respect for him, and I don't want to mess up his opportunity, because that's how my friends in the nation are. They're just smart and logical and intelligent and strategic." So strategically, Malcolm left the city and he came back for the fight, and the rest was history, black history, extraordinary black history, right? So then he comes out and he's like, "I'm Muhammad Ali, and this is what I believe," and he stood by that, and that's what made him great. That's what made him a legend. That's what made him amazing. And I'm gonna just tell you, I just love all of that. Like, I embrace all of that. When I see pictures of Malcolm and Muhammad Ali together, I say, "Oh my God!" Like, those are my two favorite men on the planet. Now, the living versions of the men that I love at that level, Dr. Claude Anderson, I love Kenny Gamble out of Philadelphia. I love Dr. George C. Frazier. I love those men that are just strong men, race men that understand what men are supposed to do: provide, protect, support, lead, whatever it is, be smart, be your best, stand up, all these things. And so, anyway, with that said, I wanted to sort of use today's class, if you allow me to break down some of the economic theories of Malcolm X, but to break them down in a way that connects to the fact that there are academic research papers written that support many of the economic philosophies of Malcolm X. Now, if you remember, Malcolm's life and what he stood for a lot of the things that we believe in the Black Business School: economic self-reliance. Self-reliance. You have to have something of your own if you're ever going to be strong or successful in America. That's just a fact. If you don't own something, then you're really standing on a slippery slope. You're always on thin ice. That which you claim to possess can be taken away from you at any moment. If I'm renting a house, the landlord can take that house. If I only have jobs and don't own any assets, the landlord of that job can take the job. So even with a job, you are renting your financial security. You're paying for it in sweat, blood, and tears, but there's nothing there really typically that protects you from the fact that they may just decide to downsize and make cuts, and next thing you know, you're gone. He also talked about ownership. Ownership is the new black. Wealth is the new black. Tell me if you agree. Wealth is the new black. Ownership's the new black. Economics is the new black. Can we agree on that? We should put that damn thing on a damn t-shirt. I might get I think I'm gonna get a t-shirt. I'm sure somebody else made a shirt similar to it. We about to do that. I'm gonna text my assistant right now. Or actually, I'm sorry, she's my chief operations officer now. Her name is Teresa. She used to be my assistant, but she's so smart. I said, "Hey, you should be the chief operations officer because you're smart." She's been with us for 7 years. I'm gonna text her after we're done. We're gonna put that on a damn shirt. That wealth is the new black. I personally think that as black people, just the embracement of some of Malcolm's ideas, and Malcolm kept it plain, he kept it simple. That's why everybody loved him. That's why everybody connected to him. He could talk to anybody, and everybody's like, "Yeah, that's right. We should have our own stuff. We should have self-reliance. We should own assets." He also believed in the circulation of dollars. You should be sharing your money with your brother or your sister before you start sharing it with strangers who hate your guts. That's called common sense. That's called self-esteem. That's called self-awareness. That's called financial consciousness. So ultimately, with Malcolm, those are kind of three core ideas that Malcolm believed in. Now, what I wanted to do to supplement the great work of the legendary Malcolm X is I want to sort of box it in the context of economic theory for you. Academic research papers have been written on this. This is common sense for Malcolm, and he read books and things, but this idea of self-reliance, ownership, and also circulating your dollars, there are research papers written on this topic. So what I want to do is cover a few of these studies that have been done to really help you understand why this is essential. And it isn't just essential for the whole community. Let me start right there too, to make it more personal, more direct. Sometimes it's hard to connect to a big vision for the whole black community. It's hard to connect to this idea that every black person is going to get on the same page. We're all going to do the same thing. We're all going to agree. We're all going to be aligned. That's just hard. I don't know. Anybody else go through that where you just like, man, ain't no way we can all be in alignment. I'm out of alignment with a whole bunch of black people. I'll be like, man, you're stupid. Like what? Stop stop twerking. Stop twerk. Stop. Don't shoot the black guy. Stop that. Right? Like, don't talk about your mama like that. You're not. No, you're not. You're not an igger. Stop calling. Don't call yourself. No, stop that. I know white folks giving you money. I know that they paying you good, but that's not good. That's not. Put down the blunt. But stop. No more Hennessy for you, right? You get frustrated, right? You get so mad when you just see all kinds of shenanigans and chaos. And so I'm not gonna lie. I am not a fan of. I've never been a person that can sit in the audience with somebody's like, we just got to get 40 million people to all do the same thing. I'm like, how the hell you gonna do that? You can't do that. That's not gonna work. Only the closest that's ever come, maybe the Democratic Party could do. That might be the only institution that's been able to get nearly all black people to do the same thing. I don't know how they did it. They put something in the Kool-Aid. But here's the thing. Here's what's beautiful about it. To get real economic power, you don't need everybody on the same page. You don't need everybody on the front line. You don't need everybody leading. You don't need everybody absolutely out here killing it. You just need to make sure that your best show up as their best. You don't need everybody. You just need a few good men and a few good women. That's what you need. I heard Farrakhan say that, where he said, give me 10,000 solid black men and we're ready to go. And I said, yeah, that's it. That's good. Because one solid man is worth 100 flimsy men. One solid black woman is worth 100 flimsy black women. So literally, if you just sort of make sure that those who get it, and that you got it, and that you run with it, and that you stand on it, and that you put it down, and you push it, and you scramble for it, and you defend it, and you fight for it, then guess what? You have progress, because those individuals who become leaders, who learn those basics in terms of economics, they learn how to create jobs and build wealth and create financial security, then that becomes very contagious. That becomes very contagious. People start to copy that. They start to emulate that. If you want to know what I'm talking about, a lot of times you try to tell somebody about your plan to be successful and they don't listen. But then as soon as you go out and execute the plan and you become successful, those same people are usually coming up and saying, well, how did you do it? How do I do like you? How do I become like you? Right. And it might be after they ask to borrow $20. So you say, look, I'll loan you $20, but after I give you some money, I'm going to give you some game. Shut up and listen to me now, because now I have power, because I just gave you $20, which shows I care about you, but I also am going to give you something more valuable than the $20. I'm going to show you how to fish. I'm going to show you how to win. People will respond to that, especially young people. So don't always worry about getting everybody on the same page. Get yourself on the same damn page. Half of y'all, I bet half of us in this room, myself included, half of us are not even on the same page with ourselves. We're not. We're certainly not on the same page with our purpose. We're certainly not on the same page with God. We're not on the same page with what God intended for us to be. We're living another life. We're living in the closet. We're being something that we were not intended to be. We're distracted. So before you try to get the whole community on the same page, get on the same page with yourself. And I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to myself. Because I have different voices. There's many. I have multiple personalities. I'm probably diagnosable. There's the lazy voice. There's the unfocused voice. There's the Boyce you might see playing video games on YouTube. Y'all ever see me play video? I play Call of Duty sometimes with my friends because it's fun. There's the Boyce that has doubts. There's the Boyce that has fears. There's the Boyce that don't want to do no work right now. There's the Boyce that isn't being the best version of himself. There's the fat Boyce. You saw him years ago. The fat Boyce, he didn't exercise. He didn't want to eat the right food, right? So there's those versions of Boyce, but then there's the other Boyce, right? There's the focused Boyce. There's the intellectual Boyce. There's the fearless Boyce. There is the determined Boyce. There is the disciplined Boyce. There's the Boyce that gets up at 5 a.m. There's the Boyce that goes hard every day. There's the Boyce that believes in something and sticks with. So that version of him is the one I need to show up every day. So I got to get on the same page with him. Do you understand? So before you get the world on the same page with you, ain't nothing holy and righteous about any of us. None of us are holier than thou or better than other people. Get on the same page with yourself. Get on the same page with your purpose. Get on the same page with God. That I see it that deep. I really see consciousness is getting closer to God. I can explain that to you actually mathematically if you ever want me to break it down. But literally get on the same page with all of that. And then what you'll notice is that when you do that, when you're just living in your purpose and you're making it happen, you're marching forward relentlessly, you'll turn around. There'll be 50 people following you. they'll just be right behind you. There's something magical about you. You've unlocked a superpower that maybe you didn't know that you have. So here's what I'm gonna go through really quickly with Malcolm X, very quickly. And before I do that, I want to mention really fast. Let's see. Last night, Jay Cameron did his thing with the Ghana trip. You guys know we're going to Ghana this summer. I'll try to get that recording out to you. I'll try to make sure I hit Chanel up about the recording and send that to you if you want to watch it. Number two, what was the other thing too? Oh, Constance Carter, one of the faculty members in the Black Business School. Actually, she's going to do a daily class as well. And so this is something we did Money in the Morning, the Millionaire Training Camp this year. It went really well. And I said, you know what? Maybe Constance, maybe you should do this too. That way we can be with our people every day and talk to them every day. A lot of you have come in here and seen Constance. You've seen how great she is, how smart she is. So basically she's going to actually be doing her thing right after I get done. So what I'll do is I will text you all the link so you can go join Constance and hang out with her. If you're into this whole Black economics thing and you just want to keep, just hang out with us for a big chunk of the day. I know Madam President does some stuff earlier in the morning as well. So these are people that are sort of in our clique. These are people in our group, people that we love. You've seen them at the All Black National Convention, and they have something very positive to say and beneficial. So I'll send you all the links. So if you see Constance's name in a text message, you'll know what that is. So anyway, with that said, let's talk about Malcolm's economic theories and break some of those down. Number one, there is actually an economic field or theory called community wealth building, and I'm going to read some of it here. It emphasizes local ownership of resources, cooperative business models, and the retention of wealth within communities. So basically, the community wealth theory backs up what Malcolm was saying. It basically says that wealth creation should prioritize community benefit over external profit extraction. All that means is that you take care of your own before you start taking care of everybody else. That's really all it's saying. It's saying it's like a type of nationalism. Malcolm was a nationalist, which means that success and prosperity starts at home. It means that if you have a job available, you hire your friend or family member if you can. You go outside of the space if you have to. If you have $1 to spend, you try to spend it with people that are in your circle. If you can't, then you might go outside of the circle, right? So you do a little bit of both. Also, there are institutions like cooperatives. You probably heard these terms. Give me a guess if you've heard about any of these terms. Has anybody ever heard of a co-op? Co-ops are in this space. Credit unions are built on building community wealth, locally owned businesses, etc. So a lot of times they're used to create economic ecosystems where the money just kind of gets reinvested. And a lot of other communities do this. The Amish do this. The Mormons do this. The Mormons are amazing. The Mormons, they went out to Salt Lake City with what's the guy's name? One day I got to tell y'all the story of Brigham Young University. Didn't they? Actually, I think they beat Coach Prime's team in their bowl game. They beat them kind of bad too. I think it was Brigham Young. Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. There's a bunch of corny white dudes, but they were good. Anyway, so Brigham Young went out to went out to Salt Lake City with a bunch of families, and they said, "Let's build our own." And literally, I think they found out that the Mormons had secretly held like $100 billion in wealth in a vault or something crazy like that. It was in the Wall Street Journal where they were like, they basically were like, the Mormons secretly have $100 billion that they told nobody about. So it's pretty powerful. And what they've done, I think, is that they've actually just taken their faith and tied it into their lifestyle, the way they live and their economics, and I'm not mad at them for it. It provides financial security. Salt Lake City will not go broke anytime in the near future. Number two, there's something called the endogenous growth theory. So this theory supports the idea that investments in local human capital, innovation, and entrepreneurship drive economic growth. Entrepreneurship, innovation, human capital, human capital. Let's translate that. That means that we have all these precious babies. We have $1 trillion worth of babies in our community, $1 trillion worth of kids, and we cannot keep selling our children up the river to the first white man that will hire them for any crappy job that they're willing to do or that will give them just enough money to pay bills. You can't do that. You can't do that. You have to invest in them, and you have to have an entrepreneurial mindset where you can understand human capital. Human capital is the value of a human being. It's the value of a human being's ideas, the value of a human being's labor, the value of a human being's free time, the value of a human being's existence. So you must understand, before you start really extracting your worth, you have to be able to see it. Before you start extracting your worth, you have to see it, because once you see it, you won't be so quick to give it away. This is consciousness. This is what financial consciousness is. Because before I acquire wealth, I got to know where the wealth is located. Before I own it, I got to be able to visualize it. I have to see something before I grab it. You can't grab something that doesn't exist. A lot of wealth gets passed up. I stand on this point. Most wealth gets passed up because people don't even see it when it walks right by them. Tell me I'm lying. I've run into so many people who passed up $1 million opportunities because they were looking for a paycheck. All their eyes were trained to see was a pay. How much is I going to get paid? That's all they could see. Now, paychecks matter. We know this, right? They're very good, especially if you're trying to pay bills and get by. Nothing wrong with that. But here's the thing. Sometimes it's like dating, right? Sometimes it's really like dating. It's a lot like dating. Some people date with no consciousness. They date the prettiest girl with the biggest booty, and then next thing you know, they're miserable and they don't know why. Or they go after the man who has the most money because he's 6 feet tall, and then they're miserable and they don't know why. Well, the reason they don't know why, the reason that they end up like getting a bunch of stuff they didn't sign up for, is because they didn't spend the time to gain consciousness. They don't have a full throttle vision of what they're actually investing in. They'll look at a guy and they'll look for one thing: how much money you got, right? And if he's got no money, they'll say, "Oh, girl, I ain't interested in him." But they're not looking at all these other things this man may have to offer, right? That are seen and unseen. They're not even taking the time to explore any of that, not doing the due diligence on the investment. Next thing you know, you pick the other guy because he's tall and has money, but he beats you up and and kills your cat, and now you're mad, right? So really, I think it's the same way when it comes to wealth and investing. When I was in college and I had no financial consciousness, most of us, when we picked our jobs, we simply picked the job that paid the most money. That's what we would do. It wasn't always the case that we would look at 5 or 6 other criteria to say, okay, how's this going to fit in my life when I'm 40? What are the growth opportunities in this organization? How does this fit with my work-life balance? Right? You don't learn these things until you get older and you start saying, yeah, I had a job making a whole lot of money, but it was terrible. Like when I got my dream job, I've told you all the story about my dream job. I got my dream job when I was 19 or 21 maybe. I turned 21 I turned 20 that summer. I was 19. And I hated that damn job. That job was so terrible. Oh my God. Right. And that was my introduction to wealth consciousness. Like, okay, boys, we can't be going after the most money because sometimes something seems to have the most money but it may not be what's best for you. So the same thing is true when you talk about economic consciousness, or you're talking about the endogenous growth theory, that when you're talking about our kids and you're talking about our community and the people that are in it, there's so much value there. And you have to learn how to see that value. So you got that child who's really good with math, who's good with who likes computers or whatever, and you're visualizing, okay, what are they going to do? Well, you can get a great job working for Google or IBM. And that might be true. Of course, Google and IBM would hire that child because, yeah, they love to hire little black geniuses and pay them far beneath what they're actually worth. But maybe what you then say is, maybe if we train this child on some other economic skills, maybe if we show this child how to be an investor, maybe if we build a capital base for that child, maybe if we also teach them how to create a job and create prosperity for others, right? Right. It's one thing if you make yourself successful, that's nice, but it's really cool when you can make 40 other people successful too. That's really powerful. That's when you go from being like a little match to becoming a nuclear bomb of success is when you learn how to scale that success. That is a way of thinking. That is a type of economic consciousness. That is something you can be trained on. That is something you should be learning from the time you're young. So endogenous growth theory, Malcolm was right about the idea of sort of exploring our human capital, investing in innovation, creative ways to use that capital, and also entrepreneurship, black-owned business, black-owned business, black-owned business. We cannot have wealth. We cannot have power if everybody out here is looking for a damn job. That you will never have power that way. All right. What else? Okay, and by the way, that theory came from a guy named Paul Romer, and he talks about things like education, innovation, and skill building as a pathway to long-term economic growth. He don't mention nothing about rapping, playing basketball, or telling jokes for a living. None of that's in the theory. It's all about education, innovation, and skill building. All right, number 3, economic empowerment theory. This is another thing that's been written about in thousands of research papers that connects to what Malcolm was discussing. And basically, this theory focuses on increasing the capacity of marginalized groups to control and benefit from their economic resources. So it suggests that marginalized groups achieve empowerment by gaining access to financial resources, education, and ownership structures. So this is why when they really start talking about reparations, and they really show up and they say, well, what do you black people want? If they happen to ask you, if they call you on the phone and say, what do you want? One of the things I think that you might want to consider bringing up is access to capital, access to resources. So basically, if someone gave you a big enough bank loan, that could be better than them giving you a check. I'm not saying that a check is not nice, but if you gave me a choice for the Black Business School and you say, what would you rather have, a $1 million grant or a $30 million loan? I would say, give me the loan. Give me the loan because I get to control $30 million in resources that allows me to further the mission that much more, that much faster. And now, yeah, I got to pay the loan back, sure, but capital is a moneymaker if you know what to do with it. You can take capital and I can instantly deploy it and say, okay, we're making an extra $5 million a year now because we've been able to deploy this capital properly. So access to resources is a really important part of economic growth, according to economic empowerment theory. Also, education and ownership structure. See, notice the theme of education. Also, education does not mean going to school all the time. Going to school can lead to education, but there's a lot of educated fools. So going to school is not the same as education. Education is not the same as knowledge. And knowledge is not the same as wisdom. Those are different tiers to the process. So if somebody says, well, I want to have wisdom, and you say, well, you got to go to school, there's more to it than that. Being inside a building with a bunch of walls and with ivy coming down the tower and all that, that does not give you education. That does not make you wise. It doesn't give you knowledge. What knowledge do you have that specifically applies to the problems that you're seeking to solve as a black person? That, to me, that's what education should do. It should be targeted like a gun. I'm not just spraying bullets everywhere, hoping for the best. I'm gonna look at the target, get the bullseye, hit that bullseye. Right? Are you hitting the bullseye with the education for your kids? What are they investing their time and energy into? Time is not something to be wasted. Time is something that is precious and valuable. You will run out of it. Are you spending time doing the right things, learning the right things, getting the skills that will specifically help you solve the problems that you're going to have to solve? So if I'm looking at my child, I'm asking, what are the biggest problems they're going to have to solve when they're a 35-year-old black woman, with 2 kids and a spouse? What are their biggest problems going to be? And once I figure that out, then I say, okay, that's what we're going to train on. Just like when my Ohio State Buckeyes win the national championship in football, they're studying the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and they are preparing. They're looking to see, okay, what exactly is their biggest strength? What are they going to try to do to beat us? What specific skill set does our team have to have in order for us to win the championship? And that's why you watch the film. So when it comes to life, you got to watch the film. And the film is everywhere. God lays it out for you everywhere. There are examples of misery everywhere. There's examples of failure everywhere. There's examples of stress and struggle everywhere. Economic struggle, it ain't hard to find. So to me, I say to you, if you're talking about trying to understand this game and how to get your kids ready, go watch the film, watch the tape. Pay attention. Somebody dies from a drug overdose. Maybe drugs aren't bad. Somebody dies from diabetes and heart failure. Maybe all that fried chicken ain't so good for us. Somebody else is over here crying and sleeping with a fat, dusty old man to get rent money. Maybe my daughter should have an investment account so she doesn't have to do that, right? Watch the film. You gotta watch the film. If you watch the film, it'll tell you everything you need to know, because life ain't nothing but a big ass classroom. It's a classroom. It's a book. Everything that's in an academic book that you can read on a college campus came from the world. It came from the world. The world is a big university full of lessons everywhere. So the question I ask people, and this goes back to consciousness, is that it's like, okay, God is trying to tell you something. Did you get the message? Right? When DMX and Whitney Houston die, these billion-dollar assets die from drugs. Did you get the message, or are you just spending all your time being sad, waiting for the next tragedy to happen? Right? When you see somebody they got their dream job because they went to Yale and got a master's degree, but they're coming home every day, drinking themselves to sleep and angry as hell because of the racism on the job. Did you get the message? Did you sit back and say, let me think about that? Right? Or did you just say, oh, white people be mean. They need to stop that. White people need to stop. They need to stop being mean. No, that ain't right. That ain't right. Yeah, it ain't right. But you should learn from people. And in fact, I'll tell you, as much as I love Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali, if I was to really critique them, and again, I think this might be a superpower that you get, because when you get a PhD in the field I was in, you get criticized constantly. You can do the best work on earth. You can literally do work that could lead to a Nobel Prize, and somebody in there is going to be in there hating on your work. Not in a negative way, not in a toxic way, but in a way where they're going to poke holes, right? Iron sharpens iron. So you just get in a space where everything can be critiqued, everything, right? So even if you were to hear me talk about the life of Malcolm X or the life of Muhammad Ali, and I was to talk about it in a deeply critical way where I really have assessed and analyzed and thought about the mistakes they made, you would really think I don't like either one of these men. You would be like, boys be hating on Muhammad Ali. Boys don't like Malcolm. But he hate on Muhammad because he talked about all the women that he was with and how all those women took all his money. No, that's just a lesson I learned. Like, Muhammad Ali is very charismatic because he's like, I'm so pretty, and the women thought he was pretty too. So he was sleeping with all of them. And then you saw what happened, right? He lost all that money. And none of those women were sticking by him when that poor man started to degenerate. But he found him a good wife named Lonnie who pulled his wealth back together. That lady saved his legacy, right? And I just love that. I think she was from Louisville too, if I'm not mistaken. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think she might have been from Louisville. I just love that. I'm a Louisville guy, right? So that's a big deal for me. Or if you think about just getting punched in the head till you're 45 years old, maybe that wasn't the best move for him, right? Because I think Ali had another 50 years of amazing work that he would have done, had boxing not taken so much from him. So there's a lesson to learn from that. So I would encourage you to not think of a critique as hating, right? Some people that are simple-minded they think of everything as either I love everything about what you say or I hate everything you say. And I think that is just the absolute worst way to assess anything. Everything is nuanced. So and through the nuance is where you get the lesson. That's where you learn. That's you're watching the film, you're figuring it out. And when on game day, like my Ohio State Buckeyes, you can actually show up and win. So that's it. That's my thought for today. I ain't got nothing else. So so by the way, Constance Carter is gonna be live in a little bit, maybe 20 minutes after I'm done, and I'll text you all the link. But also, if you want to be notified when she does her daily class, she wants to do this every day. She's a hustler like I am, and so you can text the word Constance to 87948. Text Constance to 87948. Also, you guys know we have Money in the Morning. We also have these bite-sized lessons you can learn different topics, real estate or stock options, called Money in a Minute. And Money in a Minute allows you within the flow of your day to just digest your lesson in less than 3 minutes and to learn this topic. So I have something on stock options called Money in a Minute stock options. Some of you have already done it, but those of you who haven't, I'll send you all a link where you can sign up at a discounted rate. You'll get that later on today. And also, just as an FYI, this week I'm flying to Europe, and which means my time schedule is going to be a little bit off. So I may end up having to miss class a day or so. I hope I don't. But my goal is to basically try to sync it up. But they're 7 hours ahead or something, and I'm going over there to see one of my girls, and I can't wait. And so I'll be broadcasting to you guys from across the sea next time we talk tomorrow. Someone asked, "Can you explain how God and mathematics are related?" Well, I can get to that a little bit later. That's more of a full, thorough conversation, but basically it has to do with dimensions, right? When you do mathematics, like particularly starting with one topic called linear algebra or multivariate calculus, you go into higher dimensions, and basically dimensions are structured in a certain way. And basically, long story short, when you get to the sixth dimension, they say that's where God lives. God lives in the sixth dimension, mathematically speaking. But one day we'll talk about that. So that's my connection there. All right. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And don't forget, if you're not on the text list for this class, just text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Oh, and one more thing too. A lot of you have asked to be if you could be affiliates on the Black Wealth Mastery Store, where we sell our financial flashcards for kids, our financial workbooks for kids. Dr. Alicia's books are on there, my books are on there. So we actually set up an affiliate program. I think the original commission was 10%. I'm going to up that to 20%, actually. And so if you are looking to build a business, I'd love to be in business with you. I'd love to, build together. So I will text you all only people in this class, the link where you can sign up and become an affiliate. And yeah, and so that means you start a YouTube channel, or you see people that love what's going on here, and you want to tell them about it, or you want to talk to your church about it, or your school about it, whatever. Then if they buy something from us, then you will get a commission. And again, we started at 10%. I said, no, I want to go to 20% so that it makes more sense. So you will get the link, Toya. I'm going to text the link out. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. All right. So have a good day, everybody. And by the way, the store, if you want to take a look at it, it's at drboycebooks.com, drboycebooks.com. Okay, you did get it. You did sign up, Crystal. Okay, great. Let me know, and I'm going to ask you all about it, because this is an experiment. We've been talking about this for a while. Finally, the team was able to implement it, and finally I got around to actually sharing it and implementing it on my end. So now we're going to give it a try, and hopefully it'll go as well as we hope. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I will see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to the Black Financial Channel. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and also, just in case you don't know, I do have a podcast called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, which is on Spotify, if you guys want to go check that out. Now, I want to talk to you guys about real estate. I want to break something down for you that is probably going to surprise you. A lot of people love real estate, and I love it too. I do own real estate. I think real estate is great as an investment vehicle for diversification purposes. But I'm going to just tell you the truth. I really actually sold a lot of my real estate, and I'm going to explain to you why I don't know if the so-called American dream of owning property is really what it's chalked up to be. I think it might be a little bit overhyped. Now, what I want to do as you come in, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe, is I want to play a video for you. And this video is, there's a young lady, her name was Stephanie Kabidi, and I'm going to share her video. And she did a really good job of explaining her experience as a real estate owner and why she's selling a lot of her properties. And so I'm gonna play this video for you guys so you can take a look and hear from the sister's mouth. She's very smart. She looks like she's really deep in the real estate game, and I respect it. Hold on, let me turn this down a little bit. And I really think this is worth watching. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna share this real quick. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And I hear you about the homeowners insurance, Jeremy. That's a real thing, especially if you live out west and y'all know what it is. Okay, so let me play this video. Give me a yes if you can hear the audio. I always want to make sure the audio comes through okay. Let me see if I can find this dang video. Hold on. I got it. It's somewhere around here. Here we go. Here it is. Okay. So here's the video. I'm pulling it up now and I'm going to play it. Let me know. Give me a quick yes if you can hear the audio as I play it. I'm going to look for your yeses in the chat. Here we go.
It's in only 18 months, and now I regret it. Just to show you, here's a 2-unit property I own. Here's another one that's a 6-unit apartment building, and here's another one, and here's another one, and there's even more properties, but I'm done driving around wasting my gas, and I feel you guys understand. I thought owning rental properties would be a great source of income, but boy, was I wrong. Most real estate investors teach about buying rental properties, rehabbing them, renting them out to tenants, and then refinancing them with a bank just to only cash flow $300 per month. And that $300 per month may sound like a small amount, but when you have a lot of units, that amount adds up. For the 22 units that I own with my business partner, we roughly cash flow on an average of $600 per month, and that's per unit. And on a monthly basis, that comes to $13,200. And on an annual basis, each year, that comes to $158,400. And that's a big cash flow amount just for only owning 22 units. Now that we talked about the money side of things, you're probably thinking to yourself, Stephanie, why on earth would you regret buying all these properties and wanting to sell them if you're making well over 6 figures with them? Well, because I'm here to tell you the dark side of owning rental properties that the other real estate gurus won't tell you. I honestly thought that as we buy more rental properties, that I would make more money. And as we continue to buy more, I just became more broke. So owning 22 rental properties looks great on social media, but in real life, it sucks. And the 6 figures that you see that we make from all these properties isn't really 6 figures, because as you buy more and you scale, more of that money of that cash flow that you make just goes into buying more properties. And not only that, you have to remember you're dealing with properties and things happen. So a roof could go out, an HVAC system could go out, windows could need to be replaced. And those are some pricey items. And that starts to add up. Look, think about it. Let's say you own a single family house and you decide to rent it out and you cash flow $400 per month. That's great. That's above average because typical investors look to cash flow roughly $200 a month. So you're making $400 a month just from this one property. Now, let's say your roof goes out, and to buy a new roof, that costs $5,000. All your cash flow of that $400 per month is completely wiped out just because of that one thing, just because you have to pay for that roof. Look, I'm not here to tell you what to do with your money, whether that's buying rental properties or not. I'm just here to tell you what my journey is and the ups and downs that have come along with it, just so it can help you along the way. Because at the end of the day, we all know that there are pros to rental properties and there are also cons to rental properties. Throughout us buying all these rental properties within an 18-month time frame, I quickly realized that we were becoming equity rich, but cash poor. And having a lot of equity is great, but equity does not put gas in my tank for me to be able to drive to the office and drive to appointments. I don't like living a life having to constantly check if my bank account is in the negatives or not. I just got tired of it, honestly. And with you being equity rich and cash poor and not having enough in your bank account, you have to think of those things. Like, are you gonna have enough money for food? Are you gonna have enough money to have gas? Are you gonna have enough money for just the regular bills in your life? And that's where I just got over it. I was just tired of living a life like that and just came to this realization where I just regret building and scaling this fast.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause right there, and I'm going to start with a financial concept that we've talked about in Money in the Morning. In case you don't know, we do Money in the Morning economic elevation training. We call it the Millionaire Training Camp every morning. Anybody who wants to be invited, just text that word morning to 87948 on your phone, number 87948. I'll put that on the screen. It's totally free. We have thousands and thousands of you that sign up and come in for free. You bring your children, and it helps a lot. And in case you don't know my background, in case you're new, I'm a finance PhD. I taught at Syracuse University for 13 years, also at Indiana University and the Ohio State University. Go Buckeyes. So here's what I want to lay out here. There is one word that this very intelligent young woman shared repeatedly that I think everybody should write down and remember this word, because it often gets forgotten in the space of investing. And that word is liquidity. Liquidity. She didn't even use the word liquidity, but I'm going to tell you what she was saying. What she's talking about is a phenomenon that's really true in academic research in terms of wealth. Remember, as scholars, that's all we do is we look at research and we figure out who has money and who doesn't and why. Well, one of the things that people don't talk about enough, as we talk about all the dreams and everybody gives you the feel-good speeches, about starting a business and buying real estate, is they don't talk about the fact that that most businesses fail not because they're not profitable. They don't fail due to a lack of profitability. They fail due to a lack of liquidity. Liquidity is the availability of cash. The availability of cash. And if you want to look at the dark side of real estate, one thing about real estate is that real estate is a space where sometimes running out of cash can be a real problem. Other areas like fashion. I used to do stuff with Damon Dash from Rock Nation, and he told these great stories about Jay-Z and everything. And one thing he mentioned about when they started Rockefeller, Rockaware, and all that, he said they had no problem with people wanting Rockaware. Everybody wanted to buy Rockaware because everybody wanted to be like them in the 90s and the early 2000s. The problem was that they didn't have the cash flow to run that business. Cash flow is like lifeblood to a business. It's like blood flowing through your veins. It's like liquidity, like water in your body. You have to keep a business highly liquid in certain spaces in order to make things work. Real estate in general, in my opinion, is not a very liquid industry. I don't dislike real estate. I want to make that 100% clear. So anybody who's a big real estate person, do not get offended. I am not saying that you're silly for owning property. Real estate is great in the sense that it holds its value very well. It has made money all through time. But a lot of people are jumping into real estate who don't know a damn thing about it. A lot of people are jumping in because it sounds good on the internet, or they'll go watch an influencer and go put up $30,000, $40,000 for that influencer to show them how to buy real estate and buy property. And I just think that there are better ways to kind of get things done. And so when she's talking about this idea that you have control of all this property, you own all this real estate, and your cash flows down, your bank balance is negative. That's a big deal. That ability to get the money out is really hard. I can tell you this is not just true for real estate, but it's also true for a lot of entrepreneurial ventures. It's very easy to get your money in, but it's really hard to get your money out. So before you jump into somebody's investment or somebody gets you to go and put your life savings into something, you got to think about liquidity and say, okay, if I need my money out tomorrow, can I get my money out tomorrow? If not, how long does it take for me to get my money out? Can I get my money out in a month? Can I get it out in 2 months? What are my guarantees? What's my collateral? What's my protection? And I see Joy mentioned, she said, I dropped $1,300 for furnace repair and dryer replacement. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to actually do is I thought that this lady's video was so well done that I thought I would go ahead and play it and kind of use this as an instructive opportunity for all of us. And by the way, if you haven't joined our Money in the Morning class, you can just text the word morning to 87948. If you live out of the country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com, and you can join for free. All right, so here is this video, which I just love this video. I love what this young lady did. And I just said, man, I like this so much. I want to play this. So here we go. I'm going to play it again. All right, y'all give me the yes in the chat. Let me know if you, hold on. See, I'm already hitting the wrong buttons. Hold on. Let me hit the right button. Hit the right button, boys. Come on. Okay. All right. Got you. All right. So let me see. Here we go. I think this is the video. So let me see if I can play it.
I want you guys to know that when you are dealing with rental properties, you need another source of income just to help you sustain. Because as I just said, you will be equity rich and cash poor if you do it this way and just build and scale so fast. So that other source of income that we took into consideration was wholesale deals. But unfortunately for us, our wholesale deals were very, very inconsistent. So we weren't making really any money from that. It was just the money from our cash flow. But you got to think about it. For us, there were some things that did need repaired. And when we had no money coming from wholesale deals, then we would use our cash flow money. But when we were low and didn't even have cash flow money to use that, then we would have to come out of our own pocket. And guys, remember I told you being cash poor and not having any money in the bank account? You're probably wondering, how are you going to pay for repairs if you have no money from your personal pocket? Well, the bad thing we've done that I don't recommend is we just put it on credit cards. And that's where you get into a hole. And that's why I'm making this video, because I don't want you guys to be in the same position that I'm in. I want you guys to learn the lesson.
Okay, I'm pausing again. I'm pausing again because here's how cash flow works. Okay, you can think of it almost like when you have those fires in LA and everything. You know what happens? What happens when the hydrant runs out of water? What happens when the reservoir runs out of water? Where do you go after that? So what happens with cash flow generally, because cash flow is liquidity. That's like water being put out. You use to put out financial fires, right? You use the financial water, the liquidity to put out your financial fire. And you know what happens when you don't have enough water? Everything burns down. That's literally a perfect analogy for how money works and how wealth works. Okay. So what she's saying here, which is really interesting, is that most of the time, for most investments that you put money into that are not liquid, that are they're almost think of them as dry, like forest wood. Dry wood can easily catch on fire. So in order to keep it from catching on fire, you have a fire hose nearby, which means she was saying that another source of income is essential for her as a real estate investor. Now, this may not be true for everyone, but in general, you have to have some source of liquidity, right? So even if you're investing, sometimes you keep that job or you keep that side business or you keep those other ventures going just so you have a place you can grab cash to put out your financial fire. Do you give me a yes if you get that analogy? So the liquidity sitting over here, You got the fire department sitting here. That's your cash flow. That's your liquidity. You're liquid. And you're standing here with the hose. And whenever there's a financial fire, you can hose it down. If you don't have the hose, then everything burns down. Do you get that? Let me know if you're following this analogy, okay? Because I think it's a perfect analogy. So what she's basically saying is that her financial water hose that she was using to bring liquidity to her real estate business, which is dry wood, catching on fire constantly. Anybody who owns real estate knows expenses are insane. Expenses are high. It sucks a lot of liquidity out of your business. You're paying for things. You're paying for repairs. You're paying for taxes. You're paying for insurance. And God forbid, don't even try to go live in California and do this. Your insurance is so high that you may not even be able to get insurance, which is a whole nother set of issues, right? So you're spraying down this business that keeps catching on fire, but then you run out of water. Well, what do you do then? Well, then she had to go to the credit cards. She had to go get deeper in debt in order to provide the liquidity that she needed in order for the business to survive. So building the business is one thing, but keeping the business alive is another. Pay attention. Building the business is one thing, but maintaining the business is a whole nother adventure. So before you celebrate when you start the damn thing, don't celebrate when you start the business. Celebrate when you kept that business going for 10, 20 years, because that means you sat there with the fire hose and you've been putting out fires for a very long time, solving problems, spraying water on the parts that need it. So it's no different from a baby. Like anybody can make a baby, but only special people can give birth to a baby and raise a baby to the age of 18. So don't celebrate because you had sex. Everybody can do that. That's easy. Celebrate when you don't raise that kid up to the age of 30 and they are a productive citizen. That's when I give you your cookies. That's when I give you your award. That's when you put in 250,000 hours of consistent effort to raise that child to adulthood. So business is the same way. A lot of people can start things, but not everybody can finish and maintain. So the liquidity is required for the maintenance. And what she's saying is that when she was maintaining the business with the liquidity that she had available through wholesaling, that ran out. So she had to go to the credit cards, which tended to make things even worse. Let me pull this up again. Let me share this video. I love this video. My God, it's a great teaching tool in terms of just us really talking about what the real deal is. I believe in realistic investing. I think too many dreams get sold online. And because people sound good and they know how to speak, and like they got the Holy Ghost and stuff, and people get caught up in that, and then people end up either getting scammed or losing a lot of money. And I don't want that to happen to you. So here we go. Let me play it again.
Learn the mistakes that I have made so that you don't have to make those same mistakes. So just remember, if you do want to build a rental portfolio, make sure you also have another source of income just coming in, because if you don't, you may end up real broke. Now, I want to talk about self-managing your rental properties, because for us, that is what we did to save money. And to be honest with you guys, I honestly don't mind it. As long as you have your proper systems and processes in place, then it's more so of a piece of cake. And what I recommend you guys do, if you are buying these rental properties, make sure you're fully fixing them up, just so you're not getting calls in the middle of the night of tenants saying, oh, my toilet's broken, where if you just get a brand new toilet, then you're less likely to have that issue. So just repair your properties up from the jump instead of having someone move in right away. And make sure you have your right, proper systems and processes in place. Now, I want to get back into the money side of things, because that's the main reason people truly buy rental properties, is to have that, financial freedom. But I want to take a second to dive deeper on mortgages. And with you seeing that $300 per month in cash flow, that's not because your utility bills are so high. I
want you to pay close attention to what she says here about the real revenue. Like, you got revenue and then you got income. Those are two different things. So here she's going to break this down very well. Here we go.
Honestly, because your mortgage is so high with your principal and interest payments. And I want to give you guys an example. For this 2-unit property that we own that you guys have seen, the upstairs unit is renting for $1,300 a month, and the downstairs unit is renting for $1,100 a month. Now, for the mortgage on that property, it is roughly $1,300 a month. So that upstairs unit already covers that mortgage, which is amazing. But we still do have utility bill payments on that. So we still cash flow a good amount on that, roughly around the $600 per unit. But still, we have expenses no matter what. But I want you guys to realize that $1,300 from the mortgage payment, that is the principal and interest, which just that part alone consists of $900. And then we have our taxes and insurance, which that's all included within the $1,300 a month. But think about it. That's a big chunk that is coming out of our cash flow. Like, wouldn't it be nice just to have an extra $900 per month in cash flow from just taking away that mortgage? That's what I'm thinking. Like, I would like to have that extra $900 a month in cash flow. And that's where my mind's at. Like, I'm done worrying about scaling with no money, because I realize, like, it can be easily done where you can buy so many rental properties, or just properties in general, whatever you want to do with them, whether that's, fixing them up or keeping them as rental properties. You can do that with no money out of pocket. I mean, that's how we scaled from 0 to 22 units within 18 months. But It's honestly the riskier route if you don't have another source of income, because you slowly get into a hole and you have all these mortgage payments racked up. You have to make sure they're all getting paid, but you also want to make sure that you're getting paid and your cash flowing as well. So after realizing all this, like I said, I'm done taking that risky route and I want to take a different approach where I want to focus on limiting those mortgages, having a consistent income, and having a good amount of money in reserves. Because to be honest with you, I'd rather own 30 properties that are 100% paid off than 100 properties that have mortgages on them and only cash flow $300 a door. Because you guys have to remember, it's not about what looks good on social media, and it's not about how much you gross per month. It comes down to truly how much you net per month and how much money is coming into your pocket. And
okay. All right. So I love that video. I love what she did. And again, her name is Stephanie Kabidi, and she's very smart. And Steph, if you see this video, I applaud you for being honest and breaking it down like this. Now, let me kind of do some analysis really quick to kind of help you understand what we just watched and how this works. Let's just do. I'm gonna pull up a quick spreadsheet. Today must be a special day because I'm literally gonna share my screen again, and we're gonna go through an Excel spreadsheet where we can kind of just see the reality of owning real estate. Just what does that actually look like and feel like for a regular person? All right, and I agree with you, Linda. Cash flow is key. So let's talk about cash flow. So let's say that you get a place in Atlanta, and let's say you put $50,000 down, and you of your own money. And you buy a $500,000 property. Okay. So let's assume that they give you the property with just 10% down. So in general, first you got to pay your mortgage. If you have, say, a 5% mortgage, 30-year mortgage on the balance that you borrowed. Give me 1 second. This is my wife. Hold on, everybody. Hey. No, I'm in class.
You teaching a class? Mm-hmm. It wasn't in your schedule to do the pictures?
It was, but I don't want to talk about it. Okay. Be safe. I'll see you later. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. All right. So here, let's assume that you spend you get your mortgage. Your mortgage is $2,415. And then you have taxes, and let's assume your taxes are $416. I base this on average amounts in Atlanta, and let's assume that you can rent. Your monthly rent is $5,000. Okay, so your tenant's paying you $5,000 a month. Now, just so you know, I think this number is very optimistic. My wife and I owned a property in Atlanta that we paid $590,000 for, and the income that we got was $3,500 a month from the tenant. But we didn't charge as much as we could have charged. Maybe I'm thinking we could have got at least $4,500 a month. But the tenant was a single mom with 3 kids. I just didn't want to overcharge her. I wanted to just pay the mortgage and the expenses and leave it at that, because we're going to get the capital gains, right? As the property value goes up, that's our windfall, and that's what it was. So here, let's keep going. Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you can still hear me okay. So let's assume your insurance is $150 per month. This is based on averages for Atlanta. Utilities, let's say your utilities are $416 per month. Okay. And then let's assume that your management fee is $500 per month. Now, one thing I did not include, Jeremy, is HOA. Yeah, we do pay HOA 100%. So just right there, though, here's the deal. Just right there, your income is only about $4,100. I'm sorry, $800 left. I think so. Let me add this up. Let me see here. I'm gonna do a sum. Okay, so let's add up all of our expenses. $3,897. So I'm sorry. So if you take $3,897 minus the $5,000, you get what? Let me see here. 5,000 minus this, so $1,100 a month. Now, here's what we didn't include. We didn't include HOA fees. HOA fees can be pretty high. I have to pay those in the property that we have. And also, we don't know how much that's going to be. You know, I'm not going to put a number there. But then you throw in like another variable, headaches. How much is a headache worth to you? How much is it if somebody's stressing you out? How much is that worth? Headaches. I think that's priceless, right? Because one of the things that we did not factor in here is the amount of work required to just deal with tenants. Has anybody, give me a yes in the chat if you've ever dealt with a tenant who did or did not pay their rent on time. Give me a yes if you've ever dealt with trying to find a tenant. Give me a yes if you ever dealt with repairs and things breaking down. Here's the thing. If you were to look at sort of a list of all the things that people complain about when they own properties, first of all, you got tenant issues, especially if you live in a place that is very overly tenant friendly. They assume that landlords are all super rich people. So rich people are evil in those places. So they pretty much every ruling's in favor of the tenant. They can squat on your property and it's hard to get them out. Late payment of rent, non-payment of rent. If they don't pay the rent, you have to still pay the mortgage. Your expenses still come in even if they don't pay the rent. So there's $5,000 or $3,800 a month in expenses, which happens on a normal month. That's assuming nothing breaks down, by the way. That's assuming that I don't have, a broken, busted toilet or a broken, or I don't know, like something doesn't happen with the electrical system or there isn't a leak somewhere. And believe me, that happens all the time. How many of y'all have ever owned real estate? Anybody ever owned real estate and rented it out? Like, just say something in the chat about just how much stress it was and financial stress it was to pay for everything, be responsible for everything, take time out of your day to fix things. Even when you have a property manager, they still got to get on the phone with you and talk through it and say, we're going to fix the such and such. And you got to send us a check for $2,000 to get a new blah, blah, blah. Right. It's crazy. Right. So the headaches are priceless. Some other things that people you have to deal with. You got to screen any new tenants that come in, maintenance and repairs. We talked about that. If the property is getting older, you just might have to maintain it because it's getting older. If the property is vacant, then you still have to pay the mortgage, even if it's vacant. That's thousands and thousands of dollars lost. Now, mind you, you're defending all this with an $1,100 a month income, right? So your $1,100 a month is very fragile. That's the point. If you have one thing go wrong, that in many cases will wipe out every penny that you make, and then cost you more money, which is where she had to keep going back to the reserves. She had to keep calling the fire department to put out the fire because she didn't have enough liquidity in her business to even sustain the business. The business couldn't sustain the business, so she had to have another business to sustain the first business. That's the reality. I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm just telling you what it is. Also, don't forget, you in different cities and states, you have different building codes, eviction laws. Sometimes the taxes can be complex. If you talk about managing property, you either pay a management fee, roughly 8 to 12% a month of your rent, or you do it yourself. And that's extremely stressful. Oh, and then we didn't even talk about the liability. We didn't even talk about liability. What if you own the property and somebody forgets to check the carbon monoxide detector and everyone in the house wakes up dead? Well, then they're suing you. They're taking everything they can get their hands on. And then you got to do little stuff like get an LLC for every individual property to protect. It's a lot of work. It's stressful. Okay. So that's just my 2 cents. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying just make sure that you're clear on this if you decide to go into that space. There are different ways to invest in real estate without having to actually buy it. They have real estate investment trusts. I sent you all a list before of different real estate investment trusts that I like that you can invest in that will still give you the benefit of owning property without actually having to own property, so to speak. You let somebody else kind of handle all the headaches of the management of the property, and you just become the investor. I'm a big believer in investing. Maybe I'm biased because my doctorate's in stock market stuff, but I'm just telling you, this is the number one wealth builder in America. There is no jobs don't build wealth the way investing builds wealth. And actually, what I'm going to try to do is find this list of real estate investment trusts, and I'll even put it in the chat so you guys can have it. And also another thing too, if you want to know what I think is a better use of that money, I really think selling stock options is a beautiful way to generate that cash flow at a higher level, in a clearer, easier way with fewer headaches. So in a more liquid way as well. And you guys know me, you know how much I love stock options. But anyway, there's that list of REITs. I just put it in the chat. I'll also put it in the description of the video. But anyway, let me show you another calculation here. And we do stock options. We sell stock options in the Prime program. So if you're interested in taking a look, go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. It's on the screen. All right. So here is, let's take a look at stock options. Let's see what we could do. Now, remember, the original capital base that we had was $50,000, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that $50,000 and I'm going to do something else with it. Let me erase the real estate. So actually, I'm going to leave it up there, and I'm going to share the screen again. Okay. All right. Don't mess this up, boys. Here we go. All right. So here is, all right. So let's imagine that we took the 50,000, we did something else with it. Let's assume we go to even Robinhood. Like you can do this on an app, very easy to do. And we go get some margin, and we can then go, let's say we want to go into business with Mark Zuckerberg. We're going to do the opposite, right? Remember there was a time where other people, where they got all the benefits and we did all the work. Well, I think with investing, you can let them do all the work and you get the benefits by being an investor. You just have to come up with the capital. So let's say we take this 50,000, or let's say we get it up to enough money where we can buy 200 shares of Meta stock. Okay. And the cost per share right now, you can do this. You can do this tomorrow, actually, if you want. Not tomorrow, whenever the market opens on Monday. The cost per share is $615. Can y'all see this on the screen? Let me know if you can see this. I want to make sure it's coming through okay. Can y'all see this? All right. So the cost per share is $615. So the cost of 200 shares would be $123,002. Okay. Now you can get margin. They'll loan you half the money. They'll loan you, like whatever you have 50,000, they'll loan you another 50. If you got 60, they'll loan you another 60. So actually this will require a capital base of about $61,000, but you can do this, right? You can do this tomorrow. So what I could then do is I can go into Meta right now and I can sell a call up. Today is January 11th. So I'm going to sell a February 14th call option with a strike price. And you got, if you don't know what strike prices are, it's basically you're placing kind of a bet on your stock. You're letting people, you're telling them like, look, if the stock goes above this price, you can have it. So I'm gonna pick a strike price of 640. Okay. So that means that if the stock goes above 640, they get to buy my stock for 640. But I'm not mad, because if the stock goes all the way up, if it goes up $25 a share, then I make an additional profit of 25 times 600, which I guess is what, $12,000 or something like that, $14,000 that I get, because they're buying my stock at a premium. They're not buying it at the current price. They buy it at the premium price. So I'm okay with that. I'm not mad about that. So that option right now on the market would be worth $24.45 per share. I've got 200 shares, so I can sell 200 of those suckers. And that would give me an income right now in my bank account of $4,889. That's how much money I get. And what I want you to notice is, first off, $4,889 as an ROI on the investment is a hell of a lot higher than $1,100. That's a hell of a lot higher. That's you're 4xing your money. You're making 4 times more than you would make if you went out and bought a whole bunch of real estate with that same amount of money. First of all, let me just ask you all this simple question right now. Give me a yes if I've convinced you that this is at least something worth considering. Give me a yes if you can see why I like this so much better than real estate. Let's start there. Give me a quick yes, because I want to make sure you're following me, because I don't want to go over anybody's head. So I just sold this option. And what I basically did was someone gave me money. They put almost $5,000 in my bank account instantaneously. And all I got to do now is just sit there. I don't have to do anything. Okay. That's the first piece, right? And it's a lot more than this 1,100 I would have made by taking that same 60 grand and going out and buying a bunch of real estate and paying mortgage, taxes, insurance, utilities, management fee. And that's but then here's the other part that's interesting that you got to really process is quality of life. I didn't have to get out of bed to get this money. I didn't have to make any phone calls. I ain't got to deal with no tenants. I ain't got to worry about a squatter in my property. I ain't got to worry about a broken toilet. I ain't got to worry about nothing. I don't. So not only do I not have any expenses, but I don't have any headaches. I have no mortgage, taxes, insurance, utilities, management fee, HOA fees, no headaches. And I can do this with my family. My family, we get together, we got 60 grand, and everybody's like, let's go buy some real estate. That sounds good and it feels good, and you can show it off and tell everybody. But I'd be like, let's just take the 60,000, get some margin, go buy some Meta stock and collect those dividends on the options. That's the options, just so you know, this isn't the same as a dividend. This is better, in my opinion. But here's the other thing too, right? So I sit back and I watch. So what if the stock goes up to 640? Well, then guess what? Christmas really came early, because if the stock goes up to 640, then I'm making an extra $25 per share on my stock. And the stock, let me see, $25 a share. Let me do some calculations here. 200 shares times 25. I'm making an extra $5,000 for my trouble. I said for 12,000. I got the math wrong. I'm so sorry, guys. Forgive me. Maybe I'm sleepy today. So this to me is far superior. Then let's go through the reasons why. Number one, not only is the income much higher, and this isn't even, I don't even own Meta. This isn't even the stock that I work with, because there are other stocks that are far better than this one. I just did this one because it's the simplest way to exhibit the point. Not only is the income much, much higher, and there are no expenses. Also, there are no headaches. There is no work required. I don't have to do anything. And also, the other piece that's really important to consider is liquidity. I can sell this asset in 5 seconds. You cannot sell real estate in 5 seconds. It's very hard to sell real estate in a day, a week, or a month. You got to call, you got to talk to brokers and deal with banks and make sure the financing comes through. And then remember this 1,100 isn't just a lower number. You got to think about the other, what they call the second derivative. The second derivative relates to risk. People forget about risk. This 1,100 is very, very fragile, very, very fickle. You may not get 1,100 that month. In fact, I dare say that for most landlords, you don't get the whole net income, because in many months something goes wrong. The tenant doesn't pay on time. Something breaks down. Whatever it is, right? So this is not just lower income. It's less sturdy income, right? So it's not just, and with investing, it's really important. People forget about this. It's not just making money. It's how do you make your money? It's not just the size of the cash flow. It is the stability of the cash flow. Stability. It's like two basketball players. One player is Allen Houston from the New York Knicks. Super consistent, will give you 20 points a game, shows up to get every game, doesn't party too much. He's a good citizen, no problems. The other one is Latrell Sprewell. And if you remember the Knicks, Latrell Sprewell scored about as many points as Allen, but Latrell was wild. He liked to party. He may or may not show up. He was not as consistent. Sometimes his jump shot would be off. So those are two different assets to the organization. Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? So when you think about investing, I encourage you to not just think about how much money you can possibly make. I want you to look at risk. Risk is extremely important. That was what I did in my whole doctoral program. I worked under a guy named Renee Stoltz at Ohio State, go Buckeyes, who was one of the leading risk management experts on the planet. And I really would be willing to bet you that most people don't process risk at a level that they probably should in order to understand how to invest in the right way. Okay. So that's the point I wanted to make. I like this young lady's video. I thought that she did a great job of laying out something that I think is important. I encourage you to consider other alternatives. This is not investing advice. This is just me sharing what I know and what I've seen. If you want to join us in the Prime program, we have a good program in the Black Business School that does all this stuff. I'll show you guys what I'm doing and exactly what I'm buying and how I'm doing it. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you're interested. You can also text the word options to the phone number 87948. If you text options to 87948, I'll send you a link that way as well. So thank you all for listening. I hope this conversation was helpful. And thank you to Miss Stephanie Kabidi, who did that great video. She's super smart, and I love the fact that we're starting to see the truth about investing. When I started doing a lot of this stuff back in 2006, 2007, a lot of our people weren't as into investing as we are now and into generational wealth. So I remember just kind of going around to different shows trying to say, like hey, we got to invest. Like, we like money. We got to go make money. But what happened, unfortunately, is that when we started, a lot of people were just doing it wrong. They were taking too many risks, and they didn't understand the difference between investing and gambling. And also, we're not factoring in the important variables like quality of life, risk level, liquidity levels. All these things matter when it comes to picking an investment. So it's not just about making money at this point. It's about how you make your money and doing it in a way that is comfortable and satisfying to the other parts of your life that are more valuable and more important than money. Okay. So anyway, guys, thank you for hanging out with me. It was great to see you. And again, drboyceprime.com if you're interested in jumping in. And I will see you guys soon. Take care. Have a wonderful day, everybody. Love you. Peace. Hey, everybody. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Come on in. Welcome to the Dr. Boyce Book Club. This is where we get together every week and we go through Powernomics, Dr. Claude Anderson books, things like that, because Dr. Claude Anderson is the goatiest of all goats, and he is the king of Black economics, in my opinion, and somebody that we should honor and respect. Why? Well, because in our space, we pick our own heroes. We don't wait for massa to tell us who our heroes are supposed to be, or a master to tell us who we're supposed to look up to. I think that that's our job. I think we look up to each other. We look up to our heroes. And if we don't celebrate our heroes, then why would anybody else do that? Do you agree with me? I hope you agree. I hope you agree. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to shoot you all a text as well to let you all know that that we're meeting for class in case you didn't know. And I think the question for tonight that's really interesting in Dr. Anderson's book, The Black History Reader, is what was the role of Native Americans in slavery? I think that's, and I know that's something that he talks about in his book, which you can find a copy of his book, The Black History Reader, at powernomics.com. I hope everyone goes to powernomics.com because Dr. Anderson deserves our support. I hope you agree with that. And this is on page 232, question 83. And he starts talking about Black reparations and affirmative action. He's talking about things like the 1866 Indian Treaty, which I think all Black people should know something about this. In fact, most Black people, I imagine, did not learn anything about any of this in public school. There's probably just so much stuff there that we did not learn in school because the government, there's no reason for the government to teach us things that's just going to make everybody mad, right? The government's goal is to make you just forget about it, so that you hopefully won't be mad or you'll go along with the program. But I personally think that it's very important for us to teach ourselves and teach each other. So this is one of the reasons why I don't get into the debates, the Democrat-Republican debate about what books are going to be used in our schools and what kids are going to be taught, because I really, 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 hope to impress upon you the idea of at least considering that it's your job and it's our job to teach our kids, particularly something as sensitive as history, because if you don't, they're just going to lie to them like they did to us. And next thing you know, you're walking around here delusional and half crazy and thinking that up is down and down is up. All right. So what I'm going to do is start reading here on this out of this book. And we're just going to kind of stop where appropriate to be able to sort of figure out like what's what and what's going on here. All right. So here's what Dr. Anderson says as it pertains to the 1866 Indian Treaty. And the question is, did the 1866 Indian Treaties mandate benefits for Black freedmen and Black Indians? So this solves part of the mystery about reparations, like who has your money and how much do they owe you. He says here, the native Indians had a relationship with slavery from the beginning of the country. The relationship of Indians and Blacks came to a critical point after the Civil War and was the reason for the 1866 Indian treaties. The white European colonists who established the first settlements were fearful that Native Americans could form an alliance with African slaves and revolt. The colonists decided it was better to convince the native Indians to identify with the emerging institution of Black enslavement. And to that end, the two parties consummated the Treaty of New York in 1516. Okay, let's stop right there. How many of you, in all the years, all the schooling that we got, all the education that you have, all the, BAs, BSs, MAs, MSs, PhDs, JDs, and any other letters you have behind your name that make you feel like you're important, how many of you ever heard anything about the Treaty of New York in 1516? Give me one. I'm looking for one yes. Somebody give me one yes of anybody who learned about this treaty, where they apparently, according to Dr. Anderson, this was where they wanted to convince the Native Americans to work with them to keep Black people enslaved. Did anybody learn this in their school? If you learned it, I bet you learned it at home. If you learned it, I bet you learned it from somebody in your family. Maybe you learned it from Dr. Anderson directly because maybe you read the book ahead, right? So this to me is just another example of proving my point in the sense that we cannot let other people teach our history because this is important. This is important. I mean, this is the foundation of the reparations that you are owed. And I personally think that as a community, we have to sort of just make a promise to ourselves that we're not going to let people tell us lies about the things that we need to know. All right, so let me hop in here really quick. I'm gonna send you out all a text message to let you all know that we're going live. And if you want to get a text notification, there's a couple ways you can do that for this class. If you just text the word money to 87948, you can also get a free copy of my training, How to Make Money Without Working. That's the stock option stuff if you're interested in that. but I also send out that text to that list when we do class. So just text the word money to the phone number 87948. And if you live out of the country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com and you'll be on the email list. And I'll send you an email a little bit earlier in the day. I just want to find ways to connect with you. And once you sign up for the Zoom automatically sends you email reminders and all that good stuff. All right. So here is so there's this Treaty of New York, 1516. The treaty contains provisions that appeared in all subsequent treaties. Okay, interesting. Let's get to the bottom of this. The colonists promised native Indians food, clothing, money, and weapons. So they got food, clothing, money, and weapons. Let me guess, to sell out black people to make sure that you help us control our Negroes. Let's see if I'm right about this. In return, there's always a trade, right? They required the native Indians to cease being hunters, to build farms, own black slaves, and support slavery. So they gave them food, clothes, money, weapons. Remember I told you how money is power? And Massa can print money. So he uses his money to control you and get you to do whatever. That's how they got these little rappers to run right here, destroying the black community left and right. Worse than the KKK is they just give them little trinkets, food, money, clothing, and weapons. Just as long as you're shooting yourself with the weapons, it's okay. In return, they require them, not ask them, they require them to stop being hunters. So they'll feed you your food to teach you how to not hunt for your own food. Isn't that deep? That I'm gonna give you some food to pacify you, so I shut down your natural ability to hunt. So I'm gonna give you a little job. Let's take the analogy full circle. I'm gonna give you your little black job, and you're gonna think I'm your friend. And the reason I'm giving you your little black job is because I don't want you to learn how to be an entrepreneur like me. I don't want you to compete with the big boys. I need you to work for the big boys, right? So they went to the native Indians and they said, "You're hunters. We don't need more hunters. We want you to actually have farms. We want you to be farmers, and then we want you to own black slaves. So support us in this slavery thing, and then support slavery." That's what it says here. This is in Dr. Anderson's book, page 232, The Black History Reader. If the native Indians accepted those terms, the colonists promised to call them civilized instead of savages. So you get to be a distinguished Negro now, but that's the analogy, right? Except it's not black people, it's Native Americans. But the white supremacist playbook is kind of the same, right? So some of y'all are civilized Negroes. You gave $250,000 to blankety blank university. And because you went to blankety blank university, you walk around holding your suspenders like Urkel, and you say, "I'm a distinguished Negro. I'm part of the Boule now, and I'm better than all these other Negroes now because I've all these credentials and behind my name," right? That's what they do, right? But then they're like, "Okay, yeah, just give us $250,000 and we'll call you whatever you want. We'll rub your booty and call you Sally," and that's what we are here. You're not black, you're OJ. All right, so let me keep reading here. Let me stop being sarcastic. Y'all know how I get because this stuff makes me mad. All right, it says here if the native Indians accepted those terms, the colonists promised to call them civilized instead of savages, and to give them. Listen to this. Damn, the plot thickens. And they got paid $25 for each runaway slave they captured and returned to the slaveholder. Hold on. I'm sprinting. Okay. I gotta find this out. So let's see. What year was this? 1516. How much was $25 worth in 1516 if translated to $2024? So we want to see how much they got paid to sell us out. Okay. This is and all this is in contradiction to the crap you learned in school. You learned all these alliances, like, yeah, they were really your friends. They're oppressed like you. They're just like, yeah, okay. Let me do some little math right quick. And so $25 is how much they got paid. And this is for anybody who's part of one of the civilized tribes, I want you to know that when we come for the reparations, you owe some money too. So I'm going to tell you about I'm about to tell you approximately how much money y'all owe us as well, because a lot of y'all owe us money. Okay, so $25, that was a pretty penny. $25 in 1516, check this out, is $48,160.33 per slave. How about that? That's a lot of money. You could buy a nice car for that amount of money. So this is what they did. This is how they sold you out. This is how they pretty much got money to I guess bring you back to your master or whatever. They did this to your ancestors, your blood ancestors. This happened to them. A lot of you are descendants of slaves, I assume. How many of you got great 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 grandparents that were slaves? Anybody? I do. I have a great great great. So when the reparations checks come a flowing, I got proof that I should get my check. I should be one of the first because I have a great 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 grandfather named Boyce from Kentucky who got the name Boyce from his slave master. So I not only do I have the slave lineage, but I got the slave name. And I could change it, but y'all used to calling me Boyce, so I'm just gonna stick with it. But maybe one day I'll come out and be like, y'all need to call me Shaka Zulu or something. All right, anyway, let me hold on. I'm trying to clean my glasses off. Here we go. Because my glass, I got to, I don't want to be angry with smudgy glasses. All right, I need my glasses clear so I can see exactly how much money they took away from us. So let me keep reading. I keep reading, boys. Focus. All right, here we go. So for more than 300 years, the tribes owned, traded, captured, and profited from the enslavement of blacks. Sorry, I must have the ghosts of our ancestors came into my office because they just turned my TV on and I didn't even hit the button. So they're mad too. Or maybe that's my mama. You know, my mama lives in heaven now and they have good Wi-Fi in heaven. So how you doing, mama? It's good. I'm glad you're in class today. All right. So for more than 300 years, the tribes owned, traded, captured, and profited from the enslavement of blacks. Write that down. When the Civil War broke out between the North and the South, all 5 of the civilized tribes, the Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, Cherokee, and Seminoles, sought to protect their slave investments. So no, they were not side by side with black people fighting for your freedom, like maybe some of you were led to believe. No, they were fighting with the other side. This is just information. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Let's see here. They signed agreements with the Southern Confederacy, with the South. They did not sign with the North. To fight with the South against the North to maintain black slavery. The 1866 Indian treaties, which is what Dr. Anderson has been suing for many decades, by the way, with his own money, hundreds of thousands of dollars of his own money has been put toward these lawsuits. Your Congressional Black Caucus members have not been helping, most of them, right? Maybe one or two, but for the most part, they've kind of blown it away. Barack Obama did not help. A lot of your favorite black people, Al Sharpton, they're not interested. The 1866 Indian treaties between the U.S. government and the 5 civilized tribes required the tribes to release their slaves after the Civil War and described the legal obligations of the tribes to the black freedmen and black Indians and the benefits that were due to them. So you had black Indians and black freedmen that were owed money from these tribes while they're, making money from their casinos and stuff. Initially, after the Civil War, the Native Indians, who had been slaveholders and had fought on the side of the South to maintain slavery, refused to release their slaves, claiming independent sovereignty. By fighting on the side of the Southern Confederacy, the Indian tribes had broken all previous treaties with the U.S. government because each treaty required loyalty to the U.S. So every treaty they signed before that one was violated when they decided to side with the South in the rebellion. Let me see here. Hold on. The 1866 Indian treaties were drafted by representatives of the U.S. and were signed by Indian chiefs of each of the 5 tribes. The treaties required the Native Indians to release their slaves, to give each, this is your reparations, pay attention now, listen. They were required to give each black freedman and black Indian $150. Remember, this is hundreds of years ago now. This is a lot of money. $150, 160 acres of land. And most importantly, they were all to be treated as members of tribes. Now, I'm furiously running back to calculate because I got to know this. This is okay. So how much is the average cost of 160 acres of land? We need all the black accountants and stuff to be jumping on board. Y'all need to be sitting out pulling out the calculators. Okay, you owe us this much plus interest and penalties. Okay, so check this out. So let's see. If it's farmland Farmland goes for on average, $4,170 per acre in 2024. Cropland, $5,500 per acre. Pasture land, $1,800 per acre. If you look at state, just land in given states, Rhode Island is the land is $22,000 per acre, 160 acres. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of black wealth right there. So the average for 160 acres. Listen to this, y'all. This is money that should be in your pocket. The national average for farm real estate means that if you had 160 acres in your family, it would be worth $667,200. If you lived in Rhode Island, it would be worth $3.5 million. But if your broke ass lived in New Mexico, it would only be worth $112,000. So you pick a number somewhere in the middle, you're talking about something that's probably about seven figures for most of you. This is why you had no money growing up, because they stole your money. I need you to understand this. Your ancestors were not lazy. They were robbed. The language of the 1866 Indian treaties tracked the language of the 14th Amendment that granted citizenship rights to former slaves. The treaties mandated that black freedmen and black Indians be treated similarly in all manners and equal to the members of the 5 civilized tribes. So that means that the black freedmen and black Indians should be treated the same as the Native Americans. So I guess that's the question, right? How many of you know a black family or something that runs a casino or something? Anybody got a family that's owns a casino, if it's making money from the game? Anybody? Okay, all right. I didn't. Me neither. Okay. Let's keep going. Today, being treated similarly would mean that black freedmen and black Indians should be tax exempt. No taxes. What? Exempt from college tuition. Ooh, student loans are the #1 drainer of black wealth. Did y'all know that? Have priority rights to reservation resources, have rights to electronic broadcasting airways, and have federal recognition of land for gaming licenses. This is what Dr. Anderson is documenting. Thank you for doing this. Do you understand why this man's a national treasure? I hope you get it. And I'm gonna tell you, if you are affiliated with any of these HBCUs that's been ignoring this man, you need to go up in that chancellor's office and kick that damn door down and tell them to wake the hell up. Stop manufacturing slaves and start educating them on things like powernomics. Seriously, no disrespect, but this is ridiculous. This is just embarrassing. Let's keep going here. Implicit in the treaties was a direct relationship with the government through the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the U.S. Department of the Interior. On a side note, the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Freedmen's Bureau were established at the same time, placing black freedmen and Indians into protected classes. However, the Freedmen's Bureau was intentionally corrupted, the funds plundered by whites, and prematurely terminated because the South, again, had a need for black labor. So that they could actually enslave you again and get access to your labor, they destroyed the Freedmen's Bureau, which was created at the same time as the Bureau of Indian Affairs. That means that everything that they're getting, we would be getting the same stuff. Do you understand what a difference this will make in your life and mine? Seriously, raise your hand. How many of you are a descendant of slavery? Give me a yes in the chat. If you got great grandparents or parents or triple great, whatever. Sorry, Henry Louis Gates. I know he likes to do that show where he tells white people how black they are and whatever. I don't know I don't understand Gates. I don't dislike him. We're not the same. I don't hate him though. I don't hate him. So this ain't no beef. Okay. So do you understand what this means? The path had been set for you to have an inheritance, for you to have resources. A lot of y'all got it out the mud like I did. I didn't have nothing. I was 23 years old, couldn't pay my rent. I remember going to vote for Bill Clinton, and I was on my way to vote for Bill Clinton, and I was on my bike, and the voting station was right there, but I was late for work, and I remember thinking, if I lose my job because I'm late, Bill Clinton is not gonna come help me pay no bills, and I was behind on the rent because I didn't have no damn money. So imagine if your life started and you had $100,000 available just in case you had an economic emergency. Think about how different your life would have been. I had to make hard choices because I didn't have any money, right? So what he's basically saying here, and what Dr. Anderson is telling you, and I want to impress this upon you, I think this has to be one of the most urgent messages that we keep in the back of our mind, is that your whole life would have been very different if people had stuck to their commitments. So Dr. Anderson, this amazing man who filed this lawsuit, that a lot of the members of the Congressional Black Caucus do not pay attention to, was suing to say, no, you owe us, you owe black people something. You should, all that land, all those resources, every single thing that's being given to the Native American tribes, God bless them. I ain't got nothing against them. But everything y'all getting, we supposed to get that too. Let's keep going. I mean, no taxes, free tuition. Think about how much of a difference that would make in your life right there. Let me keep reading. All right, focus, boys. All right, I'm gonna focus. Okay. The Bureau of Indian Affairs still stands and is the government entity through which black freedmen and black Indians also should have a direct relationship. Instead, both groups have had to resort to litigation to resolve disputes related to government financial management of allotment accounts for land and material resources. Treaties represent the highest form of law, especially in the U.S., which presents itself as a nation of laws. Since the federal government has a fiduciary responsibility to carry out treaty mandates, it ought not be necessary for blacks to file lawsuits against federal agencies for failure to carry out their obligations to black freedmen and black Indians. So all you black lawyers out here that are listening, maybe this will be a nice little project for you to pursue. I think the late great Johnny Cochran was going to pursue this before he just mysteriously died. The federal government's failure to fully enforce the treaties represents economic justice denied. The historical significance of these treaties cannot be minimized because they detail tangible benefits directed to a specific segment of black Americans and their descendants. The economic benefits should have been enjoyed by the black freedmen and black Indians and passed to their descendants. Over the course of the last 150 years, these treaties have served as the basis for Native Indians to demand accountability from the U.S. government for mismanaging Indian assets. Black freedmen and black Indians have asked for the same accountability and the same legal questions, but they have not received answers. Blacks cannot let the economic benefits of these treaties to blacks be ignored. How is it that legitimate benefits assigned to blacks are always forgotten in history? And I think that speaks to just expectations. Like, people kind of expect black people to be broke. They expect the black community to be in shambles. They expect you to have nothing. So when you say, no, I'm not supposed to have nothing, I'm supposed to have something, people are like, what are you talking about? Like, that's crazy talk. The idea of a black community being in good shape and actually having resources like white folks, oh, that's not allowed in America. That's not expected in America. You're always supposed to be deficient. And some of us as black people accept that. Like, we kind of just know, like, okay, being black means being deficient financially. In fact, I saw something today that was really interesting, and it really kind of, I don't know, maybe I was just in a dumpy mood or something, but I saw this thing, and it was like this little, like, feel good post somebody had put up, and they showed Kevin Hart and Meek Mill, two guys out of Philadelphia, and it said Kevin Hart and Meek Mill get together and give $15 million to black communities, and some people who were clapping, oh, that's so great, that's so nice, and I'm the guy, I'm just kind of the jerk that's like gonna ask questions like, I've heard about celebrity donations before. I kind of want to know details. Like, did they write a check for 15 million? Who did the check go to? What's the check being used for? Because y'all remember with Black Lives Matter, for example, I know good people that were a part of Black Lives Matter. A lot of good people. Cornel West Vice President, Dr. Melina Abdullah is a great advocate in Black Lives Matter. She seems legit. I don't know everything about everyone, but from what I've seen, everything about her seems sincere. So you can't sort of label the slander of Black Lives Matter on everyone that participated. A lot of people really did the right thing for the right reasons. But y'all remember, that there was a lot of money that was given, millions and millions of dollars, and most people I know didn't get any of that money. And this is right during the pandemic. Everybody's getting paid in the pandemic. All this money is being sloshed around. The inflation rates went really high because they were giving money away so much in the pandemic. And I know so many black people who have businesses and legitimate concerns financially who did not get that money. So when I saw the Meek Mill Kevin Hart post, I was like, well, who's getting this money? Is there a transparency about this? Like, what's really happening here? Or is this just some goofy feel-good post about some celebrity doing something? And then the other part of me that no one likes, I guess, or not no one, but a lot of people don't like this part of me, was also like, wait a minute, you know what? Celebrity donations have never elevated the black community. There's charity is not the same is having a legitimate economic engine. Looking at black people and saying, oh, those poor, pathetic people who have nothing, let's throw them a couple of dollars. that really doesn't do a whole lot of nothing, right? What really moves a community is when you can shift the culture, the infrastructure, when you're educating en masse, when you're educating. Right, there you go, Linda. I agree with you, Linda. It's more about celebrating the celebrity than it is about actually really truly showing tangible outcomes in the community. If I can't go to that community and see a whole different community, streets cleaned, new buildings constructed, billions of dollars worth of transformation, it's like what? Like you just made an invisible donation, and now you're getting you're going viral on the internet because we like the emotionality of it. It feels good. It's like, oh, that's so nice. Our favorite celebrity gave money, y'all, cause he cared about us. It's not usually real. It's nothing. It's goofy. And so my point is just to not be a pessimist about this, but it's to say to ask these fundamental questions and explain why this is so important. What Dr. Anderson is talking about here, like every single freedman, every single black Indian getting 160 acres of land, that's a multi-billion dollar transformative economic piece to the puzzle. Like that's massive. That would be a whole different black community if people followed through on what they were supposed to do, or if someone was to work to rectify that. And to this point, we know that we don't have the political will to get it done. I have to hear all these Negroes in my ear saying I got to vote blue no matter who, and then I have other people telling me somehow the Republican Party is going to fix it all, and I don't believe any of that. I think all that's nonsense. It's goofy. It's shenanigans. It doesn't make sense. So the best I know how to do is to say, maybe if I get on here every single day and I take my PhD and I train as many of you as possible on the fundamentals of economics, little basic things you can do that will elevate your family wealth, maybe that's some way to fight systematic racism by developing a counter system that says, let's systematically educate millions of our people so we can systematically form a culture that is going to systematically put our children in positions where they have the knowledge and the possibility in terms of getting resources and positioning themselves to efficiently use their personal and economic energy to achieve a goal that is going to be worthwhile. Right. So that's very different from the other engine. The other engine is one where you have thousands of radio stations blasting out messages that are training children on how to destroy their lives, get hooked on drugs, go kill a black person, commit a crime and go to prison, become an alcoholic, become, just and then throw all your money away and then go get you about 5 babies mamas while you're at it. That's a systematic annihilation of the black community to the point where even if you look at some of the social media conversations that are happening that are prominent in the community, they're dumb, stupid, destructive conversations. I saw somebody that made a post that was actually really funny. My friend sent it to me, and it said it had a girl who had a really big platform with millions of followers. She said, if a man sell weed and his girl smoke, should she get her weed for free? And then somebody made a comment. They said, I'm going to start following white people because they be over there talking about real estate and stuff. Right. And it's kind of funny. It's a stereotype and it's not true, but it's kind of like, yeah, like what is it that that has dumbed down the culture and really gotten us sort of stuck in the mud on this? Because it's not just a one-sided thing. It's not as if we struggle financially because their expectations of us are low. It's because our expectations of us can be low as well. Okay. So anyway, I hope that makes sense. So here, I'm going to keep reading here about what Dr. Anderson is saying. And he says here, in terms of these treaties, and these treaties are things that are not taught in school. They don't want to talk about it, but this is trillions of dollars that's owed to us. So he says here, let me see here. Let me get back. He says in 2006, the Black Indian United Legal Defense and Education Fund joined with the Harvest Institute, that's Dr. Claude Anderson's think tank, to form the Harvest Institute Freedmen Federation to seek an accounting by the U.S. Department of the Interior for management of the assets of specific Black freedmen and Black Indian families. It has been a lengthy and expensive legal proceeding. Based on the 1866 Indian treaties, Native Americans had filed more than 100 similar lawsuits that were at various stages of the legal process. When Barack Obama became president, at the beginning of his first term in office, he promised to help Native Indians, and he did during the entire 8 years of his administration. His administration cleared the deck and settled nearly all of their pending lawsuits, awarding them approximately $3.5 billion, billions of dollars most years, for a total of approximately $20 billion, 20 billion with a B. The last batch of 17 pending lawsuits were settled by Obama in September 2016 for $492 million. This occurred near the end of his second term, and Native Indians were effusive in their thanks to him. The Harvest Institute, Freedmen Federation, and Black Freedmen and Black Indian lawsuits, based on the same 1866 treaties, with nearly identical questions of law, have not been touched or discussed and are still stuck in the federal courts. Ain't that something else? Isn't that interesting? I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings because I know we got some, we got people that, we were kind of trained to worship Barack Obama, but isn't that interesting? And if you have evidence to the contrary that maybe he did support the Black freedmen's lawsuits in the same way, then I'm open to that. But isn't this interesting? Because I told y'all about my experience with the Obama administration. It was very difficult. When I did that project with Russell Simmons, we had to grab them by the testicles and force them to change their incarceration policy. I thought this would be a slam dunk. I thought it'd be easy. It's like if you tell me you're going to the store and I offer to give you a ride to the store, that should not be complicated, right? The only time you should be offended if I say, hey, you're going to the store, let me help you get to the store, and you get mad about it, well, that means you wasn't planning on going to the store in the first place. So if you tell me that you're going to change incarceration policy and we basically form an alliance to kind of encourage you to do that, then you should go ahead and just do what you said you were going to do, right? But I can tell you all from behind the scenes, that's what made me very disillusioned. I don't hate anybody, and I'm not here to sit here and, I know people we get in this habit of worshiping politicians and believing they can do no wrong. But I'm gonna tell you, after I saw what I saw, I was disgusted. I said, I don't want nothing to do with none of these damn lying ass politicians no more, because this is crazy to me. This was ridiculous. What the stuff that they did to Russell, particularly a lot of it came from Valerie Jarrett at the time. I remember Russell speaking about Valerie, putting pressure on him to drop everything, because I wrote the letter, people signed it, several hundred people signed it, from celebrities, Chris Rock and Jada and Will and all across the board, even some of the white ones, Justin Bieber, stuff like that. And then we also got the scholars, Michelle Alexander, who wrote The New Jim Crow, a lot of civil rights activists, all the HBCU presidents that we contacted signed it, at least all the ones in the AUC. And so we had a nice little coalition. And it should be just easy. Like, okay, let's have a meeting. Let's just get it done. No, they really, really, really pushed all the way to the end. And I mentioned to you all that it was Justin Bieber who got it over the top. Believe it or not, it's crazy. I don't even listen to Justin Bieber, but I was grateful because when he did that, they just said, okay, the pressure is too great. It became a big trending hashtag to end the war on drugs. And then finally they went ahead and did some, made some adjustments. But I just really thought, like, why does it have to be so damn hard? What's the game here? I don't get the game. And I think that the game really generally is we own the Black community. We own them, but we don't owe them anything. So we own them, we control them, we tell them what to do. They are our little soldiers. They work for us. We don't work for them. And I resent that. I don't care who you vote for, but I believe that the politicians should be working for you. Let me keep going here. So the Harvest Institute Freedmen Federation encountered only opposition from the Obama administration, an experience very different from that of Native Indians. To date, families that are descendants of the Black freedmen and Black Indians who are plaintiffs in the lawsuit have not received an accounting of the assets of government the government was to have managed for them. So the government promised that they would manage certain assets. They did not do that. The stuff just disappeared, and nobody will answer any questions. The litigation battle to correct the racially prejudiced behavior of the U.S. government was fought in the 21st century during the period that a Black man was sitting in the president's chair in the White House. The U.S. Department of Justice was headed first by a Black man and finally by a Black woman, and a Black man sits as a jurist on the bench of the U.S. Supreme Court. Yet none of them acknowledged the lawsuits nor sought to intervene on behalf of Black Americans as was done for Native Indians. The majority of Americans are unaware of the pivotal role Native Indian tribes played in the installation and maintenance of slavery in the United States and the way the 1866 treaties materialized. Once informed, the logical questions ought to be, quote, why are the descendants of slaveholding Native Indians getting benefits from treaties enacted to free slaves while the descendants of the enslaved Blacks have been denied their mandated benefits and rights for centuries? Pay attention. Let's say that again. They're getting benefits to this day for treaties that involved in letting their slaves go. So the slaveholders are getting benefits, but the descendants of the slaves are not. Do you follow that? Does that make sense? Give me a yes if you get that. One party owns the damn slaves. They signed the treaty as a type of compensation for letting their slaves go. They're like, look, the slavery thing's over, but here we'll give you something, for your trouble. So they're given those reparations across many generations, and the people who were actually enslaved, the descendants of those people, get nothing. Ain't that funny? I'm sorry I inconvenienced you by taking away all your Negroes, but I dare say that our ancestors were inconvenienced a little bit more because they had to work for your raggedy ass. They had to be dehumanized, be disrespected. In fact, did y'all ever hear this? I saw something the other day, and I got to look this up because I just saw it on the Joe Rogan show, so someone can look it up and confirm it for me. But he was talking about George Washington's teeth. Anybody see that? George Washington's teeth, he's supposed to have them wooden teeth and all that. I don't know how they did dentures back then. Did you know that they pulled those teeth out of the mouths of slaves? Did y'all know that? They literally pulled the teeth out of the slaves' mouths. Like, this is the kind of stuff they did to us. So you can't pretend in terms of generational trauma and generational habit formation and stuff like that. You can't pretend that there's sort of a long-held, several hundred-year tradition of just treating black people really, really bad. Almost like we're animals. Like we don't have feelings like humans. Or like the guy who was the father of modern gynecology, and he used to do these experiments on black women with no anesthesia that put them in incredible amounts of pain. But yet he was like the father of modern gynecology because they looked at us almost like lab rats. That still exists to this day in the sense that when people say Black Lives Matter, I don't think that they really believe that. I think that there's a type of pain that you go through that other people just don't care about. If you look at what's happening in the Congo, where there's millions of people right now going through unimaginable amounts of suffering, if those were white people, then everyone would be talking about it. Let me keep going. The historical significance of these treaties cannot be minimized because they detail tangible benefits, real stuff, tangible benefits directed to a specific segment of Black Americans and their descendants. The economic benefits should have been enjoyed by the Black freedmen and Black Indians and passed on to their descendants. Over the course of the last 150 years, these treaties have served as a basis for Native Americans to demand accountability from the U.S. government for mismanaging Indian assets. Black freedmen and Black Indians have asked for the same accountability and the same legal questions, but they have not received answers. Blacks cannot let the economic benefits of these treaties to Blacks be ignored. How is it that legitimate benefits assigned to Blacks are always forgotten in history? I mentioned that earlier. I just want to read that again so you guys will know where we're standing on this. So he says here, the majority of Americans are unaware of the pivotal role that the Native Indian tribes played in the installation and maintenance of slavery. We talked about that. And then he says, if slaveholding Indian ancestors are dead and their ancestors are receiving corrective benefits from the 1866 treaties, what is the logic of denying benefits from those same treaties to the descendants of the injured Black slaves? While the lawsuit filed by the Harvest Institute Freedmen Federation worked its way through the legal steps of federal small claims court, the Federal Appeals Court, and the Sixth Circuit Court, the Obama administration annually invited approximately 564 Native Indians to White House receptions and awarded them billions of dollars each year of his 2 terms. Neither the Black Indians nor the Black freedmen were invited to attend White House receptions, nor did they share in the monetary proceeds. When the Obama administration announced settlement of the last 17 lawsuits for $492 million, the headline of an article in the Washington Monthly by Nancy Letourneau on September 28, 2016 said, quote, President Obama kept his promises to Native Americans, end quote. The 1866 treaties had 2 parts, Black freedmen / Black Indian side and the white Indian side. Pay attention. The land, money, gas, and oil on Indian lands made other people wealthy and were passed on to their descendants. The assets designated for Black freedmen and Black Indians should have been available to pass on to succeeding generations, perhaps making Black descendants wealthy today. So a lot of this oil land, a lot of this land with other minerals, gold, whatever, a lot of that land was supposed to belong to you. That's what he's saying, that your birthright was stolen. That's what he's telling you. He says here, it is up to black people to express their indignation and demand reparations for the economic losses and mount the political campaign necessary to bring attention to this historic travesty. Why is it that black people are so reluctant to demand justice and the benefits that are due to them, especially once the legal case has been made? Fatigue is most likely a factor. A lack of leadership could be another factor. To support the case of the Harvest Institute Freedmen's Federation Indian lawsuit, black political action should demand a government accounting to the families and resolution of the issue at the highest levels of government. Enforcement of the 1866 Indian treaties is more a political issue than a legal one. I have something for you. There's a guy in Texas that I respect and that I like. His name is Tim Jackson. Tim Jackson is a good dude, and he is also great with real estate. He hosted me when I went to Jackson, and I never forgot that. I'm going to mention something that Tim is doing. I'm going to mention it right now because I think it's relevant to what we're doing now. Because you're right. What Dr. Anderson's basically saying is stop talking about it and start being about it. So let me tell you what Tim created here, and you can go look this up and decide how you want to participate. He's creating something. He's creating a PAC, a political action committee called the Alliance for Black Economics. And it says here that the Alliance for Black Economics, ABE, is a true nonpartisan lobbying to advance economic equity for black communities, focusing on economic issues over criminal justice issues. And so one of the things that let me see if there's a website or something. If there's not a website, then at the very least, here we go. The website, write it down. Somebody please type this in the chat. I'm going to say it 3 times so we can write it down. And then I'm also going to text it out to you if you're on the text list. If you want to be on the text list for this class, text the word money to the number 87948. Text money to the phone number 87948. I will send it to you. If you live in another country and you want to still follow it, go to drboyceelevate.com, drboyceelevate.com. The URL, right, get ready to write down, pull out your ink pen, is lobbyabe.org, LOBBYABE.org, lobbyabe.org. Thank you, Mia. It's right there in the chat. If anyone asks it or they missed it, they want to get it again, please type it in there for them. All right. And so this Alliance for Black Economics is something that's sorely needed. I went ahead and I think Tim said I was actually the first person to make a donation. And so that's my honor. That's what I get to brag about a little bit. And I did actually give money to it. I just didn't mention it yet. I told Tim to give it some time and maybe I'll bring him into our Money in the Morning Millionaire training camp so he can talk more about it. I trust him to do it. Again, I don't know every single thing about every single person that I know, but I do know that in the time I've interacted with Tim, he's been ethical and done a great job, and he's a good guy and a smart man. He's a father and a husband, and he loves the community. So I want to support what he's doing, and I'm going to bring this up periodically because I don't know about y'all, but reading that pissed me off. I got a little bit mad reading that. I was kind of irritated, and I'm irritated with not just the system. I'm irritated with the lack of action. I'm irritated with us. I'm irritated with our fake leadership. All this stuff, the shenanigans have to go. The shenanigans should not be tolerated. I don't think that any ridiculousness, goofball stuff, booties to the polls, vote or die, from the diddler, just all this other nonsense that they throw at us. I think that has to be ignored. I think if you step to the table and you're serious about who you are, then other people will take you seriously. If you're serious about who you are, then others will be forced to acknowledge the seriousness of your existence. And so the question is, who are you? How serious are you? Are you a community full of uneducated people who just, follow like sheep and do what you're told and get involved in goofball shenanigans and would rather listen to a comedian or an entertainer than someone who's actually thinking? Is that who you are? Or are you a community of serious builders, people who have zero tolerance for the things that have destroyed us? Are you focused? Are you interested in being great, whatever that means for you? I personally think that we have to look in the mirror and decide who the hell we're going to be. And I'm going to do my best I'm not perfect, but I try. I do my best. I want to try to hopefully support you in terms of you being the best you can be, and I'm going to be here with you every single day when we're doing this. So those of you who are serious, I want to say thank you for that. I want to encourage you to keep on going, and I want you to understand the importance of us really being clear about who we are and what we want and what we're demanding. Like I know, for example, you can't be my friend if you don't understand why we deserve reparations. I'm not gonna cut you off or cuss you out or nothing like that, but I'm not gonna support anything politically if you can't even see like what we're owed. Like we're owed this. Like this is in black and white. What the hell, man? So anyway, that's it, guys. That's all. Today, I think that's enough for today. I'm about to blow a gasket because it's getting on my nerves so bad. So I'm gonna let y'all go for the night. And next week, we're going to meet again for Powernomics training. Again, if you want to be on the text list, I'll send out the reminder. Text the word money to the number 87948. And there's also a training that comes to you called How to Make Money Without Working, related to stock options. I think every black child should know about investing. We've talked about this before. And also tomorrow, we're meeting with the Crypto Club. The sister that came in early this morning, I think her first name was Naja. She's doing a lot of great crypto work in Compton. And she's just every time I say Compton, I want to say Compton, Compton. Anyway, but she's out of Compton and she's right in the community. She's 100% B1 and she knows her crypto. So if you want to join us in the crypto club, I will send you all the text link to join. And also if you're interested in other things we're doing in the Black Business School related to crypto, just also text the word crypto to the phone number 87948. So you text crypto to 87948. I'll make sure you also get an invitation when we meet with the crypto club. That's what we're doing tomorrow. And of course, tomorrow morning we have our Millionaire Trading Camp every morning at 10 a.m. I personally think that we are the best black wealth institution on the planet. No other place does it as well as we do. So I'm actually excited about what we're building here because I believe we're going to change the world. So God bless you. Have a good night, everybody. It was great to see you, and I will talk to you all very, very soon. Take care now. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and it's so good to see everybody. And I hope you're having a good day. Sorry we got started a couple minutes late. That was my fault. I am basically, give me 1 second here. Yeah, so I am basically scrambling because today we wanted to book one guest and then we booked the second guest and then we told the second guest that we already had a guest, but the second guest didn't look at the email. So we might have two guests today. So aren't we lucky? This is a great day for us because it means we get to have lots of intelligent black people in the space today and lots of great conversations. So anyway, I want everybody to let me know in the chat how you're doing. And also I want to remind everybody that I'm about to send you all a text to just let you all know that class is about to begin. And this is just a special class. I just said, you know what, let's just pile it in. Let's just make it a party because y'all know what it is. When we own our own stuff, we get to do whatever we want. And I don't have to ask my boss for permission. All right. So today, in case you're wondering who this wonderful black woman is that's actually joining us today, it is Miss Naja Roberts. Did I say Naja correct? Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes, you did. Yes.
All right, Miss Naja Roberts, and Naja actually started in the Black Business School, and she is deep into Bitcoin and in crypto and all things blockchain and everything else. And we wanted to bring Naja in because she is a person that can kind of help us understand the landscape of what's going on in crypto. I really think that all of us should pay attention to what's been happening there. And I'm gonna tell you, if you miss the opportunity, it may not ever come back. So I want to ask Miss Naja, how are you doing today?
I am doing incredible. And thank you so much for having me today. This is a phenomenal platform. I know people tell you all the time. I just want to say thank you for your consistency because you have been very consistent for our community. Rain, sleet, or snow, because I know it has not been no crystal stairs because I deal with the same folks. So I just want to say thank you for that and all that you bring to our community, the knowledge, the strong black man, the smart black man. I just want to say thank you and we appreciate you. And I'm going to say this really quick. I know this has nothing to do with the show. Even though it's been from afar since when I started in the Black Business School, I've always paid attention to how you have poised yourself. And I want to congratulate you on the strong black woman that you chose. And I thought that when I know that you got married to her and what she brought, I just thought this is phenomenal. This is what our community needs to see. And so I appreciate both of you for that.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, and that really means a lot to me, and that really is just a heck of a compliment. So thank you so much, and because it's really nice. Because here's the thing, like from where I'm sitting, like sometimes, like you have a goal on what you're trying to be and what you're trying to do, and some people see it and they say, "I see you," and I appreciate it, and then some people don't see it at all, or they think it's weird or corny. Like we kind of live in a world where sometimes that black man who does want to be consistent and intelligent and all these other things, you're seen as square. Or, and I've been called things like a simp and stuff like that, because I love my wife and all that. And I just think that that is just such a weird, distorted reality we live in. Because my goal was not so much to put the spotlight on me as anything special. It was really to say, like, there's a lot of me's out here. There's millions of me's. And I think that the me's deserve, to be heard just like the thems and the theys, everybody else
Yes.
who's embraced these other cultures where the outcomes are not productive, right? Where maybe you don't embrace intellectualism. I think being smart and black is important. Or maybe where you don't embrace economic intelligence and financial responsibility. I think that matters. I think wealth matters. And also just trying to get better. I really think that that's the goal, right? And so like sometimes I'll say, Naja, I'll say, well, this platform is for intelligent black people, and I've literally been publicly criticized for that. I had this former NBA player who literally did 10 videos. He had like 1 million followers, and he did like 10 straight videos saying that I was uppity because I basically say I want black people to be intelligent, and I was like, well, why wouldn't you want to be intelligent? Like, what do we want to be stupid? Do we want to be ignorant? Is that what we think of ourselves? No, I think that we want to strive for excellence. We deserve black privilege, and we can manufacture black privilege en masse by focusing on who we want to be. And actually, before I go back to you, we have another guest. This is a special day, man. This is like Black History up in here. We got two guests today. Miss Tiara Williams is in the building. How you doing, Tiara?
I'm good. How are you?
It is so good to see you. And Tiara, she really does great work over at the Fly Nubian Money Club, the Real Network, stuff like that. And she's an expert on business storytelling. And believe it or not, we're gonna dig into that today because there's some stuff. I got some surprises for y'all in terms of topics I wanted to address that really fit into what both of you do. And so one other thing I want Naja and Tiara to know they have in common is that each of y'all in the last several hours have let me know that you're both dealing with these California fires. Tiara's right down. Tiara had sent me a picture from a few blocks from your house where the fires were going on, right? How's that going?
It wasn't a few blocks, but it definitely was like within 15 minutes. Yeah, I mean, my friends are evacuating. People have been calling me all night, reporting live from Los Angeles, California. My friends are evacuating. Literally, people have been calling me all night, which is, just making sure everybody's good. Nobody needs to come over here. It's been a bit of a whirlwind, and then we have these strong winds that it's kind of scary.
Wow, wow. And Naja, you said you had some people in your family that you're concerned about, right?
Yeah, my mother and my grandfather actually live in Altadena behind NASA Propulsion Laboratory. And I really feel like that's probably the only reason their houses are still standing all these years is because where they're located. But they had to evacuate because there's only one way in to that canyon and only one way out. So they got out last night, thank God, and we just left stuff back there. That's what insurance is for. So I told my mom, let's just get out of here.
Wow, wow. Well, first of all, my heart goes out to both of you, and I want you to both be safe. And I really think that like these fires, I mean, has this always been happening in California, or do you think that it's kind of increased in the last few years,
Well,
maybe climate change and all that?
I think it's increased, but I also think it's manufactured. And there's just been so many times these fires are started, and they're definitely started in the hills because people are they're easily set because we have not had as much precipitation that we need and those sorts of things. But I also think there's a lot of builders out here that definitely benefit. And so it's too coincidental. We get an Amber Alert yesterday. I don't think we've ever had an Amber Alert to tell us that we're on a fire watch. And then all of a sudden, it's just all these fires. It's like 7 fires burning right now. And it's just crazy. I believe it's 6 or 7 fires actually burning right now. So
Wow. Well, I'm thinking maybe the alert came because they knew something, the public didn't know yet. Maybe they saw the beginning of it, but you are right though. It is kind of an interesting thing. And I think it does link back to investing. Tiara, you and I were talking about in California how a lot of companies are not even giving insurance anymore. We were talking about car insurance, but also I know
car
when it
insurance.
comes to homeowners insurance, there's a lot of companies that won't even do business in certain states anymore. So something's definitely changing. What do you think, Tier?
Yeah, I think so, Miss Shay. And I wasn't even putting it all together. When I called, like I told you, to get my car insurance, they were like, "Yeah, we can't do it." I was like, "Geico can't give me insurance in California? Why not?" And when I start calling around, a lot of the bigger companies were not offering, and just for different reasons. It was like, "Yeah, things are changing. Sorry," and I'm not sure why. Like you said, it's I moved here from Louisiana, so I'm used to hurricanes and all of that. So I'm kind of used to that. But here in California, it's that's new to me. That was new to me.
Yeah,
Wow.
I can give you a little bit of insight. I used to be a financial advisor. I'm not anymore on purpose, and I also used to sell insurance. And what they were doing is not only not allowing people to get insurance, but they were secretly allowing our policies to lapse. Now, I tell you, I'm on top of my bills, and they never sent me a statement that stated that I was behind on an insurance policy, but they canceled my auto insurance. And it
Mm,
took me almost a month and a half to get it. What's happening when these fires are happening and we get these crazy rains and things like that? The other side of the folks that have wealth, they know how to play these insurance companies to make sure that they get the most out of when something happens. And so, with that being stated, our government, our governor actually stepped in too to tell them that they can't gouge us the way they were gouging us. And when insurance companies can't get what they want, especially in these areas, because you think about a 3-bedroom house, 3-bedroom, 2 bath house, let's say that is $1.2 million here in Los Angeles. So if you got 40 of them burning down, as opposed to being in the Midwest or somewhere else, and I'm not saying that their properties don't have value, but here, like, the value is ridiculous, and they're paying out millions and millions of dollars in claims, and they are not happy. They're taking major losses here. And so they just started trying to figure out how to weed us out. And you're absolutely right. Our house insurance has to go through the states because of where we live. We're within a fire zone, and it's astronomical. I pay $14,000 a year. I pay $14,000 a year for not enough coverage, but we have to get something. So it's pretty strenuous.
Yeah, that is a lot. Wow. So, well, good luck with that. I'm very sorry to hear that you're dealing with that. I think I used to think about living in California, but I ain't thinking about it no more. So, so let's dive into some stuff. So what I want to do is I want to first mention that what each of you do and how we can kind of have a fun conversation today. And just as people, like I would just, I think we should talk as human beings, and then also link that back to the financial stuff if that comes up, because money is kind of like a blood flow of life. That's how I look at money, as a tool, not as a destination or anything. And so one of the things I wanted to talk to you all about. Because I think that there's a big economic lesson behind this is have either of you seen the whole scandal with Fox Sports? And if you haven't, give me a yes in the chat if you all have seen what's been going on with Fox Sports right now. And there's this host named Joy Taylor, who was elevated to a certain position within the company, and she really got a lot of prominence at a very early age. I think she really got a lot of power in her 20s and her early 30s, and it was kind of celebrated as as women, this black woman's at the top of the world and stuff like that. Well, apparently there's some big lawsuit filed by, I guess, her former best friend. Nobody can destroy you more than a former best friend. And basically in the lawsuit, the allegation is that Joy was kind of sleeping with multiple men in the company in order to rise up the ladder. That's the claim, right? So the friend is basically saying, Joy told me that that she was sleeping with the host of the show that she was trying to get onto, but she was also sleeping allegedly with the the white guy in charge, like the vice president or something. She even went into more detail and said and claimed, again, this is all claimed in the lawsuit, that Joy kind of had a whole plan to say, oh, I know I can control him because if it all gets revealed, I'll just say that he forced himself upon me, and then he won't mess with me again, or I'll get paid or whatever, right? So this has kind of become this massive fallout in terms of really talking about meritocracy and a lot of people. I know Jason Whitlock, a guy who used to be on that show, and another guy named Marcellus Wiley. Marcellus said, so he said, so now he said, now I think I know why I got fired and why I got replaced because I wasn't sleeping with nobody, and she was. So anyway, so I'll start with you, Naja. With that story, one thing that stuck out to me was it made me think about something I've always said to our people in terms of those who are trying to climb the corporate ladder and be a part of companies and stuff like that. Is I don't really think it's all that smart economically or professionally to have those kinds of relationships with people that you work with. It seems like that's just a hotbed for problems. I mean, even with Joy Taylor, she's a good host, actually. I've seen her on the show. But just even this sort of stain, like, okay, you slept with this guy, that guy, and then there's actually a third guy who actually the lady claimed, she said that the guy offered her like $1.5 million to sleep with her. So I've always said, just don't sleep with people that you work with. I mean, what do you think about that, Naja? What are your thoughts?
I absolutely feel the same way. And if you want, absolutely, you shouldn't be sleeping with anybody in any capacity as it relates to your business. And I want to say how that relates to me. As you were telling this story, it relates to me because I am in this cryptocurrency space, and I have not physically not slept with folks, but I have physically or mentally not allowed sponsors to sleep with sponsors. And I'm going to say it that way. That's how I'm equating this as you were talking. I don't get in bed with the likes of Coinbase or different companies that I know are not beneficial for my community. And as a business owner, as an employee, you shouldn't be sleeping with anybody, but you should also, as you get into business, not get involved with those folks that eventually it'll come back to bite you in some shape, form, or fashion.
Yeah, okay, so you're not sleeping with Coinbase. Okay, got it. I'm
Not
messing
sleeping with Coinbase.
I'm
I'm not sleeping or rocking with a whole bunch of companies that they would love us to sleep with because we know the underlying circumstances, and it's soon to get out, and you don't want to be in a position where you put yourself and the people that you love in a precarious situation. So that's what I was thinking about as you were talking about that.
Yeah, we know. Well, just for full disclosure, everybody, I want y'all to know that I do sleep with my coworker. Her name is Dr. Alicia Watkins. She's in the other office, and it's been recent, and I just have to come out and confess and apologize publicly for the fact that yes, there is lots of shenanigans happening in this company, and I'm ashamed of it all. But anyway, I'm being stupid. So Tierra, my thought on that too was that it seems to me that if you talk about this from a risk standpoint, just managing your risk, and we talk about risk all the time, when you talk about wealth and all that, it seems that that's just kind of an unnecessary risk that, you work with somebody that you're attracted to. And I think that with a job like that, it would be kind of tough because, this lady, she's very pretty. First of all, if you look up Joy Taylor, she's gorgeous. And then she's around all these big Adonis 6'5", muscle bound athletes who are high testosterone. So you know that they're hitting on her. Maybe she's hitting back. And it just seems like though it's just super risky because then if it all gets exposed, your whole career just flushed down the toilet like that. What are your thoughts? Because I know that you spend a lot of time in media and you're an actress and a producer, director, writer, stuff like that. What goes through your mind when you see that?
Yeah, I just have a different perspective on this. Being in an industry and working in the entertainment industry with beautiful women, as an actress who has auditioned and went out and just wanted to work. Women don't, and this is not just beautiful women. I just think in general, if you just have a vagina and you have a certain energy, people gravitate towards you. So it's a hard line to try to create You know, there's casting couches. Obviously, there's women intentionally saying, I'm gonna have sex and sleep my way to the middle or the top or whatever. But I just think in general, if you're a cool woman or if you're a beautiful woman and you go into spaces where there are men are going to try to talk to you. It's natural, you know, and those men may be attractive. And so I think for you, you're asking about risk. There is a risk, but I think that, you know, if you're an adult or there's boundaries, just depending on the situation. I just don't, I think, you know, you can't go through life not talking to the people, or, you know, just like, I'm not going to date here, I'm not going to date there, I'm not going to date anywhere, you know, because people are always going to be attracted to you. I mean, I think that's the experience being a woman in Hollywood, going into these different spaces. Men are going to try to talk to you, and everywhere. You can't say, you know, I'm a person that's like, I lead with business, but you know, I mean, if you're trying to do business with everybody, you'll never have a boyfriend. You'll never talk to anybody, you know? So I just think that there should be some boundaries set, and in making sure that you're not sleeping with 3 or 4 people in the same space. Because that's an agenda. I mean, I don't know what she was trying to do, but allegedly. I don't know what she was trying to do allegedly, but but you know, that's a lot. That's another intention, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, Naja, what I think about is like, and I process a lot because I've actually been in spaces where I've seen all of it, right? I've seen the men who say, "Hey, I'll hook you up if you hook me up," if you know what I mean, right? And which is inappropriate. But then I've also seen women who say, "Hey, if you hook me up, I'll hook you up," if you know what I mean, right? And in some cases, if I've been, you know, like when I saw it a few times in Hollywood, actually. I think I really think that that's like an underbelly of the culture, you know, where Hollywood's an interesting place because people that are in movies and stuff are attractive people, period, right? And so, if you know, so one time I was making a movie with a person who was pretty famous, and so when we'd walk in the room, everyone would notice that we were there and all that, and that I wasn't a poor person, and there was all these gorgeous women around, and then next thing you know, it becomes like this whole different reality where it's not, you know, the narrative that's positioned in society is that it's always the men that are manipulating the women, but women are smart, right? We know women are smart in that there are women who will manipulate the man. Like, okay, if I can get you to go ahead and lower your boundaries a little bit, then I got you. I got you because now something has happened. I have something on you, and I can move you around like a puppet now. Because you know that I got you by the you know what, and if you dare fire me, if you dare don't give me what I want, then I will be able to shape the narrative into whatever I want it to be. So I think generally, Naja, that a rule for young black people should just generally be careful about who you just form any kind of relationship with. You were talking about, you know, who you do business with and things like that, but also who you sleep with, just anybody that you entangle with. Just make sure that you understand the long-term consequences of that decision. What are your thoughts, Najee?
Oh, absolutely. And there are unintended consequences when you don't make the right decisions. And it's like I said, it puts you in a precarious situation, and you've got to be, I'm not even saying playing chess in this game. We got to be doing some game theory here moving forward and really look at if then situations, because down the line, it is definitely uh, everything that you do is going to come out. And so you need to be prepared to make sure that you're making the right decisions that you can live with later on down the line.
Yes, absolutely. I like what you said, game theory. I think that that's really good. You know, in case everybody doesn't know, game theory is a really important economic concept. If you saw the movie A Beautiful Mind with Russell Crowe, John Nash is the economist that he portrayed. John Nash was a brilliant game theorist. He invented game theory for the most part, from what I understand. And he lost his mind though. He just whatever his brain stopped working right. But game I like when you say game theory because game theory, another way to describe that might be playing chess instead of checkers, right? If you're talking about reacting, we've discussed this in this class, consciousness, looking at the big picture, looking long term, looking at the cause and effect of everything, that's playing chess. But sometimes you have people that will just play checkers. You know, okay, I'm on a job. There's a pretty lady next to me. Let me see if I can get in the bed with her. And I'm not thinking about the long-term effect. And the cost, I think, Tierra, can be just so high You know, that it's you know, and I remember my father, who was a police detective at the time, when I got my job at Syracuse. It was my first job. I'd spent 10 years working to get to that level, and my father and I was making good money. And my father, first, one thing he just said, he said, "Don't you F nothing on that campus. Don't you F nothing on that campus." And I didn't understand why he said it like that, but I listened to my dad, and I didn't. And do you know that years later there was another professor the same age as me who was sleeping with a student, and when he slept with the student, what happened was that 6 months after she was taking his class, and it wasn't like, you know, like he was molesting a kid or anything. Like, she was like 24, he's like 33, right? You know, that's not scandalous, but she's in his class. So once the class ended, and I think she got an A in the class, I guess she did some extra credit. And you know, but 6 months later, after the relationship ended, she filed sexual misconduct charges against him. No proof, no nothing, just I'm just filing these charges. I don't know what happened there, but here's what they did. They put his picture on the news like he was a criminal, like he was O.J. Simpson. And the charges got dropped. Everything got dropped. But it doesn't but they can't take that picture back that they put out there labeling you as and so I feel like Tiara, that as a black man or as black people, we have to be able to strategically have these conversations so that you don't do all that work and then have it all go down the drain because you couldn't control your natural instincts. What are your thoughts? You are muted, ma'am.
Sorry about that. I think we're seeing I think we're even seeing this in how, with celebrities, Diddy and Jay-Z and all of these different people where, they were partying or making decisions or, doing certain things. And now, it's messy, right? You don't know what happened, who happened. 100 people are coming forward saying, he touched me, when they were young and wild and just having fun. Whether, things really transpired or not, or if they're just attacking wealthy black men, I don't know. I don't have any opinions on that because I wasn't there, but I do think it just puts you in a dangerous situation. Like he can't really fight against some of these things because, in this, let's just be real. At this point, it's just like, if you can't prove you did not do it, then if you can't prove like I didn't do it, here's the video. You may be scrutinized. I remember the first day I saw the rape charges against Jay-Z, and I was just like, God, why do they have to put that? Those headlines are forever. Those pictures, him being connected to that. So even if he's acquitted or the charges are dismissed, which I think that's what it's going to look like. Once I heard the story of that, I was like, what is she talking about? Like, it's obvious she's lying, right? Or allegedly lying. I don't know. But the story didn't story. And so now there's these accusations and these headlines. I don't know, that made me feel uncomfortable. I didn't like that. I think there should be a better process for that.
Yeah, I think so too. And actually, before I move on to sort of another topic I wanted to jump into, I want to let everybody know, number one, if you want to get text notifications when we meet for class, text the word morning to the number 87948. I mentioned to you all that I was going to send you a list of stocks you can invest in to take to financially benefit from what some perceive to be a water shortage that's going to occur in the next decade or so. And I'll send that out a little bit later. It's almost done. The team's putting it together. If you want to get that text to you, make sure you pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. That's 87948. Or you can go to drboyceelevate.com if you also want to get on the email list. Secondly, tomorrow we're going to have a meeting with the Crypto Club. And so Naja is going to be our guest in the Crypto Club. And I'm actually ask Naja in a second. I would like for you to talk about what you're doing with crypto so everyone knows about that. And then also, Tierra, I know you got some stuff going on. I want to address that in a second. But for now, I want to ask Naja. Let's start. First off, you started off in the Black Business School, and now you do a whole lot of stuff with crypto. I see you got a t-shirt that says Bitcoin. You got a real nice microphone and a real nice backdrop, which tells me that you've invested in yourself. That I notice little things like that, and I respect that. Tell me about you and what you do that has worked out for you. You are muted as well.
I am sorry about that. Again, thank you. So basically, I started for those of you that don't know, in the Black Business School. I loved it. I got involved first because I took in 4 of one of my employees' children. They were small children, and they had this mindset of stuff. And I was looking for a program that I could help these 4 children who had just gone into foster care understand that it's more important to be physically, financially sound than wearing Jordans and living under the freeway. And so I found the Black Millionaires of Tomorrow, and I got them enrolled. And then one weekend, Dr. Boyce came on, and I believe his name was Maurice back then, and told us parents that we needed to get on a 3-day event to talk about cryptocurrency. And I kept getting the emails, and I was like, what the heck? Let me just get on. I had done some stuff in the Bitcoin space before. At that time, I was a full-on financial advisor, selling all sorts of financial products, very, very, very upset with how the system was working for folks that look like me. I got into financial services to really help my community close the wealth gap. And I realized that I was having so much more. I was having a struggle getting my folks the insurance and the things that they needed on the life insurance side, where my counterparts would have the same sort of policies or ask to get somebody insured, but theirs will come quicker. And then when mine came, had taken a longer time after me being on the top of the underwriter, and then my clients would get less insurance for more money. And so really, really disgruntled with how that system worked. I had been looking for some things to do. And somebody had told me about Bitcoin probably back in 2011. They had started mining Bitcoin. I was I don't want to say highfalutin financial advisor, but we were doing pretty well. And I just thought it was funny money. I didn't want anything to do with it. They were Bitcoin mining. I didn't understand it. And then come back around, of course, the smart, thinking she was smart financial advisor, tried to get involved with Bitcoin by myself without asking some of the ones that I knew were mining. And I lost a whole lot of money. And I felt like the Bitcoin space was just an absolutely total scam because I didn't understand it. And it wasn't until I got onto that free Zoom with the Black Business School that everybody was transparent and said, hey, listen, we don't really know, but we're going to learn together. And so I spent that Friday, Saturday, and Sunday on that 3-day thing with Maurice. I still believe that's his name. And I just woke up Monday and told my husband, look, I'm not going back to financial services. I really feel like I got an epiphany that this thing called Bitcoin and cryptocurrency can close the wealth gap, because in the financial services industry, we are still beholden to their rules, what they decide to pay out on. There were just so many inconsistencies as it related to our community. This was my opportunity to really break away from the systematic oppression even inside of the insurance company. While you all may think it's very equal playing field, it is absolutely not. And I can tell you some things, but I really had to.
Let me interrupt you real quick, though. I want to ask you about your crypto stuff. What cryptos is crypto? Would you say crypto is kind of your main thing? Like that's the thing that you work on and you think about every day and stuff like that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I tell everybody, I'm not all in on cryptocurrency. I believe you just should add cryptocurrency to your portfolio. You've got to be diversified. And when you say what cryptos, again, I started off with you. I still have most of the cryptocurrencies that we bought through the Black Business School back in 2017. Some of them have fallen. Some of them have gone up, as you know, Bitcoin has. Some of them have totally disappeared. They no longer exist. But I think if we look at it as it relates to our financial situations, when you add just a little bit of cryptocurrency to your portfolio, then you diversify within that asset class. And so I look at cryptocurrency as an asset class, just like you would look at precious metals. You have gold, you have platinum, you got all these things inside of the cryptocurrency space. You need to diversify, even though I preach Bitcoin for long term. And there is a difference. If you want to do something quick and you want to be paying attention and you think you're going to get rich quick, you get involved maybe in the in the altcoins, but there is a huge difference between Bitcoin and 95% of the altcoins that are out there. So you just got to be careful, and you got to have a game plan, just like you do in the regular financial industry. You got to have a game plan. What's your end result? And then you work backwards to make sure that you reach it. So
Okay,
that's my
your
take.
shirt says Bitcoin on it. Is that because Bitcoin is your favorite crypto? What would you say
No,
top three?
my shirt says Bitcoin on it because I believe that Bitcoin is the only coin that is self-sovereign, that we are actually able to hold, control, do what we want to do, is needed for our community. I say for the very first time, I haven't seen any financial instrument that is going to be able to do what we need done in the future. I'm not talking about today, I'm talking about future. Just like you buy a 401k for the future, I get involved in Bitcoin for the future. And so
Okay.
that's why. And I've been Bitcoin only, aside of some things I'm doing right now. So, but I've been Bitcoin only. And again, I bought some stuff at the Black Business School that I've just let sit there. But daily dollar cost averaging, weekly dollar cost averaging, for me, it is Bitcoin.
Okay, so well, I'm asked for. I don't want to go back to Tierra in the second on some of this is. So would you say that when you deal with crypto every day, first off, I guess would you say that you because when you reached out, you kind of said that this is what you kind of do professionally. So what does that look like? Does that mean you're on the blockchain? Does that mean that you do work with the different types of wallets, or that you use the different platforms, or you do commentary in the crypto? Like what capacity is your involvement with? Because I can tell you're connected to the space by the even the backdrop and everything. Tell me exactly like what that kind of looks like in a typical week for you.
Absolutely. So again, jumping into something, learning how to swim as I got in it, I had to figure out how does what I do right now translate into this space. And so my husband and I opened the first and only right now Black brick and mortar cryptocurrency bank. I am in Inglewood, California. So we buy and sell Bitcoin with Bitcoin only. That keeps my regulatory situation on track because I'm not selling the security. And so we do sell Bitcoin. I also have a talk show, the longest running nationally syndicated talk show. It's called Ahead of the Crypto Curve. I'm on Tavis Smiley's network. I am the person that actually put together the curriculum and all of that information for Jay-Z and Jack Dorsey at the Bitcoin Academy, which I still do. I have a tour that I go across the country to try to educate Black folks for free in the places that they are. So I don't have any convention centers or college. I do go to some colleges. I speak at a lot of colleges, but I try to meet folks where they are. So we set up small, I call them, they're kind of like pep rallies. We set up these things inside the hood. All across the United States. I spent 50 days going to 41 inner cities. We boots on the ground. We drive from California as far to Florida at the south, Boston at the top. We come across the Milwaukee and we go all down through the Midwest and we wind back up in California. I have a crypto kids camp where we educate children on all the emerging technologies. I call it beast mode. I got in the most trouble in South Central Los Angeles as a kid on breaks because I was at home. I was a latchkey kid. So I got in all this trouble and I knew when to be home. And that was 5 o'clock when my mom and dad were coming back from their good jobs. And so I say we go beast mode on breaks. So I teach children, and beast mode stands for blockchain. The E is evolution of money, which is cryptocurrency. A is artificial intelligence. S is security, cybersecurity. T, technology. M is for mining or machine learning. So we teach them how to mine Bitcoin. And then the O is online gaming. They're playing games. They better get paid for it. I do drones, which is the D, and the E is engineering. And so I just took what I normally do in the educational space as a financial advisor and just turned it all into what I do in the cryptocurrency space.
I like that. Did y'all like that? Beast mode. Y'all know, and
Yes.
y'all know I love my acronyms. Y'all know I love my
Yes.
acronyms. That's great. That was, Lord. You see all those little hearts and little hands.
Yeah, I see
That's
them. Thank
people that
y'all, man.
they love
And
it. The
it has not been without resistance. And I'll say that because when you get involved in something that Black folks don't think they need, it's hard to get Black folks to pay for those things. And so my husband and I have spent a lot of our Bitcoin really trying to educate our community. I do my tours out of pocket because, again, I'm not sleeping with Coinbase. I'm not sleeping with nobody that I think is harming our community. So that doesn't yield me the opportunity to have the sponsors that I want. Because even, like I said, it doesn't come without a lot of resistance. And so I haven't had the sponsorship for my show on Tavis Smiley like all of the other folks, because I'm not willing to sell my soul or sell my community to folks that I know are ill, just in a bad way. And I know almost 95% of all cryptocurrency owners, coin owners personally. So I can tell you what their integrity is and why I don't rock with them at all. So and I'm definitely not sleeping with them. So we've taken a lot of our personal funds, but people are starting to wake up to really understand. If you're hearing these companies saying they're getting involved in Bitcoin, why in God's name are you dumping all of your 401k into something else that's not where we're going? And that's what we need to look at. Where are we going? What are all of these big, huge companies putting in their portfolio? Ladies and gentlemen, it's not the stuff that we're buying as Black folks. And we've got to really, there's too many red trucks going by saying this is what we're buying, this is what we're doing, this is what we're using as a reserve for our country. This is how we've gotten all the gangbangers out of our country, and how we've gone from being the poorest country, El Salvador, to one of the richest countries, El Salvador. Why can't Black folks look at that and emulate? But here we are. I'm gonna go buy this tutu coin, and I'm gonna go buy this daisy. I shouldn't say daisy because that's a real coin.
So
But go ahead.
let me jump in. Let me jump in because I want to make sure we get to back to Tierra as well. But I want everybody to know that as you can tell, Naja is fired up about crypto and she's beast mode. And I can tell you're a host of a show because you were going and going and going. I said, oh, I got to stop the train because she's gonna just go for an hour. But that's good though. That's really good because I do the same thing. I do the same when I get to talking about something, I get passionate about it. It's like go go go. And so what I want to do is I want to invite you in, and we already have invited her in the background. So this is like almost like a rhetorical statement, but I'm inviting Naja in. We just, our team, I trust our team. They're really good at vetting and speaking with experts. And so Naja is actually going to be the next speaker in the crypto club. So in that space, I won't be there to interrupt anything she's saying. She will be the boss. I'm going to hand her the ball, let her dribble it and dunk it and run it into the end zone and do her thing. And so if you want to talk to her directly and you can tell that she's in it with both feet, waist high, neck high in the crypto space. So if that's of interest to you and you like her style, I want to invite you to do a free trial in our crypto club. I'm going to put the link in the chat again, and also I'll text out the link for the free trial to you via text message as well. So if you're not on the text list for this class, just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948, and that's going to be, I believe, Thursday night at 8 o'clock. I think that's the time that's scheduled. And I'm going to ask you, Tierra. Tierra, in case y'all don't know what Tierra does, she does everything. She's just like this amazing superstar kind of person. Tierra is an expert on storytelling, and storytelling, in case you all don't know, is a really important part of business. And in case if you want to know why some of you were so pumped up hearing Naja, you didn't just like the crypto part. That's important, but you liked her story. Give me a yes if you agree. Give me a yes if you relate it when she's like, I was in South Central. Like South Central is just the best. It's funny. It's crazy that I literally 2 days ago, or not, about a week ago, I got a text from Ice Cube, because my mother passed and he was giving condolences, which I appreciated. And he kind of represented South Central and put them on the map. What do you think is good or bad, right? With what he did as an artist. And South Central is a place where a lot of stories, interesting stories originate, right? Whether you're talking about Nipsey Hussle or John Hope Bryant, he talks about his experience there. And so Naja was telling her story in a really powerful way where I was like, this is really interesting. So it wasn't just the crypto, and I want y'all to be conscious of this. It wasn't just what she does. There's a lot of people that do crypto. It was the story attached to it. And it wasn't just the what in the how, it was the why. Why are you doing this? You're doing this for the community. You're doing it for the kids. We're going beast mode, right? South Central, we're going around the country. We're making it happen. We have integrity in terms of how we're doing business. This is, in my view, and I'm going to go to Tierra because I want to get your assessment on how she told her story and the importance of storytelling. But basically, what I want everybody to understand is as you're investing, as you're building, when you're starting businesses, whatever you're doing, remember there's value in your story, right? And then also there's value in your purpose and your passion. Your purpose and your passion will drive you when the money ain't there. And that's, you got to know that you cannot just do business just to make money, or it will be boring, dry, draining, whatever. And a lot of you have been stuck in these passionless situations. Maybe you have a passionless relationship. Maybe you have a passionless job where you're just sitting there pulling a lever all day. There's nothing there. There's nothing driving your internal energy. So find that purpose, find that passion, find that story that's going to motivate you. And then when you share the story, that natural motivation will come out to other people, and that will make them want to partner with you. That'll make them want to invest in you. That'll make them want to buy your product. And in fact, actually, and I'm going to say this last thing, and then I'm going to pass to Tierra. Most venture capitalists who invest billions of dollars, they don't just invest in the business you're in or your ability to run it. They also are looking at the entrepreneur and their story to say, I believe in this person. This person's going to burn the midnight oil and make it happen. So Tierra, take it from there. Tell me what you thought about the way Naja kind of broke that down. And you got to unmute yourself probably, I bet. But what was your assessment?
Yeah, I was over here. I'm taking notes. I was like, yes, Naja, yes, girl. Because I do believe that. I think, if she would have just said, I'm into crypto, here's what I do every day, without putting that story with it, I think we wouldn't have all been moved. And so my name, obviously, I'm Tierra Williams, story selling expert. I believe that at the foundation of every successful business is a good story. So, think about how often we watch television and or we hear a story, or we follow somebody on YouTube or whatever. It's all from that story. It's all about how they make you feel and how you resonate with that person. It's all about, taking or listening for those things. There's just a reason why. And again, we're all connecting and seeing our perspective and our views in other people. We connect to people because it's like, dang, I could relate to that. I love that. And so I noticed that, Boyce, if I could just go, but I noticed that a lot of entrepreneurs that I work with, that is the thing, pulling out their story and how they want to tell their story or sell their story, how they can put it into their products, how they can put it into whatever it is that they are creating. Whenever you are approaching creating a product or creating a brand, there has to be a powerful story along with it.
Yeah, and the thing is that I know that with you, Tierra, you have experience in Hollywood and storytelling. There's like literally a formula for storytelling that's applied in Hollywood, and people should notice this, like in terms of how movies are made and stuff like that. Like the formula might include like a hook. You have to have some sort of struggle, the transformation of the main character, a resolution, things like that. It all seems to go back, and it goes back thousands of years. And I encourage everybody, figure out what your story is and what the interesting parts of your stories are. Think about this. You're Black. There's a high probability you've gone through some interesting things to get here. You are special. Everybody in here is special because most people, period, don't end up in a space like this where you've gone through a journey to even get to the point where you see the value in being in this all Black space where we're getting up every single morning at 10 a.m. and talking about economics. There's something that's driving you. And I encourage you to think about that those challenges, ups and downs, and how to kind of frame that in a way where you can say, look, this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. And that will help you as you're building whatever you're building. So what I want to do is I want to show you all a video really quick about, and this is actually another angle of storytelling. And Naja, I'll let you comment on it first. This is something, because this is big in the crypto space, in that you mentioned earlier that one thing about crypto is A lot of the currencies I noticed they do have their story, about why they created the currency. And I remember seeing a stat that says something like 12,000 of the different cryptocurrencies that were created have like disappeared. Like for example, I'm sure you saw the thing with the Haktua girl, and how
Yeah.
she, they made 100 million or whatever how much it was, and then they just dumped the coin, and now it's a problem. Well, well, sometimes storytelling can be used in a way that is harmful. Right.
Mhm.
Sometimes people can give an inspirational story because they just know, like, okay, I can get people to catch the Holy Ghost, tell them about my journey and my struggle out the hood, and then everyone will get excited and they'll just give me all their money. So I'm gonna play a video, Naja, and I'd like for you to comment on this first. This was actually something I just saw in the Shade Room. They do these investigative reports, and here's an example of where storytelling went bad. There's a company that was telling their story, and a lot of investors gave them millions of dollars. And unfortunately, it hasn't turned out so well. I'm not going to call it a scam, but I am going to say that it is definitely something that, that you want to pay attention to, right? So while I encourage everyone to pay attention to the stories, I want you to just kind of know some of the risks that might lie out there. So here, I'm going to play this video. Let me know if you all can hear it. Give me like a thumbs up or something, ladies, if you all can hear this audio. So here we go.
Well, we just got scared that something fishy was going on.
$46,000.
$100,000. I lost upward of $300,000. BK Lobster, the seafood franchise, dozens of people invested in from New York, Atlanta, Miami to Phoenix.
To us, it was sold as a great opportunity.
That was until it was time for these investors to get a cut of their store earnings.
The money is gone.
The CEO in boiling hot water, accused of not only stealing money from people, but targeting Black women entrepreneurs in the process. And now authorities are getting involved. I'm Justin Carter. This is TSR Investigates. Concept seemed promising, a seafood franchise with urban flair. That is how the BK Lobster franchise, named after its roots in Brooklyn, it took off in New York and beyond, and in the thick of the pandemic. As for the CEO, Rodney Bonds, his goal has always been to grow the business by franchising to Black entrepreneurs. But for months, the Shade Room has been getting emails, phone calls, and messages saying that the CEO tricked them into fraudulent deals and contracts. And the proof really isn't hard to find. Store after store after store permanently shuttered. So we started looking through the receipts ourselves.
Now, we launched in 2019.
After only being open 5 months, a pandemic hit.
But to our surprise, BK Lobster has proven itself to be a pandemic-proof business.
That was the pitch about 2 years ago. BK Lobster CEO Rodney Bonds and then COO Edward Williams boasting about their business, home of the viral 100-karat gold-infused lobster roll.
We actually show you how to get involved in your business.
It's what got Dara Bradley at first.
I did an initial investment of $46,000
for the Astoria location in Queens, New York. She says that she invested in May 2021, along with several others.
He paid it. He bought 5 screens. He bought some chairs. That's all he did. He was telling me he was paying rent for 8 months. Okay, 8 months paying rent, saying that the liquor license, we're waiting for the liquor license, we're waiting for the liquor license.
And that was the first red flag.
The rent is $9,000 a month on Astoria, and he collected, I found out, almost over $200,000 on my location. Rent was never paid.
So she started asking questions and got the New York Attorney General's office involved. The chief accountant, Margaret Curta, writing in this email back in 2022, quote, "The BK Lobster is not now and never was registered to sell franchises within or from the state of New York," end quote.
He said, "Are you going to give me my money back through the tax complications?" I'm like, "What kind of tax complications are you talking about? You never gave me anything for my taxes." That's when I went off on him.
Later, filing this lawsuit accusing the company of failing to comply with the New York Franchise Sales Act and, quote, intentionally stealing Dara's money despite claiming Dara would own a piece or percentage of the BK Lobster Astoria store and refusing to return it.
This is getting out of control.
It's been the same story for about a half dozen people who've been reaching out to the Shade Room about this for months. Terrence Dixon gave $10,000 to open up the first BK Lobster in Miramar, Florida.
They essentially just made up whatever numbers they wanted and offered a percentage based on whatever the dollar amount.
Dixon says that he was contracted to get 7% of the store's sales.
So there was no real formula as far as calculating anything. It was just basically a bunch of made up numbers.
Which was the second red flag. Dixon filing the civil complaint, accusing Rodney Bonds and his associates of breaching their contract, fraud, and failure to return money.
You can't dispute the fact that he's not authorized to sell franchises, which he did. You can't dispute the fact that he didn't follow his own contract that he's given to everyone.
And we checked a number of contracts that former franchisees signed, which were pretty similar in nature, promising to maintain proper fiscal records and give members the right to access, quote, true and full information regarding the status of business and financial condition of the company.
Completely lost $900,000.
Shona Edwards says that she got none of that when her store opened originally back in summer 2021 in Brooklyn.
Was told, since it's open, it's already a cash cow, you'll get paid, every quarter, starting from when you invested. Okay, this is what I'm told. October came, what's going on? I'm not seeing reports. I'm calling him like every day, 3 or 4 times a day, because now I'm feeling, like I got done. So November 16th, I believe, he sent me $3,619, right? But no financials, no reports.
Ron Coulter signed a contract as a franchisee for that same store.
How much have you gotten in return?
Me, Mr. Carter?
Yeah.
None. Zero. And I've lost in total upwards $300,000. And when 20 people came to me and started talking to me about how much percentage they owe, I said, well, 100% is only 100%. You only sell 100% of 100% of a business. So we're above 100%. We're at 200% of 100% business being sold.
Julie Genty says she never got any of that when she signed her deal to own a location in Jamaica, Queens.
Over 150 grand to 200,000 in the hole.
She knew right away something wasn't right.
And on top of that, he opened up another lobster location literally a mile away, which is walking distance from where my location was at. And if anyone knows, lobster is very expensive. So nobody is looking for two lobster places within a mile vicinity. And that's exactly what he did. It's not bad business. It's literally a Ponzi scheme.
Rodney Bonds thinks otherwise. In an article published by the City News in New York, he did say that he didn't quite understand New York's franchise laws and is in the process of addressing those franchise violations. Quote, that my lawyers informed me on the registration states and non-registration states. They say that, well, the ones that you do sell, you have to then tell the AG's office that you did sell them, and then we'll have to remedy that, which they did. So we're in the process of that, end quote. Bonds went on to tell the city, quote, that I was trying to help mold these people into an opportunity, give them an opportunity to do stuff, but they were opportunistic, and they just wanted to take advantage of, the situations, take advantage of when the getting was good. I am focused on the quality of the relationship now and working with experienced individuals. I've learned my lesson of trying to help people who are just opportunists, end quote. He also said that he fired Ed Williams as COO over bad business practices and poor treatment of employees, but Williams fired back in the city article saying that, quote, he didn't think Bonds intentionally set out to scam people, but thinks that Rodney had his own version of reality of the truth of facts, end quote.
All right, so put in the chat one sentence or one word about what you all thought about that video. I was floored by it, and I'm gonna tell you when they said BK and it was Brooklyn, I'm gonna just tell y'all straight up. And if you haven't been to Brooklyn, you don't know people from Brooklyn. Black folks in Brooklyn are amazing in the sense that they don't play. They are smart and ain't scared of nothing. And I love going to Brooklyn. Brooklyn's one of my favorite cities because of the types of black people that are there. So I knew he would be in big trouble. Now, Naj, I'm gonna start with you. When I saw this, I thought about, your space, crypto, where there have been some just absolutely notorious scams, multi-billion-dollar scams that have hit our community hard, other communities too, but our community too as well. Well, we know about FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried and what happened there, but also BitConnect. Do you remember BitConnect by chance?
I absolutely know BitConnect because I was involved with BitConnect. Absolutely.
Yeah. So it seems to me that a lot of times, just talking specifically about our people, like I really thought it was intriguing when they said that he was, again, this is all alleged, right? Innocent until proven guilty, all that applies, right? So I think that's important to remember. But they said specifically that that they would work with black female entrepreneurs, right? Because black women are just, educated in building businesses like nobody else, have lots of extra money to invest in things. And also black women also are the most likely to go to church, right? They're the most religious group of people in America, in addition to being the most educated. What I see here is that means that it's easy for somebody to kind of get you going with the Holy Ghost. Like we got to do this for our community. Our people need, we got to, and people get excited, they get emotionally invested. And then next thing you know, the money starts flowing out and it was a lot of money. Can you talk about that in terms of the crypto space, in terms of where this sort of malicious storytelling has led to some major, major problems? You can even start with BitConnect if you want to, or wherever you want to begin.
Absolutely. And so the first word that comes is hope. When I look at that video, I see hope. And I'm going to tell you, in this cryptocurrency space, that is what most Black folks get involved in this industry for, is because they hope that they can get rich quick. They hope that they can have a retirement when the time comes. They hope that they can get from being paycheck to paycheck. But what's in the industry that we just saw, that you just played, and the difference in the cryptocurrency space, is a thing called consumer protection. So even with consumer protection and guardrails, these things still happen to Black folks. Why is it? Because most people understand in this country that Black folks are great consumers. And I love y'all. I'm one of y'all. I die for my Black folks, but we are great consumers. So they sit back and they pray and they study how we think and what we would be willing to give our money for. And most of it is stuff or for the hope of getting more money. And so I need you all to know that 95% of these cryptocurrencies out here are coming to our community, which is why I say I don't sleep with endorsements, or I'm not an influencer for Circle or for FTX or any of those things. And anybody can check my record. I told Maxine Waters about FTX, and that's a whole nother story because they were. I won't get into that. Maybe we'll do that on the crypto
We got to. We got.
Okay, because I got some insight on that too. But I told them what he was doing. He was ripping off Black folks. That's why he was in the Bahamas. But anyway, I'm going to digress. But consumer protection, ladies and gentlemen, is not yet, the guardrails are not yet put into the cryptocurrency space. But when the guardrails get here, what the Black crypto community has been doing is making sure that they do not box us out, where they look at things like the story we just saw and say, we got to protect them. And they don't need to protect us. They need to allow us to be educated so that we make better decisions. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you, this space is going to rip a hole in a lot of Black folks because of the fact that we have hope that this is going to be the quickest thing or the quickest destination to financial freedom. And I'll stop there.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. When you said that word hope, oh Lord. And when we're doing things like stock options, I always tell people that that you have to be careful about certain emotions. And I talk about fear and greed a lot. Greed is kind of the cousin of hope. Like, I'm greedy because I'm hoping that this 20-cent coin that I buy is gonna flip into a $20 coin, and I'll be able to quit my job, and right. And I think that this is gonna happen very quickly and overnight. And when someone is doing something that's a little bit unethical, they're going to tap into that emotion. They're going to be able to see that. They're going to smell that like a shark smelling blood in the water, and they're going to eat you up with that. So I would encourage everybody to understand that the fast money is the don't last money. The fast money in many cases is not real. It is the slow money that's sturdy. That you want to go after the sturdy money. Some people might call it they might think it's the boring money, but it's not boring because it's real money and it's real stability. It's a real capital base. It's a real foundation. And unfortunately, Tiara, in the culture, it seems like there's a culture where we're constantly hearing about somebody that gets a record deal where they suddenly become rich overnight, or somebody getting a deal with the NBA and suddenly they're making all this money, and it gets flashed all over Instagram. Look at this rapper. He bought his girlfriend a new Ferrari for her birthday, and we get all excited about that. And that to me doesn't connect with the essence of what investing is. I think investing, generally speaking, comes down to more conservative principles like wealth preservation, consistency, hard work, and building something that's real. So what did you think about that story, Tiara? I thought that their storytelling, what really got people with that, again, I'm not even assuming that they are guilty. Again, we got to do innocent until proven guilty. But did you notice, Tiara, how the story was like, yeah, during the pandemic, this happened and da da da, and we just want to do this for our people and blah 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 blah. And you can see how the story would pull people in, and they were putting up big money, hundreds of thousands of dollars. What do you think, Tiara? You're muted. Y'all gotta unmute yourselves before you start talking now. Come on.
Dang it, I'm sorry. The two words that came to mind for me were scam likely. But yes, his whole pitch was really inspiring. We are pandemic proof. And in a time when we were so uncertain about our futures and what was going to happen, how we were going to make money, what was going to go on, I can see why people just hopped on, right? So, you said it, Boyce, and that's exactly what I was thinking. It's all greed. I think he did have good intentions, I believe. I think he has good intentions, but I think once you start getting $300,000 and $400,000 and $500,000 checks from different people, you like, okay, how can I make this? How can I, just do a little something so I can get the money and I don't have to necessarily like do what I say I'm going to do. You mentioned Ferraris and Instagrams and, if people look under the hood of those NBA players and even Hollywood celebrities, what I know is that people spent 20 years, sometimes 10, 20 years working, shooting in the gym, really like burning the midnight oil to have those Ferraris, but we live in a space where people just want the result of it, and they'll believe the story like, that was overnight, so I think that we can't always buy into the stories. We have to use our discernment. I'm sure that there were red flags. Red flags. Nobody asked for a financial statement. She was like, well, I didn't see the financial statement, but I sent the $300,000. It's like, girl, like, don't do that. Don't. I mean, that's kind of your bad, right? And so I just think that before, we just have to have a level of discernment when we are listening to, you mentioned preachers. I definitely am a Black woman who goes to church, and I love me some, I love all of that. But in listening to those stories, you just definitely have to exercise that discernment and know what's good for you and what is going to take you on a ride and ultimately manipulate you. And don't use your storytelling for bad. Use it for good.
Yeah, well, and we can finish on this. First thing I want to mention to everybody really quickly is Naja is going to have the floor to herself for an hour and a half in the Crypto Club meeting, and I put the link in the chat for you guys to do a free trial in the Crypto Club. As you can tell, she knows what she's doing. She's in this 100%. So if you want to talk to her, ask her questions, speak with her directly in the Crypto Club meeting, there's the link for the free trial. I'll also text it out to you. If you're not on the text list, make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. I'll also email it out to you. If you live in another country, just go to drboyceelevate.com and you'll be on the email list. I'll send you the email. That's the first thing I want to mention, just to make sure we get that out of the way. Second thing I want to say here is when I saw that story, it really made me think about things that I've seen just through the years. A lot of y'all don't even remember this. This was a ways back, but there was a guy named Ephraim Taylor who was who had a great story. Again, it's all about the story. He was on national TV because he was a young financial genius, and I really think he was a genius. He's very smart. He said he was a millionaire by the age of 16, and everyone just fell in love with that story. This was when sort of black wealth kind of started to become kind of a thing. Now I think everybody talks about it. I think back in 07, 08, it wasn't as much of a thing. It was kind of hard to get people to really embrace it. And so anyway, Ephraim would go to churches, and he was a preacher's kid. So he knew how to, he knew how to preach and get the Holy Ghost going and everything else. And what happened is that people would gave him a total millions and millions of dollars, and it went bad. And Ephraim is now in prison right now. They gave him, I think, 19 years. He was actually on an episode of American Greed. And here, what made me sad about it is that I just don't know. I wasn't convinced that this was Ephraim's intention from the beginning, right? Money is is a drug. It can be like a demon, and it can affect everyone, right? So you get emotional, so you give money away. Most spending, a lot of investing, bad investing is very emotional. But then also you're looking at the person who maybe they're 24 years old and they've never had $10 million in the bank. And you've got a bad culture that says when you get this money, you're supposed to ball out, act a fool, do what the rappers do. And so when the American Greed episode came up on Ephraim, one thing I noticed was they went back to video clips where his wife has shot a music video where she's wearing diamonds and furs and getting out of limos. And because we're taught to brag about how much money we have. And that is in contrast to wealth culture. Most wealthy people that want to protect their wealth, they're not out here flossing and bragging and telling you how much money they got. They're a little more conservative. Not in every case, but in most cases. So I felt bad. I felt bad for everybody involved, including the young man, because Ephraim was in his 20s when this happened, and young people make mistakes. But with that being said, a couple things I will say to you in terms of being careful about stuff like this is, number one, when I heard about people putting hundreds of thousands of dollars into this idea, I thought to me, that's a bad idea. I don't put hundreds of thousands of dollars into one thing unless I know that thing really is a thing, right? You can't inspire me. Ain't no way anybody in here can talk me out my panties, so to speak. Not that I wear them, but when it comes to that kind of money, just based on your story, I need to see a real business that I have some control in that's generating real cash flow. So what would I put hundreds of thousands of dollars into? Well, guess what? I know that I put hundreds of thousands of dollars into something like a firm stock, and I know I can generate $10,000-$15,000 a month selling the options on that stock because it's tried and true, and I know that this actually works. Be really careful about pouring everything into some great business idea. Most small businesses fail in America in the first place. So, and then number two, if you're talking about that kind of money, you have that liquidity problem that we've discussed. In most of these situations, it's very easy to get your money in, but if you want to do a U-turn and get your money out, it becomes really, really hard. So a good approach to something like this, so that you don't get financially traumatized, because these poor people were traumatized. You can see them yelling and screaming. I'll be yelling and screaming too. The way to avoid that is dip your toe in the water. Find those little investments where you can put a little bit in, and then ask yourself, if this goes bad, am I still going to be okay? And if the answer is no, in my opinion, you should not do it. If the answer is no, I don't believe in putting your life savings into some dream. No, you put your life savings into something that's real, whatever that looks like for you. And really, you shouldn't be putting your life savings into any one investment anyway, because that violates the number one rule of investing, which is diversification. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. So no disrespect to the individuals who got hit with this, but in my thinking was, gosh, I wish I could have. You had $300,000 that you put into this. You're running this restaurant. It's a lot of work and all this other stuff. You can literally, you guys didn't know stock options. You literally know how much, like, you can make a massive amount of income by literally safely and conservatively buying, a couple thousand shares of Meta stock and generating hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, selling the options. It's completely liquid. You can pull your money out at any time. They're not going to run off with your cash, and it works, right? So keep getting educated. Be really thoughtful about the moves you make. If you're going to make a big move, talk to people about it. Make sure that you have minimized the risk. And the last thing I'll share on this is there's a method called the MVP method. MVP stands for minimum viable product. And what that basically means is that you want to invest the smallest amount of money necessary to find out if the opportunity is actually going to work. And when you do that, then if you see something good, maybe you put a little more into it, a little more, and you let it snowball over time. You don't pop up and just say, okay, here's my $80,000, my life savings. Let's see what happens here. You're rolling the dice with your money, and I don't want that to happen to you. Now, you know what? I said so much that I feel guilty that I want Naja to be able to get the last one. So in the Crypto Club meeting, what are some things that we can kind of talk about that will help those of us that want to get into crypto, stuff like that, to do it safely and effectively? The meeting's tomorrow night. Give us kind of some thoughts on them, some things that you want to kind of cover.
Because we are consumers and we're going to continue to do, we're grown folks, so we're going to do what we want to do. So I want to teach people how to take a look at white papers, how to really understand what's behind the coin, if there's some velocity there, and again, to have a strategy. If you want to get rich quick, this is what you need. This is what you need to attempt to do or pay attention to. But if you're looking for the long haul, what are you looking for inside of a coin? How does that coin play out to your plan? And so I'll talk about those things. I saw in the chat somebody was very concerned about my continuing to say that I don't deal with Coinbase. I'm gonna tell y'all why. Blank, and it black first, B1 that's what I'm going to say, but I got some other reasons why you shouldn't rock with Coinbase. But that being said, so I'm going to share those things and really explain what the wallets are and how those wallets will benefit you, the do's and don'ts of all the wallets. I have 4 categories of wallets, which most people don't, and I'm going to share with you what they look like and kind of what's behind the 4 wallets, the 4 different types of wallets. And I know folks are like, well, it ain't for, and I'm not talking about the brand. I'm talking about an ice cold wallet, a cold wallet, a warm wallet, and a hot wallet. And I'm going to help you all understand, no matter what you do in this space, those wallets matter. And so I'm going to go through that, just give some education. It's just really simple, but we got to pay attention. And this is a space you got to be on your P's and Q's, because they are coming for your dollars. Just know that. They want your dollars. They don't care how they get it. They don't care what they come up with a story, because so they must have gotten Tierra to give them these good stories, because they come up with some stories. But it's like church. You don't want to keep going to a church where a pastor keeps saying, we finna get busy. We finna get busy. And a lot of these coins are telling y'all, we finna get rich. And we finna get rich, and it'll never happen. So you want to go to a church where the pastor is doing something, where they're affecting change in the community around them. So let's take that and look at it through a different lens in the cryptocurrency space. So with that, I appreciate you. And Tierra, I'm definitely going to need to work on my story, because I'm making some moves towards sovereignty. We're dealing with sovereignty with money, but we got to have sovereignty as much as we can in a holistic approach. And so sovereignty with our food. I saw somebody was talking about community and us coming together. We got to get sovereignty with our community. All of our real world assets we need to get sovereignty with. And so we got to figure out what that looks like, because we cannot continue to allow the same people to dictate our futures, because they have really worked hard to make sure that by 2030 we have nothing and we're happy about it. And I'm not happy about where we're headed. So that's what I'll be talking about tomorrow.
Absolutely. Okay. So anybody wants to do a trial in the crypto club, I'll text out the link. But also I put the link in the chat so you guys can take a look at that. Now, Tiara, I want you to get the last word real quick in terms of, and I'm gonna bring Tiara back again as well. I was gonna book one person at a time, but we got the signals crossed. But I thought, why don't we have a fun panel conversation? That's why we went a little bit longer. So Tiara, you're doing a lot of work with Fly Nubian Money and the Fly Nubian Money Club. You and the ladies, you go live every single day at 1 o'clock, or one Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. You also have the Fly Nubian Money Investment Club, and you're doing work there. Constance Carter's doing her 7-figure blueprint this Saturday. Tell us about some of the great things you have going on for 2025 in the Fly Nubian Money Club.
Yes. So, y'all, we are so excited to introduce the Fly Nubian Money Club. Obviously, it's a spinoff of Fly Nubian Money, the podcast that we have on the Fly Nubian Queen Network. If you are not watching, please join us every single day. We go live Monday through Friday from 1 to 2 p.m. You can text Queens, that's QUEENS, to 87948. And so I just wanted to say that. We have a lot of fun. We have great conversations about mastering your mindset and maximizing your money, right? So we talk about a little bit of everything, but we always bring it back to money. And so running this podcast has given me the idea, us the idea actually, to create the Fly Nubian Money Club, which means that bi-weekly I'm going to bring 2 top experts, or we've actually already started, obviously, bringing 2 top experts into the club and allowing them to educate you on leveling up, taking your finances to the next level. You know, you hop on here every day, thinking about and becoming more conscious of ways that you can make money. I'm just here to help. I'm just here to add to that, right? So this Saturday, we have Constance Carter giving us her roadmap to 6 and 7 figures. Her roadmap to helping you get 6 or 7 figures for your personal brand or your business. If you are making 5 figures right now, we want to take you to 6. If you're making 6 figures right now, we want to take you to 7. So that is my ultimate goal. I'm so excited. I think once we are able to get a good number of members, which I want y'all to come in. We want to start accountability, partnerships, and just really building this community out so we can keep each other accountable. We can really make the money that we want to this year, right? We don't have to wait for this. We can start, and it's going to be a slow burn. This is not overnight. I'm not trying to sell you on overnight. But what I'm saying is, if we bring in the top experts, they can give you those keys to give you the shortcuts, but you'll still have to do the work. And so that's what we're doing, Dr. Boyce. If people want to join us on Saturday for our training, we're at flynubianmoneyclub.com. That's flynubianmoneyclub.com. And again, make sure that you subscribe and text Queens to 87948 so you can receive notices for when we go live. We would love it. You'll love it. It's a great place there.
Yeah, it really is. I know Dr. Alicia does a lot of stuff with you, and I think Naja should be a guest at some point as well. I think that would
I think so too.
Yeah, and the cool thing is that you already have a few dozen people that are already meeting with the Fly Nubian Money Club, and everything that you do is there. Like every gathering, every session, every training, and the belief is that long term, I think that we can do our own, we can educate ourselves, we can build ourselves, we can strengthen our community bases by understanding economics at a very high level. And I really think that as a community, I think our goal should be to lead the world when it comes to money, wealth, investing, everything else. There aren't too many things that are that much more important than us being economically independent and self-sufficient, as Ms. Naja, I'm sure, would agree. And it's not just economic independence, it's also independence in other areas that matter to you, right? So then you move into what does it look like to grow your own food? What does it look like to be able to survive in the case of a disaster or an emergency, a solar flare, a nuclear war? Like, I think those are other conversations we can have later, but I really encourage everyone to think about these things. So I want to say thank you very much to both Naja Roberts and Tiara Williams. I appreciate both of you coming in this morning. Also, thank you to everybody who came in as well. And again, if you aren't on the text list for this class, just text the word morning to the number 87948. I will text you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern when we meet every day. And also later on tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, we are going to meet for Powernomics training. That's free for anybody that wants to join. We've been reading Dr. Claude Anderson books, and I talked to Dr. Anderson the other day, and he sends his regards and his complete blessing for what we're doing here in the Black Business School as well. So everybody have a good day. God bless you, and we'll see you soon. Take care now. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I am here today with having the privilege and the honor to speak with a very special guest by the name of Pastor Akeisha Jefferson. Pastor Akeisha is the pastor of First Sundays Church, which I heard about when I went to go speak at Bowie University in Maryland, Bowie State, and I was so impressed with Pastor Jefferson that I said, "Gosh, I'd like to really talk to you again because what you're doing is pretty amazing." And so, without further ado, I'd like to welcome Pastor Jefferson. How you doing today, ma'am?
I am great. So good to see you again. Happy Friday. Happy Valentine's Day. An honor and a privilege to be with you today.
Well, thank you. The honor and the privilege is all mine. So you told me something that kind of tripped me out. I didn't know when I got there. I knew that I was invited to speak at Bowie State, and I knew that that somebody was doing something to make something happen. And as I started to find out more about your Wealth Summit, I found out that you were the main person behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Not just behind it spiritually and everything else, but also behind it financially. Like you actually did something that I thought was really impressive. Mm-hmm. You actually decided to hold a wealth summit so our people could get together and get better at wealth. And also you did that at Bowie State, which is that your alma mater?
It is. Bowie State is my alma mater where I got my undergrad degree. Yeah.
And to introduce our young people to wealth, which I thought was just extraordinary. Tell us that story. Like, how did that summit come to be?
Yeah, honestly, in full transparency, after the presidential election in November, I was just as disgusted, discouraged, and depressed as so many other people. Just kind of got quiet to ask, like, what does this look like for my family for the next 4 years, for my community, for my people for the next 4 years? And just kind of got quiet. And so I didn't know whether that looked like bringing some other faith leaders together to sit at a table to talk about what this looks like for our community for the next 4 years. Reached out to a couple people, crickets, nobody replied. I'm like, is this, to have a prayer breakfast and, try to encourage the people, because you could feel a spirit of hopelessness hovering over DC, because we're in DC, the heart of the government. And so got quiet. God was quiet. And so God dropped in my spirit the Wealth Summit. And this is God. This has nothing to do with me. I'm a vessel. And so God said, he said, I want you to host the Wealth Summit because the next 4 years looks like chaos, but it smells like money. And you all are going to miss it because you're going to be so focused on the distractions that you're going to miss the money. And it's not that our people don't have it, because I'm looking at you all carrying $1,000 purses and wearing $1,000 tennis shoes. So it's not that you don't have it. It's just that you don't know what to do with it. So can you imagine if instead of you bought that purse, I thought about in 1998 when I graduated from Bowie, instead of buying a Gucci bag, if I had bought Gucci stock, that stock would be worth so much more. But I didn't know that. And so nobody taught me that, So in school, they teach us fractions and not finance. They teach us calculus and not credit. They teach us literature and not investing. So I didn't know. And so that's really the heart of the Wealth Summit. And no, we did not have any sponsors. The sponsor was me, Akeisha Sharon Jefferson. That was the sponsor. That was the sponsor.
Well, I'm gonna tell you that, but and that's what you're supposed to do. You're the sponsor. You're the spark. I like that. You're what I call a playmaker. I'm a former athlete. Once an athlete, always an athlete. And a playmaker in sports would be just somebody who makes something happen. Football, you get an interception, you sack the quarterback, you score a touchdown because your team needs you. Your team needs you to score points, especially when they're having a hard time in the game. Somebody's waiting, and a lot of times, you think about, even to go with the sports analogy, you'll have times where the team is sitting there losing, getting pummeled, and they're waiting for a hero. Everybody's waiting for somebody to be able to step up. And either nobody can or nobody will. But then when somebody does step up, everybody's excited, like go. And that's how I felt when I saw you step up. I said, okay, we got a winner here because you took that initiative. You listened to God. You made a move. You made a sacrifice. And I want everybody to just I want everyone to understand how important that is. A lot of folks will talk a good game but won't follow through. And for us, sacrifice and investment are very much connected. You made a sacrifice, which was an investment, but you were making a special kind of investment, which was an investment in other people.
Because
I can see, I saw that nice suit you had on and stuff, and I bet you Pastor Jefferson and her family are okay. I'm sure you and your husband are okay. But you were thinking about people that are not okay.
Absolutely.
Which to me makes you more than okay, in the eyes of just God and just what's right and what's decent in the world, the kinds of people that we need in the community. Can you speak to just more of that?
Yeah. What do you do when God tells you to build an ark and it's not raining? And that's what he told me to do in November. Who knew the climate that we would be in right now? Who knew what was to come with people by the thousands losing their federal government jobs? People that knew how they were paying their mortgage this month won't have a clue how to pay it next month. What do you do? And so, our community, we've got to make better decisions because nobody's coming to save us. Nobody's coming to save us. Batman, he doesn't exist. And so our way of life is, who knew in November when God told me to do that our very way of life would be under attack. I'm in DC. So pretty much it's impossible to not know somebody that has been affected by the new administration. Majority of people that live here are employed by the government. If they're not employed by the government, they are employed with an agency that gets funding from the government. So right now, off the top of my head, I have 3 people at my church who have lost jobs in the last 2 weeks. And these are single mothers with children and mortgages. And so we've got to do more than sing and shout on Sunday, because we've got to give people a relevant gospel that helps them live from day to day and be able to navigate and pivot. So if you lost this job, then what's next? We've got to give people some other tools and tips and strategies about what to do with their wealth. Nobody's coming to save us.
Well, I agree with you. And everybody, in case you just came in, I'm talking to Pastor Akeisha Jefferson. She's the pastor of First Sundays Church. What city is your church in?
We're in Clinton. We're in Clinton, Maryland, right off of Old Branch Avenue.
Okay, Clinton, Maryland, right off of Old Branch Avenue.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I want to make sure people know where you're at so they can go find you.
Yes.
And your First Sundays is a unique kind of church because you don't go to church every single Sunday.
No,
it's the first Sunday of every month. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Because I really believe that we are called to be supplemental insurance for the kingdom. And so people have supplemental dental insurance and supplemental with Aflac. We are supplemental insurance of the kingdom. Everybody, I believe there's a population of people that absolutely love God, but they don't necessarily have to be in church every Sunday. And I'm one of them, and I'm the pastor. And so literally first Sundays, we are non-traditional, but we absolutely love God. We are called to serve our community. So we meet once a month, the first Sunday for 90 minutes. Service starts at 2, and we get it in praise and worship, communion, the word, and we're back out the door. But yeah, that's who we are.
Well, and I really love that. I really like the idea of you kind of understanding, that the importance of our faith, the importance of spirituality, all these things that can get us through a tough spot, really keep us going, renew our energy, mentally, physically, and otherwise, it mixed with the importance of taking action. You used a term earlier where you talked about, building an ark when it's not raining.
Yeah.
All that is investing or insurance. That's what, as a finance person, I can tell you that that's what that is. It's easy to say we need to build an ark when it's raining. Yeah, of course. Or everybody wants to build an ark or get an umbrella when the rain is coming down. The question is, do you have enough consciousness to realize that just because the sun is up right now, that this too shall pass. And at some point, the rain is coming. And I talk to my students all the time. I say, look, winter is coming. The bad days are coming. Hard times are coming. And you prepare for the hard times during the good times. You don't try to scramble and react to the hard times. And I think that's the shortcoming that happens when we get tricked into letting others train us to become reactionary people as opposed to proactionary people. Can you kind of speak to that?
Yeah, when you think about Jesus in the New Testament, the man with the withered hand, he told him to stretch out his hand. The man that was on the mat, he told him to get up and walk, pick up your mat. And so your miracle requires your participation. Your breakthrough requires your participation. It requires you to do something. The only shots that you miss are the ones that you don't throw. And so literally this season is going to require you to do something. And so you talk about faith. We're not new as a people to trouble. We're not new to discrimination and racism. We've been living under the illusion that we've arrived in America. We have not. This regime has showed you, these times have shown you, we have not arrived. We have not. And so our mothers, our grandmothers, they didn't have the internet, they didn't have Gucci bags, and they didn't have 1 million followers on YouTube. They had faith. They had faith. And so we have lost that because we have this thing where we feel like we've arrived. Our degrees have put us here, and our networks have put us here, and our resumes have put us here. But no, we got to reach back into the arsenal of the foremothers and forefathers whose shoulders we stand on, the people that literally had scraps and made meals, the people that took shacks and made homes, the people that took moans and made a movement, the people that took songs and made the blues. These are the people's shoulders we stand on. And this season is a reminder to us of who we are and who we come from. We have not arrived. We have not. And so the fight is going to be won, but we can't win it broke. We can't win it broke.
That's right. That's right. And I'm gonna tell you, when I was listening to you and I'm enjoying what you're saying, I thought about something someone said in the chat where they mentioned faith over fear.
Yeah.
And I think that's important. And I think that faith and fear can kind of coexist a little bit.
Absolutely.
But faith has to win, right? I feel the fear, but the faith helps me overcome the fear.
Yeah.
And really another thing that can help you overcome the fear in addition to the faith is the finances.
Yes.
If you got finances and faith, then fear is not so much of an adversary or an obstacle. And so anyway, it looks like there we go. Pastor Jefferson's back. There she is. Yeah. And so what I encourage people to do is to understand that that your goal in life isn't just to be a faith-filled, courageous person.
Yes.
You can feel the fear. We all get a little bit afraid sometimes. But be faith-filled and be courageous, but also give yourself some financial security.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you, I would get credit all the time, Pastor, where people would say, gosh, Dr. Boyce, I don't know how you do it. You just say the stuff everybody's thinking, but other people are scared to say. And I'm like, we scared to say it. Like who's listening? Is Massa listening? And I'm being silly, but I would be thinking to myself, well, actually, I'm not really I'm not more courageous than you.
Yeah.
I just put myself in a position where nobody who does not have my best interest at heart is paying the bills in my house.
Yes.
I'm financially independent. That's all that is.
Yes.
What you're doing is what you're hearing. That's surprising is you're hearing the words of a free Black man. I'm not beholden to nobody. I'm not scared of anybody, because it's like, well, what you gonna do?
Yeah.
Oh, you gonna take away the money? Oh, that's all right. I got some money over here.
Yeah.
Because I went through that. Speaking of that, because I spoke at your summit. I speak at different places and stuff. And there was one place that I spoke, another similar kind of event that was very nice. It was down in Birmingham, and lots of amazing Black people. And unfortunately, a lot of them were still kind of tethered to the corporate plantation in various ways. And the sponsor wasn't a courageous person like you. They had corporate sponsors, right? So now here's the thing. I went down there and I spoke. They loved it. I was happy because my goal is just to tell the truth, right?
Yeah.
And they said, we loved you so much, we want you to come back next year. I said, great. So then, but here's the thing. If you decide you ride with me, that means you got to understand that I'm gonna go find the truth wherever it's at.
Yeah.
And if the truth has me in the middle of some poo poo or something, in a stinky situation,
yeah,
I'm gonna go over there, and I'm not gonna care. I'm gonna keep moving. So there was a little controversy that came up, and I said what I said, and I did not stutter. I did not back up. I did not care what the media thought, and it became a thing.
Yeah.
And I remember they reached out and my speaking fee is not cheap. They had paid half the money, but they canceled the event. And so the way it works is I kept the half that they put down as a deposit is not refundable. Yeah. And the other half I didn't get. And I just remember kind of saying, well, I'm sorry that you feel this way. I'm sorry this happened. I'm not even angry at you. Yeah. I know why this happened. I know that the sponsors were not comfortable with me. I know how you feel about me because you and I talk directly. We all look each other in the eye. Y'all love me and I love you. Yeah. But what's happened is that man's money has disrupted our ability to have a relationship because they're telling us which Black people we're allowed to be friends with. Yeah. And this is what I talk about. That is inappropriate to me. I don't get to tell Elon Musk if he can be friends with Donald Trump.
Listen,
you don't get to tell other people what they can. So how the hell they going? Excuse my friend. How they going to tell us that I can't be friends with Akeisha Jefferson?
I just told my brother and husband yesterday. We had a conversation. I don't know if you remember this. They literally made Barack Obama renounce his pastor, Jeremiah Wright.
Yep, that's right.
They literally, when he was running for the president, they made him literally renounce his pastor. Not because he said anything wrong, not that he said anything that was incorrect, but the fact that he was too radical. We need you to make a distance to basically renounce your leadership, your pastor. And then on the other hand, you have somebody in an Oval Office calling you a parasite, calling your mother a parasite because she needs to rely on Medicare, or calling your child in the inner city who needs to rely on a hot breakfast or a hot lunch a parasite. And so what America has shown you is just what you said. As long as you are comfortable, and long as you're not, saying anything that's going to make people uncomfortable. No. You don't get to tell me what to say. You don't get to navigate my history. No, you don't. You don't get to water down, discount what my people have been through and what they're still going through.
Yes. Well, and the thing about it to me, Pastor Jefferson, is that we've been falsely led to believe that we live in a country that allows for free speech.
No, sir.
We do not have free speech.
No.
Free speech must be accompanied by enough financial independence that you can endure the consequences of the things that you say.
Yes.
And what happens with us is that because we are raised and trained to become economically dependent on people that are also seeking to oppress us.
Yes.
Is that every time the situation calls for us to stand up, somebody sits over us and tells us to sit right back down. Or I'm going to take away that paycheck.
Yeah.
It's
a scripture that says, it was good for me that I was afflicted. And I absolutely, this is very uncomfortable. It is discouraging. We're living in very trying and troubling times. But I really believe this season is good for us as a people. Yes. Because we have gotten too complacent. We have gotten too comfortable. We have gotten too comfortable with the illusion that we've arrived and we've made it. But what can feed you can starve you. And so this literally it's good for us as a people so that we can come to the conclusion that we've got to put some things in place so that we can have generational wealth, so we can build our own table. So I don't know, you and I, we talked about this, but my family and I have been talking for years about starting an investment group. And so last year we were like, yeah, nobody's coming to save us. So we finally took the idea out of the family group chat, and we formed an investment club. We finally took it out the group chat. And so we literally, we formed an LLC, and we purchased our first investment last year, which was a hotel. I had the honor of being able to go to Lake Charles, Louisiana, for the investors retreat with all the owners, with 100 other people that look like us, Black and brown people from all over the country, who had helped purchase this hotel in Lake Charles, Louisiana. It was absolutely amazing, but it was such a reminder to me of who we can be when we come together and collaborate and decide that generational wealth starts with me. It starts with my generation today, not tomorrow. Just an absolutely beautiful thing. And so, I just think that a lot of times we don't do it because we just don't know. Like, I didn't know the first property I bought when I was 25 for $40,000. I shouldn't have sold it. I didn't know. Instead of buying a Gucci bag, I should have bought Gucci stock. I didn't know. My mother was a DC public school teacher, and she taught me how to be a lady. She taught me how to take care of a house. She taught me how to serve in church, but she could not teach me what she did not know. And 50%, I read an article that said 50% of Americans are financially illiterate.
That's right.
50%. So how can you manage money? How can you grow money if you don't understand money?
Yes.
Everybody's uncomfortable talking about giving it in church, but you're not uncomfortable talking about buying Beyonce tickets.
Nope. My wife and my sister was talking about that this morning. they said I said she's on tour again.
Yeah.
That was this morning.
Yeah.
That's heavy that you say that, Pastor. By the way, everybody, I'm talking to Pastor Akeisha Jefferson. She is the pastor of First Sundays Church in Clinton, Maryland. It's right off of Old Bush Road. I can't remember.
Old Branch. But they go to our website. They go to our website, or our Instagram page, any of it, and follow us. But our website is www.firstsundays.org.
Firstsundays.org. Okay.
Yeah. But we're right in Clinton, Maryland. But we're on Instagram and Facebook. First Sundays. You can follow us.
Firstsundays.org. I'm gonna put that on the screen so everybody can see it. Also, you can listen to this podcast on Spotify. If you look up my name, Boyce Watkins, you can find me there. And in addition to that, you all know that every single morning, if you are not as financially literate as you'd like to be, there's no excuse. We actually teach finances, and we do our version of First Sundays. We in there every day, Pastor, and you're invited too. And we teach every single morning. I teach finance. There's something called Money in the Morning. And
I've been logging on. I've been logging on since you came to the Wealth Summit. And so many people that came to the Wealth Summit have joined the movement, and they've been logging on every single day.
Nice. I love it. Well, you know what? And bless. I mean, one come all. I mean, we were doing this before things got bad. We'll be doing this after this Trump stuff is over.
Yes.
I encourage everybody, like, look, don't constantly shift who you are based on what other people are doing. Be who you're gonna be and stand on that.
Yes.
Just be who you're going. So this is where we've been here for a while, Pastor, because money matters. So many people have money problems, so much stress over money, people scared over money, financial anxiety. My wife is a therapist, and we talk about that a lot. And I would just say that also there's very few things that are riskier than being Black in America. And when you are under that level of risk, you have to be prepared.
Wow.
Process that. Like, why would you go into a highly risky situation completely unprepared and not expect to be living in the middle of chaos and disaster every single day?
Yeah.
So I want to invite everybody. If you aren't coming to the class, you can text the word morning to the number 87948. I'll put that on the screen. I'm also put Pastor Jefferson's website on the screen so everybody can go and check out firstsundays.org, because firstsundays.org deserves our attention. Because Pastor Akeisha is here because she is a soldier. She is not just somebody who talks the talk, she walked the walk. And that's why I wanted to invite you, because, and I'd love for you to kind of talk even more about that, anything that comes to mind. But there's a lot of people that, can do a lot of this. Talk is cheap. But when you sit up and you write a check, things actually happen. And this is, I think, a conversation we should have with some of our Black celebrities, right? We just had a Super Bowl that was defined as the Blackest Super Bowl ever. And you have Black people on the stage, Black people on the field, but
none in the owner's booth.
Exactly. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. You were paying attention. And that is that's a plantation. That's what that is. Don't get me wrong. I'm not making fun of it. It was a lot of fun. Plantations, I'm sure they had fun on they had some fun days on the plantation, maybe. Like you have a day where, the slaves are dancing and singing and celebrating, but at some point we got to figure out who's going to own all this. I say the people providing the labor should own things, but in order for that to happen, somebody has to step up and make something happen. Namely, somebody has to step up and write a check. So can you kind of talk about the Wealth Summit, just what that was like for you to put on an event like that? We do the All Black National Convention, and I get 18,000 headaches every year we do it. It literally, it's a labor of love for people. If I just not do it anymore, I would stop because it's hard. So tell me about that, what that experience was like for you.
It was absolutely, like you said, it was how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? And keep in mind, God gave me this to do in November, and we had this in February. So really to execute an event that on this size, this magnitude, really, it should be 6 months. We probably had 60 days. And so we literally had 60 days, but I had an amazing team. So when God gave me this vision, I'm like, God, you got to give me the team to help me do this. And so I had an amazing team. So people saw me on the front, but they did not see the women and men that were beside me that were literally helping me execute and carry the vision. But the Wealth Summit, literally the whole goal of the Wealth Summit was literally to provide financial financial intelligence to our people, to give them some new insight and equip them with some new tools of what they can do with their money. Sometimes people feel like, I'm too old, I've missed it, I'm too young, I don't need to start it. No, you're right where you need to be. And so I wanted to have you just as a pioneer to jumpstart, and that's just what you did. I thought that it would be negligent to just have you come and talk about money, but not have a clinician come and talk about health and wealth in your mind. Because I know a lot of people with money, but they can't sleep at night, or a lot of people with money that's taking medicine to get through the day. So, we had a clinician to come and talk about how to navigate your mental health for the next 4 years. Because no, you cannot watch CNN. You cannot watch the news 24 hours a day and think you're going to be positive and you're going to be able to function. And so, the goal was really to give everybody just a different perspective of what to do with your money. So this is the beginning of a movement. We've already decided we're going to do this again in 2026. We want you back. We're going to jumpstart Black History Month with it. And we're just believing that every year it'll catch on, and more and more people will come out and get what they need to change the trajectory of their lives. The thing is, the next 4 years, we can't change who's in the White House, but we can change what's going on in our homes.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. We can't change what's going on Pennsylvania Avenue, but we sure enough can change what's going on in our homes if we make better decisions. We were born looking like you were born looking like your parents, but you're gonna die looking like your decisions.
Right on. Woo! Oh, you're gonna die looking like your decisions. Like, let me write that down. Die looking like your.
Yeah. Yeah. You are. You are.
And that's heavy because
you are.
When you think about some of these messy situations where someone dies and it's a mess.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking like your decisions, and I know as a man I don't want to look like that.
Yeah.
I don't want my children to see me that way.
Yeah.
And I want to say, I just want to thank you for everything that you've done. I want to just make sure I publicly make it clear to everyone that I just have admiration for the fact that you stepped up to the plate. I see a lot of people do a lot of stuff and I respect it, but there's a difference between the people that are willing to sacrifice and invest in something versus people that just will talk about it, and because I can just even when Diddy was still, popping and popular, he called Dr. Claude Anderson and flew him up and danced around and talked about how great Powernomics was, but did not write a check.
Mm-hmm.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
But you're writing checks for everything else. You're writing checks for baby oil and and private jets and big $1,000 liquor bottles, but you can't write a check for something structural for your community. Then I mean, because our community is a community that needs the grown-ups to really understand what it means to really build and develop something. And I like the way you also blended mental health with the finances, because it's all connected. We don't want a bunch of crazy rich people running around. And that's what America is. America is a rich country full of crazy people. Every study shows that Americans have the most highest net worth or highest income of anybody on the planet per capita. But we have the lowest quality of life. Our families are broken. Our mental health is gone because everybody's working so much. That's how we're so productive. Capitalism really got y'all cracking the whip on y'all, right? That's what capitalism's doing, and it's making us really financially productive, but we are empty spiritually.
Yeah. It's so funny you say that. This morning I went to the gym and I was thinking about Luther Vandross. And today is Valentine's Day, and all I could think of on the treadmill was a house is not a home if nobody's living there. A chair is just a chair. And Luther testified. And so it's like, you can work so hard and ascribe to get all of these things, but what is a big house if every room is empty and it's just you in there by yourself? What is a pocket full of money and at the end of the day, you are by yourself, or you at dinner by yourself, or you vacationing by yourself because you're so jacked up you can't have relationship? And so, and that's why I love when you came to the Wealth Summit and you talked a lot about relationships being a big thing of wealth. And so you're absolutely right. I know so many people with a pocket full of money and don't have a pocket full of peace. And then I can go to Southeast and see a client that lives in a 1-bedroom efficiency, sleeping on a mattress and got a song in their heart and joy in their spirit. And so you gotta be careful. And so the thing is to have balance. The Bible says there will always be poor among you. It didn't say you had to be among them. And so that's the thing, is that I pray for balance. Is yes, I don't want to just be wealthy in my bank account. I want to be wealthy in my spirit. I want to be wealthy in my relationships. What profit a man for me to live and die and have never lived? So all I did was work. Never the people around me don't even know I love them. You gotta wait till I die to come and stand over top of me and tell me what you needed to tell me. No, tell me why I can hear it. Tell me so why I can appreciate it. Give me flowers now so I can smell them. Like, yeah, life is a precious gift. It is a gift.
Yes, it is. You know, you made when you said that giving your flowers while you're here.
Yeah.
I was, you know, I was saying amen because I was thinking about my mother who just passed on Christmas Eve.
Yes.
And one thing I can say is that 5 years before she passed, we got together as a family and we came with the idea to do something. I said, isn't it funny how people always wait until somebody's funeral to tell them how much they love them, and they can't, and they may or may not be able to even hear you because right, you can't confirm, they're not going to respond. So why not? Why don't we do that while people are alive? So what we did was we did something called, I said, let's make it fun. Instead of calling it a funeral, let's call it a funeral.
Wow.
And let's talk about each other as if we're at each other's funeral. Like let's really lay it out. What does that person mean to you? How much you love them? Like just dump it on them, right? And then we did, and we got it all out.
Yes.
You know, when my mother was healthy, and we had no idea, you know, the cancer was coming, none of that stuff.
Yes.
And so I encourage everybody out here, like, don't wait, like go do it now, and find your peace and you use money as a tool to help you get there. Like, your money's part of the equation, but money ain't the whole puzzle. You know, if money was the whole puzzle, you wouldn't have so many people that I've seen people made a lot of money and they made their money at the expense of their mental health, their physical health, their relationships. So you're sitting there with a big bank account full of money up in the hospital with a terminal illness, and ain't nobody coming to visit you, and big pharma is already draining your bank account with every second that you're in that hospital. So don't let that be you. Make sure everything is balanced. So thank you, Pastor, for that message. I appreciate it.
No problem. And I remember when your executive assistant shared with me that your mom passed, and I prayed for you because I know firsthand, I was 27 when my mother passed. And so we were young adults when my mother passed. And I remember the New England Journal of Medicine coming out and saying that science had finally confirmed that there was a thing called a broken heart. Well, New England Journal of Medicine, you didn't have to tell me that because my heart was clearly broken and shattered. And so I know, not because I read it, not because I heard, I know what that feels like to bury a mother. But something happened when my mother died. I made my decision because I saw my mother work when she didn't feel good. I saw her struggling, trying to make ends meet. And I just remember looking at her and saying, something's got to give. And I'm not coming out of this I'm not coming out of this empty-handed. I remember at 27, I'm 48 now, but I remember at 27 looking at my mother, 51 in the casket. And I remember saying, I'm not coming out of this empty-handed. And literally that moment, her death changed my whole life. And so, yes, I'm a pastor, but literally that changed my whole life. I quit my job. Like, I bought a franchise. I'm like, I became fearless. So you talking about at 27, when my friends were partying, I was in business meetings signing contracts to buy franchises. I didn't have a mentor. I had faith. I didn't have a coach. I had faith. I felt like I had nothing to lose. So that was what Oprah calls an moment in my life, you know? So yeah, that really was.
I love that. What was your mother's name?
Sharon Deborah Green.
Sharon. Okay. So everybody put Sharon Green in the chat. We gotta bring Miss Sharon into
yes.
She's got to be here because I can tell you that I love that. It's I mean, it sounds to me like you were born again. You know that your mother passed so you could really live. You know, like she was your starting blocks. You know, like in the track meet, she blasted you out. And I love that. You know, because that about 28 actually for me was when I became who I am now as well. It was I was going through and most of the time the moments that inspire you to go to the next level of your life and to just break off the chains, let go of the shackles is usually something very painful. You just when you it's like in the middle of like some relentless loss where life done kicked you straight in your face,
mama,
and you laying on the ground bloody and bleeding, half dead,
mama.
And so you almost for me anyway, I remember I almost felt like I died that year.
Yes.
The guy from the year before, I'm not him.
But that guy did die. That guy did die.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that guy did die, and you are absolutely so right. You don't go through that level of hell and stay the same. You don't go through that level of trauma. And I remember somebody telling me, like, you changed. Oh, yes, honey, I have. You don't cry yourself to sleep at night for a year and stay the same. Literally, I just had a meeting with my team at church, and I said, your greatest ministry will be born out of your greatest misery. Oof. It's not you're not going to you champions aren't made on the stage. Champions are made in the dirt, in the mud. They're on off season. I remember somebody telling me one day, oh my God, I want to pray like you. No, you don't, silly. You don't want to learn how to pray like me. I learned how to pray giving my mother CPR and watching her turn blue and watching the paramedics put her in a bag and feeling my mind slipping away and God pulling it back. You don't want to learn how to pray like me. You got to go through hell and high water, go to hell, get a bumper sticker and a t-shirt and come back out and not smell like smoke to learn how to pray and preach and do the things that I do. Don't you ever. This is not osmosis. You don't get this just because. You got to go through some things to get this.
Woof. Oh, okay. Wow. You know what? Everybody go to Pastor Green's website. Because y'all can see that she is a woman that you should know, and I got to start introducing you as the daughter of Sharon Green. That's what I want to. That's
I love it.
I'm like I see your mother in your words and your passion and I thank you for that. This has been I don't know about everybody else in the chat, but I'm feeling more alive than ever right now, and I really think that this is an example of the fact that this situation, Trump, whatever it is that's concerning you, that it's an opportunity for you to rise up.
Major.
Be who you're supposed to be. And so I want to say thank you very much, Pastor. It was so great to have you today. And her name is Pastor Akeisha Jefferson. Make sure y'all spell it right. It's on the screen. I don't know. I know you're known, and you're definitely. I don't know. I don't know nothing, right? So I don't know how known or unknown you are, but you should be super known, in my opinion, because you got a great message and you are the right kind of person that, we will look up to the rappers and stuff, but y'all got to realize you got people like this right in your community. This woman's a superhero. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins. I appreciate you. Thank you for your yes, for coming to the Wealth Summit. The people were blessed. Just immeasurably, just by the nuggets, the tips, the information that you gave, and so thank you for your yes. Because a lot of times, you send these invitations out and people they want you to qualify yourself on of why I should come to your event. Well, first of all, I can afford to pay you. And, secondly, I'm giving something for the community. But, you reach out to people and everybody's so bougie and everybody wants to be a diva or superstar. And I always tell my husband, I don't want to be famous. I just want to have clean hands and a pure heart. I want to go out of here knowing that my living was not in vain, that somebody's life is different and better because of something that I said or something that I did, and so, you never have to. I don't want to be famous. I don't, that's not my prayer. My prayer is to be effective. My prayer is to be a change agent. My prayer is that some little girl will read about me 50 years from now and know that God takes ordinary people and does extraordinary things with them.
Right on. I love that. And I agree with you 100%. And you are right. The divas in the speaking industry it's amazing. I yeah, I saw some of that. I've seen that up close. You know,
Mhm.
I did not know. Like I would have people like to me, it's an honor that someone will pay you to go
Mhm.
somewhere and give a
Mhm.
speech.
Mhm.
I never ever took that for granted. In my
Mhm.
opinion, it's like if you're paying for my time and I come speak
Mhm.
for you, I work for you.
Mhm.
Which means I'm gonna do everything right. I get there a day early. I do, whatever you need, I'll do it. But I've seen people who almost take it the other route, where there's almost
Yeah.
maybe an over embrace of the celebrity culture,
Yeah.
where they're like, I need a first class this, I need a
Oh, it's
police
crazy.
escort, I need
It's crazy.
5-star, blah 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 blah. And I was like, people will pay them for this? Like,
Yeah.
you act like that with me, I'm not giving you my money.
It's
Get up out of here
crazy.
with that.
It's crazy. And I'm telling you, I have a master's of divinity and I have gone places to preach and they don't even have a budget to pay me.
Mm.
But I still go because it is God who takes care of me. And so literally, so that's why it's so amazing to me when I, see these divas and devo requests, because I'm like, my, I'm just, I'm okay. All right.
Right.
No,
Aren't
no
you a
thanks.
bougie Negro? Okay, well,
Yeah,
good luck to
yeah.
you.
And that's why I'm like, no thanks. And that's why I'm like, you were so easy, and the process was just so effortless, and your staff was so amazing, and so professional and so excellent. And that's why I shared with you when you came to the Wealth Summit. I said your staff was just amazing. Because I mean, it's crazy out here, so I wanted to thank you for that.
Well, yeah. Well, thank you for saying that. And I don't think it's that hard to be a decent human being.
I didn't think so
You
either.
just try. You make a choice. And then you surround yourself with decent people.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a lot of people I've worked with have worked with me for many, many years. And I told my brother, I said maybe I must be a nice guy because everybody that's working with me, they've been here 5 or 6 years, so that makes me feel good.
Mm-hmm.
And but also what I do expect is if I hear anybody in my team that's disrespecting,
Mm-hmm.
let's say students in the Black Business School, or whatever, it's like no, you got to get out of here. This is not that energy, that evil energy, is not healthy in any context. And so, I've met a friend, and I want you to know. I want you to just let me know whenever you got something going on. If I can support or market promote or whatever, I will. And I hope you all will go to Pastor Jefferson's website, Pastor Keisha Jefferson, daughter of Sharon Green.
I love that. You gonna kill me. So 2 things I messed up, y'all. It's firstsundays.net. Sorry, it's not .org. Sorry about that.
.net. Okay,
No,
that's all right. We can fix that. We can fix that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's firstsundays.net. And then the second thing I wanted to share with you is that Wealth Summit really now has just become a movement. We have gotten so many text messages from people saying before we came, we just didn't even know where to start with money. We thought it was too late or too early. So what we're doing in March, I'm hosting Turning Your Business into an Idea, which is going to be a master class. It's going to be online. You can go right to our website, which is thewealthsummit.org, and you can go on there and register. And I have been an entrepreneur since I was 27 years old. I went from owning a franchise to now I have a staffing agency. I have a workforce development corporation. If you've never had a time before where you didn't have a plan, you needed a plan B, you need it now. You need a plan B. And some of you have been sitting on an idea for years and you don't know what to do, how to do it. This masterclass is going to bless you. It's going to help you from step A all the way to step B. So you can go right to the wealthsummit.org and you can go in there and register for the masterclass. I would love to have you in class.
There you go. Thewealthsummit.org, everybody. There's the website. And I love the idea of making it into a movement as opposed to it shouldn't be a moment.
No.
It's got to be a movement. It should be a culture,
Yes.
Your wealth is like it's like staying healthy or even just breathing. You're gonna need money every day.
Yes.
So you want to be economically intelligent every day.
Yes.
So God bless you.
Thank you.
Pastor Jefferson, daughter of Sharon Green,
Yes.
who will live forever because
Yes.
the spirit's too strong here. And the Black Business School is going to partner with you on something. I don't know what it's going to be, but we're going to figure this out. So, you have a good day, ma'am, and give my best
Thank
to your husband as well.
Likewise to your wife.
Thank you so much. And yeah, and happy Valentine's Day to y'all and
Thank you.
everybody out here. Much love to everybody in the
Yes.
building. And we will check back in with you a little bit later. So have a good day, everybody. See you soon. Take
Happy
care.
Valentine's Day, everybody. Have a great weekend. Bless you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope everybody's having a good day. So good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in. Today is a beautiful day. Today is Valentine's Day. What? Today's the day for love, y'all. Love, and I love y'all. And I want to ask everybody in here, will you be my Valentine? And for the fellas, you can be my Valentine too, but y'all know, no Diddy, no Diddy now, no Diddy. Anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. I wanted to bring somebody I love dearly into the room, my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, and she's going to join us today. So I hope that that's okay with y'all. I hope that's okay. She's in case you don't know, my wife is a licensed therapist, a full professor of social work. She's been a college professor for a while, and so we have kind of a crazy house. You know, we torture the kids because they don't even know that they were born on a college campus, pretty much. And so anyway, how you doing today, babe? I think you're muted.
I'm muted. I'm not muted anymore. I'm doing great. Happy Valentine's Day, boys.
Yeah, happy Valentine's Day to you too, babe.
I had a fun morning with you.
Yes, we did. We did. We did the 5 a.m. club. We went to the gym. We went to breakfast for like a little getaway, and then we took that nap. Naps, the older you get, the more naps just are the most amazing thing in the world. God, thank God for naps. And then we decided to come together to have class, and it's really awesome to get a chance to work with your wife. It takes work to establish the right rhythm, but I can tell you the good definitely outweighs the bad. And also, everybody, I want to let you know I'm about to send you all a text to give you the wake up call for this class. And if you're not on the text list, make sure you get on there. Just text the word morning to the number 87948. So, babe, what's been going on for you? What's on your mind? It's just generally.
Well, you know what's on my mind? Valentine's Day weekend and the Black Love weekend. I think this is like such a great idea that I kind of fleshed out to you because my very first introduction to the internet was the first Black Love weekend. Do you remember that?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. We did that.
It
What
was
year was
so
that?
great.
What year was that?
Oh my God, I can't even remember. We still have the recordings. I still have the recordings and I have it up. I think it was before COVID.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
was it before COVID? I don't know, but it was
It was a while back, like
February.
2018,
It was February. It was in February because maybe not, maybe it wasn't. I can't remember when we recorded that, but we did the first Black Love weekend. That was your whole idea. And it was great. It was almost like you were indoctrinating me into this platform that I was resistant about being part of. Do you remember that whole thing?
I don't,
Keeping our stuff separate. At
I
one
don't,
point,
I don't remember
that
what
was
I had for lunch yesterday. So,
well, oh, I totally remember because I was like, there's no way I'm getting on YouTube with you. I ate those words. And then, but it was the very first time that I was like really honored by your support in my business and the things that I want to do and my skills and to be able to share everything. Like that was the very first time that you really, just opened up your platform to me. And not only did you know me personally, but you knew me professionally as well. So you really had a lot of confidence in me. And so I hope I've done pretty well to you. And I think that it's great to do it again. Part two, Black Love Weekend, part two. This time we're focusing on intimacy. This time we're focusing on how Black people can love each other in the way that is helpful and not harmful, in the way that's compassionate and not blaming. And people who are hurt, let's not turn around and dump our hurts onto our partners. Let's talk about our hurts in a way where we can support each other and have compassion for each other, which I feel like is lacking. And I've talked about that with you personally, about how we need to change our narrative about how we speak to each other, interact with each other in a way that's much more uplifting.
Well, I know you and we've actually had conversations about
Hmm.
Trump, and I know that you feel that there's not a lot of compassion necessarily in the White House, and before we dig into that part, I want to kind of pick a particular angle on that. Um, Financial anxiety, right? You and I were talking about financial anxiety today, and the research project you were going to do as part of our Black Financial
I'm
Therapy
doing,
Department.
yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, and so one of the things I thought about is I read the headline about how many government jobs are disappearing and how many people are just, really, really nervous about that, really upset. And I thought about this in terms of just coping with financial anxiety and just how the Trump era has kind of created a new set of realities for African Americans that we kind of have to deal with, whether we like it or not. And so it's almost like this opportunity. It's a situation where either we're going to rise or we're going to just buckle and fold, and we'll probably do a little bit of both, right? I'm assuming that you're going to have some people who are going to do one of each. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, it is definitely a dilemma that Black people are in right now. And my what my stance is. My stance is resistance. And part of me and part of the whole dilemma and the dynamic of the whole thing is, you know, Black people, I kind of understand what the boule. I like where they come from. The boule talk about where it's just like, you know what, we built this country, and don't think that our blood, sweat, and tears and free labor, you're just gonna co-opt this government and do a hostile takeover and not give us a piece of what we definitely deserve. I mean, that's one end of it, right? So these systems, we need to be involved in it, lead in it, because we have not received reparations, and we have gifts to give, and this is our government that we worked hard for. So you got that. But then you have me who's talking to you over breakfast like, maybe we just break off. Maybe we just don't participate in these systems anymore, and then we just create our own country. Let's just carve out, let's see, west of the Mississippi, and let's grab some states, and let's just have our own nation within a nation, and just say screw it. It's almost like United States of America is a failed attempt. It's a failed project. Maybe Earth is a failed project. Who knows what's going to happen from day to day? So, it is definitely a place that we're in betwixt and between what's happening. And, I began this conversation with the compassion piece, and, all of this viciousness, all of this nastiness, all of this individuation, that's all whiteness based on white supremacy. And that's what we're seeing right now. The collectiveness is part of who and what we are. And I do think we need to get back to that.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I'll say my personal. I've always been down for the resistance.
That's
It's not, I'm not really one of those people who's sitting back in shock of what's happening right now
yeah.
because I've always been, I literally haven't budged 1 inch. When y'all were walking closer to the fire, I was one of those people who sat back and said, that fire can get hot and it can expand and it can burn you. And now the fire has expanded, and you have, these burning bodies running, screaming, oh my God, it's on fire, y'all. And I'm like, that's why I stood 100 feet away from the fire. Um, I am not an anti-integrationist. I'm not anti-integration. Um, but I am not a person who is hell-bent on the idea that integration is the complete answer for the Black community. I've never felt that way. I've never felt that there will be enough DEI jobs for all of us. But again, I'm an economist and I can do math. And as an economist who does math, I said, how in the hell are they going to hire all of us? They can't hire 40 million black folks unless, I guess, if we all, worked in the, in the rice fields or something. Like, like back in slavery, they hired all of us. But since then, they haven't been able to do that, or at least give us enough opportunity to truly build wealth. And so what really got my attention today was when we were at breakfast and you told me
Yes.
something I did not know. You said, and you can feel free to recite what you were reading this morning. You're always reading stuff, taking the information. You said that there was, I think it was the National Society of Black Engineers or a group like that,
Nesby.
NSBE, that was basically they're kind of scrambling and struggling because typically and I thought about this, there's so many groups called, the American Society of Black blank, the National Black blah blah blah. Whether you're talking about nurses and MBA,
Social workers.
social right, and at all those conferences, the same thing would always happen. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Give me a yes in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. If you ever been at one of these conferences, there's always like a big slew of white companies that would have like an expo and they're all lined up and they got their little recruiters and you're going from table to table and talking to company after company. And you said, and I want you to elaborate on this. You said that you read that they're like kind of stuck because these companies are all like,
They're pulling out. They're not even coming
we're
to their
not coming
conference to
now.
recruit.
We won't be there anymore. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, even the armed forces who would come and say, we need to recruit some of the best and brightest minds for engineering to work for our country, for the government, the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine, they're all pulled out. They're all not, they don't have their booth set up recruiting people in anymore. And good grief. Isn't that something? So they're not even looking for even people who are qualified. We talk about merit-based employment. I mean, these are people who've gone through strenuous engineering programs, the greatest minds, and these are qualified individuals. So it's not like you can't say people are qualified, but really, we don't even want qualified African Americans, engineers. We're going to get somebody from another country to come in and do it now. Here we go. These K-1 visas, which are great. We know we need it. There's not enough engineers in our country. So you do have to go outside of the countries for the K-1 visa. And when they do come, they are wonderful contributors to this country. These are facts. But at the same time, we have people here. I mean, exhaust the resources that are already here. That's not necessarily happening. So pure racism. Thank you, Irma.
So
looking at the comments.
You know why I started this daily class, right? I mean,
Yes,
I know
Boyce, I know.
you remember how I was kind of processing like, oh gosh, would I want to commit to something that I got to do every single day? I haven't gone to work every day, like by requirement in a long time. But I did this class because I wanted to focus on one particular idea. And that idea surrounds something that I don't think I've never seen in any textbook anywhere, and I didn't even write about it in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, because it took me a while to formulate this concept. But the concept is financial consciousness. And I said, there's a need for us to have an economic awareness in terms of understanding not just how to get what you're trying to get, like that's part of it, but just understanding where you are, how you got there, what your risk assessment is, what your thoughts, what potential problems could arise that could disrupt your financial stability, right? So, here's the thing about consciousness. I would argue that the majority of our community is deliberately kept financially unconscious. The majority. That's how the banks and the predatory lending happens, all that, because people don't know what's going on, and next thing you know, things are going on. So a lot of us, unfortunately, are asleep, and it's not necessarily our fault. We take some responsibility though, but a lot of it is by design. Right? We say, okay, Mr. White Man, educate me, and then they just say, okay, well, come over here and sit in the back of the bus, Negro, and we're going to teach you how to give us all your money. And what I know about consciousness is that sometimes when you're asleep, something has to wake you up. Something has to smack you, throw some cold water on your face, kick you in the testicles, and have you go, and maybe have you scream, ah! Right? And you jump up. And your senses are heightened. Now you're aware. Now your head's on the swivel. Now you're alert, right? In fact, the pandemic was like that, right? Give me a yes in the chat if you can identify with this. Did anybody notice how many people during the pandemic when suddenly they were at home with nothing to do, and some of them had lost their jobs, and suddenly they were like, I don't know what I want to do with my life. Let me think about it. They became very conscious. They became very aware, right? Well, I would argue that this is one of those wake-up calls. Paul Mooney, remember he used to call it the Igor wake up call. I'm not gonna say the N word, but he used to call it let's call it the Negro wake up call. Sometimes the world's got to wake you up and remind you that you ain't white. Because some of y'all fell asleep. Some of y'all really were thinking we have overcome that race is a figment of our imagination. That people like me are too alarmist, and I think that Donald Trump is literally a walking alarm clock for the black community that I think will lead some people to rise to greatness. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh my God, nothing is waking us up more than Donald Trump. I mean, we call him Sleepy Joe Biden. We didn't have to worry about these things under his administration. And even Barack Obama, to some extent, we really fell asleep in his presidency. We were like, woo, it's all taken care of. I can go back to normal. But now that I see you, and now that I know what side you're on, and now I can't unsee this. We can see it's a demarcation. The MAGA group and the non-MAGA group, it's a demarcation between I see and know who you are now. I can't unsee this. So it's not like we can get another change in presidency in a couple of years and we can go back to being friends again. We can't be friends anymore. So it really is dividing, but it's also a wake-up call because now we can see you. It's like that song. What's the song I'm thinking about? Thank you for letting me be myself again. That's what it is. People are like, oh, I can be myself now. I don't have to do DEI. I can cancel the whole DEI program for whatever it was worth in the first place. But at least it was a nice nod. That was a nice gesture. But now they're not having to do it. And now it's getting to the point where corporations are being forced to abandon their DEI programs. Not even like they want to. Did you hear about Aldi Foods who put out a statement? It was like, we don't want to abandon it, but there are external forces that are forcing us to abandon our DEI, and we don't want to do this. And we know Aldi's. Where are we gonna shop? What's happening now? So it's not like you even have a choice in it all. But this is where the resistance starts in. And I applaud anybody that speaks truth to power, because I am a social worker. I am a social worker first. Well, I'm Black first, but then I'm a social worker. And my values adhere so closely to that as a profession online. So now that I see this, I can't unsee this anymore.
Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be enough of an economic pushback, from those who are unhappy that DEI is gone. I mean, one simple rule of economics that even Trump understands is that you don't give your money to people who aren't giving you something back, right? And if you think about the Black community having 1.7 trillion in spending power and all this other stuff, I wouldn't even call it spending power. I would just call it 1 trillion in spending. But it's not spending power. It's 1 trillion available in terms of income that you can either spend or invest. Investing gives you power. Spending gives power to the person that you're spending your money with. So, so if they were to call it 1.7 trillion in spending power, you should be clear that it's power you're giving to another party.
That's right.
It's not Black power. It's not Black power. I'm sorry, Black enterprise. But so when you say 1.7 in spending power, make sure you mention that that's 1.7 trillion in spending power for white people or for the people that own corporations. How about that? Because they're not all white. Many people in this room own stock in companies, and a lot of you are making more money because you've been affiliated with the Black Business School. I see your bank accounts. So here's the deal. I think that I wonder if economic backlash could be enough to get companies to kind of understand that they can't just go along with what they think is the trend in the country. If that is a solution aggregately that could help to make a point. I don't know. It's interesting that companies feel that they can just let go of all DEI efforts or any effort for any kind of diversity, uh, and still be profitable and still make money. What do you think about that?
We'll see. We will see. I know Target took a hit. Black people aren't spending their money there. And I mean, it's going to have us temporarily short term. We're going to be scrambling. Where do we go to put our dollars? And I mean, this is where networks of Black owned businesses and all of those networks really need to be vamped up because we need to have our own systems in place for when these types of things are happening. So yeah, what do we do with our money? And we're going to invest it in this system. Are we going to leave the whole system? Are we going to work the whole system? Are we going to be like, you know what? I don't even want to be your friend. Let's just be kind to each other. Let's just be cordial. You go along your way, I'll go on my way. Like it's a very chilly climate in this country. And I mean, who knows? I mean, what is your prediction? I know you got some financial predictions about what you want. Yes, the green book. We need another green book again.
Mm. Well, actually, before I do that, I want everybody to know, in case you just came in, this is my lovely wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, and she is the chair of our Black Financial Therapy Department. We actually have a think tank in the Black Business School focused specifically on you. This is not a DEI effort because we're not focused on everybody who's not a white male. No, we're focused on Black people. So this is a B1 effort. That's a B1 is far superior to DEI, and basically she's here today to not just talk about her Black Love Weekend that's happening tomorrow, but also some exciting research that she's doing, academic research on Black financial anxiety and Black financial self-efficacy. And so I'll tell you guys more about that a little bit later. One thing I want to mention really quickly is that if you want to go to the Black Love Weekend, it's going to be the 15th and 16th. She's bringing in experts and therapists and other individuals that can help you to really tighten up your relationships with each other because every study shows that Black wealth is dropping primarily because Black relationships are suffering and we don't know how to love each other and love ourselves. She is a person that can give you the science on that. So that's what they're going to do this weekend. You can bring your whole family, and the URL to join is theblackloveweekend.com. That's theblackloveweekend.com. And she actually offered a special discount to people who are members of Money in the Morning. And I'll give you codes. There's regular access and VIP access. And if you do the general access admission, and you want to do a discount there, write this code down. Use the code, morning100, and that'll take a big chunk off of the price and make it it's already very affordable, but it would make it a really special offer just for you guys. So morning100, all one word. Use that code when you check out. Or if you go VIP, use morning VIP. So if you want to be VIP, it's morning VIP. If you want to do general access, do morning 100, and the URL is theblackloveweekend.com. So it starts on the 15th and ends on the 16th. And,
Tomorrow morning.
yeah, and it's all online.
I can't wait.
Yeah, and remember, one word, morning 100, all one word, not two separate words. So anyway, let's hop back into this. So my prediction in terms of all of this, here's my prediction for sure is that Trump, cutting so many government jobs is going to hit the Black community hard. A lot of us are raised to get government jobs. The government was one of those few places that when opportunities became available, the government provided a lot of them. My grandmother worked for the government for a really long time. She hated her job, but she did work for the Census Bureau, and she knew she had job security. And African Americans, I think, culturally, I get the sense that a lot of us come from families that are somewhat risk averse. And so if you're looking for a secure job, that good government job was very consistent, and a lot of people are going to suffer from that. The second thing is that cutting DEI and having companies, when they're not recruiting at the NSBE conferences, they're not recruiting at the National Association for Black MBAs, things like that. That's going to also have an impact, right? Because you have a lot of educated folks. They were never introduced to the idea of Black economics in an appropriate way. Black people are not en masse introduced to Black economics hardly at all. We're introduced to white economics in blackface. That's what you get. You don't get Black economics. You get white economics in blackface. The reason they send you to that school, that HBCU even, is so you can go work for a white company when you get done. And so what happens if the white company decides, look, we don't really want to hire black people. We didn't even like you guys that much anyway. We just couldn't say it until Trump came along. And now we're all sort of openly able to tell you how we really feel. And I think that's a problem because what that did, in my opinion, is that only allowed you to see your value through the eyes of whiteness. You only saw your worth if white people saw it. I remember those days. Anybody remember those days where and I went through this when I was a straight A student at University of Kentucky. I had the highest grade point average of every black student on campus. And I was kind of a hot shot. I was like a superstar. I was like the Jalen Hurts of my campus because everybody knew how many companies would want to hire me. And I felt myself. I saw this. I said, "Look at me. Everybody wants me. Everybody's trying to hire me. Everybody, And the question you got to ask yourself is, well, how do you feel about yourself when nobody wants you? Do you want yourself? Would you hire yourself? Do you have the ability to hire yourself? Because if you really truly have value there, then the value should exist whether they see it or not. Do you understand? So I'm not saying that you can't go work for other people and all these other things, but I'm saying if they're recruiting you, why not recruit yourself? Instead of them making money from you, why is it just out of the question for you to capture that value instead of you transferring that value to other people? You understand? Because if you look at a Mark Zuckerberg, for example, who's a great asset to the Jewish community because he's worth $250 billion, it wasn't like they said, "Oh wow, that kid's really good with a computer. Let's go sell him to somebody else. Let's have him go work for somebody else so that they can make $250 billion off of his talent." No, he's captured that value for his family and for his community. And we have a lot of our young people that have that same level of talent, but the entrepreneurial skills not there, the financial consciousness isn't there. So they're not even aware. They don't even have the consciousness to even know how valuable they are. So my big thing, Dr. Alicia, I'll call you both, is I don't even know if I think that part of the reason we're so concerned about them not wanting us anymore is because deep down we're thinking, well, if you don't want me, then nobody will. Almost like an abusive relationship. What do you say?
Yeah, it reminds me of a module I taught in undergrad program about the Black identity development. Where'd you go? Okay, everybody.
I'm here. Keep talking.
That is so distracting to me. Black identity development. And I think y'all should read this article called "Why Are All of the Black Kids Sitting Together in the Cafeteria?" And it's all about Black identity. And the premise is that when you're early on, Black kids early on start to realize that they're Black, that they're different faster than other kids do. And it's because they're noticing that they're being treated differently, they're being discriminated against. They notice that they are a different color and a different culture as everyone else. Now, of course, this is when you have this big melting pot of everybody together. And then you continue on, with your identity. And eventually you get to a point, usually in junior high, when hormones kick in and you start to wanting to assimilate with whiteness, and then a racial incident will happen. And maybe you share it with your white friend, the person who's your friend, and they look at you and they go, "No, that's not what happened. They're not racist." So they invalidate you because they don't understand racism either. So what that does is that one experience kind of is what happens when children are in the cafeteria, and educators have realized this, that in multi-race educational communities, when we're all supposed to be a melting pot, all of the Black kids are sitting together in the cafeteria because they're trying to figure out what it means to be Black. It's a identity development there. What does it mean to be Black? And so you have conversations with each other that none of your other white friends who were really your friends early on in elementary school, all of a sudden they're not your friend anymore. And you start realizing, coming into consciousness about what your race means. That's usually around the time where you stop getting invited to birthday parties, around puberty. A lot of the Black men, They ain't gonna invite you. Them little white girls, their daddy don't want you at their birthday party all of a sudden when puberty kicks in and you start becoming a man and all of those things. So you start really seeing people for what they are, and then you can get very what? What's the next stage of assimilation? You become very bitter. You become very angry. That's when y'all see those angry black people, the angry black people, angry black men, because you're just like upset by what happens. But it's a necessary part of your identity development. And then
Mm.
eventually you start seeing somebody who's wearing Afrocentric garb. You start seeing something. You're like, you know what? I can celebrate my culture and it can be okay. You can start to have confidence in who and what you are. I mean, it's a stage that all of us go through where you get to the point where you just accept who and what you are. And you're not apologetic about it anymore. And that's probably, in that stage, is probably where people start to follow you, boys. They start
Mm.
to see you as refreshing. They start to see you as somebody who's talking and speaking, and you're somebody who has experience and are talking about some of the things that everybody has felt and experienced too. So that's why people come. How many people are on here today? There's hundreds of people here. We've all had the same experience.
Mm. Wow.
And that's our Black identity development. And it's moments like Trump that's waking up a lot of people and pushing the Black identity much faster. And maybe we all can get along. No, maybe we can't all get along. And you think about interracial dating. In a sense, it's so funny how you have some Black men, not all, of course, but some Black men will date a white woman because that's their way of kind of sticking it to the man. It's like, okay, you won't accept me for who I am, but I'm gonna now date this white person, and now she's gonna be, I got her. It's almost like you're not aware that you're doing this, by the way. It's an unconscious thing of kind of saying, well, you won't accept me, but you know what? It's okay if you won't accept me because I look who I got as my spouse. It's part of it's an unconscious thing, of course, but it's just and that's why I feel like this identity process is normal. And I don't think that when we see people at different stages of identity, we see people in the assimilation stage, we see people in the angry black stage, we see people in the acceptance, no matter where you guys are in this stage, personally, don't feel bad about where you are. When you see other people and you see where they are and they're not where you are, they're where you used to be. Don't look at them and say there's something wrong with them. Don't look at them and say, oh, they are Uncle Tom and oh, what's going on? It's a necessary process in the Black identity in America, and it's complex.
I do get that. I get that. Because I told you about that lady that I worked with who didn't talk to me for all those years on the faculty because she thought I was too she didn't really want to be seen hanging around the black people like that because she thought it would hurt her opportunities, prospects.
Give it an
And
understanding.
yeah, and I remember seeing her transformation when they treated her like she was black. And despite all her many efforts to convince them otherwise that she was different, and that's when she became real radical. She started inviting me to her house and every and I just thought that was hilarious because I said, man, this is so crazy because years ago you wouldn't even speak to me, but in that moment, I remember thinking about what you said, and part of me is like, uh-huh, see, I told you so. But then there was another part of me that's like, no, everybody has to go through a process.
Everybody.
You're right, like I think that the racial struggle is something where so many people are just called to battle. And some of us earlier than others. Some of us are just brought into the war by our parents. Like they let us know what's going on, and I wasn't in that category. My parents gave me some of the game, but not all of the game. I think I had to have my own experience, and then I'm like, hold up, wait a minute, what's going on? And then you're like, wait, this isn't right. So then next thing you know, you're putting your dukes up and you're in a fight, and I think it's tough, right? It's a tough transformation process, because it's very sad when you find out that the people that you thought were your friends are not your friends. The people that you thought had finally overcome racism and accepted you for who you are, no, they haven't. And I think it creates a lot of mental health issues, quite frankly, and I even, I'm from Louisville and Muhammad Ali's from Louisville, and I remember reading his stories about throwing his medal into the Ohio River, his Olympic gold medal into the river, because he's like, in Louisville, Kentucky, a black man will never be treated fairly. And I was a black man in Louisville, Kentucky, and I felt the same way, and I left at 18 too. I didn't have a gold medal to throw in the river, but I still got the hell up out of there. And it's frustrating because it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be. It's not fair that we have to start our own businesses because we did help build this country. It's not fair that we have to be a little more alert and more prepared. It's not fair that we're going to have to clean up some of the mess that other people should be helping us clean up. But we got to do it. If we don't do it, nobody else will. If we don't build the businesses and create the jobs for our people, then no one else will. If we don't clean up our community, no one else will. If we don't fix our families, no one else will. And now my position though is that I'm kind of the person that says, okay, look, you're supposed to be my damn ally over here, but you ain't acting like an ally, right?
That's right.
You ain't helping me. You're not empathizing. You're not hearing what I'm saying. You're not helping me fix this. I'm not gonna press you too much. I'm gonna let you know what you're supposed to do a couple times, and then I'm gonna just stop talking to you and go focus on fixing the thing you should be helping me with. But don't you dare show up in my house and ask me for a damn thing.
That's right.
Don't you ask me for shit. And I'm sorry. Don't be asking me for no money.
My vote.
Don't
Yep.
be asking for no
Yep.
votes.
That's
Don't
right.
be asking for my expertise. Don't
That's
be
right.
asking me to come save you. Don't be
Oh,
asking.
and don't ask me to give you a hug and a kiss and pat you up
Right.
like
Don't
the
don't
good old
right.
master.
You are not invited to the cookout.
Not
and
invited.
and I'm not coming to yours with your damn raisin lace potato salad. Get the hell up out of here. Seriously. Black people have never had true allies.
Never.
We haven't. And because if we had real allies, we wouldn't have to go through this crap. And so don't be pretending to be my damn ally.
I mean, think about,
and I think
boy,
that's appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, think about the Amish community. These people, Amish community and variants thereof, they were abolitionists. They were like, slavery is wrong. We need to cut it out. But once they got free, they were like, wait, you can't come and you can't come and live with me. You can't, I'm not about to feed you. The Quakers, yeah. They were abolitionists. They thought slavery was wrong, but they didn't want to sit down and share a meal with you.
Wow. That's really heavy. That is heavy where people can they wanted us to be free, but it's like once you get out of jail, you can't come stay here.
You can't come here. You can go home. They're like you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here.
Yeah. And I don't think we naturally have a home anywhere in America. We have to build a home. But the good news is that there are home builders. Like that's a skill. That's a skill. You can learn how, if you don't know how to have a home, you should be taking classes on how to build a home. We should be teaching our children how to build a home. No, really, seriously.
Is that why you've been watching those videos on how to build a home?
I have. I sure as hell have. I have been, I've been fascinated with, y'all. I have been fascinated. My wife's laughing at me now. I have been fascinated with these videos on these channels where one of them's called what is it, the Outdoor Boys or stuff like that, where they'll go out in the woods and they will build these like amazing structures they'll be in the middle of Antarctica and have a really nice comfy warm tent and cook food and got the little chimney, and I love that stuff.
I'm watching you at 3 a.m. look at these videos and I'm like, why don't they just get a hotel room?
Well, that's true. But I'm obsessed with I'm obsessed with it because I have such admiration and respect for the ability of someone to create something for themselves. What their talent reminds me of is it reminds me of how deficient I am.
Yeah.
Because I'm sitting here and I think that's why millions of people watch their channel. They're like, wow, you built this really amazing structure in the middle of the freaking woods. Why didn't I learn how to do that?
We need to get back to these skills because the way things are looking, we may have to be living off the land for real.
and that's the point, right? That's the point. See, Black people we have to learn how to build things. We need a whole generation of children that are trained, and this is what we do in the Black Business School, in case you have a child and you want to introduce them to these ideas. Um, we have to have a generation of children that are trained to create something out of nothing, who can say, I could go look for a job, but I could take that same energy and pull out my hammer, pull out my saw, and start getting to work and build something better on my own than I ever could have had by begging somebody else.
I
Some
don't
people
know. I
don't
kind
want to
of,
beg. Some people don't want to spend their lives on their knees. And I think at the very least we owe it to our children to give them an option. That's why I say the new DEI is development, entrepreneurship, and investment. That means you teach the kids to develop the realities that they want to see, economically speaking. Every child should know how to be an entrepreneur. Every child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. And also, everyone should have investing as a core philosophy in their life. Every time you exert energy, you're investing. Every time you spend money, you're investing. Every time you pay attention to something, you're investing. When you have a relationship, you're investing. And financial consciousness leads to that question that we've talked about in this class, which is, what are you investing in? What are you investing? Are you investing in watching Netflix all day? Are you investing in eating unhealthy food that's going to kill you? Are you investing in going to work for a boss that doesn't even respect you, that's going to build wealth off of your labor? Are you investing your consumer dollars into companies that won't even have a DEI program? Like what are you investing in? Because you're investing. We talked about the Super Bowl. Black people are the biggest investors on earth in the NFL. We sacrifice half our boys to all try to get that NFL lottery ticket, and half of them get brain damage and all kinds of stuff. But we are massive investors in the NFL, but we are not beneficiaries of the investment, and that's the issue, people. I need you to understand that when you make an investment, you're supposed to get something back from what you're investing in. But if they train you in the wrong way, like they did with black folks, starting from slavery, we're trained to invest in things that benefit other people. That's not how strong economics works.
so meanwhile, what do we do? So here's the thing. Let me tell you what I've learned. It's really fascinating because from 0 to 18, my whole world was blackness. I grew up in Gary, Indiana. I was born in Tuskegee, Alabama, and rarely did I go far off of that trail. Tuskegee, Gary. Those were the two places that cultivated me. I was educated by Black people, went to an all-Black school, had the sense of confidence in myself that I could do anything I ever wanted to do. And when college and I became in contact with like real racism and real discrimination and how people look prejudice and all of those things, it knocks you down a little bit. You can't, it does something to you and you get locked into their acceptance. And I have found that my best days have been where I just said, I'm not looking for acceptance from you. I am hired to do this job. I will do this job to the best of my ability, and I'm going to let the chips fall where they may. I cannot tell you how many times I've had to say that to myself. And I will say to people, let my work speak for itself. And it's stellar because it has to be, right? And I just let it go. Things that I can't control, I don't even try to worry about it anymore. And this is what I do in my therapy. What is it of all of the things that you're worried about? What are some things you can control? What are some things you can't control? The stuff you can't control, you just let it go. And I have found that my relationship with my job, my relationship with my position as a faculty member, where I'm able to advocate and speak up for myself and be assertive and be, 10 toes down in what is right thing to do and what is not the right thing to do, as long as I can clear consciousness, do my work, I have found that my relationship with white institutions, I don't have no issues at work anymore. Once I realized that I don't need your acceptance, I do not need your acceptance because I accept me. I am confident in who and what I am because I was trained by the best.
Well, and I love that. I mean, I think that the mental health side of it is really important, because we know that our mental health can be affected by
Oh,
changes like this and things that are happening in the world. And I don't want to minimize the stress that a lot of us are feeling. I want to just encourage you to just know that we can fix this, we can overcome this. And in fact, that's what we dedicate our time to, is teaching what we know, with our doctoral work and everything, and the research that we're doing, ways to kind of fix this, and focusing specifically on our people. I don't think there's a lot of that. I don't think there's enough of that. And I think that when we're solving problems, it's harder to solve a black problem at an institution where the money's paid by people who are not black. Right, even in HBCU. I think if you think about it, for example, you had great scholars like Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who was literally kicked out of an HBCU. Come on. Cornell West told me that he used to that there was a long time where HBCUs wouldn't have him speak because they felt like he was too radical. Later on, when he became more mainstream, things changed. But even our own institutions don't allow us to really solve our own problems. And that is why we struggle. Dr. Claude Anderson talks about how we don't really have any true black think tanks that are focusing specifically on, like, what's going on with the black family, what's going on with black people, what's happening, in the community. Why is the family breaking apart, and how does that affect, the economics and the physical and mental health, and how do you fix that? And the beauty of it, though, the opportunity is that there's so many resources in terms of experts that we have just sitting around, these brilliant black teachers and therapists and mathematicians and everything else. And I love it. I love it when a scholar shows up that's truly black and courageous. Or both. You got to be both. If you're a coward, I don't, you're not, I'm probably going to scare you. But like that young brother, that social work professor at University of Kentucky that we met, I gotta say his
I
name
love
because,
him.
oh my God, that kid.
But you know what? Because I text him, he didn't text me back. I'm mad at him about that. Wait till I see
Okay.
him. I'm gonna be like, you did not call me back.
Yeah, his first name is Keith.
Keith,
And
yeah.
I wish I had his last. I just put Keith Kentucky social work professor, but I just would like
Yeah.
to put his last name. He has a name.
Maybe we call him out. Maybe somebody will get a hold of him,
Yeah,
man.
look him up. I mean, and I
He's an
saw him.
amazing guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw Keith speak. Keith met with me in a small group kind of consultation thing, and he said he had a doctorate, which honestly, sometimes you have to say, well, what kind of doctorate? Like, what? Tell me about what you. And
No, he
this
got a real doctorate.
brother he went to a great institution. He's a faculty member and he does real significant research, and he's 32 years old, and he talked about how the things he learned from me affected the kind of scholar he became.
Mhm.
And also, he told me how he started investing like just $5 a day in 2017. And he said, now I have, it was a lot of money. I'm not going to put his business out there. But I said, that's amazing because you have so much more money than the other social workers. Most social workers are complaining about money. But I love the fact that you've mastered the best of both worlds, because now you have a type of power uh, other people don't have, a type of power that will protect you, and a type of power um that really gives you options that most people do not have. And I just, to me, that was like a dream come true, because that's what I always wanted, or like when I went to InvestFest and I saw all these, thousands of black people, and I couldn't even walk 2 feet. I kept getting stopped by people. That was my dream. My dream is like, as black people, we need to be like dominating economics, focusing on ourselves. I don't want to sit around and talk all day about what white people are doing. They're doing cool stuff. They're building rocket ships to Mars. God bless them for that. What cool stuff are we doing? That's what I want to talk about. And because I think that we are the coolest people on the planet, and I think we're already doing cool stuff in a lot of areas. We just need to do that in economics also. And so my wife, like, I think my wife is cool stuff. I think that us as a couple, like, black couple with the credentials to do it or whatever, working together every morning to solve an important problem, that's cool stuff to me. Dr. Claude Anderson and his wife Joanne, who also got her doctorate at the same school you went to,
Yeah.
State. Yeah, like the fact that they were working together as a couple with doctorates to solve problems specifically for black folks, to me was the most beautiful thing you could ever see. Married, what, 50, 60 years. And here's the part that I want everybody to pay attention to that really concerns me. A lot of people saw that as being like just dangerous. They just thought they didn't get the support they should have gotten. They didn't get treated like a Beyonce and a Jay-Z. They didn't get treated like a Will and a Jada. The Beyonce Jay-Z stuff is here. Dr. Anderson and his wife, 10 levels higher because they were working together as a black family to talk about developing institutional infrastructure in the black community that would last for 10 generations. You don't get more powerful than that. And I think we have to kind of focus on the right things. And don't get me wrong, nothing wrong with the people that are singing and dancing and all that. But I'm gonna just tell you the truth, and I'd like you could take it from here, babe. But I literally thought about this and I said, isn't it interesting that that we had the blackest Super Bowl ever. We talk about how much money that we have and how famous our celebrities are. But out of that, you haven't seen any black-owned hospitals. You haven't seen any black-owned school systems come out of that. You haven't seen any industry come out of that. You haven't seen any automobile manufacturers built that are employing hundreds of thousands of people. Nothing structural. Everything's just symbolism and excitement and emotion and all this other stuff. No, we need structure. We need institutions. Alicia?
Oh my God. And I think some of the celebrities who do all that singing and dancing, I mean, they in a sense they do look at us. I mean, I'm surprised at how many celebrities know who we are and support us. They don't openly support us, but they know that they're
They
singing
can't do
and
that.
dancing and that's their talent and that's what it is and it ends there. But they understand and look to you. I'll just say you, I won't say me necessarily, but they look to people like us. They're like, go do this because we're here on this Hollywood plantation. It ain't always wonderful for us. Our backs up against the wall too. So it's like they relate to a lot of our experiences, but they're looking for us to be scholars. They're thinking we're not the ones that put us on the platform and you guys don't have a platform. I think for a lot of it, a lot of the celebrities, those who are starting to wake up, I think a lot of them, they are looking for us to really build these institutions. We'll see what the support we get for something like this. But yeah, mainstream, and I wanted to comment on mainstream is not going to take a radical idea. If an idea is too radical, they're not going to be on board and they're going to see it as a threat. So I don't know. It just made me think about the Nation of Islam. Like, that's a beautiful institution. You want to talk about a black institution that does wonderful things, but why are they seen as such a threat toward the white establishment? Like, I don't, that part I don't understand because if you actually sit down and listen to the ideologies, a lot of the ideologies of the Nation of Islam, that's a black institution that's been built that is all, positive and uplifting and about peace, believe it or not. It's about peace and love. That whole institution is about peace, love, helping your own, like all of the uh I don't know, the qualities of the Nation of Islam is inspiring. I don't know, like
Well, I do agree with you. You know how much I love Brother Nuri and just all the other brother and the minister lived around the corner, and I
you
love.
already got the blueprint.
Yeah, I love. I've been sitting and talking to the ministers. It was as amazing as I thought it would be, and it was an honor. And I think it's and even when I have my security and brother Khalil, yeah, he just one of the most solid
Cool
people I've
guy.
ever met. Yeah, I just it's awesome because they have a brand. It's almost like the way McDonald's structured their brand to have like consistency across the world. Like anytime you see a McDonald's restaurant, you kind of know what the fries are going to taste like, what the service will be like, everything else. I think the nation just has that brand of black man that
Mhm.
is just something that's so honorable and so inspiring to observe, and so that's the source of the threat, right? The source of the threat is they're not, there's no one other than the black community that would benefit from that brand of black man. I don't think that the white establishment could look at a black man who is stable, sturdy, independent, a free thinker, all these other things, and say, oh yeah, I can enslave him, I can use him, I can make money from him, right? So naturally that's when you emerge and you go from being sort of this pathetic little charity case, the broken black man. They love to market the broken black man, the black man on drugs, black man, the black man rapping about how much he hates his baby's mama, the black man who got shot by the cops because he was messing around doing something silly or whatever. And no disrespect to anybody in that category, but they don't really necessarily know what to do with the man who's like well put together, who's actually thinking and reading and eating healthy and exercising and loves his wife and is taking care of his kids. And that honestly that's the kind of man when I shake his hand,
Yeah.
I want to stand next to men like that. And the beauty of it is that there's millions of men like that. And I think that
Yeah.
that those messages have to be amplified because they get muted by society. But at the same time though, what you were talking about entertainers and stuff, I don't want to entertainer bash. Last night I talked to Killer Mike for the first time in a while, and you know how much I love Killer Mike, and I gotta
He's a
give
real one.
I have to give a shout out to Mike because he
Yeah.
came to our first All Black National Convention, and I thanked him for that. He spoke there, and I invited him to the one coming up in August.
Oh, what's he gonna be?
August
He
24th.
should. He needs to come.
Well, yeah, I hope he
That'd be
can
great.
make it. It's in Atlanta, and so I let
Yeah.
him know about it. And he's doing the work with Greenwood Bank, and we're going out. We're doing a summit in Tulsa this year, by the way, guys. So I'll let you all know when that's going to happen.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, yeah. So not every so a lot of celebrities, I think, there are quite a few who get it, quite a few who are cheering us on, quite a few like Ice Cube. When Ice Cube and I talked, he was looking to the black scholars to kind of like, okay, y'all be the scholars, I'm the rapper, and I love that. He's like, I got the platform,
Yeah.
y'all have the knowledge, let's partner together, and I love that.
And he did not care about the backlash because we were like, what's going to happen? These white people are not going to like you. He was like, I don't care. So what? They'll get over it. And guess what? They did get over it. He was right.
I will say this, Ice Cube and Snoop Dogg are good friends, but they're built very different.
Let's not start
Snoop
with
Dogg's a
Snoop
little
Dogg.
different. Snoop Dogg's a little shaky, wobbly. I don't know how I'd feel partnering with him on anything significant. Ice Cube was very consistent. He was very consistent about, what he cared about and what he did not care about. And I would just say, well, what do you think about this? And he'd say, I don't care. And I just kind of feel like that's kind of what we need. I think that we need unapologetic blackness. In fact, I encourage everybody to go take a look at the contract with Black America that Ice Cube spearheaded. He
Yes.
actually had scholars help him write this. And I read it because I was like, okay, what is this stuff? Written by a celebrity. Let me see what he's got to say. And I was like, oh, 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 oh. I mean, and I mean, he hit all the nails. So check out the contract with Black America, y'all. If you're mad about what's going on and you want to find a solution, go find the solution. That's one of them. If they ever say, well, there's no black agenda, I think that the contract with Black America is a great start
It is
on a
very
black
great.
agenda and something that could be rallied around because it's
Mhm.
nice and comprehensive in terms of touching on a lot of different areas. And we know the black economic agenda. We've been having that for, since forever. So Dr. Anderson gave you the black economic agenda back with Powernomics. Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X could have told you the black economic agenda. So never let anybody tell you that there is no black economic agenda. There always has been one. The question is, are people actually going to listen? And in fact, actually, did you notice that there are actually Democratic politicians now talking about reparations now, like vocally doing press conferences on reparations?
Okay,
And I
let's
was
see what
like,
you got. Let
and
me
I was
show me
like,
what you got.
well, no, but I was kind of like, so now you're doing press conferences on reparations and demanding reparations, but were you demanding reparations 2 years ago? Like what's going on here? That
Okay.
I didn't understand.
Yeah, let's hear what they got. Let's see
Mm.
what you got. Give me a good deal. My heart's broken now. What you gonna do to make up for it?
We shall see. We shall
We
see.
shall see. You gotta take actionable steps. Don't just be
Exactly.
telling me
We
what I want to hear.
well, you know what, babe?
We gotta go.
Let's finish up on this note. I know you got to go, and
Yeah.
just so y'all know, Dr. Alicia's hosting the Black Love Weekend on the 15th and 16th. The URL is theblackloveweekend.com, and there are two. There's general access, and then there's also
The
VIP
VIP.
access, and it's all online, so you can join through a private Zoom. And so, if you want to get a massive discount on the general access pass for people that are in this space, use the code morning100, all one word, morning100. And if you want to get a discount on the VIP access, use the code morningvip.com, or sorry, morningvip, not .com, sorry, morningvip, all one word. And the URL is theblackloveweekend.com. And if you
TheBlackLoveWeekend.com.
Yes, and if you also want to just get stuff alerts from Dr. Alicia, you could text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948. And you guys have a great day. God bless you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
See y'all tomorrow
And
morning, bright and
yes,
early.
yes, and her website is coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. See you soon. Bye-bye. Thank you, babe.